Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1. The recommendation spot. Purple sunlight illuminated the barren land of Donglu Town, adding a glimmer of vitality to this little town situated outside the safe zone. When one stood on the dirt field in the giant crevice of Donglu Town, the faint outlines of huge mountains could be seen through the shattered, glass-like sky. Scientists had reached the conclusion that those huge mountains were not within the void. There was Devil's Peak. If you are not obedient, you will be thrown off that mountain. This was what adults said to scare little children. There was Wealth's Peak. Anyone who manages to climb it will gain inexhaustible wealth. Those feverish words were uttered by adventurers. There was Spirit-Breaking Peak. Numerous orphans and widows looked at these mountains resentfully. Their fathers and husbands were buried in those rocks. Shen Yulong, 177 kilos. Pass. Zhu Ming, 130 kilos. Below standard. Luo Yunyang, 271 kilos. Excellent. On the flat training ground constructed out of black and purple soil, an average-looking young man clad in a coarse blue tunic struck his fist out at a practice target, causing a bunch of cheers to erupt. This Luo Yunyang fellow is really sick. He has increased his strength to 250 kilos in just a month's time. Perhaps he might really be able to become a martialist in the future. Yeah, he is only 15 years old. By the time he turns 20, he will probably be able to hit 500 kilos. Becoming a martialist would be a piece of cake for him. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. People must surely be attracted to him. As the onlookers gossiped, yet another young man stepped forward. His clothes were the same as everybody else's on the field, yet their material and workmanship made them look a lot finer. The young man was extremely handsome, but he had a mean expression on his face. His snide grin made the onlookers feel uneasy. Hee, 271 kilos is no easy feat, but it's nothing compared to my strength. The instant he finished his words, the young man strode quickly over to the practice target and threw a hard punch. Lian Yuba, 392 kilos. Outstanding. The moment that figure was uttered, the students and the teacher in charge of the appraisal were astonished. How is that possible? At the previous appraisal, Lian Yuba had only managed 162 kilos, which was even lower than me. How was he able to get to 392 kilos in just 2 weeks? He must be cheating. Chubby Shen Yulong made his opinion known. Half of the other students dissolved in uproar, but there were also some who didn't utter a word. Many people looked at Luo Yunyang subconsciously. Luo Yunyang, who was clad in his blue linen uniform, had turned gloomy. A thought had just popped into his mind. You shouldn't accuse blindly. Brother Yuba took a body-forging medicine 10 days ago. What you see right now is his true strength, a scrawny young man said, looking very pleased with himself. As soon as the words, body-forging medicine, were uttered, the yelling students were shocked. Even the teacher standing at the sidelines looked extremely stunned. Body-forging medicine costs 100,000 Dayuan. Is Lian Yuba's family really willing to part with so much money? I heard that medicine is made by refining the blood of dire beasts. I've only ever heard of this once before. I never expected a medicine like this to really exist. Lian Yuba paid no heed to the people talking. He just walked up to Luo Yunyang arrogantly and smirked. As I've said before, Donglu Town's recommendation spot is mine. You are somewhat talented, but how could a poor worm like you, who can only afford to eat grade 1 energy bars, compete with me? You think someone from a poor family could become this outstanding? Luo Yunyang clenched his fists indignantly as he watched the swaggering Lian Yuba walk away. His many days of painstakingly hard work could ultimately not even compare to a vial of medicine. Yunyang, you earned that recommendation spot to the Qishan Martial Academy by representing Donglu Town and securing the first place at the Dongshan County tournament. Nobody can take that away. Little fat Shen Yulong had walked over to Luo Yunyang in an effort to console him. Before Luo Yunyang could say anything, head teacher Shang Junshan, who had a crown of sparse hair, had already turned in Luo Yunyang's direction and called out, Luo Yunyang, come over here for a bit. Normally, Shang Junshan was full of smiles whenever he saw Luo Yunyang. This time though, his expression was incomparably grave. Luo Yunyang, the Qishan Martial Academy recommendation spot can only be given to our school's strongest student. If you don't keep improving constantly, then you can't blame the school for hurting your feelings. Luo Yunyang flushed with anger. He usually treated people with respect and courtesy, but this didn't mean that he would stand for being humiliated. You don't have to be bitter. That spot isn't given to you, it is given to our school. I'm just informing you. I'm not discussing this with you, Shang Junshin said before walking off. Luo Yunyang bit his lower lip hard. His heart was not resigned, yet he felt an immeasurable pressure weighing down on him, making him unable to breathe properly. Let's hurry back to class, Yunyang. The ultraviolet tide is coming. Shen Yulong ran over and pulled Luo Yunyang along. The two of them ran towards the classroom. The ultraviolet tide was actually a bunch of ultraviolet rays that came with the shattering of the void. The originally mild ultraviolet rays had created the ultraviolet tide. The ultraviolet tide, which lasted 4 hours a day, had become the most unbearable period of the average person's day. The only way one was able to evade its onslaught was by hiding indoors. I will go rest for a bit, Luo Yunyang said firmly when they reached the corridor outside the classroom. He ran towards the dormitories, even though Shen Yulong urged him to stay. Halfway there, Luo Yunyang remembered that there would be some students hiding from the ultraviolet tide in the dormitories. He didn't want to see the pitiful looks on those students' faces. The cave behind the school was the place where Luo Yunyang normally practiced martial arts. As soon as he reached it, he headed straight for the broken wooden stake in the middle of the cave and hit it. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, Luo Yunyang did not know how many punches he had thrown. His strength was used up by the crazy flurry of his fists. All those years of bitter, hard work couldn't even be compared to a vial of medicine. This setback made Luo Yunyang feel a deep, indescribable sorrow. Despite that sorrow though, what made him feel even worse was his powerlessness to change things. If he took a vial of body-forging medicine, then his strength would increase to a martialist's level. How would he be able to obtain a vial of body-forging medicine though? It was impossible. 100,000 Daewon was an amount his family would not be able to acquire even in 100 years. His mother washed and starched other people's laundry in order to make enough for their family to get by. How could such a presumptuous thought even cross his mind? Droplets of blood kept trickling from the cuts on Luo Yunyang's fists, but he was too consumed by fury to feel even the slightest bit of pain. Bang! The instant his last punch struck the broken wooden stake hard, Luo Yunyang lost his footing and his head smashed against the top of the wooden stake. Luo Yunyang had trained with all his might, to the point of exhaustion. All he saw in front of him as he fell was a black abyss. The moment he landed on the ground, dazzling rays of light blossomed from the center of the broken wooden stake. The stake splintered to pieces under that dazzling brilliance and a dark gold sphere about the size of an infant's fist appeared and flew into Luo Yunyang's body. Host. Low-level form of life, weak energy. Undesirable. Sounds of machinery rang out from within the cave. After an indefinite amount of time had passed, Luo Yunyang woke up. His skull was hurting uncontrollably. He wouldn't vent his frustration this way again in the future. When it came right down to it, the only one he had hurt was himself. Even though his family did not have a rich background, and it would be very difficult for him to obtain body-forging medicine, he still wanted to become a martialist. Luo Yunyang shook his head vigorously as he struggled to get up. He suddenly realized that the wooden stake he had picked up some time ago had disappeared. Who would steal a broken wooden stake? Just as Luo Yunyang felt his head hurt, a panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Power. 0.5 speed. 0.7 mind. 1 constitution. 0.9 When had this sort of thing appeared in his mind? Luo Yunyang was stupefied as he looked at the figures. Would you like to make any adjustments? This time, 6 words had appeared instead. Adjustments. Luo Yunyang tried to shift power to 2. He wanted to see what exactly was going on. The moment he made the adjustment, the small panel in his mind suddenly changed. Power. 2 speed. 0.2 mind. 0.5 constitution. 0.4 At first, Luo Yunyang did not pay too much attention to the changes on the panel, but the instant he completed the adjustment, he felt his head buzz. Some things that had been very clear before had suddenly become fuzzy. Plus, he also felt an incomparable exhaustion in both his heart and mind. Exhaustion. Immense exhaustion. What was going on? Luo Yunyang stood up and walked over to the entrance of the cave. He realized that his own speed had become much slower. Normally, this path would only take him 10 seconds to cross, but now it took him about half a minute. However, when Luo Yunyang's feet bumped against a fist-sized rock, the rock flew out like a rocket. Bang! The rock struck a larger rock outside that weighed about 50 kilos and made it fly away as well. Luo Yunyang's jaw dropped open in shock. When had he become so strong? Could this have been caused by that adjustment panel that had appeared in his mind? Luo Yunyang made some more adjustments without hesitation. This time, he increased his constitution to 1 and reduced his power, speed and mind by 0.2 each. It was a small change, yet when he was done with the adjustments, he felt too wonderful for words. He had never felt this comfortable before. Boom! He threw a heavy punch against the rock wall, creating a 3-inch thick imprint of a fist. In the past, Luo Yunyang's fist marks had been only slightly deeper than 1 inch, yet now his punch had produced a 3-inch imprint. That was something that could only be achieved with over 500 kilos of strength. His strength must have reached and surpassed 500 kilos. Luo Yunyang's eyes were glowing with ecstasy. He wanted to look up at the sky and howl in joy. Even though he wasn't sure what had happened exactly, these changes had no doubt opened up a new path for him. Chapter 2. Take your medicine. Luo Yunyang kept adjusting his attributes. When he raised his mind attribute, he realized he had become incomparably smarter. Some things that had been just a fuzzy part of his memory before now became clear in a flash. When he adjusted his mind attribute to 3.1, he could even remember every single mark on that worn-out cave wall. He had a sick memory now. Certain things he hadn't been able to comprehend well during training fell into place as soon as he increased his mind attribute. When he raised his speed to the max, he realized the speed he could jump, run and walk at was actually 0. Without the support of constitution, whatever power he possessed would ultimately amount to nothing. While Luo Yunyang was having fun, his growling stomach suddenly voiced its complaint. Luo Yunyang gazed at the cave's entrance and realized that the sky had already turned foggy. It was mealtime. When he heard the school's dining hall bell, he immediately started running towards the school. His speed was currently adjusted to 2, so as he ran, he felt as fast as lightning. The dark canteen was filled with the scent of youthfulness. Hundreds of young students were standing like hungry wolves, waiting for their food to be served. A row of 18 tables was filled with food. Behind every table stood boys and girls that were on weekly duty. Luo Yunyang's class table was at the first spot. Behind the table stood a tall girl with delicate features. Whenever she saw a classmate, she would bring the food they ordered really fast. What the FCK? There is someone who can actually have a grade 4 energy bar. How impressive. A young student who was holding a grade 2 energy bar made of premium meat and flour said enviously. The student's words attracted a lot of attention. There were also many students from other classes that looked at the grade 4 energy bar. The Da Alliance gave students free grade 1 energy bars. These bars were mainly made out of potato starch and flour. Of course, there was also some animal fat used. Grade 1 energy bars were not enough for a normal student's daily diet though. If one paid an extra 20 daewon, they could exchange it for a grade 2 energy bar made of flour, 1/10 premium meat and dire beast fat. The energy contained inside a grade 2 energy bar was twice as much as the amount of a grade 1 energy bar. A grade 3 energy bar, which cost an additional 100 daewon, was made completely out of premium meat and dire beast fat. Naturally, the amount of energy it contained was twice the amount of a grade 2 energy bar. Grade 4 energy bars contained 1/10 dire beast meat and cost 500 daewon each. Very few people ate these sort of energy bars at the Donglu Town Secondary School. Lian Yubo ordered it. His family is filthy rich. Some students said regrettably. Many people were still discussing this, when someone suddenly said, "Luo Chong, could you hurry up and get me my energy bar? I'm starving." At the sound of the voice, many people turned towards its source with looks of pity. Of course, there were also a couple of people that were grinning in delight at the person's misfortune. The pale girl called Luo Chong blushed as she picked up a grade 4 energy bar along with a large bowl of broth and handed it over. Luo Yunyang was stunned. Thanks to the attribute regulator in his mind, his bad mood had already improved. The grade 4 energy bar before him gave him a shock though. His family's living conditions were poor, so a free grade 1 energy bar had always been his go-to staple food. Every once in a while, Shen Yulong or some other close friend of his would order a grade 2 energy bar for him. Life in Donglu Town was tough, so Luo Yunyang did not have grade 2 energy bars often. Now, he was actually having a grade 4 energy bar and some broth. As he looked at the grade 4 energy bar, Luo Yunyang felt his throat go dry and his eyes warm up. He didn't know who had ordered a grade 4 energy bar for him, but when he looked at it, his heart felt warm. Oh my, Luo Yunyang is actually having a grade 4 energy bar. Ha ha, I wonder how many sets of clothes your mom had to wash for this energy bar. A mocking voice was heard among the crowd. The person who had spoken was a lean young man who appeared to be Lien Yuba's lackey. Lien Yuba looked on with a disdainful sneer as Luo Chong handed the grade 4 energy bar over to Luo Yunyang. A heavy slap landed on the lean young man's face. It was Luo Yunyang who had attacked him. Luo Yunyang rarely raised his hand against anyone at school. His mother had always been his weak spot though. If anyone dared insult her, he would not let them off easily. You dared hit me. The lean young man used to be afraid of Luo Yunyang, but now that his strength had surpassed his, he didn't think too much of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared speak this way to him. I shall give you a second chance. Let Xiao Shan return the slap, and I will act as if nothing happened. Lien Yuba folded his arms. His eyes were slits as he grinned at Luo Yunyang. He looked like a cat facing off against a mouse. His strength was higher than Luo Yunyang's by more than 100 kilos. To him, defeating Luo Yunyang seemed very easy. Lien Yuba had some plans about the title of Donglu Town's best martialist. Now that he had this opportunity, he would make use of it. Luo Yunyang stared at Lien Yuba, who seemed really full of himself, and said coldly, "Scram. You are asking for it." As he said this, Lien Yuba unleashed a Nanshan punch, one of the 12 styles of fundamental fighting techniques, at Luo Yunyang. This technique was one that Lien Yuba had practiced a lot, so he was proficient at it. However, as his punch was aimed at Luo Yunyang, his rival used the exact same technique and sent a Nanshan punch back. The two of them had practically punched each other at the same time. Luo Yunyang had been in a rush to have dinner, so he had set his speed attribute at 2. This meant that his current speed was 3 times his normal speed. Due to this adjustment, his constitution, mind and power had weakened quite a bit, but his punch was shockingly fast. A punch with 100 kilos of force smashed hard into Lien Yuba's face. Although Lien Yuba wasn't sent flying, the punch drew blood from his nose. The wrenching pain nearly made Lien Yuba kneel on the ground. His own punch had missed and hit the air. "I'll beat you up." Lien Yuba, who felt humiliated, went ballistic. He leapt up on one foot and kicked out at Luo Yunyang. His sweeping leg, which carried over 350 kilos of force, produced a whistling sound as it moved through the air. By the time the kick had been launched though, Luo Yunyang's leg had already landed on Lien Yuba's face and sent him flying onto the ground. Lien Yuba felt like he was going to go crazy. He had used a body-forging medicine to impress everyone overnight, so he thought he had beat Luo Yunyang. He had never had the ability to retaliate during their exchanges before. "I'll crush you." The ocean-rising raging dragon, the fastest move among the 12 styles of fundamental fighting techniques, helped Lien Yuba fly in Luo Yunyang's direction like a raging vortex. "How quick! It's an ocean-rising raging dragon!" someone exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang's fist struck Lien Yuba's underbelly. Lien Yuba looked like a shrimp as he clutched his stomach. He stared at Luo Yunyang as he trembled with rage, wishing he could rip him to shreds. Luo Yunyang's attacks are very strong. Lien Yuba should have been lying on the ground by now. Could the body-forging medicine be able to make one resistant to beatings? Don't be stupid. It's obvious that Luo Yunyang doesn't want to stop this soon. He wants to hit him a few more times. Someone said, laughing mischievously. During this exchange, a lot of people who were not on good terms with Lien Yuba sniggered. Little fat Shen Yulong yelled loudly, "Lien Yuba, keep fighting if you are a man." Thanks to the clamor and encouraging sounds echoing all around the dining hall, the 18 classes of students no longer had any intention to eat. They were all unable to take their eyes off Luo Yunyang. How fast! Luo Yunyang's speed is really sick. I'm still way behind compared to him. Damn it, that body-forging medicine is wasted on Lien Yuba. Stand up and fight me, or go home and take your medicine. Luo Yunyang said coldly, extending a finger in invitation. Lien Yuba wanted to keep fighting, but the pain in his nose and stomach made him seem afraid when he looked at Luo Yunyang once again. It was his spirit that had taken the biggest hit. His 400-kilo strength had allowed him to beat Luo Yunyang before, but not during this exchange. This isn't over, Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang. As Lien Yuba left exasperatedly, the young students who had been watching their fight started chanting Luo Yunyang's name simultaneously. Their shouts were startling. Shang Junshan, who had been eating in a single room in the dining hall, glanced curiously at Luo Yunyang and unconsciously clenched his fists tighter. Trash. The insult was not directed at Luo Yunyang. He had been thinking about Lian Yuba. Despite using a vial of precious body-forging medicine, he still hadn't been able to take on Luo Yunyang. What else could he be but trash? Unfortunately, he still had to give the Qishan Martial Academy recommendation spot to Lian Yuba. Don't blame me for my wickedness, Luo Yunyang. Blame your father for not having any authority over this town. Blame yourself for not having a martialist brother. You can only become a stepping stone for someone else. Hurry up and eat. Your food will go cold soon. Luo Chong told Luo Yunyang quietly as she handed him the grade 4 energy bar and the bowl of broth. Luo Yunyang looked at the grade 4 energy bar that cost 500 Dayuan and then looked at his friends around him. Who helped me order this grade 4 energy bar, Luo Chong? He asked suspiciously. All you have to do is eat it. What's the point in asking so many questions? Luo Chong shoved the grade 4 energy bar and broth into Luo Yunyang's hands and then turned around and walked away. Shen Yulong, help me distribute the food. The list is on the table. Luo Cheng's voice drifted over from a distance. When they heard this, a number of students laughed heartily. Luo Yunyang had a faint idea of what this was about, but his mind attribute was half of what it normally was, so he couldn't think about it right now. Just eat it now that you have it. Shen Yulong chuckled as he patted Luo Yunyang on the shoulder. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Meal's coming. Meal's coming." The moment Luo Yunyang took a bite of the grade 4 energy bar, a warm feeling started swelling in his stomach. After a couple of mouthfuls, both the energy bar and the broth were in his belly. Luo Yunyang headed to the training grounds quickly. He trained at the 12 fundamental styles until he became proficient. The heat in his belly was rolling over and over, causing his every move to produce a rustling sound as it cut through the air. Once, twice, thrice, Luo Yunyang only sat down when the power in his belly had been consumed. He didn't even take a breath before he brought up the regulator in his mind. He had eaten a grade 4 energy bar, so his power would most likely have changed. Chapter 3. The Ape Dragon Blueprint Power. 0.6 Speed. 0.7 Mind. 1 Constitution. 0.9 His power had increased by 0.1. Although 0.1 was a small amount, Luo Yunyang was still ecstatic. This increase meant that the attribute regulator panel would show greater results in the future. Go test your strength, Yunyang. Don't let down such a beauty. Little fat Shen Yulong chuckled as he ran over. Luo Yunyang didn't smile. He was still pondering that 500 Dayuan grade 4 energy bar. Although Luo Cheng's family background was much better than his, 500 Dayuan was the school fees her family paid each semester. As he thought about it, Luo Yunyang felt confused. A little happy, yet a little embarrassed as well. I'll test out my strength first. Luo Yunyang pushed aside his thoughts temporarily and walked over to the practice target. Boom. Luo Yunyang, 303 kilos. Excellent. Luo Yunyang got excited when he heard the machine's voice. He had improved by 32 kilos. According to his own estimations, he would have needed at least 3 months to increase his strength by 32 kilos. A grade 4 energy bar had solved that problem for him. You have broken our school's record. The biggest strength increase at our school after eating a grade 4 energy bar had been barely over 20 kilos. You actually increased your strength by over 30 kilos. You are a freak. While little fat Shen Yulong was speaking, his tone suddenly changed. Hee, could this be the power of love? To hell with your nonsense. Luo Yunyang chided him, pressing a finger against Shen Yulong's head. Although he normally liked Luo Chong, now he felt moved. Too bad I have to head to class. I'm so jealous of freaks like you that are exempted from basic classes. Shen Yulong wanted to talk to him some more, but the huge clock above the school flag was already pointing at 4 o'clock. The energy contained in a grade 4 energy bar is 200, and my strength has increased by 30 kilos. This means that I absorbed more than 1/10 of its energy. As Luo Yunyang mentally recalled what he had learned about energy transformation, he could not help but curse. It's still such a waste. Could my current self pull off the Ape Dragon blueprint? When this idea popped into his mind, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. The 12 styles of body strengthening techniques that they studied, which had been laid out by the Da Alliance, were the most appropriate fighting techniques for them to train in at this stage. However, before starting school, the students had all been shown a treasured chart portraying an ape and a dragon and asked to maintain a pose that mimicked apes and dragons for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had only been able to hold that pose for 3 minutes. At the time, their teacher had regrettably told them that they had missed a big opportunity. There were 6 diagrams on the ape-dragon blueprint. These were the highest-level secret techniques of the Da Alliance. The Da Alliance nurtured talent, so it distributed a copy of the ape-dragon blueprint to every school. By training according to these 6 diagrams, one could become an elite student and receive special grooming by the Da Alliance. Only by becoming a martialist would one be able to be called an elite student. Junior martialists were the lowest grade of elites, which were called G-rank elites. Students who mastered these 6 diagrams became F-rank elites. F-rank elites were not punished, unless they committed a major crime, such as murder. They also received an 80% discount when they purchased food or medicine and did not have to wait in line at government bureaus. However, despite all these advantages, what excited people the most was that the Federation provided F-rank elites with a monthly cultivation fund of 10,000 Daewon. Even thinking about it made Luo Yunyang's heart beat faster. When he had first enrolled, he had spent a lot of time frantically studying the ape-dragon blueprint in hopes of improving his family's financial situation. This hadn't been just Luo Yunyang. Many other students would manically self-cultivate in private as well. They had been cultivating for barely a week, when no less than 7 students had become handicapped due to exhaustion. Luo Yunyang had also lost a lot of blood because of the ape-dragon blueprint. The miserable state of his fellow students had led Luo Yunyang to ultimately abandon any ideas he had harbored about the ape-dragon blueprint. Besides, at this point, their teacher had told them that not even 1 in 10,000 young students of the Da Alliance could master the ape-dragon blueprint. Their constitution just wasn't strong enough for it. Stamped in jet black ink in the dark classroom was a huge picture that covered the entire wall. The picture was at least 20 meters wide and 5 meters tall. The enormous black ape and the scarlet mystical dragon gave off a vibe that made people shiver. The power of the ape and the dragon had become the ape-dragon blueprint. The 6 diagrams in the picture had been imprinted clearly in Luo Yunyang's mind a long time ago. However, every time he looked at the apes and the dragons, he would still shiver unconsciously. Nothing had changed. When he looked at the picture again, Luo Yunyang brought up the adjustment panel in his mind. This time, he cut his constitution attribute in half and transferred the other half to his mind attribute. Mind. 2.8 Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's mind was very clear. The instant he glanced at the ape-dragon blueprint, those 6 diagrams seemed to come to life in his mind. The originally static huge ape stood up on the ground and roared. Its soaring movements were distinctly embedded in Luo Yunyang's mind. It's the earth-splitting devil ape move. Although it was just a simple action, Luo Yunyang saw every single muscle of the devil ape vibrate, expand and contract in his mind. He also noticed that every single vibration increased the devil ape's strength. It turns out that everything I had learned in the past was wrong. Luo Yunyang's pupils were fixated on the first devil ape diagram. He wanted to record every single change of the devil ape and memorize it. Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been able to do this before. Although his memory was decent, the huge picture of the devil ape was too complex, so remembering every single detail was too difficult. Now, everything had become really easy though. No change was overlooked. Everything was recorded clearly in Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang shut his eyes slowly and replayed every single detail he had seen in that huge picture once more. Then, he opened his eyes. There was not a single mistake. Suddenly, there was no joy in Luo Yunyang's eyes anymore. Instead, there was a glimmer of doubt. Some of the vibrations of the earth-splitting devil ape move didn't seem to add up. Was there a problem, or was that just the ape-dragon blueprint? No matter the problem, the ape-dragon blueprint was much stronger than the 12 fundamental styles he had practiced. Restore. Luo Yunyang restored his attributes to their original state by using the attribute regulator in his mind. Then, he viewed the ape-dragon blueprint once more. The earth-splitting devil ape move was still clear, but everything else had already turned fuzzy. Luo Yunyang kicked off with both his feet and jumped into the air without hesitation. Then he raised his 2 fists high, aimed them at the ground and struck at it. The focus of this move was not in the strike, but rather in expanding and contracting one's every muscle to create vibrations as the person jumped and descended. Luo Yunyang's 603 muscles were generating force simultaneously. With every single expansion, contraction and vibration, his body absorbed energy and his muscles toughened. As he performed the earth-splitting devil ape move, Luo Yunyang's body felt like it was going to rip apart. In that instant, all his muscles felt like they were being torn to shreds. Luo Yunyang felt immeasurable pain. This was much more painful than any other wrong method he had used when cultivating in the past. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang stopped trying to achieve the earth-splitting devil ape move. Besides requiring acute perception, one also had to have an essential bone in order to achieve it. Without the corresponding essential bone, even if one could understand the cultivation methods, the damage they would suffer would be too severe. This was what Shang Junshan had said. At least, it was what Luo Yunyang remembered. That essential bone was naturally one's constitution. Luo Yunyang quickly brought up the regulator in his mind and increased his constitution attribute until it was at 2. He wanted to raise it even further, but he would need his strength and agility when he cultivated. He jumped high into the sky once again and followed the motions of the earth-splitting devil ape move, which he had stored in his mind. Every time his muscles vibrated, he felt like a sponge absorbing the energy that had dispersed from them. Jump up, fists out, descend, jump up, fists out, descend. Luo Yunyang did not find repeating these movements the slightest bit dull. As he kept repeating them, he experienced the vibration of all 603 muscles of his body. The few moves of the 12 styles of body strengthening techniques mostly made use of one's arms, legs and a few muscles in their abdominal area. If one added them up, the sum was only around 300-odd muscles. Earth-splitting devil ape, Luo Yunyang was like a devil ape that tore through the heavens. As he descended, he felt his body sway. His vision suddenly became blurry. Overcultivation was a result of his body being unable to keep up. Under such circumstances, it wasn't wise to act hastily and keep cultivating. Luo Yunyang glanced at the other diagrams once more and then turned to leave the classroom where the ape dragon blueprint was kept. The sky had already turned dark outside. This meant that he had been training for an entire afternoon. Luo Yunyang glanced at the few remaining gas lamps lighting up the school as he headed to the training ground. As always, the practice target stood proudly at its center. Luo Yunyang went ahead and sent one of his fists flying. He had restored all his attributes to their original state, so that his punch would yield actual results, 500 kilos. A flash of ecstasy appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he saw the figure displayed on the practice target. The ape dragon blueprint was indeed a method only elite students could use to cultivate. After cultivating for an afternoon, his strength had risen to 500 kilos. Luo Yunyang leapt up and proficiently performed the earth-splitting devil ape move as best as he could before striking at the practice target, 606 kilos. He had increased his strength by 100 kilos again. This was great. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt the urge to face the sky and shout out. He suppressed his ecstasy and headed out to the school grounds instead. His home was in town. Plus, he wanted to share his delight with his family. In the meantime, he replayed his 500-kilo punch over and over in his mind. Cultivating the earth-splitting devil ape move must have allowed him to activate all these dormant muscles in his body. The strength of 300 muscles could not be compared to the strength of 600 muscles. A high-pitched voice drifted outside his doorstep. The voice was unfamiliar. It didn't belong to one of his family members. Chapter 4. Mind Power. If you weren't a widow and your children weren't orphans, I wouldn't have given you away. Out, Aunt Yunyang. Look at this. Look at what you've done to this fur coat. You have ruined the lining with your washing. I'm not blaming you, but you are really old. Can't you be more reliable and stop causing me so much trouble? Luo Yunyang felt rage building inside him as he listened to these reprimands. Chang Bapi had stopped by his place. Chang Bapi was the nickname Luo Yunyang's sister Luo Donger had given the owner of the laundry shop, whose actual name was Cheng Darren. The Luo household had gotten used to using this nickname when referring to their mother's boss. The sinister fellow always came up with all sorts of ways to make Luo Yunyang's mother work more and get paid less. This was how the nickname Cheng Bapi had come about. Luo Yunyang pushed the door open and entered without a second thought. His mother's head was lowered in the dusky, lamp-lit room, and his younger sister looked like an injured quail in the corner. The sight of them made Luo Yunyang feel very sad. Yunyang, you are back. There is food on the stove. Go and eat first, Shen Yunyang told him softly. She seemed a little embarrassed to see her son. Luo Yunyang did not eat. Instead, he strode over to Cheng Darren. Cheng Darren felt dread in his heart when he saw Luo Yunyang walk over to him. How can I actually be scared of a half-grown kid? This is ridiculous. Although Cheng Darren could not be considered a somebody in town, he owned a store and had an elder brother who was a martialist. Therefore, his presence in Donglu town could not be ignored. Luo Yunyang, you are back. I heard that your strength tested inferior to young Master Lian's by over 100 kilos. Hee, if I were you, I wouldn't waste my mother's money. As Cheng Darren said this, he straightened his back and looked at Luo Yunyang with disdain. Shen Yunying, who was worried about her son seeing her in this state, changed her facial expression. You are lying. Luo Donger seethed. Lian Yuba tested weaker than my brother by over 100 kilos at the last test. That's old news. Did you know that Boss Lian gave his son a vial of body-forging medicine? That stuff costs 100,000 Dayuan. Cheng Darren's voice had subconsciously become louder. The status of a martialist is really high. A poor brat like you could not possibly forge a path through cultivation. You lack a good father figure. Luo Yunyang flashed a cunning smile at him and said dully, whether I can cultivate or not is none of your business, Cheng Darren. Being addressed so bluntly made Cheng Darren shudder. The man had a very big ego. How dare this little brat address him by his name? Other people might address him this way, but he wanted to be the sort of man that made others in the village tremble when he stepped in front of them. What right do you have to call me by my name, you little brat? You, don't give me that smile, Luo Yunyang. This has nothing to do with you. By now, he was brandishing the coat in his hands. This is worth 1,000 Dayuan, Aunt Yunying. Bring the money over tomorrow. If the client didn't feel sorry for you, he would have asked you to pay the full price. That would be 10,000 Dayuan. As soon as Shen Yunying heard this, she got worried. 1,000 Dayuan was a lot of money. She had to wash clothes for an entire year just to earn 2,000 Dayuan. She would practically have to give up 6 months' worth of income. The fur coat was already like this when I started washing it, boss. You can't let me pay for this. If you don't pay, then I'll have to pay. Listen to me, Shen Yunying. There are many people lining up to work at my place. Chen Darren turned his nose up before adding fiercely, if you don't bring the money tomorrow, don't blame me for not being nice to you. You claim that my mother washed this fur until she ruined it. Hand it over and let me see. Luo Yunyang did not wait for his mother to say anything else. He had already walked up to Cheng Darren. Although Cheng Darren didn't want to hand it over, he unconsciously passed the fur coat to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang scanned the coat in his hands and noticed that at the top of the purple mink fur was a hole as wide as a finger. He could not tell what this hole was. Now that the attribute regulator had forged a path to greatness for him, he didn't think 1,000 Dayuan was that much money. Judging by his mother's expression though, Luo Yunyang could tell that there was something strange about this situation. He sure wouldn't enjoy suppressing his anger and handing over 1,000 Dayuan. He felt the urge to beat up Cheng Darren, who was falsely accusing his mother of doing a bad job, but even though he already considered himself a martialist, he still had to abide by the alliance's fundamental rules. What should he do then? As he thought about it, Luo Yunyang suddenly remembered something. He quickly opened up the attribute regulator and changed his attributes in favor of the mind attribute. This was the first time he had raised his mind attribute that high. Mind. 3.5. Luo Yunyang was astonished. Suddenly, he remembered that when he had been cultivating the earth-splitting devil ape move, his strength had hit 500 kilos. His gaze traveled once again to the tear in the coat. He realized it wasn't the same. The tear appeared to have gotten a lot bigger, and so had the fur around its edges. Whose fur coat is this, old Cheng? Whoever they are, tell them that they are a fraud. This isn't over. I'm not done with them yet. Luo Yunyang then pointed at the tear and said, this hole was made by an arrow. The traces on the fur and the owner's skin can prove it. Cheng Darren started trembling. He clearly knew how this hole had come about, and now that Luo Yunyang had discovered it, he felt somewhat nervous. Rubbish. You stop that nonsense. This was obviously ruined by your mother. I don't care if you want or not, you still have to compensate the client. Although he was puzzled deep down, Cheng Darren still maintained the same stance. Get lost, Luo Yunyang yelled. As he shouted, his eyes flushed red and he felt like a roaring lion. When he yelled, Cheng Darren felt as if a heavy hammer had battered his heart. His vision seemed to turn a little darker, and he nearly collapsed on the ground. Luo, Luo, Chang Darren only said those 2 words and then suddenly turned around and ran towards the door like crazy. The room was dark and the floor was slippery. Chang Darren was too panicked to look where he was going, so he slipped and crashed against the ground. The man, who felt as if there was a ghost chasing after him, got up and ran outside in fear. He is so mighty. Why doesn't that scoundrel just fall and die? Luo Donger laughed heartily as the little pigtails on her head swayed. Luo Yunyang lovingly stroked his little sister's pigtails and flashed a little grin. Shen Yunyang smiled as well, but her smile was a little forced, so it was a more unpleasant sight than tears. The crafty Chang Darren had been scared away, so there was no need to pay that 1,000 Daewon anymore. They had still offended Chang Darren though, so she would not be able to return to the laundry shop again. Without her salary, how was she going to raise her 2 kids now? I'm already a martialist, mother. Let me provide for you and my little sister from now on. Luo Yunyang knew what his mother was thinking. She was thinking about all the bitter hardships and grievances she had endured without fighting back. Just the thought made her sad. Luo Yunyang squeezed his mother's shoulders in comfort. As she heard her brother's words, Luo Donger stared at him in disbelief. She was unable to speak. She knew very well what a martialist was. Martialists led the best lives in Donglu town. She had always thought that one day her brother would be able to become a martialist, but she had never thought that happiness would come this soon. She felt like she was hallucinating. Is that true? Shen Yunyang was overjoyed at the news. She didn't dare believe her own ears. Just like her daughter, she was also aware of her son's strength. Although her son was talented, their family was poor, so she had no way of helping him obtain high-grade food. The benchmark for martialists was 500 kilos. Her beloved son hadn't even achieved 300 kilos yet. This afternoon, I was enlightened by the ape dragon blueprint. My strength has risen to 500 kilos. When he saw the look of disbelief on his mother's face, Luo Yunyang recounted what had happened before the ape dragon blueprint. Then he extended his hand and picked up a ball from the table, which was missing a leg. It was a grip ball, the Federation's crudest tool for measuring strength, which only cost 10 Daewon. This particular one had been Luo Donger's present for Luo Yunyang's 15th birthday. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. 5 colors flashed through it before it finally settled on blue. The glittering blue looked dazzling under the lamplight. 500 kilos. My brother's strength has hit 500 kilos. Oh, yeah, my brother is a martialist. Luo Donger cheered loudly, her voice full of joy. Shen Yunyang looked at the brilliant blue ball in relief. However, she still couldn't help but start crying. Yunyang, Donger, wait a minute, Mom will prepare something better for you to eat. Shen Yunyang wiped away her tears and walked to the makeshift kitchen outside the small house. After a while, she brought 4 dishes inside. Although his mother had tried her hardest to improve their lives, Luo Yunyang's heart surged at the sight of those meager vegetables. I want to try to improve my mother and sister's lives. After he ate, Luo Yunyang unfolded his bed in the living room. Their wooden house, which only occupied 20 square meters, had been built about 50 years ago, so the wood in many areas had already cracked. While they slept, they would hear the sound of wood cracking from time to time. Luo Yunyang's priority was to buy a larger house. This way, his mother and sister would not need to squeeze into such a small place. As he considered this, Luo Yunyang thought about his experience that day with the attribute regulator panel. He had no idea where it had come from, but he was already aware of its importance. This panel would become his greatest weapon. As he was about to fall asleep, he thought about his experience with setting his mind attribute at 3.5. Not only had he been able to observe even the finest details, but it had also seemed like he had acquired some sort of strength. He just hadn't been paying much attention to it at the time. He had to adjust his mind attribute again. Luo Yunyang set his mind attribute at 3.5 once more. He immediately felt his surroundings become much clearer. He could even sense a vile mosquito buzzing as it descended towards Luo Donger's arm. When he thought about the possibility of his sister's arm swelling the next day, he instinctively wanted to stop it. He had just been thinking about it. He didn't even think it would work, but as the mosquito closed in, it suddenly seemed to encounter some sort of resistance that prevented it from descending any farther. Bang! Luo Yunyang felt something disintegrating. Suddenly, his vision turned a little dark and he nearly fainted. Chapter 5. Elite. The mosquito had disintegrated. Luo Yunyang saw it happen clearly in his mind, but he didn't have the time to take note of it. His head was hurting. It hurt so much that Luo Yunyang wanted to groan. He had probably used too much mental power. I should lower my mind attribute. Things will get better if I restore everything to its normal level. As he said this in his mind, Luo Yunyang's 4 attributes returned to normal and his skull suddenly no longer hurt. When his mind attribute had been at 3.5, he had been able to kill a mosquito from 4 meters away. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his mind attribute ever reached 10. As he speculated, he felt an immense wave of weariness envelop him. He immediately fell asleep. Mom, I'm heading to school to enroll. I will be able to take the martialist selection test in 3 days tops. When Luo Yunyang woke up, he felt very relaxed. Suddenly, his stomach started rumbling in hunger. After washing up fast, he ran to school at a quick pace. Although the grade 1 energy bars there were slightly worse, he would at least get to eat and leave the food back at home for his mother and sister. As Shen Yunyang watched her son's back get farther and farther away, she felt gratified. Her son was really sensible. Those moves yesterday were really cool, Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had barely appeared at the training ground when Shen Yulong ambled over. Hee, did you know that Lian Yuba's face has swollen up like a steamed bun? Luo Yunyang no longer thought much of Lian Yuba. He had already reached the standards of a martialist and could step into the ranks of the elite students. Why would he care about that nobody? Where did you go last night? You had promised you'd go fishing with me. Did you forget about your bro now that you got the girl? Shen Yulong was beaming as he made fun of Luo Yunyang. I'm such a bad person. Luo Yunyang had just remembered that he had agreed to accompany Shen Yulong on a fishing trip. He had been so busy studying the ape dragon blueprint that he had forgotten. Stop that rubbish. Luo Yunyang scanned his surroundings, but he didn't see Luo Chong anywhere. She would normally be around, but she was currently nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Everyone stop right there. A cold voice shouted. Shang Junshan walked over with a few men who appeared to be in their 30s and 40s. Luo Yunyang recognized the majority of them. They were all figures of authority in Donglu town. For example, the chubby bald man who looked absolutely harmless was actually the police superintendent that all hoodlums in town were afraid of. The chap with the hooked, eagle-like nose held the entire town's economic lifeline in his hands. He was the head of the Lian family, Lian Changfeng. However, there was also one man among the group who seemed to be in his 20s. This was the first time Luo Yunyang had seen this somewhat handsome young man. When one looked at the chubby superintendent or Lian Changfeng before looking at the young man, one couldn't help but show some respect. Today, we will be commencing the graduation examination. This way, the graduating students can start making plans early. Shang Junshan announced loudly after glancing at Lian Changfeng. The students, who had been about to start their morning exercise, became lively right away. The graduating students started talking loudly. They hadn't really thought much about the graduation examination. The results were already fixed after all. According to the school's announcement the previous day, the graduation examination was supposed to take place 2 weeks later. The motive behind rushing it was clear as a day. They are trying to sabotage you, Yunyang. Shen Yulong's little eyes flashed with resentment as he cursed. Damn it, these people are really shameless. Luo Yunyang remained calm. When he looked at the attribute regulator in his mind, he smiled faintly. Life doesn't always go as planned. Alright, all graduating students must test their strength. The strongest one will win the recommendation spot to the Kishan Martial Academy. Shang Junshan glanced carefully at Lian Changfeng before he announced, time is of the essence. The examination shall begin now. All 6 graduating classes will be evaluated in succession. Anyone who makes a racket will have their graduation rights revoked. As he said that, Shang Junshan's gaze landed on Luo Yunyang. Even though his student was about to be beaten into dust by his own decision, Shang Junshan did not feel the slightest trace of guilt. The strong preyed on the weak. That had always been the case. If Luo Yunyang wanted to blame someone, that someone couldn't be Shang Junshan. It was too bad he didn't have a respected father. As he was looking at him, Luo Yunyang looked up at Shang Junshan. Luo Yunyang appeared calm. He didn't seem to feel any dread at all. Lian Changfeng suddenly seemed to notice him. The look he gave Luo Yunyang was one full of disdain. This young man had obstructed his son's path, yet Lian Changfeng did not find him threatening. All it would take was a simple action for him to crush whatever dreams that young man had. Shen Yulong, you are up first. Although Shen Yulong was displeased, as Shang Junshan looked at him, all he could do was walk forward. Shen Yulong, 177 kilos. Pass. When Nong Yulong's chubby fists landed on the practice target, the machine made another sound. One by one, the students walked over to the machine, mustered their entire body's strength and punched the practice target. Chen Xiaoming, 133.5 kilos. Below standard. Zhang Ming, 157 kilos. Pass. The voice kept ringing out until it was finally Lian Yuba's turn. The young man was wearing an azure tight-fitting tunic that made him look taller and straighter. However, the bruises on his face had not faded away yet. When everyone saw him, they couldn't help but smile. Let's see whether you will still be smiling after this, Luo Yunyang. If you want to fight me, you still have a long way to go. Lian Yuba's words were unbridled as he waved his hands at Luo Yunyang. Ha ha, I haven't seen little Bai in 2 weeks, yet he has become even more mischievous in the meantime. The bald, fat police superintendent laughed. Lian Changfeng chuckled. It's hard to prevent kids from acting a little mischievous. As his uncle, you have to be stricter with your guidance. Of course I will. This time, little Bai will definitely astonish everyone. The chubby superintendent brandished his fat hands around as he spoke. Lian Changfeng laughed, all thanks to teacher Shang's guidance. Shang Junshan's meaty arms danced up quickly, as if he wanted to turn down any credit. Meanwhile, the young students shook their heads. Lian Yuba, who had already reached the practice target, gathered his energy unhurriedly and smashed his fist into the target. A sound tore through the air as he punched it. Lian Yuba, 400.5 kilos. Outstanding. As soon as the machine's voice was heard, the chubby superintendent started clapping. Shang Junshan mimicked him, clapping even louder. Impressive. His strength has hit 400 kilos before he's even graduated. Yuba is a role model among the graduating students. This is the sort of outstanding talent the Qishan Martial Academy is after. The chubby superintendent lamented. Lian Yuba's strength is the most outstanding in Donglu town. The Qishan Martial Academy spot belongs to him. Shang Junshan then added, the school still has its rules, though. We have to let the other students accept the result. As he mentioned the other students, Shang Junshan's gaze landed on Luo Yunyang once again. Luo Yunyang had a faint smile on his face. His smile was clearly a mocking one. Suddenly, someone uttered the most pleasing words Luo Yunyang had heard all morning. Stop wasting time, hurry up and go on. It was the young man who had spoken. Some dissatisfaction could be detected in his tone. Despite his tone though, Shang Junshan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled apologetically and said, all right, let's continue. Lian Yuba and the other students on the training ground turned towards Luo Yunyang, who was about to step forward. Luo Yunyang was admired by many people there. He came from a poor family, just like them, so he was the role model they strived to become. However, their role model was now about to be humiliated. Anger flourished in a lot of students' hearts, who believed that the heavens were not fair. They felt as if they were being choked. Don't give up, Yunyang. Just focus on doing your best. Even if you aren't able to get into the Qishan Martial Academy, you will still be able to get into a better academy, Shen Yulong comforted his friend. Although he wasn't able to understand what his good friend was experiencing, he felt just as helpless as Luo Yunyang. He wished hard for a miracle to happen. It's all right, just watch closely. As he was speaking to Luo Yunyang, he pointed at the young man and asked, who is that? He seems very strong. I heard that he is the Rising Dragon Army representative in our town. Nong Yulong said in admiration. Only elite students can join the Rising Dragon Army. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but recall some legends he had heard about the Rising Dragon Army. Those martelists killed dire beasts and fought violently all around. They could even be considered an elite contingent that defended the entire Da Alliance. Luo Yunyang, it's your turn. Shang Junshan's voice rang out next to Luo Yunyang's ears. Luo Yunyang met Shang Junshan's cold gaze head-on and stepped forward calmly. He had originally planned on just displaying his strength, but now he made a firm resolution to display his most breathtaking side. Only by making the Rising Dragon Army take note of him would he be able to get an even greater opportunity. He opened the attribute regulator in his mind and raised his power, which had originally been at 1 to 2. Although this would cause his constitution, mind and speed to drop, the difference would not be too obvious. Take the test, Luo Yunyang. Make sure to use all the strength you gained from drinking breast milk. Lien Yuba sneered at Luo Yunyang. He might not be able to beat him up, but he wanted to let him know that there was no use in struggling. Lien Yuba was a privileged person. Luo Yunyang grinned and stepped in front of the practice target. Then, he sent a punch flying. Chapter 6. The Rising Dragon Army. Lien Yuba folded his arms and watched in delight, even though Luo Yunyang would not get eliminated during this round of the examination. He could still destroy whatever dreams Luo Yunyang had. Compared to a trivial scuffle among kids, what could be more vicious than destroying one's hopes? Lien Yuba would get into the Qishan Martial Academy and become a respectable martialist, while Luo Yunyang would struggle to make a living. Who knew, maybe he would even die soon, a little over 100 kilos. How weak. When Lien Yuba saw that the first digit was 1, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Didn't you have breakfast, Luo Yunyang? That strength is just embarrassing. The machine's voice had not been heard yet, but the practice target looked crooked. That particular practice target was supposed to be able to bear a force of 1,000 kilos. The representative from the Rising Dragon Army had originally wanted to leave after this display, but his expression changed when he saw Luo Yunyang throw out that punch. When the result appeared, a grave expression formed on his face. A fat person would do better than that. Lien Yuba sneered, disdain written all over his face. Shang Junshan shook his head. Although he had victimized Luo Yunyang, deep down he didn't want him to lose too much face. If Luo Yunyang's performance before all those bigwigs was too embarrassing, then Shang Junshan would lose face as well. He was the teacher after all. Plus, the stronger Luo Yunyang was, the more satisfied Lien Changfeng would feel about himself. A little over 100 kilos was too low. Why didn't Luo Yunyang just kill himself? Only about 100 kilos. How disgraceful, the chubby superintendent said bluntly. He didn't need to be careful not to hurt Shang Junshan's feelings. He could say whatever he wanted. What happened to old Luo? Why did he only get 100 kilos? This is just. Little fat Nong Yulong suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, "It's 1010. It's 1010 kilos." The training ground had been quiet, so his excited shrieks, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, naturally drew everyone's attention. In an instant, numerous gazes turned to the practice target. There was no doubt about it. It was indeed 1010 kilos. The onlookers who had only seen the first digit had thought that Luo Yunyang's result had only been 100 kilos. They hadn't noticed the last zero. Only third-class martialists and above had this sort of strength. 1010 kilos, it really is 1010 kilos. Some students cried out in shock. Luo Yunyang is a martialist. A martialist. How awesome, over 1000 kilos. Damn, ha ha ha, to think that there is actually a martialist among my classmates. I'm just so excited. High-pitched shrieks and shouts rose in a momentary wave. However, although most people found Luo Yunyang's result outstanding, there were also opposing views concerning the fairness of the examination. Justice was blind, it was impartial and objective. How could Lien Yuba and the others be able to hide their intentions? Lien Yuba's face was ashen. He simply could not believe the figure displayed on the target. His mind had gone completely blank. How could this be? Luo Yunyang was a poor fellow. How could he? Lien Yuba looked at Lien Changfeng. Lien Changfeng's brows were tightly knitted. He had prepared to thoroughly crush that young man's hopes and dreams. He had never expected the situation to turn out this way. A strength of 1010 kilos, the young man was a third-class martialist. As Lien Changfeng met his son's gaze, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. Although young third-class martialists were pretty good, the Lien family could still afford to offend one. Do you believe in miracles, Teacher Shang? These might have seemed like simple words, but Shang Junshan could read between the lines. He was a veteran second-class martialist, so he naturally wasn't afraid of a third-class martialist. Luo Yunyang's result is 101 kilos. That's below the standard. Shang Junshan's calm voice was meant to crush Luo Yunyang. All the students who had been making a ruckus suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone turned and stared in astonishment at Shang Junshan and the others. How dare they? How dare they actually do this? Where was justice? What about the heavens' laws? It's 1010 kilos. Are you blind? Little fat Shen Yulong argued. Yes, it is 1010 kilos, Shang Junshan. You must be blind. Many students questioned the result loudly. They were all hot-blooded and they were unwilling to watch this injustice take place. That was why they wanted to protest. That was why they wanted to, shut up. Anyone who objects will not graduate. Shang Junshin's face was ashen. As the head teacher, what he hated the most was people questioning his authority. After shouting, Shang Junshin added sternly, "Didn't you all see Luo Yunyang's result yesterday? How could he suddenly reach 1010 kilos? An increase of over 750 kilos in a day is impossible." Shen Yulong did not agree with Shang Junshin, but he didn't have any logical explanation either. After all, a strength increase of 750 kilos in a day was absurd. Luo Yunyang, 1010 kilos. Excellent. The machine's voice rang out suddenly, sounding all the more conspicuous on the silent training ground. Shang Junshin's face darkened. He had just explained that it was impossible for Luo Yunyang to reach 1010 kilos, when that result was announced. The machine's voice was like a resounding slap in his face. A chorus of exhaling sounds came from the onlookers as everyone looked at Shang Junshin in disdain. Shang Junshin's face tensed up. Although he didn't feel that great, under these circumstances, the only thing he could do was persist. Luo Yunyang's result is set. Next, Luo Yunyang appeared calm, but deep inside he was boiling with anger. His 1010 kilo strength had been reduced to 101 kilos. These were blabbering lies. He was very clear on the shenanigans taking place. Thus, while Shang Junshin was still talking, Luo Yunyang shouted, "Teacher Shang. Watch this." Luo Yunyang's words attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone watched as he suddenly leapt up, jumped over the practice target and brought his fists together as he descended. Boom! The practice target, which had been firmly rooted to the ground for who knew how long, suddenly bent downward. Then, the figure 1257 appeared on the display. "Luo Yunyang, I already said that your examination result is set. Stop trying to cause trouble." Although Shang Junshin was shocked by Luo Yunyang's result, all he could do was insist on his view. That was the earth-splitting devil ape. The young man, who had been watching coldly so far, suddenly exclaimed. The moment he said this, everyone around him immediately fell silent. Although no one among them had mastered the earth-splitting devil ape move, they were all familiar with the ape-dragon blueprint. Many of the people present, including Shang Junshin in his younger days, had spent lots of time and effort racking their brains while studying the ape-dragon blueprint. They had all wanted to soar up to the heavens in a single leap. Although they had failed, they were still familiar with the names and techniques displayed on the ape-dragon blueprint. Luo Yunyang had managed to pull off the earth-splitting devil ape move. He was already able to cultivate the ape-dragon blueprint. He had already stepped into the ranks of the human race's elite martialists. He was an F-rank elite. "When did you master the earth-splitting devil ape move?" The young man, who had walked over to Luo Yunyang, asked solemnly. Last night, Luo Yunyang's plan had been to attract the young man's attention all along. Thus, when he asked him that question, he answered immediately. "Good, your strength wasn't even 500 kilos yesterday, but when you mastered the first diagram of the ape-dragon blueprint, you were able to raise your strength to 1250 kilos. Very good. Given your natural aptitude, you could become AD rank elite." AD rank elite. When Lian Changfeng and the others heard this, they were dumbstruck. Lian Changfeng was one of the most important people in town, yet he was only a basic G rank elite. Plus, there weren't any F rank elites in town. There had never been any. The Rising Dragon Army representative stationed in Donglu town was the only exception. No one knew exactly what rank he was, but he had to be at least an F rank elite. Luo Yunyang was actually AD rank elite. He had exceeded everyone's expectations. AD rank elite, how was that even possible? You don't have to attend the Kishin Martial Academy anymore. In 3 days, you will take part in the Dragon Army entrance appraisal. As the young man spoke, he dug his hands in his pocket and fished out a red card. This is AG rank elite ID card. You can use this for the time being. I will report about your D rank elite credentials when I return. I'm Zhu Yan, but you can call me Brother Zhu. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Luo Yunyang took the card. If you become a member of the Rising Dragon Army, we will be brothers, so there's no need to be polite. As he spoke, Zhu Yan's gaze swept across Lian Changfeng, Shang Junshin and the others. Then, he raised his head and walked away. I will come look for you before the appraisal. Oh, I forgot. Get the card authenticated at the bank. There is a surprise inside it. A grave silence still enveloped the training ground. Shen Yulong and the other students were looking at Luo Yunyang in reverence. They weren't jealous, as they knew that they would never be able to reach Luo Yunyang's level. They could only look up to someone like him, so they naturally did not feel jealousy. They only felt admiration. Fine beads of sweat had appeared on Lian Changfeng's face. Although Luo Yunyang was only a third-class martialist, he was AD rank elite. Could the Lian family afford to have a feud with AD rank elite? Ha ha ha, little Luo has a majestic gait. One look and I could tell that you weren't ordinary. You'll have to look after us in the future. The chubby superintendent, who was a flexible, opportunistic person, wiped off his sweat, ran over to Luo Yunyang and started sucking up to him. Luo Yunyang, who never really paid heed to these sort of opportunistic fellows, turned away and walked over to Lian Yuba. Luo Yunyang, this matter, if you kneel here for a day, I will pretend that nothing happened. Luo Yunyang remarked coldly as he flashed past Lian Yuba. Lian Yuba's expression changed dramatically. Fury and indignation flashed across his face in succession. Shang Junshan's expression was even more ghastly. If Luo Yunyang detested Lian Yuba this much, what sort of treatment would he receive? He had been an accomplice in suppressing him after all. Your teacher is old and his vision is blurry. I wronged you because I couldn't see clearly. This is all a misunderstanding. Shang Junshan laughed sheepishly and rubbed his palms together, trying to excuse himself. However, Luo Yunyang didn't pay any attention to him. He turned around and headed in the direction of the canteen without looking back. Chapter 7. Body Forging Medicine. Luo Yunyang was holding on to a grade 1 energy bar with the intention of eating it. He felt like he could devour an entire cow right now. When he'd gotten up early in the morning, he had already been very hungry. There was no need to explain how he felt now, as the move from the ape dragon blueprint had consumed a huge amount of his energy. How can I let AD rank elite eat a grade 1 energy bar? Old Wu, bring out the grade 6 energy bars stored here. Today I will treat Yunyang to a meal. A gentle voice drifted over. The students who heard it followed the voice and saw the wizened principal of Donglu Town Secondary School walk over. The principal didn't have much of a presence in Donglu Town Secondary School. Shang Junshan and Lian Changfeng had turned him into a mere figurehead with no authority. However, the circumstances had changed now. Shang Junshan had kicked the steel plate that was Luo Yunyang, so the principal would be able to stand out at last. A fragrance had already started wafting out of the golden grade 6 energy bar before it was even handed over. Unlike grade 4 energy bars, which only contained 1/10 of dire beast meat, grade 6 energy bars were made entirely out of dire beast meat. Luo Yunyang didn't try to act polite. He had just done Principal Li a huge favor. Having one of his grade 6 energy bars wasn't a big deal. When the grade 6 energy bar reached his stomach, Luo Yunyang felt a surging heat in his belly. After having a bowl of broth, he hurriedly headed over to the room where the ape dragon blueprint was hanging. You should all learn from Yunyang. Look at how seriously he takes his cultivation. Principal Li told the other students when he saw Luo Yunyang head over to the room with the ape dragon blueprint. Luo Yunyang didn't pay much attention to the other students' discussions. He was itching to convert the energy within his body into power. When he stood in front of the ape dragon blueprint, his gaze fell on the second diagram. It was a scarlet dragon with its 4 claws extending outwards and its huge body coiling up. It was the coiling dragon formation. As he stared at the dragon, Luo Yunyang felt his brain start to hurt. He couldn't see anything clearly. Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator quickly and saw all his attributes displayed in his mind. Power, 1 speed, 0.7 mind, 1.1 constitution, 0.9. He was about to increase his mind attribute, when he suddenly paused for a bit and noticed the 1.1 next to the attribute. His mind attribute had increased by 0.1. Could this be because he had killed that mosquito? Luo Yunyang didn't spare much thought on this. He adjusted his mind to 3.6 right away. When he faced the coiling dragon formation diagram once again, the image was much clearer. If the earth-splitting devil ape move had activated his muscles, then the coiling dragon formation would temper with his skin and flesh. The 4 dragon claws were the equivalents of a human's 4 limbs. The way the 4 claws were brandished appeared to make the skin and flesh of the dragon's entire body contract. Thanks to Luo Yunyang's perception, he only had to stare at it for a mere 30 minutes before he'd roughly grasped the coiling dragon formation technique. However, it wasn't possible to cultivate the coiling dragon formation in his current physical condition. Thanks to his experience the previous day, Luo Yunyang knew that he had to adjust his constitution to 3 and split his remaining attribute points between power and mind. His cultivation went smoothly once again. Luo Yunyang leapt into the air with 2 dragon feet. The instant he tucked in his arms like a bow, a strength akin to tension spread across every inch of his skin and flesh. The tension created from this pulling back motion was unpleasant. Despite his current constitution, Luo Yunyang still felt an immense ripping sensation. It felt like something was being ripped, stuck back together, ripped again, and then stuck back together again. Luo Yunyang felt himself enter a repetitive process. He still had an objective in his mind though, which was to persevere. Once, twice, thrice, in the end, Luo Yunyang combined the earth-splitting devil-ape move and the coiling dragon formation and cultivated them together. The surging of his muscles and the tightening and loosening of his skin gave Luo Yunyang heightened senses. His arm movements created a whip-like sound. This was because he was retracting his arms really fast. The sound was created from his skin being pulled. Luo Yunyang was feeling famished. He felt an urge to run out and eat a ton of food, but he activated the attribute regulator in his head and let all his attributes return to normal. Although it felt really pleasant to raise his constitution and cultivate, his mind attribute was too low, so he kept feeling like his brain wasn't working well enough. The instant his mind cleared up, Luo Yunyang regretted it. The fact that his mind was now clearer meant that he could feel the pain in his body 3 times more intensely. That hurt. It hurt really bad. If he had been feeling this sort of pain all along, Luo Yunyang believed that he would not have been able to persevere. Adjusting his mind attribute this way provided him with a lot of benefits when it came to cultivating. His tightly stretched skin and flesh made him feel a little ill, but he also felt as if his own skin was a layer of leather. Tough, but not that tough. He wondered how much his power would increase thanks to the grade 6 energy bar. Power: 1.2 speed, 0.7 mind, 1.1 constitution, 1.4. His power gain was limited. There were also no changes to his speed, but his constitution attribute had actually increased by 0.5. Luo Yunyang's eyes sparkled when he saw this. The sum of his attributes had already reached 4.4 points. This meant that, as long as he continued to strive, his strength would be able to reach the level of a first-class martialist. A first-class martialist, this had been the long-term goal Luo Yunyang had set for himself. He wanted to reach the level of a first-class martialist by the time he turned 30. However, he had never expected that he would get the strength to meet the standards of a first-class martialist just by using his power. Luo Yunyang opened the door and saw a bunch of people standing outside. They were classmates that he was familiar with, such as Shen Yulong, as well as students from other classes that he didn't recognize. Luo Yunyang has come out. He's finally come out. It's been 3 hours already. Classmates that Luo Yunyang used to be familiar with were now looking at him with a sort of strange reverence. This was a distance created by the change of his status. They had originally been normal classmates, yet in the blink of an eye, just as they were about to start striving for their own lives, Luo Yunyang had soared ahead with a single step and become one of the elites they admired. Plus, the representative of the Rising Dragon Army had said that Luo Yunyang would become a D-rank elite soon. Yunyang, you freak. Damn it, once you started, you spent half the day training. Shen Yulong, who was the first to walk over, punched his good friend on the shoulder playfully. Luo Yunyang enjoyed the feeling. What are you all waiting here for? He asked Shen Yulong as he laughed. Everyone wants to study the ape dragon blueprint. Nong Yulong scratched his head. Now that we have reached this point, everyone wants to try for a bit. Then why don't you all enter? There's a lot of space inside. You are an elite student. We wouldn't dare disturb your cultivation. We will go in when you are done cultivating. When Luo Yunyang said that he was, Shen Yulong waved his hands towards the students behind him and said, "Let's hurry up and enter, fellows." Over 100 young students surged into the classroom like a torrent. As everyone walked past Luo Yunyang, their staunch expressions became even more resolute. If Luo Yunyang could do it, then so could they. Shen Yulong was about to enter, when Luo Yunyang pulled him aside. Has Luo Chong gone to class yet? Luo Chong isn't here. Maybe she had a family emergency to attend to. Shen Yulong shrugged. A heartless man might not necessarily be an honest man. If you are worried about her, why don't you visit her place? What's the point of staying over here and speculating? Actually, Luo Yunyang wasn't interested in girls like Luo Chong, but the kind-hearted girl had silently moved him on numerous occasions. If she kept missing classes, then something must have happened to her. Luo Yunyang felt a little worried. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled with hunger. It was still 2 hours before food would be served at school, so Luo Yunyang walked off the school grounds quickly. When he searched his pockets, he only found 5 daewon. He didn't know what kind of food he could purchase with that much money. Oh, he had to go to the bank. Zhu Yan had given him a card. He hadn't activated it yet, but as AG rank elite ID, it had to have some kind of use. Although Donglu town was a small place, the bank there was very modern. The uniformed security guard seemed to be looking at everyone in disdain. What are you trying to do? Do you have a card? The security guard, who was in his 40s, noticed that Luo Yunyang was trying to enter the bank and chided him as if he was interrogating a criminal. Luo Yunyang could tell that the man was looking down on him. His school uniform was really old after all. If you don't have a card, then turn around and leave. As the security guard spoke, he fished out a gaudy-looking card and said arrogantly, "You can only get a card here if you have 5,000 daewon." Got it. Luo Yunyang naturally did not have 5,000 daewon. However, when he remembered what the Rising Dragon Army representative had told him, he gained back his confidence. What about this card? A red card. Our bank has never issued this sort of card before. If you are trying to fraud us, at least make sure you understand the bank's rules first. The security guard regarded the red card in Luo Yunyang's hand with contempt. Just as Luo Yunyang started feeling disappointed, a man dressed in a suit that looked like a successful businessman walked over to him fast. Manager Zhao. When the security guard saw the man rushing over, he stood at attention. He was obviously trying to make a good impression. The man in the suit did not seem to notice the security guard. He just bent down and smiled politely at Luo Yunyang. "Are you here for business purposes, sir?" "I want to activate this card," Luo Yunyang said calmly as he turned to face the manager. "Please come with me, sir. You are an elite client, so you should receive special treatment." As the man in the suit spoke, he beckoned for Luo Yunyang to come in. Luo Yunyang nodded. He glanced at the gaudy-looking card the security guard was trying to stuff into his pocket before he strode in. There was no need to pay attention to insignificant people like him. His glance almost made the security guard kneel down. The bank's customs were clear. Even the manager didn't dare offend important clients, yet the security guard had boldly insulted one. Did he have a death wish? The electricity-powered metal doors opened automatically and a cool, refreshing sensation hit them in the face. However, the thing Luo Yunyang focused on instead were the bright lights. They were electric lights. This place actually used electricity. It was the only place in Donglu town that could use electricity. "Please take a seat, sir. May I take a look at your card?" the manager asked respectfully as he moved a chair over for Luo Yunyang. A few young pretty ladies behind 4 large counters were looking in Luo Yunyang's direction. They had never expected that their manager, who would only nod and acknowledge overbearing clients like Lian Changfeng, would be fawning over this young man. Luo Yunyang handed over the card smoothly. "Is this an elite card that has not been activated yet? This is the first time I'm seeing this card in our town. Once you activate it, you will receive a 100,000 daewon activation fund and a vial of body-forging medicine." Chapter 8. A Nice Life 100,000 daewon. According to Luo Yunyang's speculation, this 100,000 daewon would only be the beginning of his potential financial path. When he touched the 5 daewon note in his pocket, he felt somewhat excited. His mother had just lost her job, and although he had already become a martialist, he hadn't gone out to hunt yet. Earning money suddenly didn't seem that easy. However, that problem seemed to have been solved in an instant. Zhu Yan had given him the means to resolve this desperate situation. Nevertheless, what Luo Yunyang cared about the most was actually the vial of body-forging medicine. Relying on food and cultivation to improve one's strength was a slow process. Plus, in 3 days, Zhu Yan would be taking him to participate in another important assessment. That assessment was an extremely rare opportunity. If Luo Yunyang wanted to succeed and move his mother and little sister to the city, then he needed to increase his strength even more. "I want to withdraw it." At Luo Yunyang's affirmative answer, the manager swiped the card fast through a small box. The information displayed on it astonished the manager. This wasn't an ordinary elite card. On top of the card was the insignia of the Rising Dragon Army. This ordinary-looking young man was actually scheduled to join the Rising Dragon army. In a flash, all sorts of thoughts popped into the manager's mind. This young man would become a capable man in the future. If he grabbed this opportunity and managed to ride on the young man's coattails, he would surely benefit from it in the future. As he thought about this, the manager became even more compliant. He suddenly asked loudly everyone around him, "What are you all standing around here for? Hurry up and bring the gentleman some tea." Then, he asked Luo Yunyang politely, "Can I have your identification number, sir?" The question stumped Luo Yunyang, who didn't know his own identification number, as he had never used it before. When he frowned, the manager, who had been observing him, immediately understood and said politely, "Don't worry, sir. I can check it over here. All you have to do is let me know which school you attend and what your name is." The ladies sitting behind the bank counters looked as if they had seen a ghost. As the little box kept flashing continuously, the manager sat down behind a monitor and got busy. This time, Luo Yunyang started to look around the bank. He could see black marble floor tiles and transparent windows that looked like crystals. Every single thing in there seemed to make the grace and grandeur of the place even more prominent. Although the ladies behind the counters could not be considered absolute beauties, their soft skin and tender features made them look delicate. When Luo Yunyang looked at them, a couple of them who appeared to be in their 20s shot him some seductive glances. Their plain gazes made Luo Yunyang's heart beat faster and his face turn red. Although he had no intention whatsoever of pursuing these ladies, he was still a young man. How could he resist this sort of teasing? The working conditions here seem pretty good, Luo Yunyang commented unconsciously as he thought about his mother's hard job. "We are actually lacking a staff member, sir. The monthly salary isn't that high. It's only 500 daewon. If you know anyone that is looking for a job, feel free to recommend them to us." When the manager was done authenticating Luo Yunyang's identity, he used this opportunity to suck up to him. Recommend someone, that could be arranged. Luo Yunyang paused for a bit. He understood the manager's intent and silently admired the man's professionalism. However, all he said was, "Is that so? Then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. My family name is Fang, but you can call me Fang Zongyuan. Please keep me in mind in the future." As he spoke, Fang Zongyuan took a notice out of his drawer and handed it to Luo Yunyang. "This is our bank's job application form. You can tell the person you want to recommend to come over tomorrow." Then, the manager added, "Everything is ready, Mr. Luo. I'll just ask someone to get the body forging medicine for you." Luo Yunyang took the application form and made sure that everything was in order. There was no name filled in yet. "Thank you, Manager Fang. Oh, I forgot, I would like to withdraw 50,000 daewon." "Sure." Fang Zongyuan moved efficiently and returned with a vial of green medicine and 50,000 daewon. 50,000 daewon was a big stash of money. When Fang Zongyuan handed it over, he also gave Luo Yunyang an exquisite little bag. "This is a gift from our bank. You can use this for the time being." Luo Yunyang nodded. He understood Fang Zongyuan's kind intentions and took the bag before leaving. "I've heard that using body forging medicine is really painful. However, the longer the user is able to withstand the immense pain, the better they absorb the medicine. I would suggest that you persevere for a bit, Mr. Luo," Fang Zongyuan said in a low voice before Luo Yunyang left the bank. Luo Yunyang nodded. He had heard a lot about body forging medicine. There were also manuals on this kind of medicine. "Oh, I forgot, Mr. Luo. Given your circumstances, I think you will also need a computer." Fang Zongyuan clapped his hands together as if he had suddenly remembered something. Luo Yunyang didn't know anything about computers. Most people in Donglu town could barely make a living and most households didn't even have electricity, so he had never heard of computers. "It only costs about 1,000 daewon. If Mr. Luo needs one, I can help him purchase a portable one from the market. All you need to do is charge the batteries at our bank. You can use your elite card to go online." When Luo Yunyang had walked far enough, Fang Zongyuan pumped his fist in the air. He was even more excited than he would have been if he'd sealed a big deal. He was just a child, Manager Fang. "Why were you so polite to him?" one of the ladies asked Fang Zongyuan in confusion. That particular lady was among the most beautiful in Donglu town, so she was quite proud. Fang Zongyuan would usually treat her courteously, but unlike other men, he would pay her less compliments. She had just seen Fang Zongyuan fawn all over a young man, which was a little strange. Fang Zongyuan grinned. He is an elite martialist. Understand, he might only be AG rank elite right now, but he will only get better with age. If Mr. Luo visits in the future, you all have to treat him properly. Luo Yunyang had no idea that the bank employees were talking about him. He was just strolling through town cheerfully. Although he had always dreamed of the day that he would become an elite, having 50,000 Daewon in his hands was a completely different feeling. Luo Yunyang was hungry. He would get some food first and then pay a visit to Luo Chang's place. Afterwards, he would get someone to help him purchase a better apartment in town. Although Luo Yunyang wanted to move his mother and little sister closer to the city, the environment in their little house still needed to change. "Stop right there, you wretched child," a voice suddenly shouted. When Luo Yunyang heard it, he raised his head and saw Luo Chang run over from a distance. She looked panicked. A plump man with an oily face was chasing after her. He appeared to be in his 40s. His belly was jutting out, yet his speed wasn't slow. "Luo Chang, what's going on?" Luo Yunyang couldn't leave her in the lurch. She had given him her unwavering support at his most frustrating time after all. "This has nothing to do with you. Just hurry up and leave." Luo Chang gazed at Luo Yunyang before turning to face the plump man behind her. "Dad, slow down." She said this so Luo Yunyang would hear. She wanted to let him know that this unpleasant-looking man did not pose a threat to her. Luo Yunyang had a faint notion that Luo Chang's current situation might have something to do with him having that energy bar. "You wretched child, do you think money grows on trees? That was 500 Daewon. You." The plump man had slowed down, but his cursing could still be heard. Luo Chang's face turned red when she heard her father scolding. She had not wanted Luo Yunyang to see her in this state. Luo Chang had already reached Luo Yunyang's side. She was about to walk past him, when Luo Yunyang blocked her way. "Who are you?" The plump man seemed to sense something from his daughter's expression, so he wasn't too friendly with Luo Yunyang. "I am Luo Yunyang." "Hi, Uncle Luo," Luo Yunyang answered the plump man politely with a smile. The plump man's face, which was red from panting, quickly became malevolent. He pointed a finger the size of a carrot at Luo Yunyang and said, You are that disgraceful fellow. You are so young, yet you seduced my daughter. I'll beat you to death." As soon as he was done speaking, the plump man rushed over. Luo Yunyang wasn't afraid of an ordinary person who wasn't even a martialist, but this was Luo Chang's father, so hitting him wouldn't be right. "What's the matter? Who are you and why are you trying to beat my son?" Just as Luo Yunyang had been about to evade the man's blow, he saw his mother Shen Yunying rush over. Shen Yunying was usually a timid person, but right now she was seething like a snarling lion. The plump man recognized her. There were only a few thousand people in Donglu town after all. He immediately pointed his finger at her and said, "Your son seduced my daughter, old woman. He even made her buy an energy bar for him. You tell me what's the reason behind this. Not before you tell me why you are handling matters this way." Many people had already stopped to watch the plump man chase after his beloved daughter. When they heard these words, they approached to watch the fight play out. Shen Yunying glanced at her son and then said solemnly, "This is a matter involving two kids, so I wouldn't make assumptions about who is right and who is wrong. As for that sum of money, I will compensate you for it." Shen Yunying's attitude made the plump man calm down a bit. He groaned, but he didn't say anything else. However, even though he didn't say anything, there was someone else who did. "You just got fired, Shen Yunying. No one in Donglu town will hire you. You ruined someone's fur coat and did not even admit your mistake. How disgraceful." The person who had spoken was Cheng Darren, who was currently feeling indignant. The onlookers started talking a mile a minute. Shen Yunying was a fellow town resident and everyone knew she wasn't a shrewd person, so fingers started being pointed until the whole thing became an embarrassing predicament. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on Cheng Darren's face resoundingly. Cheng Darren, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. You actually dared hit someone." Cheng Darren spat out a mouthful of blood and gnashed his teeth in rage. There was a gap in his mouth, and some people saw a few teeth in the bloody saliva he spat out. "I hit you. If you keep talking rubbish, I'll slaughter you." Luo Yunyang was furious. "Li, you heard him. He said he would kill me." Cheng Darren yelled miserably when he saw a middle-aged man in a police uniform walk over. You have to discipline this sort of hoodlum properly, Li Tu. He loves to create trouble. Li Tu was a cop in charge of that area. A number of people suddenly sighed. They felt bad for Luo Yunyang when they saw the policeman walk over. Li Tu and Cheng Darren were on good terms. When Li Tu's gaze landed on Luo Yunyang, he paused for a bit. Then, he flashed a faint smile. Are you Mr. Luo Yunyang? Yes, I am. Luo Yunyang looked at Li Tu as if he understood what was going on and nodded his head lightly. Li Tu slapped Cheng Darren in the face without a warning. How dare you threaten elite Luo, Cheng Darren? This accusation would be enough for you to get locked up for 100 days. Get on your knees and apologize. Elite Luo. As Shen Yunying looked at her beloved son, a proud smile appeared on her face. Mr. Luo Yunyang has already comprehended the Ape Dragon blueprint and he will be taking part in a Rising Dragon Army assessment. He is now an elite student of the Da Alliance. Li Tu brandished his arms around as he added, he is the second elite student in Donglu Town in almost 20 years. Luo Chong was stunned. Luo Chang's father was dumbstruck. Actually, everyone around seemed flabbergasted. Luo Yunyang was an elite student. Luo Yunyang opened his little bag, took out 5,000 Dayuan and handed it to Luo Chang's father. Luo Chong has always looked out for me. She even spent some money on me yesterday. Take this money and use it. 5,000 Dayuan was a large amount that many people in Donglu Town coveted. Everyone's gazes turned on Luo Chang's father right away. Mom, this is a job application for a position at the bank. Fill it in when you get home. You can start working at the bank tomorrow. I have already arranged it. Luo Yunyang took the job application out of his bag and handed it to his mother. No one was brainless enough to question him. They were all aware that his elite status would award his mother some special treatment as well. The bank was the only place in Donglu Town that everyone was jealous of. The residents of Donglu Town considered the people that worked at the bank superior. Now that Luo Yunyang had become an elite martialist, his mother would be able to work at the bank. Shen Yunying held on tightly to the job application. She felt dizzy from this wave of good fortune. Cheng Darren's eyes were full of dread as he watched the scene. He had never imagined that someone as insignificant as Luo Yunyang would get a second chance and become a massive beast one could not offend. Shouldn't Cheng Darren be detained for 100 days? Detain him then. I'm not such a magnanimous person. Luo Yunyang glanced at Li Tu with a faint smile. No worries, elite Luo. I will take care of Boss Cheng, Li Tu replied respectfully as he smiled back. As he watched Li Tu drag Cheng Darren off, Luo Yunyang felt an even more intense thirst for power. He had to reach the summit of power. Chapter 9. Great strength increased by sunset. A house with 3 rooms in a large garden had become the new residence of the Luo household. My big bro is amazing. Luo Donger scurried between rooms excitedly. Her delighted tone made Luo Yunyang feel a sense of accomplishment. His mother Shen Yunying was preparing food. The golden deer stew she was cooking in the kitchen gave off an intoxicating fragrance. Golden deer meat was good stuff. Luo Yunyang drooled just at the thought of it. The only downside was that it was really expensive. Half a kilo cost 3,000 Dayuan. Luo Yunyang had bought 2.5 kilos, so he had spent 15,000 Dayuan. Meanwhile, their new house had only cost 20,000 Dayuan. He had bought a house and a few kilos of golden deer meat. The whole thing seemed like a joke, but it was actually reality. According to the grades of different dire beasts, golden deer was the lowest D-grade dire beast. Eat. Luo Yunyang picked up 2 pieces of golden deer meat for his mother and little sister. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed a piece of meat. An immense, delicious flavor flooded his mouth. The instant the piece of meat was in his mouth, he felt a current surge out from within his body. This current was twice as powerful as the one he had felt when he had eaten a grade 6 energy bar. Many young men born into rich families would eat dire beast flesh and drink dire beast blood to cultivate. How strong could these sort of people be? That was what Luo Yunyang was thinking about as he ate. He immediately turned his attention to the golden deer meat. Shen Yunying and Luo Donger only had 1 piece each before they were not able to eat anymore. Just the energy of 1 bite of golden deer meat made them feel bloated. Listen to Mom, Donger. Your brother is going to go cultivate. Luo Yunyang stroked his little sister's head tenderly before heading to the garden. The small garden was surrounded by stone walls. The space wasn't that big, but it still felt like heaven for Luo Yunyang, who performed the earth-splitting devil ape move and the coiling dragon formation. Although they were only 2 moves, Luo Yunyang was extremely serious as he practiced them. As he used them, some form of heat was slowly assimilated by his body. His cultivation wasn't as difficult this time. In 1 hour, all the energy within his body had been absorbed. When he was done, Luo Yunyang went into his room. He had a brand new bed and brand new sheets. Everything was brand new. Luo Yunyang didn't take out the item he had been looking forward to. Instead, he opened the attribute regulator in his mind. Power: 1.4 speed, 0.7 mind, 1.1 constitution, 1.5. Luo Yunyang was rather satisfied with the result. He had eaten 1 kilo of golden deer meat and undergone a round of cultivation. He had come close to gaining 100 kilos of strength and 0.1 constitution points. He just didn't know if the remaining golden deer meat would produce the same result. He knew that he owed this result to the fact that this was the first time he had eaten as much golden deer meat as he liked. Of course, the ape dragon blueprint had also liberated him further. Luo Yunyang took out the body forging medicine, but he didn't take it right away. Instead, he fished out the medicine's manual and read it meticulously. C-grade dire beast blood essence, sunflowers, concealed winter grass. A vial of body forging medicine actually required a lot of ingredients to make. The only ingredient Luo Yunyang recognized was the concealed winter grass. The plant, which was found in the deepest mountain recesses, cost no less than 3,000 daewon apiece. Of course, this was something he had read in a book. Body forging medicine was extremely violent. However, the longer one persevered, the more they benefited from it. A person could only inject a body-forging medicine of the same type once in their lifetime. If they had any more, it wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, Luo Yunyang had to endure it as long as he could. In half an hour, the medicine's absorption strength was 15%. In 1 hour, it was 30%. In 2 hours, it was 50%. In 3 hours, it was 70%. The minimum recommended absorption period was half an hour. Although it would be very painful, it was important for Luo Yunyang's future. If it was really unbearable, he could take a suppressing pill. The pill would stop the absorption and expel the medicine from his body. The manual's instructions were etched into Luo Yunyang's mind clearly. How long would he be able to hold out? Based on his willpower, Luo Yunyang believed that he would be able to endure it for at least an hour. In that case though, the medicine's absorption strength would only be 30%. In order to last longer, he would have to adjust his attributes. The medicine had nothing to do with his power, so he adjusted his power attribute to 0. There was no use being nimble and agile during this procedure. Pain tolerance only required a strong constitution, and reducing his mind attribute would help numb the pain. Luo Yunyang had already thought about this. He would adjust his mind attribute to 0.1 and convert all his other attribute points into constitution points. Luo Yunyang took out the medicine and injected it into his body by following the instructions. The instant the medicine entered his bloodstream, he felt as if there was a ball of fire inside his body. His skin and flesh were burning. It felt as if his entire body had been ignited. Immense pain suddenly flooded his mind. This wouldn't do. If this pain went on, Luo Yunyang was afraid he might not even be able to endure this for an hour. As he thought about it, he made some adjustments by using his attribute regulator. Power: 0 speed, 0 mind, 0.1 constitution, 4.6. The immense pain subsided a bit. So much so that Luo Yunyang felt a sort of numbness blur the painful feeling. He had felt like he was being sliced apart by a knife before, but now he only felt a small unease. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Luo Yunyang had lowered his mind attribute, so everything seemed hazy to him. Time passed without him realizing it. He had no idea how much time had passed. He could not feel the pain in his own body anymore. He believed that the body-forging medicine in his body had been exhausted, so he restored all his attributes to normal. Luo Yunyang commanded the attribute regulator mentally and then jumped off his bed. He suddenly felt incomparably sturdy. Every single muscle he flexed seemed to be full of vitality. He could even feel the fibers of his 639 muscles wriggling like small worms. Although this wriggling motion was insignificant, when Luo Yunyang made a fist, all the connected muscle fibers started generating force like little snakes converging in his fist. Luo Yunyang picked up the strength measuring ball. He had barely grasped it lightly, when a myriad of colors suddenly flashed across it. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Eventually, it turned back to its original color and did not react in any other way. It was broken. Luo Yunyang looked at the measuring ball in his hand sadly. His sister had saved her allowance to buy it for him as a present. How could it have broken just by being grasped? Luo Yunyang reduced his power and grasped the measuring ball hopefully, watching it for a reaction. Nothing again. He had broken it by gripping it. Luo Yunyang put down the measuring ball and quickly opened the attribute regulator. Power. 3.3 speed, 1.2 mind, 1.4 constitution, 2.8. The figures made Luo Yunyang's eyes glow. He had never doubted that the body forging medicine could increase one's power, but he had not expected such a large increase. Lian Yuba had used the same body forging medicine, but his strength had only increased by 250 kilos. Luo Yunyang's strength increase was almost 1,000 kilos. Besides power, the other attribute that had improved the most was his constitution, which had also been doubled. Luo Yunyang felt like his body was heavier than usual. He was surging with power as he walked around the small garden. The sun had not come out yet. He didn't want to wake up his mother and sister, so he didn't practice the ape dragon blueprint. Instead, he practiced his horse stance quietly. The fundamental horse stance was what Luo Yunyang and the other students practiced the most. As he got into the horse stance now though, Luo Yunyang felt a power gather and surge through his body. However, that wasn't all. When he got into the horse stance, he felt his mind become clear as day. I should have probably finished absorbing the body forging medicine's effects. My strength has already reached the peak of a second-class martialist. I should be able to cultivate the third diagram of the ape dragon blueprint now, the move that tempers one's tendons, the tail-swaying storm dragon. As sunlight broke through the darkness, Luo Yunyang heard the first sound of activity in the house. It sounded like his mother had already gotten out of bed. Luo Yunyang no longer had any qualms about practicing the moves on the ape dragon blueprint. He started practicing the earth-splitting devil ape move and the coiling dragon formation immediately. Although his mastery over these moves didn't increase, every time he trained and used them, he felt the strength in his body become even more active. It seemed like a different feeling every time he unleashed it. Hey, big bro, here's a towel. Luo Yunyang had been cultivating for an hour, when Luo Donger came running over with a towel. Luo Yunyang took the small towel and wiped his face. He felt delighted. He could feel that his strength had improved again. Luo Yunyang did not eat at home. This wasn't because he disliked his mother's cooking, but rather because the food at home wasn't enough to satisfy his hungry stomach. After reminding his mother to report at the bank, he left and ran to school. Good morning, brother Luo. Good morning, big bro Yunyang. Morning, senior Yunyang. Everyone, regardless of gender, greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully when they saw him. A number of girls who considered themselves good-looking gazed at him adoringly. Look, it's Lian Yuba and Shang Junshan. Shen Yulong, who had just started talking to Luo Yunyang, pointed ahead of them. Student Yunyang, there is a matter I need to discuss with you. Shang Junshan had a large smile plastered on his face. I heard that you are a second-class martialist, teacher Shang. How about you give me some pointers on cultivation? Luo Yunyang said with a grim smile. Let me punch you 3 times, and I will forget about the whole incident. Chapter 10. The Rising Dragon Army elite class. Shang Junshan had been full of regret during the past 2 days. He was someone with a higher self-esteem than average, so whenever he met someone stronger, he would treat that person as a resource and would do anything to impress them, including sweet-talk them. As he recalled how he had offended Luo Yunyang while he had been trying to suck up to Lian Changfeng, he felt so unbelievably miserable that he was unable to sleep peacefully. Thus, he had pulled Lian Yuba along in an attempt to reconcile with Luo Yunyang. He was still a teacher, so voluntarily seeking out a student to make amends was humiliating for him. Whether he liked it or not though, an apology was still in order. However, he hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would refuse to reciprocate or act this haughty. Shang Junshan was seething from the humiliation of it. Luo Yunyang had astonished him by displaying a strength of more than 1,000 kilos. However, Shang Junshan had a strength of over 1,500 kilos. No, it was actually around 1,800 kilos. In terms of strength, he was still much stronger than Luo Yunyang. Disciplining this ignorant child wouldn't be such a bad idea. He could teach Luo Yunyang that, even though he had the strength to back himself up, he was still a modest man. This method would work even better. Alright, I will take your 3 blows. Let's see how much you have improved. The moment Shang Junshin said this, all the students who had entered the school stopped in their tracks. In most students' eyes, head teacher Shang Junshin was a colossal bear that oppressed them. As a result, most of them had gotten a kick out of the previous day's scandalous incident. Luo Yunyang's new challenge to Shang Junshin made many people's eyes glow. More than 100 students had gathered just to watch this short fight between the skilled men. A few teachers stood on the roof to watch. As Principal Li watched Shang Junshin and Luo Yunyang face off, he mumbled to himself, "It's a little early for him to be trading blows with Shang Junshin." Luo Yunyang strode forward and sent a heavy punch flying at Shang Junshin. His punch was a rocket of pure force. Shang Junshin had been an experienced second-class martialist for many years, so he had at least 10 ways of dealing with simple punches like this. In this case, he could use the simplest, most intense way. He could meet the punch head-on with a punch of his own. The two men's fists crashed against each other. Bang! When their fists collided, Luo Yunyang felt a huge impact hit him. His body swayed a little, while Shang Junshin was forced to take 3 steps back after the collision. Although 3 steps wasn't a big distance, his expression turned ghastly. His strength wasn't as great as Luo Yunyang's. The instant their fists met, the skin on his fist felt like it was being ripped apart. A second-class martialist could increase their strength and tamper with their skin and flesh. Shang Junshin firmly believed in his own strength. He had thought that, at the very least, his strength would surpass his students, who had just become a third-class martialist. He had never expected Luo Yunyang's skin and flesh to be so much stronger than his. How was that even possible? Shang Junshin was unable to digest this sort of humiliation. Luo Yunyang suddenly unleashed his second attack. This time, he soared up into the air and used the earth-splitting devil ape move as he smashed downwards. It's the earth-splitting devil ape move. So that's what it's really like. Everything I thought I knew was wrong. It seems like I was making a lot of mistakes. More and more students gathered around to watch Luo Yunyang soar high in the air. Their expressions were like a burning fire. The previous day, Luo Yunyang had withdrawn a pile of money. The previous day, Luo Yunyang had gotten his mother a job at the bank. The previous day, Luo Yunyang, they had heard all about this stuff that made one feel jealous. Thus, they had all instinctively turned Luo Yunyang into an idol. If they were able to catch up to him, they would be able to change the fate of their families. They all stared intensely as he performed the earth-splitting devil ape move. "Well done," Shang Junshin shouted loudly. His fists were like snakes ready to strike. As Luo Yunyang descended and smashed downwards, Shang Junshin's fists met his blow. Their fists came together without any mishaps. The instant Luo Yunyang and Shang Junshin's fists collided, Shang Junshin felt as if his fist was a drum. As he bent downwards, half his force dissipated and he launched a counterattack. The power of his counterattack forced Luo Yunyang to take 2 steps back. Meanwhile, Shang Junshin only seemed to sway a little. Shang Junshin had not increased his strength. He had used the aid of a special skill, so he had not had to suffer. To think that Shang Junshin needs to employ his snake fists when sparring with a little kid. Principal Li's voice had a hint of sarcasm in it. Shang Junshin, who wasn't the least bit offended, chuckled. The new generation has surpassed the old one. Luo Yunyang's innate talent isn't ordinary, so he naturally cannot be treated like a normal person. Shang Junshin's gaze swept through the students surrounding them as he said indifferently, "Besides, I have to honor my agreement and take 3 blows from Luo Yunyang." Those words might have seemed well intended, but Shang Junshin was gnashing his teeth in fury as he uttered them. Luo Yunyang could hear the sarcasm and admonishment in his words. As he looked at Shang Junshin with pride, his mind started to whirl. He could use his strength to overwhelm Shang Junshin. This was entirely possible. If all his attribute points were added up, they would amount to 8.7 points. If his strength reached 4,000 kilos, killing Shang Junshin would be as easy as toying with him. What about this, though? Countless possibilities flashed across Luo Yunyang's mind. Although the Da Alliance valued outstanding martialists, if his performance was too good, he would attract the attention of people with other intentions. Luo Yunyang did not want to become a lab rat. As he thought about this, he came up with an idea. If his power was no good, then he would adjust his speed. His power didn't change, but his speed was set at 4.7, his mind attribute was cut in half and his constitution was set at 0. As soon as Luo Yunyang completed these adjustments, he sent another punch towards the haughty-looking Shang Junshin. As he threw that punch, Shang Junshin was still preparing to use his snake fists. He had been brandishing his fists, but he didn't have the time to employ that method of dissipating force. Luo Yunyang's fist had already bypassed his own and sent him flying. Boom! Shang Junshin was like a huge bear flying through the air and smashing face first into the ground. Luo Yunyang, Shang Junshin struggled, yet he could not stand up. Principal Li hurried over to his side. He had mixed feelings when he saw Shang Junshin's deformed hands and the cavity in his chest. When Luo Yunyang took action, he was truly ruthless. Shang Junshin would have to spend at least 6 months lying in bed. Student Yunyang, there are lines you just cannot cross. You have to act appropriately, even when you are exchanging pointers. Luckily, head teacher Shang only broke his arms and a few ribs this time. If it had been any other student in his place, they might have been handicapped permanently. Principal Li scolded Luo Yunyang. However, the onlookers could hear a tinge of mockery in his tone. Shang Junshin was so angry that he had difficulty breathing. Principal Li was clearly taking delight in his misfortune and FC King preaching about it. Did he think that Shang Junshin couldn't hear him? Shang Junshin was burning with rage on the inside, but all he could do was clench his teeth. Despite his rage, he felt an even stronger sense of dread. That blow had been too quick. Martialists needed to have quick eyes and deft hands. Shang Junshin was considered experienced in this aspect. He had worked really hard on this for years. However, while he and Luo Yunyang had been exchanging pointers, he had finally understood what quick eyes and deft hands really meant. This matter ends here, Luo Yunyang. We are even. Shang Junshin's voice trembled as if he was begging. Luo Yunyang had felt a strange sensation when he had thrown that punch. Although his strength hadn't been amplified during the attack, his force had increased and made him feel invincible. All thanks to his power and speed. The instant Luo Yunyang had noticed that strange sensation, he had felt as if he had grasped something he couldn't understand. He had immediately felt anxious, but then he'd realized that his mind attribute wasn't high enough, so he couldn't comprehend what had happened. He raised his mind attribute to 8.0 right away. Now, it was 8 times stronger. Luo Yunyang didn't know how high an ordinary person's mind attribute was, but when his was 8 times higher, his thoughts were incomparably clear and his perception of his surroundings was really concise. All the thoughts he had not completed earlier were now clear as a day in his head. 5 minutes later, Luo Yunyang opened his eyes. Instead of looking around him, he immediately performed the 12 styles of body forging he had been practicing for years. The 12 styles of body forging were very simple, and Luo Yunyang had already been training at them for 3 years, so he was extremely proficient at them. The other students were just as proficient at them as he was. At the beginning, Luo Yunyang's figure was still visible. However, as his movements became faster and faster, the other students saw his silhouette become multiple silhouettes. Strike, retract. A smile appeared on Luo Yunyang's face. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Shang. The matter has been settled. Luo Yunyang nodded at Shang Junshin with a smile. While he had been performing the 12 styles of body forging, he had increased his speed attribute considerably. Thanks to his increased speed, he had added other variations to the set of ordinary fighting techniques. The standards of the fighting techniques had actually improved. It was a pity that his agility and other traits had not improved. Alright, let's leave it at that. Principal Li, arrange for someone to take me home. I need to get some rest. A smile appeared on Shang Junshin's face. He looked as if he had heaved a huge sigh of relief that had gotten rid of his worries. While you were practicing those moves, Lian Yuba got scared and ran away. We were too absorbed in watching you to stop him. Shen Yulong walked over to Luo Yunyang's side and huffed angrily. Luo Yunyang laughed. It's alright, there will be a time for that later. 2 days later, when Zhu Yan saw Luo Yunyang again, his eyes were glowing. His main goal was to finish his job in these 2 days. He simply did not care about the changes that had happened in Donglu town. As his gaze landed on Luo Yunyang, he sensed that the young man before him had undergone an immense transformation. Even though his face remained the same, when Luo Yunyang stood before him, he seemed as majestic as a dragon. You have started cultivating the tail-swaying storm dragon. Zhu Yan exclaimed with certainty. Yes, big brother Zhu. Zhu Yan nodded and patted Luo Yunyang on the shoulders. Laughing, he told Luo Yunyang, at first, I thought that you would be able to become a reserve member of the Rising Dragon Army, but now it looks like you could try to join the Rising Dragon Army elite class. Come on, let's head out. Chapter 11. Chang'an, Chang'an, boom, 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 booming, thunder-like sounds rang out continuously in the void. During this rumbling commotion, a 10-meter-long, 45-meter-wide vehicle appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. An ear-splitting screech was heard as its four huge, rough tires came to a stop. The car is here, let's go. A rich-looking family of three standing next to Luo Yunyang was impatient to open the carriage door and get inside. When the vehicle stopped outside Donglu town, there were about 12 passengers waiting. Luo Yunyang and Zhu Yan were among them, but they didn't stand out too much. Luo Yunyang had already changed clothes. Shen Yunying had bought the best materials in Donglu town and made an outfit for him. However, his clothes still seemed too cheap when he stood next to rich people. Zhu Yan was dressed even more casually. Hey, you, please wait. The carriage door opened slowly. A beautiful, elegant lady wearing a red standard uniform extended her hands gracefully and prevented the family of three from getting on board. The skinny woman who walked forward had an unpleasant expression on her face. She waved the silver tickets in her hands around and argued loudly, "We have VIP seats. We paid 10,000 Daewon per ticket. Why can't we just board the carriage? Shouldn't everyone else wait and board it after us? We are VIPs after all." VIPs, do you understand? The skinny woman, who was throwing her weight around, made many people frown. The young passengers standing in the back were especially disgusted by her. "Sorry, madam, your VIP tickets have been cancelled. Elite martialists from the Rising Dragon Army will be using this service instead. We are really sorry, but there aren't enough VIP tickets for everyone." The lady in the red uniform was speaking calmly, but her stance was clear. Her answer was a blow to the skinny woman's ego. The woman was exasperated. She wanted to open her mouth and scold someone, but she was held back by the man standing next to her, who shot her a serious look. Meanwhile, the graceful lady in the red uniform had already turned to Zhu Yan and Luo Yunyang. "Mr. Zhu Yan, Mr. Luo Yunyang, you may board the carriage." Zhu Yan had already gotten used to this sort of treatment, but this was the first time Luo Yunyang was experiencing it. This was also the first time he would be leaving Donglu town. The two of them hopped aboard the enormous vehicle and walked into a space the size of a small room. Inside it were two exceptionally cozy chairs one could sit or lay on and a huge liquid crystal screen. An exquisitely arranged plate of fruit had been placed between the two chairs. On the plate were all sorts of fruit that Luo Yunyang could not name. Zhu Yan sat down on a chair at random and told the lady who had guided them in, 2 cups of grade 1 Longjing tea. When the lady, who had been courteous ever since they had entered, heard Zhu Yan's instructions, she coquettishly placed an arm on his shoulder and squeezed it. "You devil, you are ever the good actor. You can't afford to have grade 1 Longjing tea. You can have some drinks later for free." Luo Yunyang was a little taken aback by her change of attitude. Zhu Yan gave her an embarrassed smile before he said, "All right, xianxia. Knock it off. There is a young kid present." Then, he looked at Luo Yunyang and introduced them. "Yunyang, this is my girlfriend, Jiuzi Xuanming. She works for the Heaven Pass Corporation." Luo Yunyang had never heard of the Heaven Pass Corporation, but he thought the company's name made it sound great. Luo Yunyang is from Donglu town. He will be getting his D-rank elite verification soon and becoming a member of the Rising Dragon Army. How promising. Becoming a member of the elite class is really hard. Jiuzi Xuanming's huge, gentle eyes scanned Luo Yunyang carefully, as though she was looking at a piece of treasure. Luo Yunyang's entire body felt uneasy under her gaze. He had some experience with girls, but this was the first time he'd come into contact with such a mature woman. Luo Yunyang was too embarrassed to meet her gaze. His face has turned red. Zhu Yan is good at everything, except making introductions. He is just too playful. You must help me keep an eye on him, Yunyang. You are so young, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Let me introduce you to a few girls. They are all younger sisters that have just been recruited. They are all pure, adorable and very attractive. Luo Yunyang aspired to reach the summit of a martialist's path, so he politely turned down Jiuzi Xuanming's offer. "Thank you, Sister Xianxia, but I would like to focus on cultivation." "All right, if you change your mind, just let me know." When Jiuzi Xuanming was done speaking, she shot Zhu Yan a meaningful look and walked out slowly. Zhu Yan watched her lovingly as she left. Then, he turned his head around and joked, "This woman has gotten in my head. You should steel yourself in the future. Don't make the same mistakes I did." Luo Yunyang snickered in his hands. Zhu Yan had already fallen for a woman, yet he was giving him advice. "We will travel to Chang'an City today. The assessment will probably take place in the afternoon. You have to score over 95 points to be able to enter the Rising Dragon Army's elite class." As he changed the topic, Zhu Yan's tone became serious. "The people in the Rising Dragon Army are separated into the strong and the weak. This opportunity is very important. If you fall a step behind, you will get different results and have access to different resources. Do you understand?" Luo Yunyang, who knew that Zhu Yan was giving him priceless advice, nodded solemnly. "I get it, Brother Zhu." Besides, Zhu Yan was about to speak again, when an earth-shaking roar was suddenly heard. Luo Yunyang, who was caught off guard, felt his own body tremble. The roar sounded very far away, but when he heard it, he felt like his entire body was about to crumble. Zhu Yan appeared very calm, but his trembling body showed Luo Yunyang that he felt the same sense of dread. "It's all right, it's too far away." Zhu Yan reached for the remote control next to the plate of fruit and pressed a button. Suddenly, an image appeared on the screen. An enormous golden tiger stood 30 meters away from a mountain, roaring at the sky. Its gigantic claws looked as dazzling as if the tiger had the power to burn down the heavens just by smashing its claws towards the void. Suddenly, the sky and the earth started to shake. A mirror-like object seemed to obstruct the tiger's claws as cracks and splinters started to appear. The numerous cracks looked like a fishnet. The giant tiger roared and then headed towards the distant mountains. When the image showed the mirror-like barrier once again, all the tiny cracks were slowly beginning to disappear. In just 1 minute, all the cracks had vanished completely. "There isn't much time left." Zhu Yan sounded gloomy. Luo Yunyang was a little puzzled as he looked at Zhu Yan, but Zhu Yan didn't say anything else. All he could see on the screen was a colossal mountain with all sorts of rare, strange kinds of grass growing all over it. "Enjoy life to the fullest, little bro." Zhu Yan shut his eyes as he uttered these words. Half an hour later, Jiuzi Xuanming walked in with 2 cups. "It's grade 1 Longjing tea." Jiuzi Xuanming set the 2 cups of tea down and smiled. "Is this your first time seeing a source beast? Don't worry, it won't come any closer. We see their reflections every day as we pass by various places. They are all right, you just have to get used to it." Although Luo Yunyang didn't know how source beasts and dire beasts were related, he didn't ask any questions. He believed that he would learn everything in time as he cultivated. Tall city walls made out of silver alloy loomed before them. Outside the city walls was a dense electric network no less than 3,000 meters long. All the dazzling rays lit up cold-looking cannons that flickered from the flashes. It was a fort made of steel. Steel was very expensive in Donglu town, but this hard alloy had been piled up to form a big city. Who could breach such a city? "This is Chang'an," Zhu Yan said when he noticed Luo Yunyang's spellbound expression. "One of the 13 eastern cities of the Da Alliance." Chang'an, Chang'an. Luo Yunyang unconsciously rubbed his nose as he asked, "Can elite students stay in Chang'an?" "Of course." Zhu Yan nodded. The carriage slowly rode through the 10-meter-wide city gates. The gates looked a little small in comparison to the 30-meter-tall steel fort of Chang'an. There are only 2 doors in the entire Chang'an city, the south and the north door. The difference between this place and Donglu town is as vast as that between heaven and earth. Zhu Yan pointed ahead and said, "Look. Isn't it a lively place?" "It's lively, indeed." The city was buzzing with activity. All sorts of dazzling, splendid storefronts were teeming with pedestrians. Luo Yunyang felt as if this was paradise. "Can I bring my little sister and mother here?" he asked again after being silent for a long time. "No." Although Zhu Yan didn't raise his voice, his tone was firm. "Do you know how many people live in Chang'an?" he said indifferently. 100 million. Without waiting for a reply, Zhu Yan added coldly, "Chang'an City only occupies 50 square kilometers, but there are 100 million people living here. Plus, the buildings can't be taller than 300 meters. That's why the Da Alliance allows only elite martelists to enter and garrison the city. The Da Alliance is not being cruel. There just isn't any other choice." Luo Yunyang was silent for a bit. Then, he glanced at Zhu Yan. "What do I have to do to move my family to this city?" "There are 2 ways. The first one is to become AB rank elite." "AB rank elite." As Luo Yunyang recalled the evaluation Zhu Yan had given him, his expression became calm. Don't you think that becoming a B rank elite is easy, boy? Elite martialists are actually divided in many levels. A, B and C rank elites are known as the upper class elites. Their standards are much higher than D, E, F and G elites, who are known as the lower class elites. The difference between them is huge. This is too difficult for the average person to achieve. As Luo Yunyang watched the people living peacefully around him and glanced at the environment, which looked like paradise, he became even more resolute to live there. What's the second way? Once you accumulate sufficient military merits, you can use them to bring your family to Chang'an. Zhu Yan lowered his voice. Don't let your imagination run wild. Hurry up and prepare for your assessment. I will definitely bring my mother and little sister to Chang'an. Luo Yunyang's words were firm. Zhu Yan didn't say anything, but his expression had a hint of desolation. Hadn't he been just like this back then? Accomplishing that was just too difficult. Chapter 12, Martial God, Time to Get Off. Zhu Yan said, glancing at his watch as the carriage slowed down. Luo Yunyang, who had still been thinking about a way to move his family to Chang'an City, nodded and followed Zhu Yan out of the carriage door. You devil, let's eat together tonight. As the two of them were about to disembark, Jiuzi Xuanming walked over and pinched Zhu Yan's arm gently. As he saw this public display of attention, all Luo Yunyang could do was look in the other direction and pretend he hadn't noticed anything. After walking for about 10 minutes with Zhu Yan, Luo Yunyang reached a huge silver building. The cold building gave off a grave vibe. When Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on the signage on it though, his expression changed. This was the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters. Each of the 7 words carried a strong meaning, but when combined together, they created an indescribable might that seemed to choke Luo Yunyang. This stifling, unbearable strength made his whole body feel suppressed. Zhu Yan swept his eyes over the words respectfully, but when he glanced at Luo Yunyang, he found the sight a little amusing. Back when he had first visited the Rising Dragon Army headquarters and seen those same words, he had gone down on his knees. However, the young man before him looked like a calf that was not afraid of tigers. These words would soon be etched into his mind, never to be forgotten. As he looked at the words, Luo Yunyang felt the pressure build up. His legs seemed to have started trembling. He knew that the best thing to do would be to look away. However, he sensed that those words had an unknown hidden meaning. If he understood them, he would definitely benefit immensely from them. The most important thing right now was his mind. Luo Yunyang transferred all his attribute points to his mind attribute. As soon as he finished this adjustment, a feeling of lucid clearness emerged in his mind. He felt extremely powerful. This was a sort of power that exerted pressure in all directions, a power that was as boundless as the sky. The instant that this power appeared, Luo Yunyang shut his eyes slowly. The previous stifling feeling he had felt had vanished completely. Zhu Yan, who had been watching Luo Yunyang's actions, was left speechless when he saw his current state. Could this young man have understood something? Luo Yunyang's aura became more and more incisive. If Luo Yunyang had been a bright, energetic young man a moment ago, now he was like a long blade that had just been unsheathed. A blade that was pointing in every direction. Luo Yunyang exhaled slowly. He didn't know how long it had been, but he quickly opened his eyes. He wanted to keep analyzing the sign, but trying to understand what was hidden behind those 7 words had consumed too much of his energy. His mind could not keep up anymore. Luo Yunyang didn't want to faint right after arriving at the Chang'an headquarters. Do you know who wrote those 7 words? Zhu Yan glanced at Luo Yunyang, speaking one syllable at a time. It was Luo Kai, martial god Luo Kai. That's right, martial god Luo Kai. Zhu Yan confirmed. Although he wrote these words randomly, they actually contain Luo Kai's martial spirit. It's alright if you can only look at them for a short time. This is the first time you are seeing them. There is no need to force yourself. Let's go, the assessment will take place inside. Luo Yunyang followed Zhu Yan, taking large strides as he walked through the large ice-cold doors. The large doors didn't seem fortified. As they walked along a 250-meter-long path, Luo Yunyang did not see a single other person. Power: 3.5 speed, 1.2 mind, 1.7 constitution, 3.0. Ever since he had set off on this journey, his mind attribute had increased by 0.3 points. In the 2 days before he'd left Donglu town, Luo Yunyang had mastered the tail-swaying storm dragon move. This move had allowed both his power and constitution to improve noticeably. However, his mind attribute had not improved in the least. He hadn't expected that looking at the 6 words, Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters, would stimulate his mind and increase it by 0.3 points. He had martial god Luo Kai to thank for that. As Luo Yunyang kept thinking about this name, his eyes shone brighter. Is that you, Captain Zhu? What's up, are you here to take someone to the assessment? Ha ha ha, he better not be a piece of trash that will waste the Rising Dragon Army's resources. When he heard those sharp, unkind words, Luo Yunyang looked up and saw a group of people standing ahead of them. The majority of them were teenagers around his age. There were only a few girls among them. The person who had spoken was a robust young man who appeared to be in his 20s. He had an air of intense fearlessness. Luo Yunyang, who had been paying attention to Zhu Yan all along, realized that although Zhu Yan had a cool, reserved exterior, once one got to know him, he was a really nice person to talk to. As soon as he saw the young man, a disgusted expression appeared on Zhu Yan's face. Long time no see, Shui Mingcheng. You are still as annoying as ever. Zhu Yan said straightforwardly. Hee, I don't care if you find me annoying, as long as Qianxin doesn't. The robust young man brandished his arms around and pointed to one of them. Come greet me, make your big brother happy. There was a silver star on his arm. The star, which was stuck on a black adhesive strap, was beautiful. When Zhu Yan saw the strap though, his expression turned slightly darker. In the end, he stood at attention and said in a mechanical voice. Major on site. Greetings, Major. Ha ha ha, that's loud enough, I like it. Shui Mingcheng turned to size up Luo Yunyang and shook his head. A little child from Donglu town. Are you trying to find treasure? In a pile of trash? Soon, I'll let you know how inadequate the candidate you brought is. Then, he turned to the group of young martialists and said, how do you think you will perform later, Shui Hu? I will show this little brother that the best fate he can hope for is to return to Donglu town and become a farmer. A lean young man with a face full of pockmarks said loudly. His words were emphatic and the green badge he was wearing on his chest was very eye-catching. Do you see this? It's a D rank elite badge. Shui Mingcheng patted the young man's shoulder with a wide smile. This is your badge, Luo Yunyang. A stern-looking man in a blue military uniform handed Luo Yunyang a chest badge. The chest badge was similar to the one Shui Mingcheng was wearing, except that this one was red. Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that all the others seemed to be wearing badges on their chests as well. The majority of them were wearing orange or yellow badges. Only a small minority had red or green badges. When Zhu Yan saw Luo Yunyang's badge, his expression changed and he said gravely, I evaluated Luo Yunyang as a D rank elite. Why did you give him a red badge? The man in the blue military uniform answered in a calm, mechanical voice, I'm just distributing the chest badges according to my superiors' instructions. I do not know anything else. There is no need to ask him, Zhu Yan. I can give you an explanation right now. Shui Mingcheng snickered. How could there ever be a D rank elite in Donglu town? The examiners rejected your evaluation. Then, Shui Mingcheng added, I stopped you from embarrassing yourself by obtaining a false merit. There is no need to thank me for it. Zhu Yan clenched his fists tightly. Luo Yunyang was certain that if Zhu Yan could, his fists would have beaten Shui Mingcheng by now. Eventually, Zhu Yan pulled his fists back. Luo Yunyang had already sensed the changes in Zhu Yan's expression, as well as the other people's faces. He walked over to Zhu Yan's side and said softly, this is only temporary. Just perform well and prove them all wrong. Zhu Yan exhaled heavily before he muttered, your elite evaluation has already put you at a disadvantage. If you can't astound people with your abilities, then you will only become an ordinary member of the Rising Dragon Army. You won't be able to get in the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. If he fell one step behind, he would only fall behind even further. Luo Yunyang knew this very well. Plus, he wanted to use this assessment as an opportunity to meet the qualifications to bring his mother and little sister to Chang'an City. Therefore, he could not fail. It's my fault. Zhu Yun's voice was soft. Luo Yunyang could hear some guilt and indignation in his tone. He thought this was unfair as well. The D-rank elite evaluation that Zhu Yan had given him had been overridden based on the ridiculous reasoning that Donglu Town could not produce D-rank elite martialists. Boss, if my performance is too stunning, will I be treated as some sort of freak? Luo Yunyang asked after hesitating for a while. You little rascal, you know how to make me feel better. Zhu Yan smiled at Luo Yunyang. As long as it's not too unbelievable, everything will be fine. We need elite martialists that are better than the average person after all. Humanity needs elite martialists. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Suddenly, someone said sternly, "Be quiet, everyone. I'm going to announce some important instructions. According to the Da Alliance, during this round of assessment, E-rank elite martialists and above will be given fixed positions in the army. Elite martialists below E-rank will be deployed to the unified Da Dongfang region after the assessment." The announcement was brief, but Luo Yunyang was confused by it. His acute senses told him that this order would probably be very important in the future. **T. Zhu Yan cursed. The gaze he shot Luo Yunyang was full of guilt. If he hadn't recommended Luo Yunyang, he would surely have gotten into the Rising Dragon army. Now, there was no telling where he would end up. An uncertain final position generally wasn't a good sign. You can do it, Yunyang. Only you can decide your own fate. Zhu Yan said solemnly. I know, don't worry. Luo Yunyang said with a nod. All right, the assessment will begin now. The man who had read the announcement said coldly. Chapter 13. A rare talent. Two men with grizzled white hair were standing in an area in the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an headquarters that looked like a palace hall. The two old men, who were clad in military uniforms, were having wine. At first glance, they looked like colossal giants. The wine was good, but the food was just ordinary peanuts. The old men's shoulders were full of golden stars. Each of them was holding a wine bottle, but they didn't seem to mind the onlookers. The only difference between the two were the armbands on their military uniforms. One of them had the words, Rising Dragon, on it, while the other spelled, Royal Forest. This wine isn't bad, old fella. Hee hee, every bottle I drink is one less bottle for everyone else. The old man with the Royal Forest armband was tall and mighty, with a long scar across his steadfast face. The scar made the man seem even more battle-hardened. The old man with the Rising Dragon armband was shorter, but when he stood next to the tall, mighty old fella, his spirit and manner weren't inferior in any way. So, you do know that there is one less bottle for each bottle you drink. Damn it, I know you can drink a lot, but you didn't have to come over and waste my wine. You are good at a lot of things, old fella, but you are just too petty. No wonder you haven't gotten any taller. The tall, imposing old man hit his own chest proudly as he made fun of his companion without restraint. The shorter old man widened his eyes and caused a golden blaze to shot out. What the FCK are you trying to do, old fella? Are you trying to burn down your own lair? Hee hee, just because people call you the Flame Emperor, it doesn't mean you have to take it seriously. As the taller man spoke, he created a water screen in front of him. The tension between those two made every soldier in the vicinity tense up. In their eyes, the two men were unrivaled entities. If they wanted to, they could turn everyone into ashes in a second. Fortunately, the shorter old man was very reasonable. He just turned towards the taller man and chuckled. Next time, we'll drink at your place. His words were like a blow for the taller man, whose expression suddenly became slightly panicked. Stop with this nonsense. Damn it, I have no idea what the folks at the Da Eastern region are doing. Why do they insist on having a talent selection? The tall old man changed the topic awkwardly. The shorter man chuckled. What's the point of bringing this up? Everything will be fine, as long as we do our jobs. Damn it, no one knows what the future holds. One of these days those damn source beasts will break through the space barrier. When that time comes, the shorter old man did not finish his sentence. His expression was dispirited enough for anyone to guess what he wanted to say. Although he was a big shot of the Rising Dragon army with the honorific title of Flame Emperor, he actually looked pessimistic after this exchange. Alright, there's no use talking about these things. Let's just watch those youngsters' performances. I hope there are some talented individuals among them. As the tall old man spoke, he turned to look at an electronic screen that took up an entire wall. The screen showed an uncouth-looking young man with a red chest badge. Although the badge wasn't too bad, its red color caused looks of disdain to form on some people's faces. The young man was only an ordinary G-rank elite. They had too many elites like that on their hands already, so there was no need to concern themselves with this sort of talented individual. This young man seems to have a lot of confidence. The tall old man smiled as he watched the steady young man. The skinnier old man, who was also known as the Flame Emperor, nodded his head lightly. The young man suddenly soared into the air, brought his fist down and smashed it straight against the assessment target. That was the earth-splitting devil ape move. As soon as the young man had soared into the air, the taller man's expression had changed. There was a look of concern on his face now. The moment this concern appeared, a blaze formed in his eyes. It hadn't been ignited because of the earth-splitting devil ape move, but because of the young man's blow. When the Flame Emperor saw the earth-splitting devil ape move, his expression became delighted. Then, it suddenly turned unsightly. Only F-rank elites and above were able to cultivate the ape dragon blueprint. Why had this young man only been evaluated as G rank? Martialists with this sort of superiority were assessed as at least E rank. Boom! As the young man's fist smashed into the practice target, the taller man's eyes lit up. He looked as though he had discovered a rare treasure. Luo Yunyang, 2,506 kilos. Outstanding. A mechanical voice rang out in the room. The tall old man pressed a button and the huge screen displayed Luo Yunyang's information. He was a 15-year-old inhabitant of Donglu town who had cultivated successfully the third diagram of the ape dragon blueprint, the tail-swaying storm dragon. This information might have seemed plain, but when the shorter old man saw it, his eyes lit up. He is a young genius. The two men were at the summit of the realm, so they had seen many geniuses. They had met talented individuals with over 2,500 kilos of strength. They had even come across people who were groomed by family clans or financial organizations until they reached 5,000 kilos. Luo Yunyang still had a long way to go compared to these geniuses. However, considering that he had just started cultivating the third diagram of the ape dragon blueprint and had already reached 2,500 kilos, he was definitely an outstanding young man that was worth grooming. How could such a talented individual be evaluated as a lower-class elite? That's not right, the tall old man exclaimed loudly. The Flame Emperor, who was well versed in social relations, could think of a few possibilities. He definitely didn't like these sort of things himself. Just as he was thinking about how to investigate this matter, his companion's words shocked him. Astonished, he glanced at the practice target made of metal alloy and noticed the little cracks that had started to appear. The cracks kept expanding until the entire target was filled with them. How precise, the taller old man said. There is a hint of martial god Luo Kai's true intent in this. The Royal Forest military needs people like him. The Flame Emperor met the taller old man's gaze head-on. When he saw the cracks on the target, he was stupefied. The martial spirit path was something that could only be comprehended at the realm they were living in. Only a true genius would be able to comprehend a part of this spirit under the right circumstances. However, these sort of top-notch, talented individuals would not join the Rising Dragon Army. They would receive grooming of an even higher level, someone who could comprehend the martial spirit path had emerged during this recruitment. He might only understand it a little, but he was definitely the most talented person at this assessment. Such a person was like a gift from heaven for the Rising Dragon Army. Don't even dream about laying your hands on Rising Dragon Army personnel. The Flame Emperor bellowed firmly. In the past, there would have been no need to discuss this any further. However, you have seen for yourself that this young man is a G rank elite. According to the Da Alliance regulations, he will have to be deployed somewhere else. The old man laughed heartily when he heard this. I like this kid, I will instruct him and make him stand out in the military. The Flame Emperor's palm struck the table heavily. Flames once again shot out of his eyes and swayed in the air like pythons. No means no, you old loach. If you dare fight me on this, you can forget about ever drinking my wine again in the future. So be it, I want this kid more than I want your wine. The other man didn't seem afraid in the least. His expression hadn't changed at all. Apparently, he had heard this sort of threat many times in the past. Suddenly, 3 beeps rang out. When they heard them, the two men turned to look at the screen. A red sun, a fist, and a bursting bear had appeared on it. Although these insignias weren't big, they looked really ugly. Commander, these 3 armies have marked out Luo Yunyang. A stern-looking middle-aged man reported. Even though he ran the risk of facing the Flame Emperor's wrath, the man remained placid. Marked him out, my ass. You pig, just announce that he is ours. Although he had been scolded, the middle-aged man's expression didn't change in the slightest. Just as he was about to speak again, another insignia appeared on the screen. It was a giant twin-horned dragon. How dare you, you old loach. It's over between us. Just hurry up and leave. The Flame Emperor exploded. The taller old man didn't seem the slightest bit nervous. He just brought his cup to his lips and laughed. No way, I haven't finished my wine yet. I have to drink to my heart's content today. We have already marked him out, Commander, the middle-aged man told the Flame Emperor respectfully. According to our analysis, the spirit he unleashed during the attack was probably something he comprehended from reading the words on our building. He must have a rare talent. The Flame Emperor nodded. As he was about to relay further instructions, another man clad in military attire appeared on the screen. He wasn't very tall, but he looked crafty. The man scanned the practice target meticulously and then said indifferently, the assessment equipment had a pre-existing problem. This round's assessment results are invalid. Please wait for the repeat assessment. The taller old man started laughing heartily. The Flame Emperor also roared with laughter. However, his laughter was a result of his fury reaching its tipping point. Of course, Luo Yunyang could not hear the men laughing. He was gripping his fist tightly as he got ready to take the first test again. He was filled with contempt as he adjusted his power to 5. If he raised it any higher, he was afraid it might cause him problems. He was still too weak after all. 2,500 kilos would be enough for him to wipe the floor with everyone. As soon as he had brandished his fist, the understanding he had gained from the words on the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an headquarters had been unleashed along with his rage and smashed the target. His strength hadn't increased, but Luo Yunyang had felt something. It had been a sensation that could split apart any living thing. However, his result had sadly been invalidated. Chapter 14. Really impressive. What was a reassessment? In short, a reassessment was a last chance. Luo Yunyang had already learned the meaning of a reassessment when he had been in Donglu town. Back then, Shang Junshin used to say that only weaklings needed a reassessment. That's utter rubbish. Zhu Yan was furious as he pointed at the greasy man in the military uniform and shouted, even if the machine had a malfunction, Luo Yunyang could take the test again. What right do you have to let him be reassessed? I'm the examiner. The greasy man replied coolly. I will drop this matter because you are a Rising Dragon Army officer, but you need to get out of here right now. Shui Mingcheng seemed a little frenetic. His calm, collected demeanor vanished as he turned to Zhu Yan and said, you are a member of the Rising Dragon Army. You know the rules. Obedience is a soldier's most important duty. Understand? Zhu Yan glanced at Shui Mingcheng and then looked at the face of the greasy examiner. Suddenly, he was enlightened. To hell with you. This time, I'll go all out, even if I have to risk my place in the Rising Dragon Army. I won't turn a blind eye as you scoundrels do as you please. You are distorting the truth. I can't believe that there isn't a place in the entire Rising Dragon Army where I can argue with reason. Luo Yunyang was flooded by a feeling of gratitude. He and Zhu Yan did not have a very profound relationship, yet Zhu Yan was speaking out on his behalf, despite the fact that he was gambling with his own destiny. The greasy-looking man looked a little embarrassed. He had not expected that Zhu Yan would actually humiliate him. Get out of here. He crashed the exam room, so his chance at a reassessment is revoked. The man shouted fiercely. He was on the verge of becoming hysterical. Zhu Yan wanted to resist, but he and Luo Yunyang were already surrounded by at least 10 stern-looking men wielding long blades. The men gathered together, giving off an oppressive vibe. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and pulled Luo Yunyang away. Then, he turned to stare at the examiner and Shui Mingcheng. This is the Rising Dragon Army, not your backyards. We will go now. Luo Yunyang followed Zhu Yan as he walked past the soldiers and headed away. You were really unlucky to be with me this time, Zhu Yan told Luo Yunyang as they walked out of the large doors. Luo Yunyang wasn't pleased, yet he didn't complain. Don't worry about it, brother Zhu. It was just a Rising Dragon Army elite class. I will definitely be able to get into a better class in the future. Zhu Yan patted Luo Yunyang's shoulders and laughed heartily. Well said. When one door shuts, another one opens. Let's go somewhere better. Numerous eyes watched as the two figures swaggered off into the distance. Shui Mingcheng made a sound of disgust. What a man. He even dared to challenge Brother Li. He should take a look at himself before he comments on other people's moral integrity. As he spoke, he glanced at the greasy-looking man with a smile. The man didn't look happy. He stared at Shui Mingcheng expressionlessly before he said coldly, "Scram." Shui Mingcheng felt completely humiliated. He had already reached the rank of a major, so he wasn't considered a nobody in the Rising Dragon Army. Nevertheless, Brother Li, whom he had always had a good relationship with, had just cursed at him. He didn't have any dignity left anymore. The instructor didn't care about Shui Mingcheng's feelings. He just turned to the soldiers next to him and said icily, "Candidate Luo Yunyang lacked discipline, so his assessment rights were revoked. Change the practice target and carry on with the assessment." As he said this, his torch-like gaze swept over the other candidates with a menacing glare. No one challenged him. The candidates didn't even dare make a sound. The Rising Dragon Army soldiers had already carried a new practice target in, so the assessment was about to be continued. Such arrogance. I never really expected that you would be so capable, Li Xiaoyang. The indifferent voice belonged to the Flame Emperor, who was standing a short distance away and glaring at him coldly. The instant the examiner named Li Xiaoyang saw the Flame Emperor, the look on his face changed. He now looked as though his own father had died. He had not expected that this matter would catch the commander's attention. "Commander, Li Xiaoyang racked his brains in an effort to think of a rational explanation for the situation at hand. The Flame Emperor's eyes were fixed on him. A majestic pressure rose from him and spread in every direction. Almost every martialist took a few steps back. Why? The Flame Emperor's voice was like a volcanic eruption that broke the silence. Li Xiaoyang hesitated before he stammered. Luo Yunyang's rank evaluation was. It was instigated by Shui Mingcheng. At the time, I thought that Donglu town's land was barren and simply couldn't produce a D rank elite. That's why I evaluated Luo Yunyang as G rank. Believe your subordinate, Commander. I really didn't have any selfish motives." The Flame Emperor did not say anything. The other Rising Dragon Army soldiers didn't understand why he had invalidated Luo Yunyang's results either. I would let him be reassessed so the Rising Dragon Army would not lose his talent. I only did it because I wanted to keep him for the Rising Dragon Army. As he watched Li Xiaoyang try his utmost to explain, the Flame Emperor slowly raised his palm up. A pulsing scarlet blaze had appeared on it. A man walked over to the Flame Emperor hurriedly and whispered something in his ear. The Flame Emperor's expression changed. In the end, he did not release the blaze on his outstretched hand. "Your only task now is to get Luo Yunyang to join the Rising Dragon Army. If you fail, you will have to go and complete 3A rank missions." The Flame Emperor's voice was low, but there was an unquestionable implication to it. 3A rank missions. Everyone was looking at Li Xiaoyang with pity. He might as well take his own life. "And you are out of the Rising Dragon Army." The Flame Emperor stared at Shui Mingcheng. Shui Mingcheng's whole body was trembling. He had been striving for many years to get to the position he had. Now, everything had been ruined. As he faced the Flame Emperor, he didn't have any way to explain himself. Which direction did they head in? Li Xiaoyang bellowed at a soldier when the Flame Emperor left. The soldier was dumbfounded for a second. Then, he realized who Li Xiaoyang was talking about and pointed. Outside, Li Xiaoyang rushed out like a lunatic. 3A rank missions would be as good as dying 3 times. "Luo Yunyang, this is the Royal Forest Military Chang'an headquarters. You just wait here a moment while I contact someone." Zhu Yan had taken Luo Yunyang to a huge building a few kilometers away. The building's exterior wasn't like the Rising Dragon Army's headquarters, but there were some similarities between the two. The most notable one was its somber atmosphere. As Luo Yunyang looked at the large building, he thought about his experience that day. Everything had been supposed to go smoothly, yet the outcome had been very disappointing. This made Luo Yunyang conclude that relying on oneself was better than relying on others. Strength was a true source of power. If one relied on oneself. 5 minutes later, Zhu Yan came out. Luo Yunyang saw a hint of disappointment on his face. "Let's go somewhere else," Zhu Yan said calmly, smiling at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded. Although he had not been there, he was sure that Zhu Yan had used all sorts of methods to help him. He had to thank Zhu Yan. 1, 2, 3. Zhu Yan took Luo Yunyang to 5 military headquarters in Chang'an. Each time, he didn't take Luo Yunyang in with him. Every time he came out, Luo Yunyang could see that he was exhausted and humiliated. Zhu Yan was about to say something, when his watch suddenly started beeping frantically. He glanced at it and pressed something. When it stopped beeping, Zhu Yan groaned. Crap. Luo Yunyang wanted to ask him who it was, but he chose to remain silent instead. It was best not to provoke a short-tempered man. The sun in the sky had slowly started to disappear. If they had been in Donglu town, People would be locking their doors and going to sleep by now. However, Chang'an was lit by many different lights, as if it was still daytime. Actually, there were even more pedestrians out than during the day. We'll try again tomorrow. Let's get some rest now. As Zhu Yan spoke, he led Luo Yunyang to a black 3-story building. This is the Little Prosperity Hotel. The moment they stepped through the hotel's entrance, a lady came rushing over, pointing her fingers at Zhu Yan and snarling like an angry lion. Well done, Zhu Yan. You actually turned off your watch. You have no idea how long I have been looking for you. I'm so mad. Although the lady was furious, she was still very good looking. When Luo Yunyang saw Jiuzi Xuanming, a faint smile appeared on his face. He sensibly took 2 steps back. He suddenly noticed a girl standing next to Jiuzi Xuanming. It was a nicely dressed girl around his age. The girl gave him a shy smile. 5 minutes later, the 4 of them were sitting before an oily table. Jiuzi Xuanming was trying to console Luo Yunyang. Don't get discouraged. The Rising Dragon Army isn't the only place in the world. As long as you are strong, you will find a place where you belong. There will come a time when you will not want to join them, even if they beg you to. Jiuzi Xuanming's comforting words warmed Luo Yunyang's heart. However, he suddenly felt that the young girl sitting across from him was treating him coldly. It was a sort of coldness that could be felt without being seen. Damn it, why do I encounter scum wherever I go? Zhu Yan couldn't help but curse as he looked up and saw Li Xiaoyang walk over. Chapter 15. Better terms, Big Sister Qianxin, there's something I need to do. I'll be leaving early. Lu Qian got up to leave as soon as she saw Li Xiaoyang. At first, Lu Qian felt a little disappointed. She hadn't planned on leaving right away. The only reason she got up to leave was Li Xiaoyang. She didn't know him, but she didn't wish to offend a Rising Dragon Army lieutenant colonel. She had to impress important people like him, not offend them over some young man she didn't want to meet again. Jiuzi Xuanming glanced at Lu Qian with a tinge of disappointment. All right, you head on first. She shook her head apologetically at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang gave her a warm smile. He really didn't have any opinion on Lu Qian. He didn't care what the girl thought of him either. Zhu Yan groaned, but he didn't say anything. Li Xiaoyang walked over to them. At first, his pace was a little too eager, but he slowed down as he approached. Why is your communication device turned off, Zhu Yan? Li Xiaoyang reprimanded him. Lu Qian had already gotten up, but she stopped when she saw Li Xiaoyang. She was afraid that he might misunderstand if she left. What has that got to do with you? Zhu Yan said icily, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiaoyang. Is this how you speak to a senior officer? Li Xiaoyang tried to calm down. I won't take offense this time, but only this once. If you act like this again in the future, I won't let you off. As easily. Zhu Yan huffed in contempt. When Li Xiaoyang's gaze landed on Luo Yunyang, he said unhurriedly, Luo Yunyang, we have investigated your assessment and decided that it was valid. Report at the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an headquarters tomorrow. Don't follow Zhu Yan's example. This fellow is a PR**CK. You will suffer in the future, if you do. As soon as Li Xiaoyang had walked over, Luo Yunyang had sensed that something was odd about this fellow, but he couldn't pinpoint what. He had immediately raised his mind attribute to the max. It was now 9.0. Li Xiaoyang's every part was clear under Luo Yunyang's watchful gaze. Although Li Xiaoyang appeared very calm, his hands were actually trembling slightly. When he looked at Luo Yunyang, there was a trace of urgency in his expression. Luo Yunyang could tell that Li Xiaoyang's blood was pumping at 2 times its normal beat. The fellow was nervous. What could he be nervous about, though? As soon as his brain got to work, an answer formed in Luo Yunyang's head. When Zhu Yan heard Li Xiaoyang's words, he looked up. Although he had said those ruthless words, given his personality, he would never return to an old pasture. However, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions, especially not when they concerned someone else. Zhu Yan didn't know whether he would be able to arrange any assessments for Luo Yunyang the next day, so after hesitating a bit, he made a decision. Is what you're saying true? Of course. Would I lie about such an important decision? Li Xiaoyang felt joy in his heart. Thanks to his fake narrow-mindedness, it looked like he would accomplish his mission sooner than he had thought. 3A rank missions were basically a death sentence. Sorry, Big Brother Zhu. A good horse doesn't return to an old pasture. I'm not joining the Rising Dragon Army anymore. Even if I have no other choice, I can still attend the Qishan Martial Academy. Luo Yunyang suddenly expressed his opinion. As soon as Lu Qian heard that Luo Yunyang had been admitted to the Rising Dragon Army, she started planning on how to make up for her earlier lack of manners. However, before she could even come up with any ideas, Luo Yunyang rejected the invitation. It was really arrogant of him to say that a good horse didn't return to an old pasture. Did he know how many people would fight over a spot in the Rising Dragon Army? He was such a fool. Maybe she was better off not knowing him after all. She would definitely get pissed off by his foolishness in the future. As Lu Qian let her imagination run wild, she heard Li Xiaoyang say sternly, "This is on you. Don't accuse me of not giving you a second chance." Li Xiaoyang had strived for a long time to get where he was, so he was no ordinary person. He knew that he had to maintain a calm demeanor right now. If he messed up, how would he be able to convince the others? This is a huge decision that will affect your entire life, Luo Yunyang. Don't let your emotions affect your judgment, Zhu Yan said. Sit down. I am extremely grateful to you for giving me this opportunity, big brother Zhu. I appreciate your kindness, but every road leads to Rome. I will either die honorably or become famous. I believe that I will be able to achieve great things at the Qishan Martial Academy. Li Xiaoyang didn't really care about the Qishan Martial Academy. However, this issue would affect his own life, so he couldn't be careless about it. If you don't want to enter the Rising Dragon Army, brother, then what will happen to me? Don't come boasting over here, boy. I don't agree with your childlike thinking. Being groomed by the Rising Dragon Army is something no ordinary person can hope to experience. Hurry up and get ready to report there tomorrow. You should widen your horizons, little boy. Li Xiaoyang seemed like an old man advising him against resentment and impatience. Luo Yunyang stared straight into Li Xiaoyang's eyes. He suddenly felt like he could see through the man and read his thoughts. Just hurry up and agree to join the Rising Dragon Army. Zhu Yan wanted to say more, but Jiu Qianchen slapped the table with her hand and exclaimed, "You are a real man, Luo Yunyang. I am on your side. Why are you being so reckless, Qianchen? Such an opportunity is..." Zhu Yan felt uneasy chiding his girlfriend, so he stopped hastily. Suddenly, a graceful, fair maiden walked over elegantly. "You must be Luo Yunyang, handsome. It was hard to find you, indeed. I'm GTN, a staff officer of the Royal Forest Military. On behalf of the Royal Forest Military, I would like to invite you to join our elite training department. The terms are really generous. You will receive C-rank elite treatment." GTN's breath smelled like flowers. Hearing her talk was an enjoyable feeling. She had no qualms as she sat down next to Luo Yunyang and her intoxicating scent assailed his nostrils. Although Jiu Qianchen was also considered a beautiful lady, when she stood next to GTN, she was evidently inferior. When Zhu Yan heard GTN's introduction, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He didn't dare look at GTN. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. C-rank elite treatment. Wasn't this what he had been after? If he became a C-rank elite, he would be able to bring his mother and little sister to Chang'an City. This was what Luo Yunyang had been anticipating the most. "You fragrant fox, how dare you come and steal Rising Dragon Army personnel? Do you think the Rising Dragon Army is easy to intimidate?" Li Xiaoyang's face darkened. His insides were burning as he pointed at GTN. If the Royal Forest Military was unable to recruit Luo Yunyang, they would only have one less talented man. Things were different for Li Xiaoyang. If Luo Yunyang didn't join the Rising Dragon Army, then he would have to complete 3A rank missions. 1A rank mission was enough for anyone to lose their life. The Flame Emperor was an important member of the Rising Dragon Army and one of the 4 most powerful commanders. How scary. GTN patted her own chest in mock fear. Although her action seemed natural, both Zhu Yan and Li Xiaoyang could see through her. Luo Yunyang could also see through her act. However, he remained extremely calm. His mind attribute was raised, so he had a clear overview of whatever he looked at. This woman wasn't someone Li Xiaoyang could afford to provoke. Li Xiaoyang mentally reminded himself of this before he proclaimed loudly, "I'm not kidding this time, you fragrant fox." Luo Yunyang is a member of the Rising Dragon Army. When he reached this point, he looked at Zhu Yan. "You discovered this talented young man, Zhu Yan. How could you let him go to another army?" Zhu Yan, who knew what was going on, smiled faintly. "I believe that the Royal Forest Military's terms are quite good." Li Xiaoyang felt an impulse to flip the table, but he didn't dare to. He knew that the Flame Emperor always meant what he said. If he was really forced to go on 3A rank missions, then he would die pretty soon. We can also offer him C rank elite treatment. As Li Xiaoyang said this, he felt his air of superiority dwindle a bit. Our C rank elite treatment is just the beginning. If you have any requests, you can discuss them with me. Oh, I forgot, could you give me your communication device number? It would be more convenient for us to keep in touch this way, GTN told Luo Yunyang with a smile. She showed no sign of being angry or discouraged. Luo Yunyang was hurting so much that he didn't dare look at GTN anymore. The Royal Forest Military seemed like a decent option. I don't have a communication device. That's great. It just so happens that I have a decent communication device right here, handsome. Consider this a gift. As GTN spoke, she produced a watch-like communication device as if she had conjured it out of thin air. Then, she extended her slender fingers and strapped it onto Luo Yunyang's wrist. As Lu Qian glanced at the communication device, her eyes filled with envy. She didn't have a communication device, because she simply didn't qualify for one. All Luo Yunyang had done was say one sentence and someone had given him a communication device. Don't make a decision yet, Luo Yunyang. Grand Sky Corps also offers very good terms. A tall man that resembled a huge bear stated straightforwardly. Chapter 16. Controlling Objects. Grand Sky Corps, Hanging Sun Legion, Royal Forest Military. Lu Qian was stunned by the dazzling sight of all these prestigious armies before her eyes. It was a pity that their attention was not on Lu Qian, but on a foolish boy she had already decided to give up on. How could this be? Reality was cruel. Countless people struggled just for a spot in those armies, yet this fellow had stood out among the masses and made the armies fight over him. If this had happened earlier, Lu Qian would have treated him a little better. Maybe she would even have asked him to be her boyfriend. If that had happened, Lu Qian would inevitably rise in the Heaven Pass Corporation hierarchy. She could blame everything on her poor foresight. As she schemed on how to entice Luo Yunyang and fix this awkward situation, she looked around her sadly. No one was even paying any attention to her. They acted as though she didn't even exist. Zhu Yan was composed. From what he had seen, it seemed that Luo Yunyang would be able to soar to the sky with one leap. Jiu Qianqin was beaming as she watched. She was happy for her boyfriend, but she also wished Luo Yunyang the best. Li Xiaoyang, who had been making arrogant, thoughtless remarks earlier, now looked really grim. He had originally wanted to act like the fact that Luo Yunyang was being accepted into their army was a big favor. He had not expected that his plan would fail. Now, he was left hanging. If GTN and the others didn't bring Luo Yunyang back with them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Things were different for Li Xiaoyang, though. Accomplishing this was a matter of life and death for him. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much power. Everyone's terms are very generous. I'm really touched. However, I would like to take my time and consider which army to join, Luo Yunyang said seriously. All right, little brother Yunyang. I will be waiting for you at the Royal Forest Military. See you there. GTN smiled sweetly as she strode away gracefully. The others laughed as they left. There wasn't much pressure on them to succeed. This wasn't the case for Li Xiaoyang though, who lingered around instead of leaving. When the chunky guy from the Grand Sky Corps left, he said sincerely, Student Luo Yunyang, your records are still at the Rising Dragon Army. Join the Rising Dragon Army, and you will receive C-rank elite treatment. Elite martialists receive very good treatment at the Rising Dragon Army. You are a member of the army, Zhu Yan. How can you just look on helplessly as our army is defeated? Li Xiaoyang was behaving like an extremely talkative child that would not stop until it got its way. Luo Yunyang did not reveal his thoughts, but Zhu Yan replied bluntly, you hanging around here and being annoying won't do, Li Xiaoyang. Luo Yunyang is free to decide which army he wants to join. I know. Feel free to ask for anything you require, Luo Yunyang. As long as I am able to fulfill your wish, I will spare no effort until it's done. It is getting late and we have a lot of information to digest, Mr. Li. You should let little Yunyang calm down and sort things out before he makes a decision. Jiu Qianqin then added, you do know that hasty men don't get to eat hot tofu. Acting with undue haste does not produce the desired result. Jiu Qianqin's words made Li Xiaoyang go silent. Letting Luo Yunyang make a choice was very difficult. If he wanted to persuade him, he had to try to think of other ideas. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I will help you, as long as it is within my power. Even if it isn't, I'll still do my utmost to help you, Li Xiaoyang implored once again before leaving. After his departure, everything became peaceful again. Ji Qianqin suddenly looked at Luo Yunyang as though she was looking at a monster. Lu Qian, who had wanted to leave earlier, had confidently sat back down, as if nothing had happened. You are a man, indeed, little brother Yunyang. I admire you, little fella. Ji Qianqin punched Luo Yunyang's arm playfully. I think you should grab this opportunity, Lu Qian added softly. She only said this to atone for her previous behavior. She felt extremely awkward though, as her suggestion did not receive any reply whatsoever. Luo Yunyang didn't so much as look at her. All he did was tell Zhu Yan seriously, which army should I choose, big brother Zhu? Don't ask me, I have no idea, although deep down I hope that you will join the Rising Dragon army. As a big brother, I think you should choose whichever army offers you the best terms. Every army is more or less the same after all. Zhu Yan rubbed his face before breaking into a smile. Now that these vexing matters have been taken care of, I can go get some rest. The hotel is above, Yunyang. You can do as you please. As he said this, he pulled Ji Qianqin along. The two of them walked out together. Head on home by yourself, Chinger. It must be easy to get a taxi here, Ji Qianqin told Lu Qian after she paid the bill. Lu Qian smiled back. Enjoy your date, Sister Qianqin. Don't worry about me, I will make my way back by myself. Ji Qianqin glanced at Luo Yunyang, but ultimately left impatiently with Zhu Yan. As he watched those two behave so intimately, Luo Yunyang could guess that they had some activities planned that were not suitable for children. Chang'an is known as the city that never sleeps. Since this is your first time here, let me show you around. Lu Qian gazed at Luo Yunyang with an expression of eager anticipation. A city that never slept and a beautiful girl were an attractive combination. Thank you, but I'm really tired. I want to get some rest. Luo Yunyang got up and headed to the upper floor of the Little Prosperity Hotel. Lu Qian's expression became ugly. She hesitated for a bit before eventually leaving the hotel. Luo Yunyang didn't feel sorry for rejecting her. Lu Qian was a person he couldn't experience trials and tribulations with. Luo Yunyang wasn't interested in being more than just friends with her. Luo Chong might be inferior to her appearance-wise, but, actually, Luo Chong was only inferior to her clothes-wise, but her heart was a lot kinder. The hotel room wasn't big. There was just a bed, a lamp and a table inside. This was the first time Luo Yunyang was away from home. He opened the windows, looked outside and then took out the communication device GTN had given him. It resembled an exquisite watch, but when he tapped it, a screen with 9 grids of digits appeared. On the screen was only one contact, GTN. Should he join the Rising Dragon Army, the Grand Sky Corps, or, Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before pushing this thought aside. Then, he thought about the attack he had performed that day. He was advancing forward slowly. When he had assimilated the information he had comprehended at the Rising Dragon Army headquarters into his fist, what he had felt had been some kind of momentum. His strength had not increased, but his destructive force had been amplified. This sort of enlightenment was very important, yet if Luo Yunyang tried to do it again, he would be unable to. As he muttered to himself, he got into a standing stance. He hadn't cultivated at all that day and he wasn't able to practice the ape dragon blueprint inside the hotel, so all he could do was hold this stance. As Luo Yunyang silently held this standard standing posture, he felt the muscles in his body contract slowly. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, the buzzing sound of a mosquito roused Luo Yunyang, who had been absorbed in the cultivation process. He realized that over 10 mosquitoes had appeared in his room. He had used his mind power to kill a mosquito in the past, so now that his mind attribute had increased considerably, killing them had to be a piece of cake. Luo Yunyang maintained this stance as he opened his attribute regulator quickly and raised his mind attribute to 9.0. The instant he made this adjustment, his surroundings became very distinct. Luo Yunyang could see over 10 mosquitoes and about 8 cockroaches in the room. These fellows were the true inhabitants of the room. The mosquitoes had been buzzing around him in the air, but as soon as Luo Yunyang used his mind, they were suddenly confined to a tiny area. Should he exterminate them? As he considered it, Luo Yunyang suddenly decided to bring the mosquitoes closer. Come here. As soon as he thought of this, the 10 mosquitoes flew up to him without any resistance. They were all flapping their wings, but no matter how much effort they made, they weren't able to escape Luo Yunyang's binds. He could control them completely. Luo Yunyang felt pleased as he watched their flapping wings move. As he muttered to himself, a light pressure seemed to make all the mosquitoes disintegrate in an instant. If he could control mosquitoes, then what about cockroaches? In a flash, he noticed a cockroach that was about to jump on his bed. Luo Yunyang willed it to stop. Suddenly, the cockroach appeared to stand still in midair. Even though cockroaches were much bigger than mosquitoes, when Luo Yunyang thought about moving it over, he found that it wasn't too difficult. All he had to do was think about it and the cockroach moved quickly in his direction. As he watched it struggle for its life under his control, Luo Yunyang felt that this wasn't challenging. He used his mind to send the cockroach next door through the window. The neighbors were too loud. They shouldn't be making so much noise so late at night. Could perhaps this mind power be used to capture his enemies? Luo Yunyang, who felt excited at the thought, concentrated his mind power on a stool not too far away and tried to move it. Crash! The metal stool, which weighed about 5 kilos, levitated about half a meter from the floor before it came crashing down. Luo Yunyang, who had been exercising control over the stool, suddenly felt his skull buzzing as a wave of exhaustion swept through his mind. The stool was too heavy. Controlling humans would be impossible. If he wasn't able to exercise control over people, but was able to control objects that weighed up to 8 kilos, then would he perhaps be able to control things that could hurt others, such as a dagger or a needle? Luo Yunyang was eager to test this theory. There were a lot of nails in that shabby hotel. After resting for half an hour, he concentrated his mind power on a nail and sent it flying towards the wall. Pop! The nail got stuck in the wall. Chapter 17. Grade 2 Body Forging Medicine. The nail looked like a shooting star as it penetrated the wall forcefully. As Luo Yunyang was controlling the nail, a dense, cold feeling flickered throughout his body. The instant the nail drove into the wall, an indescribable exhaustion swept over him and flooded his mind. Given the circumstances, he had to adjust his attributes back to their original state. How tiring! As soon as Luo Yunyang formed those two words in his mind, he fell asleep. As he was sleeping comfortably, he suddenly heard a knock on his door. Although he didn't want to, Luo Yunyang opened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a wave of freshness go through his body. Yunyang, wake up, look at the time, why haven't you gotten up yet? Zhu Yan chuckled as he walked in with a portion of breakfast. Although Luo Yunyang's mind attribute wasn't high at the moment, it was still way more powerful than the average person's. He glanced at Zhu Yan and grinned. What are you smiling at? That's really weird. After yesterday's experiences, Zhu Yan and Luo Yunyang's relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. You have to take care of your body, especially in the presence of a beautiful woman. Luo Yunyang snickered. You rascal. Zhu Yan patted Luo Yunyang's shoulder as he said, you are still too young. There are lots of temptations in the world. I would advise you to get a little older before you give in to them. Alright, go ahead and wash up. We'll talk about which army you should join afterwards. Zhu Yan walked out of the room as he was speaking. He was walking rather urgently. Luo Yunyang could tell that he was anxious to change the topic. After he washed his face quickly, Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on the wall. There were many holes in it, but the one created by the nail looked extra conspicuous. My mind power can kill. Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator in his mind. This had already become a new habit of his. The panel appeared along with the numbers. Power. 3.5 speed. 1.2 mind. 1.8 constitution. 3.0 There weren't any changes to his power and speed, but his mind had increased by 0.1. Although this could be considered an improvement, it was still not good enough. When he got back, he would need to cultivate properly. Among the food Zhu Yan had brought was a piece of meat Luo Yunyang didn't recognize. When he ate it, his stomach suddenly felt warm. It wasn't golden deer meat. This meat contained even more energy than golden deer meat. The best choice would naturally be to cultivate and absorb all this energy, but there weren't any places to cultivate in Chang'an City. Have you decided where you want to go? Zhu Yan had already calmed down and poured himself a cup of tea. Luo Yunyang believed that his choices were not too bad. Deep in his heart though, he had an impulse. The Royal Forest Military. Luo Yunyang knew why he had that impulse. It was not because the Royal Forest Military's terms were the best. The reason was GTN. These sort of thoughts were shameful. That's what Luo Yunyang told himself. I haven't thought about it yet. He lied. Actually, everyone's terms are more or less the same. Zhu Yan chuckled. You can state your own terms now. For example, you can ask for cultivating resources, family benefits, and other things. Luo Yunyang had also thought of these things, but he didn't understand them well enough. If he asked for his most basic needs to be met, then the conditions GTN had offered would satisfy them all. You have to help me think, Big Brother Zhu. I don't even know what I want. Zhu Yan glanced at Luo Yunyang's sincere expression. He hesitated for a moment before he said, then I will give you some advice, Yunyang. If you want C-rank elite treatment, these are the best terms you could ask for. However, you comprehended a trace of martial god Luo Kai's true intent, which means that your potential isn't ordinary. Because of this, you can ask for more. You should ask for B-rank elite treatment. Zhu Yan extended a finger as he added firmly, B-rank elites and C-rank elites are treated differently. B-rank elites are allocated 800,000 Dayuan per month just for cultivation resources. Zhu Yan couldn't help but salivate when he mentioned the 800,000 Dayuan. He was working himself to death, yet the amount of money he got every month was only 500,000 Dayuan. One could buy Donglu town with this much money. However, when one used it for cultivating, it was only a cup of water against a raging fire. It was just too little. This isn't even the important part. There are also certain special items that only B rank or higher ranks of elites can purchase. Luo Yunyang nodded. These past few days he had been reading up on how operations in the Da Alliance were set up, and he had found out that there was quite a big difference between B rank and C rank elites. You are right, Big Brother Zhu. Zhu Yan raised his second finger and added, there's also housing. Housing in Chang'an City. As he spoke, Zhu Yan pointed to a tall building with at least 30 stories in the distance and asked, do you know how much an apartment costs here? How much? Luo Yunyang had spent 20,000 Dayuan to purchase a house with a garden a few days ago, so he didn't think housing was that expensive. 100 square feet cost 60 million. Zhu Yan felt his teeth hurt as he said this. Luo Yunyang felt as if he had taken a heavy blow to the head. As he looked at that tall, crammed-up building, he couldn't believe his ears. 60 million. Even if he became a B-rank elite, he would have to go 10 years without food and water in order to buy such a house. It seemed like the best option for B-rank elites was to cultivate. Why? Luo Yunyang asked foolishly. Wealth has a price, but life is priceless. Zhu Yan said softly. That's all there is to it. Life was priceless. Luo Yunyang nodded. He was in Chang'an City, a safe place constructed out of steel alloy. No one knew when those shocking source beasts would cross the borders. Donglu town certainly didn't have the ability to defend itself. These two factors are the most important. You can think about the rest yourself. There's no need to overthink this, but you shouldn't take it too lightly either. Luo Yunyang sat alone for quite some time and went over the terms and conditions by writing them down on a piece of paper. This time, he raised his mind attribute to the max. When his mind attribute was this high, his IQ was just as high. As he thought about the standards of AB rank elite, Luo Yunyang listed 5 terms. Among those were the 2 that Zhu Yan had mentioned. The other 3 were added by Luo Yunyang himself. He wanted his mother to have a stable job at a bank and his sister to receive the best education in Chang'an City. He also wanted a vial of restoration medicine. This medicine would be for his mother. The Da Alliance had a big demand for it, but absolutely no supply. This medicine could heal most human wounds and injuries. Zhu Yan nodded his head faintly when he saw Luo Yunyang's listed terms. His already favorable impression of him improved once again. I will pass on your terms to Li Xiaoyang and the others. I think Li Xiaoyang will be the easiest to convince. Zhu Yan chuckled. If that fellow doesn't manage to recruit you, he will die an early death. It's only 5 conditions. They should all be able to agree to them. Just as Zhu Yan had predicted, each of the armies that wanted to recruit Luo Yunyang replied that they agreed to his terms. GTN and a few others also listed all sorts of smaller things they could offer. Although these things were not amazing, they still had some kind of appeal. Everyone sent their terms through their communication devices. Only one person came over personally. That person was Li Xiaoyang. Li Xiaoyang, who was a greasy man with a plump face, looked a little haggard. His eyes were bloodshot. Although Zhu Yan didn't have a good impression of him, he was still shocked when he saw Li Xiaoyang's appearance. As Zhu Yan opened his mouth to speak, Li Xiaoyang slammed his hand on the table and snarled at him, "You are not allowed to talk." His action gave Zhu Yan a scare. Although he didn't think much of Li Xiaoyang, he still didn't wish to provoke him in his current state. Here, look at this. Li Xiaoyang stared at Luo Yunyang with his bloodshot eyes, as though they were old foes. Then, he set a box down on the table heavily. Luo Yunyang hadn't even looked at the box yet, when Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He glanced at Li Xiaoyang in disbelief. This is grade 2 body forging medicine. Zhu Yan's voice was a little hoarse. Li Xiaoyang huffed, which caused his face to become even uglier. At least you have decent eyesight, you brat. That's right, it is grade 2 body forging medicine. Join the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, boy, and this will be yours. Li Xiaoyang tried to look slightly happy as he said this, but his face looked tortured. This is made for A-rank eyelights. Do you know how much of my own savings I had to spend for this thing? Damn it, Li Xiaoyang cursed loudly. Although Luo Yunyang's mind attribute wasn't boosted, his normal attributes were already higher than the average person's, so he could sense that Li Xiaoyang was on the verge of crumbling. The man's mental state was no longer normal. Luo Yunyang didn't know how much grade 2 body forging medicine cost, but Zhu Yan, who clearly knew, exclaimed, "Okay, Chief Li. If you put it that way, how can Luo Yunyang not join the Rising Dragon Army?" He wanted to join the Rising Dragon Army in the first place. Li Xiaoyang looked at Zhu Yan and then swept his gaze over Luo Yunyang before finally taking a deep breath. He fished a file out of his pocket and told Luo Yunyang, "Sign this. After you do, you will be a member of the Rising Dragon Army." Luo Yunyang stared at the file. It was an enlistment document. At the top of the paper, where the official seal was supposed to be, was an image of a huge green dragon. Luo Yunyang shot a glance at Zhu Yan before he signed his name on it. When Li Xiaoyang got the enlistment document, his entire body relaxed. He didn't take a second glance at Luo Yunyang. He just turned to leave. "Ha ha ha, you made a really good deal. Do you know how much this vial of grade 2 body forging medicine costs?" Zhu Yan looked at Luo Yunyang with a fervent look in his eyes. Chapter 18. Source Beast Blood Essence. The price of grade 1 body forging medicine was 100,000 Dayuan, so grade 2 body forging medicine couldn't be too expensive. However, judging by Zhu Yan's expression, Luo Yunyang guessed that its price was probably higher than he thought. He muttered something to himself before glancing at Zhu Yan and saying, 20 million. This figure had popped up in Luo Yunyang's mind. A small sum wouldn't make Zhu Yan this excited after all. Zhu Yan chuckled. Your guess was too conservative. The uses of grade 2 body forging medicine cannot even be compared to grade 1 body forging medicine. It costs 100 million Dayuan. As Zhu Yan uttered this number, Luo Yunyang felt his brain buzz. This was a little too much. For Luo Yunyang, 100 million Dayuan was a figure he could only dream of. Li Xiaoyang is such an unlucky man. This time, he almost paid in blood. Ha ha ha, this probably cost him years of savings. He probably pulled some very big favors to get this grade 2 body forging medicine. Zhu Yan suddenly huffed. He sure deserved it. What does grade 2 body forging medicine do, Big Brother Zhu? Luo Yunyang asked him seriously as he looked at Zhu Yan. It improves the body's essence. Zhu Yan glanced at Luo Yunyang a little enviously before he said, this medicine will save you a lot of pointless trips. If you have used grade 1 body forging medicine, you should know that after a person uses it once, he cannot use it a second time. A second time would have no effect whatsoever. Grade 2 body forging medicine does have this drawback. I heard that it contains source beast blood essence. You have seen for yourself how formidable source beasts are. I believe that you can tell how difficult it is to obtain source beast blood essence. Luo Yunyang nodded. Although he did not know how much blood essence that giant golden tiger had, he wondered how it could be obtained from a source beast's body. It certainly couldn't be an easy task. Actually, just root beast blood essence is worth 100 million. This grade 2 body forging medicine is something extremely hard to obtain, even in Chang'an City. Just hurry up and use it. Oh, right, don't forget this. No matter what intense pain you experience, you must try your hardest to endure it. You must not give up easily. In comparison to grade 1 body forging medicine, grade 2 body forging medicine is really expensive. Luo Yunyang looked at the box in his hands and nodded. Thank you, Big Brother Zhu. I will go use it right now. When he saw the look Luo Yunyang gave him, Zhu Yan shook his head and started walking away. All right boy, prepare well. I will wait for you outside. Hopefully, you will surprise me. Luo Yunyang, who was very confident about himself, laughed. Don't worry, big brother Zhu. I will give you a huge surprise. As he opened the box and looked at the small bottle made out of gold crystals, Luo Yunyang once again sensed how precious grade 2 body forging medicine was. He looked at the liquid inside, which did not weigh more than a few grams, and shook his head. This minuscule amount of liquid was worth more than 100 million daewon. The manual's instructions were more or less the same as those of grade 1 body forging medicine. The difference between the two was that the manual of the grade 2 body forging medicine was much more exquisite. Luo Yunyang reduced his mind to 0.1 and raised his constitution to the max. Based on his past experience, he knew that he had to adjust his attributes once the grade 2 body forging medicine was injected into his body. Nevertheless, Luo Yunyang still felt like pins were pricking him continuously all over. The force wasn't too strong, but as soon as it appeared, Luo Yunyang felt his entire body slowly start to burn up. Fortunately, the sensation wasn't unbearable. However, Luo Yunyang's brain was fuzzy, so he didn't have a good grasp of time. Although he didn't fall asleep, he didn't know how he was interacting with his surroundings either. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Zhu Yan was sitting in the lobby of the Little Prosperity Hotel, drinking wine. His calm expression gradually became fretful. Based on his estimations, he reckoned that Luo Yunyang would be able to endure the grade 2 medicine for an hour. That was what he expected. This sort of outcome was hard to accept. 2 hours was abnormally long. Zhu Yan had never even thought about 3 hours. After all, the longest record for using grade 2 medicine in the Da Alliance was only 3 hours. Even if it had been Zhu Yan using it, all he would have been able to do would be to hide in a corner and stare at the ceiling in silence. 3 hours had passed, but Luo Yunyang hadn't come out. Could something have happened to him? As Zhu Yan was considering whether to go and take a look, Jiuzi Xuanming came hurrying into the hotel. The woman was deeply in love, so all she was thinking about was the beloved man before her eyes. When she saw Zhu Yan's anxious demeanor, she asked gently, "What's wrong?" Luo Yunyang went to use grade 2 body forging medicine and has yet to come out, Zhu Yan said right away. Grade 2 body forging medicine? Where did he get it? Jiuzi Xuanming obviously knew how precious grade 2 body forging medicine was, so she was astonished to hear its name. Li Xiaoyang used his own money to obtain it so he would avoid going on 3A rank missions. Luo Yunyang is currently absorbing its medicinal properties. Suddenly, Zhu Yan's tone became more worried. It has already been over 3 hours since he started. That rascal hasn't come out yet. I hope he didn't try to endure it for too long and, is 3 hours too long? Jiuzi Xuanming asked in confusion. Zhu Yan slapped the top of his head. Talking about body forging medicine with Jiuzi Xuanming was like playing the lute for a cow. Alright, don't say anything else. You don't understand. If Zhu Yan had dared speak this way to her in the past, Jiuzi Xuanming wouldn't have let him off the hook. This time though, she just gave him an understanding smile and stayed silent. Zhu Yan, tell your little brother that although he has chosen to join the Rising Dragon Army, I will always remain his friend. GTN's words were transmitted through his communication device. Zhu Yan agreed right away, as her words carried no burden. His answer was actually so quick, that Jiuzi Xuanming pinched him. 4 hours, 5 hours, when 6 hours had passed, Zhu Yan could not wait anymore. He impatiently pushed open Luo Yunyang's door and found him breathing steadily inside. He fell asleep. Jiuzi Xuanming heaved a sigh of relief. Zhu Yan nodded. Then, he knocked his fist against Luo Yunyang's headboard and chided, "This rascal sure chose the right time to go to sleep." The two of them left Luo Yunyang's room quietly. They left rather hurriedly, so they did not realize that Luo Yunyang hadn't used the suppressing medicine in the little box. I was wondering why that rascal wasn't done yet. It turns out he was sleeping. Ha ha, he fell asleep while using body forging medicine. Only he could do something like that. As Zhu Yan talked with Jiuzi Xuanming, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jiuzi Xuanming nodded and chuckled. The process of using body forging medicine is very painstaking. It was normal for him to go to sleep right after he stopped. Come on, let's go for a stroll. Damn it, I don't know how much of that body forging medicine that rascal managed to consume. Let's not bother him. Zhu Yan pecked his girlfriend on the face before the two of them linked their arms and walked out of the hotel. When Luo Yunyang woke up, the sky was already dark. Before he could even turn on the lights, he opened his eyes and saw a streak of lightning. His entire body felt like it contained power that it couldn't use up. That power was surging all over him. His gaze was shining as if there was electricity in it. Luo Yunyang checked his attributes. This place wasn't suitable for cultivating, so he could only use this method to check his current state. Power: 7.8 speed, 2.0 mind, 1.8 constitution, 10. When the panel appeared, the attributes in it gave Luo Yunyang a shock. He hadn't expected his own progress to improve so much. His power had reached 7.8. That meant that his strength had already increased to 3,900 kilos. The intensity of this strength had already surpassed the minimum standard of 1,500 kilos for top-notch martialists. However, compared to power, his greatest improvement was his constitution, which had become 10. How could that be? Luo Yunyang's huge improvement was naturally a result of the grade 2 body forging medicine. He must have absorbed its energy completely. Boom! Luo Yunyang threw a fist in the air. His 3,900 kilo strength made the air crackle around his fist. As he thought about it, he raised his speed to 10. He suddenly felt the impulse to rush out of the room. When he raised his mind to the max, the bed, which weighed about 50 kilos, floated up silently. Luo Yunyang, who had diligently tested his abilities, suddenly felt an extreme pang of hunger. This hunger was really difficult to resist. As soon as he reverted his attributes back to normal, he rushed down to the hotel restaurant. Get me everything that can be eaten. He had to eat, eat, eat. When Zhu Yan and Jiuzi Xuanming returned, they were stunned. A huge pile of empty plates had already formed in front of Luo Yunyang, who was wolfing down an energy bar the size of a human arm. Do you have any more? I want one more of this. Luo Yunyang waved his hands around impatiently. Chapter 19. The traditional bullying of newbies. You sure can eat, Yunyang. Jiuzi Xuanming found the sight of Luo Yunyang wolfing down food funny. She was actually in awe of this talented young man. Luo Yunyang stuffed an energy bar into his mouth and devoured it in an instant. He didn't know how he was able to absorb energy that fast, but this hunger gave him the urge to keep eating indefinitely. I am really hungry, Sister Qianchen. I should be full after I eat this. Luo Yunyang waved around the energy bar in his hand without even bothering to look up. After swallowing a grade 4 energy bar that weighed at least 5 kilos, he finally exhaled. Come on, let's train a little. Let's see how much you have improved. Zhu Yan chuckled. He had waited for Luo Yunyang to finish eating before bringing this up. Luo Yunyang felt his entire body coursing with energy. He had really wanted to find someone to practice with, so Zhu Yan's suggestion had hit the mark. Zhu Yan led the way to a small military drilling ground. There was strength testing equipment there, as well as training equipment, such as barbells. There were also soldiers of the Rising Dragon Army in sleeveless clothes. A flurry of excited wolf whistles suddenly rang out. Ladies, especially pretty ones, were always a source of joy for men. A few Rising Dragon Army soldiers, who had been in the middle of training, flashed smiles at Jiuzi Xuanming. Old Zhu, long time no see, FC King Old Zhu. He only brings the sister-in-law over now. Hi, sister-in-law. I'm Lu Erlang. When will you introduce a girl to me? You already have a potential girlfriend. Why would you need another one? If you are introducing people, you should pick someone like me. Zhu Yan laughed as he exchanged greetings with a few familiar comrades and fist bumps with a muscular chap. Jiuzi Xuanming, who had long gotten used to these sort of crude greetings, took the initiative to tease a few more bashful soldiers. Who is this young fella, Old Zhu? Did your father give you a new brother? The muscular man said with a laugh. Zhu Yan, who was clearly immune to these jokes, tilted his head towards Luo Yunyang. This is Luo Yunyang. He has passed the Rising Dragon Army's elite class assessment. You will all be calling him sir in the future. Sir. This startled the soldiers of the Rising Dragon Army. Although they didn't have a military rank, judging by their appearance, they were all as tough as nails. He must have exceptional ability to be able to enter the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. Would you like to spar with me first? I won't use one of my hands. I won't use two. Someone else shouted. I won't use three. The chap who said this received a flurry of abuse. Everyone around started heckling him. Luo Yunyang found this boisterous atmosphere enjoyable. He didn't feel unfamiliar with this sort of situation. Zhu Yan didn't speak. He only turned to Luo Yunyang to see what he would decide. When he saw that Zhu Yan wasn't going to speak up, Luo Yunyang turned to the soldier who had suggested fighting without 3 hands. The soldier, who had coarse hands, gave off a tough vibe. However, Luo Yunyang felt that his strength couldn't be compared to his. "Are you certain that you want to give me a 3-hand handicap?" he asked him gleefully. "Then show me your remaining hand." Luo Yunyang's joke caused a round of laughter to break out. The 3-handed soldier looked embarrassed. "Damn it, I said the wrong thing. All right, boy, I will take you on with just 1 foot. Come on, let's fight for 1 round." Luo Yunyang didn't agree right away. Instead, he glanced at the practice board before walking over. Boom! A fist was smashed heavily into the practice target. Luo Yunyang had casually struck this blow without really trying to do anything extravagant. 3,805 kilos. The mechanical voice said abruptly. The soldiers were dumbfounded when they heard this. One particular soldier, who had been training with a 50-kilo barbell, dropped it on the ground, nearly crushing his foot in the process. Zhu Yan was flabbergasted. He had known that Luo Yunyang would definitely experience significant improvement in his strength, but this result shocked him to his core. It was close to 4,000 kilos. Based on his strength alone, Luo Yunyang had already achieved what only top martialists were able to do. He also knew that Luo Yunyang, who had been cultivating the ape dragon blueprint, was still at the 3rd diagram, the tail-swaying storm dragon. There were 3 more diagrams for him to cultivate. What sort of level would Luo Yunyang's strength rise to? What the FCK? This isn't right. The burly guy who had said that he would take on Luo Yunyang without 3 hands went up to the practice target fast and struck it. 2,006 kilos. The figure made the guy's expression become even grimmer. He glanced at Luo Yunyang for a bit before muttering, "This isn't right. You lost, old Tai." Some soldiers hooted in delight as they rushed over to the burly guy. The burly guy laughed and looked at Luo Yunyang's body. "Your strength isn't bad, kid, but when it comes to combat, you just aren't there yet. Watch my leg." As he spoke, the burly guy swung his leg hard towards Luo Yunyang. His kick was simple, yet fast. So fast actually that, although Luo Yunyang could see where it was going to land, he couldn't think of any way to fight back. All he could do was dodge it. The soldier called Old Tai seemed to have predicted that Luo Yunyang would dodge. His leg, which was still swinging frantically like a serpent, seeked out Luo Yunyang once more. Zhu Yan and the others watched Old Tai make his move quietly. No one said anything or shouted a warning at Luo Yunyang. To them, this was nothing more than a simple sparring session. Of course, if they wanted someone to win, that would be Old Tai. He was one of their own after all. This much fighting was already enough. Old Tai's leg was like a sharp axe sweeping everything in its path. Luo Yunyang kept dodging it. Apparently, the only thing he could do now was dodge. What surprised the experienced soldiers was that every time they thought Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to dodge, he still managed to avoid the leg again. The boy's combat intelligence isn't bad. A man with a ruthless face walked up to Zhu Yan and helped himself to a cigarette from Zhu Yan's pocket. A respectful smile formed on Zhu Yan's face when he saw the man. "Do you think he could beat Old Tai, sir? What do you think? You know how many battles Old Tai has fought. The battle scars on his body outnumber this young man's body hair." The man exhaled a plume of smoke before he said decisively, "Old Tai will kick him out in the next 10 moves." Zhu Yan didn't think Luo Yunyang had a big chance of winning anymore, but he believed that he wouldn't be defeated that quickly. Luo Yunyang was under extreme pressure. Every time he saw Old Tai move, all he could do was dodge. He saw his leg too late, so his reaction was too slow. What could he do? While they fought, Luo Yunyang started becoming calmer and calmer, until his mind finally started to work. If he couldn't react in time, then it was probably his mind's fault. Luo Yunyang made the decision to adjust his mind attribute. By doing so, he would be able to observe Old Tai's moves faster. However, his power could not be too low while they fought, so Luo Yunyang reduced his constitution by 50% and added the points to his mind attribute. Power: 7.8 speed, 2.0 mind, 6.8 constitution, 5. After these changes, Luo Yunyang felt his surroundings become much clearer. When Old Tai's legs moved, Luo Yunyang could see their trajectory in his mind. Plus, Old Tai's legs didn't seem as fast as they did before. Actually, Luo Yunyang felt that they were a little slow now. Bang! Luo Yunyang threw out a Nanshan punch. This move was his most basic punching technique. He had been practicing it for years, so his mastery over it had been like a walk in the park. The man with the ruthless face grinned when Luo Yunyang made his move, but when Old Tai's leg crashed into Luo Yunyang's fist, his expression changed again. As expected, Old Tai was sent flying by Luo Yunyang's fist. While he fell, his legs were still vibrating wildly. Old Tai is at a disadvantage. The bunch of rowdy men roared with laughter. That's not bad, boy. Let's go again. Old Tai leapt up and sent his leg flying at Luo Yunyang once again. He used the same leg once more. Given the circumstances, Luo Yunyang raised his fist and threw another Nanshan punch. Bang! There was a sound of heavy impact as Old Tai was sent flying. When he landed, he knelt down on the ground. The rowdy Rising Dragon Army soldiers shut their mouths. They had wanted to see Old Tai beat this kid. They had not expected that he would actually be at a disadvantage. Soldiers could be at a disadvantage sometimes. However, the opponent putting Old Tai in this position made it harder for them to accept it. Watch my fist, boy. Old Tai hesitated for a bit. His entire body was like a leopard's as he punched Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't see Old Tai's move, but his mind attribute was now at 6.8, so his opponent seemed to be moving in slow motion. Old Tai launched a flurry of over 10 punches, but all of them hit the air. His final punch was met by Luo Yunyang's fist. Old Tai looked slightly embarrassed. He had used his legs, his fists, he had even used his own head. His attacks had been like a torrential storm, but Luo Yunyang was as firm as a mountain. He had fought back his every move. Bang! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yunyang's fist shot out and struck Old Tai on the shoulder hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Luo Yunyang had controlled half of his strength, so Old Tai didn't suffer any serious injuries. As he lay there looking at Luo Yunyang, his expression had a glimmer of dread to it. That was really sick. Chapter 20. A little white rabbit, you too, get up. The ruthless-looking man, who seemed flustered to be seeing Old Tai defeated, ordered as he rushed over to the group of Rising Dragon Army soldiers. Rising Dragon soldiers were all proud, conceited individuals, who found bullying and overpowering one with numbers disrespectful. Even more so when it was a new recruit like Luo Yunyang. However, when the ruthless man looked at them, the two Rising Dragon Army soldiers obeyed without hesitation. They rushed over to Luo Yunyang, one approaching him from the front and one from the back. 4 fists were sent flying at Luo Yunyang with the same technique. As this synchronized attack took place, Luo Yunyang felt pressure from every direction. This was 3 times as ferocious as the previous attacks. He could deal with one soldier, but while he was distracted, the other one would hit him. He had to dodge. Luo Yunyang spotted a gap in their attacks and moved through that empty space without hesitation. He had barely dodged the 2 men's fists, when one of them retracted his fists and kicked out at him. Meanwhile, the other one kept waving his arms around. Although both their movements were as quick as they had been before, Luo Yunyang was still able to see the small gap in between. This time, he used a move he wasn't that familiar with, the tail-swaying storm dragon. One of the soldiers, who had been still using his fist to attack Luo Yunyang, had not expected that he would actually take such an initiative and kick out. Although his strength couldn't be compared to Luo Yunyang's, he had a way richer combat experience. Given the circumstances, the soldier chose to perform a lazy donkey roll. The move was simple, yet very effective. The kick, which contained Luo Yunyang's full body strength, struck the asphalt. A crater the size of a bowl formed there. By now, the soldier attacking Luo Yunyang from behind had reached his body. When he swung his leg over, Luo Yunyang's fist collided with it. Bang! As their fist and leg met, the soldier, who had originally wanted to strike a low blow, was pushed back 7 steps. 2 more up. The ruthless man had forgotten his manners. When she heard this, Jiuzi Xuanming got worried. She wanted to say something to stop this madness, but Zhu Yan held her back. The 4 soldiers' coordination was flawless. Although they couldn't compare to Luo Yunyang in terms of strength, when their fists converged, Luo Yunyang felt as if he was caught in a net. He could sense the gaps in their formation, but his speed was not fast enough for him to break out. If he forced his way out, he could get injured in the process. If they had been enemies, this would not have been a problem, but this was a sparring match, so Luo Yunyang did not want to risk it. All he could do was keep dodging into every gap he found. He wasn't pleased. The soldiers attacking him also felt sullen. When Zhu Yan had first brought this kid over, they had thought that they would teach this future elite martialist a lesson. They had not expected that they would be unable to beat him. Even though the 4 soldiers had joined forces, they had yet to land a proper blow on this young man. If word about this disgraceful incident got out, they wouldn't be able to show their faces anywhere. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes passed. The more Luo Yunyang fought, the crisper he got. The techniques he had found stiff at first had already become more familiar. The predicament he had found himself in at the beginning had already become easier to handle. 4 more up. The ruthless man seemed to be burning with anxiety. When he said this, Zhu Yan could no longer remain cool. He walked up to the man and said, "Sir, he is only a kid. This might be a little too, got it? I know when to stop." The ruthless man interrupted Zhu Yan bluntly. As 4 more soldiers joined the fray, the pressure on Luo Yunyang multiplied a few more times. Although he could still see the gaps in his mind, by the time he discovered them, his numerous opponents had already blocked them. Although he kept dodging, Luo Yunyang had still taken 3 punches. These punches made the fury in his heart soar. "Watch my fists," Luo Yunyang shouted as he leapt in the air. He used a 2-headed sea dragon and aimed it at the soldier who had landed the blows on him. The soldier appeared calm, but the instant Luo Yunyang shouted, he froze. Although it was just for an instant, by the time he reacted, Luo Yunyang's fists were already right before him. It was too late to make a move now. When Luo Yunyang had shouted in rage, the soldiers, comrades had become sluggish for a moment. When they finally reacted, a few of them had a look of fear on their faces. They looked as if a ferocious tiger had descended from the mountain. This was Jiuzi Xuanming's first thought as she watched Luo Yunyang charge straight ahead. Impressive. This kid is actually good. The ruthless man had appeared like a specter in front of Luo Yunyang as his fist was about to land. Suddenly, he raised his hand up and tried to catch Luo Yunyang's fist. His grip seemed relaxed, but Luo Yunyang could clearly sense it change. He realized he couldn't dodge it anymore. The instant his fist was caught, Luo Yunyang felt as if his hand had been caught in an iron vice. Even budging was too difficult. His strength was close to 4,000 kilos, so anyone who could catch his punch had to be a martial master. Martialists were well respected in the Da Alliance, but martial masters were even more superior. Even the richest and most powerful people, with resources worth millions, treated martial masters with unparalleled respect. "Good, kid, very good. You lack actual combat experience, though. Since you have already joined the Rising Dragon Army, you may report at the Black Dragon Squadron tomorrow." The ruthless man's words were irrefutable. The moment they came out of his mouth, looks of envy appeared on a few soldiers' faces. The Black Dragon Squadron was the strongest squadron of the Rising Dragon Army. Everyone's goal was to join the Black Dragon Squadron. How could someone who had just gone through the Rising Dragon Army assessment have been approved to join the Black Dragon Squad right off the bat? How could they not be envious? "Sir, I don't think that's possible. He has already been accepted into the elite class," Zhu Yan said softly, scratching his head. The ruthless man's face froze. He hadn't expected that his kind offer would be rejected just like that, but it seemed like this kid had an even greater future ahead of him. He would be joining the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. "Your combat awareness is very impressive, kid, but your techniques are outdated and you lack actual combat experience." The ruthless man fell silent for a bit. "It's best that you select a set of fighting techniques that suit you." When he finished speaking, he shook his head and left as fast as a javelin. The soldiers, who hadn't dared breathe too loudly while he had been there, exhaled collectively. "You are really good, little brother. It's no wonder you are the best of the best. I have no qualms about calling you sir in the future," Old Tai said sincerely. The other soldiers who had surrounded and attacked Luo Yunyang were also looking at him with complicated expressions. These soldiers knew their own strengths. Even though 8 of them had surrounded him, they had still not gotten the upper hand. If it had not been for the instructor, they might have failed completely. However, they were not jealous of Luo Yunyang. They only felt respect for him. He had only relied on his own abilities during the sparring match after all. They would have accepted such a loss wholeheartedly. "Little brother Yunyang, I would like to use this opportunity to call you brother first, before you even become an officer." "Ha ha, this time we have accepted you completely. Come on, let's go drink to our heart's content at the Feng family restaurant." Luo Yunyang couldn't turn down this invitation. The sparring match had just ended, but although he had been surrounded and attacked, he had gained a lot from this experience. He still let Zhu Yan take the lead, though. He was the person he was most familiar with among these people after all. Zhu Yan wouldn't trick him. Come on, let's go have a round. Zhu Yan patted Luo Yunyang on the shoulder with a smile. You better be careful. At first, Luo Yunyang found this warning puzzling, but when he arrived at the Feng family restaurant, he understood what Zhu Yan had meant. All heroes start young, little brother Luo. Let's walk the path of brotherhood. Old Tai was holding 2 cups filled to the brim with wine. Luo Yunyang had heard about wine before. There were taverns in Donglu town. It was just that people rarely visited them. What is it, little brother Luo? Why are you looking down on old Tai? Just because I lost the match, it doesn't mean you can treat me like a subordinate. You can't refuse to drink with me. Old Tai laughed heartily when he saw Luo Yunyang's hesitation. Ha ha ha, you seem like a big man, little brother Yunyang. Don't tell me you can't even drink a little wine. Cheers, brother. Jiuzi Xuanming, who was a smart lady, observed the actions of the soldiers. She realized that they were trying to get Luo Yunyang drunk. Just as she was about to get up and stop them, Zhu Yan waved his hands at her. These soldiers have accepted their loss against Yunyang, but one person beating 8 is still a little humiliating. Let them get some of their dignity back. Besides, he's a man. Getting drunk once is no big deal. Luo Yunyang looked at old Tai and muttered something to himself before picking up the cup and downing it in one go. A burning sensation flooded his mind instantly. You sure can drink. Come on, have one more. Luo Tai was delighted to see Luo Yunyang's flushed face. Luo Yunyang felt a little uneasy, but now that he had returned to normal, he reckoned that this probably had something to do with his constitution. These fellas were being deliberately mean, so Luo Yunyang wasn't going to go easy on them either. He opened the attribute regulator in his mind and raised his constitution to 20. Then, he finished his wine in one gulp. The large gulp of wine felt like a glass of water as it entered his stomach. There was no distinct sensation to it. Old Tai's face had already turned red. Although his constitution was decent, the alcohol they were drinking was special. Listen, little brother Yunyang. Whenever you need help in the future, just come to the headquarters and ask for me. Ha ha. When they noticed that old Tai was no longer drinking, the others surrounded Luo Yunyang. They had spent years together, so they were very well coordinated. This was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Cheers. Drink up. Method 1. Brothers like us share a deep bond. Method 2. If you respect your older brothers, you will finish this. Method 3. Zhu Yan and Jiuzi Xuanming kept watching, but all they saw was over 10 large men swaying unsteadily. Some of them even ran to the washroom to puke. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang looked like a small rabbit standing there innocently. The two of them felt a little foolish as they watched the scene. Chapter 21. The strong reigned supreme back at the Donglu town bank. Shen Yunyang was sitting down at a clean table in sharp clothes, giving off the vibe of a white-collar worker. She did not look bad for a white-collar worker. Shen Yunyang was in her 40s, yet she still retained her grace. There weren't many traces of age on her face, but compared to younger people, she seemed to have a slightly more mature charm. So, much so, actually, that she stood out a little. She had a naturally graceful posture and a nice smile that was neither eager nor overbearing. Her movements were also calm and collected. It was always busy at the Donglu Bank, yet Shen Yunyang appeared to be idling. Manager Fang Zongyuan had tried to think of where to place this woman. How could he let her be so awfully busy? Going from washing clothes to working at a bank was an unimaginable change. As Shen Yunyang sat there entranced, her thoughts were on her beloved son. How had Yunyang performed at his assessment? As Shen Yunyang calculated the days Luo Yunyang had been away from home, someone suddenly exclaimed, "The Rising Dragon Army admittance list is out." Shen Yunyang immediately ran to the computer screen to take a look. She had already gotten used to computers, although she used to think of them as a luxury. Your son didn't get selected. The pretty lady sitting in front of the computer screen shrieked. Although she said this in a sad tone, her brows were raised in delight. This was enough to put her in a good mood. Her mood was great now. She was happy that Luo Yunyang hadn't been selected. Shen Yunyang, who was clearly in shock, went through the list of over 100 people quickly, yet she didn't see Luo Yunyang's name. She checked it once again, but she still couldn't find her beloved son. Suddenly, Shen Yunyang felt an emptiness fill her heart. Could her son handle the blow of not passing this assessment? How was he doing right now? Why hadn't he returned? Shen Yunyang didn't care about anything else. She only wished to see her son as soon as possible. How does the Rising Dragon Army conduct its assessments? I heard that in order for one to get in, they must be at least an E-rank elite. Exactly. Normal people like us can't even dream about joining the Rising Dragon Army. How could toads lust after swans? Alright, stop with these speculations. He is still a G-rank elite, in any case. A few female staff members uttered sour, unkind words during this discussion. It seemed as if they were taking delight in Luo Yunyang's misfortune. However, Shen Yunyang wasn't in the mood to bicker with them. Her mind was filled with worry for her son. Nobody realized that a rather refined employee had taken out an outdated communication device and made a call. Shen Yunyang was anxious to get off work. She wanted to go home and see if her son was back. Her beloved son was so eager to excel, how would he deal with such a setback? As she was preoccupied with worry, a black carriage suddenly stopped outside the entrance of the bank. 3 people got out of the carriage. Right at the front was a chubby man that seemed to only grow sideways. Behind him stood 2 smiling middle-aged men dressed in suits. It's the bank's president. Good morning, sir. The moment the fat man stepped through the door, every female staff member stood up simultaneously and bowed in his direction. The fat man nodded his head faintly. He really liked being respected and he enjoyed looking down on others, as if he were standing on a high mountain. He quickly passed judgment at his surroundings silently. Everything was flowing smoothly. It was all under control. Great. Shen Yunyang didn't know anything about the fat man's status. She was also rather preoccupied, so she stood up 10 seconds later than the others. You hired new front desk staff. How come I've never seen her before? Old Fang is becoming more and more ridiculous. He's hiring just any Tom, Dick or Harry. The fat man frowned when he saw Shen Yunyang hesitate a bit before standing up. Any Tom, Dick or Harry, indeed. Yunyang felt miserable as the fat man scolded her viciously. However, a job like this wasn't easy to come by, so she couldn't let manager Fang get blamed on her behalf. I'm sorry, sir. I will pay more attention in the future. You won't have to pay attention. Just pack your things and leave. You are fired, the fat man said disdainfully. Shen Yunyang was stunned. Her hands suddenly started trembling. The moment everyone had heard that her son hadn't been admitted into the Rising Dragon Army, their attitude had already changed slightly. No matter what happened though, she couldn't embarrass her son. You are very rude, Shen Yunyang said indifferently as she stared at the fat man. Then, she turned around and strode out. Being scolded by a front desk staff member in front of so many people made the fat man lose his cool. His face swelled up like a pig's liver. How dare she speak to him like that? The 2 middle-aged men started hurling abuse at Shen Yunyang loudly. Shen Yunyang just left without looking back. Sir, we can't let this issue go just like that. I will get the police superintendent and teach her a lesson. One of the middle-aged men started to suck up to him vigorously. A look of disagreement flashed over the other middle-aged man's face, yet the words that came out of his mouth echoed his colleagues. Right, we can't just let her off this easily. Forget it, what use is there to bickering with a woman? Although the fat man was angry, he still wanted to maintain his cool image. As he said that, he saw Fang Zongyuan rush over in a panic. Where did you recruit such a person, Fang Zongyuan? He asked angrily. She had no manners. Did you hear what came out of her dirty mouth? If you no longer wish to be a manager, you can leave as well. Don't think that I can't fire you. If it wasn't for my father, I would have fired you a long time ago. Fang Zongyuan had a smile on his face, but deep inside he was cursing. He wasn't directly under this fat man's command, so he didn't really care about what he said. What worried him the most was that Luo Yunyang's mother had been fired. How would he explain this to Luo Yunyang when he returned? Although Luo Yunyang hadn't managed to become a member of the Rising Dragon Army, he was still a G-rank elite. One day, he would succeed and Fang Zongyuan would reap the rewards. He firmly believed that no other person would be able to help Luo Yunyang the way he had in his hour of need. As Fang Zongyuan was getting berated, the sound of screeching brakes was suddenly heard outside. When the sound stopped, a beautiful tall lady walked in. Her appearance stunned the fat man, who had been scolding Fang Zongyuan. He quickly followed the beautiful woman. Director Huang, if you wanted to inspect the bank, you should have informed me in advance. It was lucky that I was in town. The lady called Director Huang frowned and replied solemnly, "Your address was wrong, President Zhang. I am just an assistant. You may call me Assistant Huang. It's the same thing. You are the director's assistant, so you will become a vice director in the future." "Ha ha, I'm just addressing you this way a little early." Bank President Zhang was beaming as he bent his waist to the side in a totally innocent way. When she heard his explanation, the lady's lips twitched. Her frown stayed in place, but she didn't explain any further. Instead, she eyed her surroundings. Her gaze suddenly landed on Fang Zongyuan. "Are you Manager Fang Zongyuan?" "Yes, I am. Greetings, Director Huang." Fang Zongyuan hadn't expected the lady to actually remember him. They had only met once at a meeting after all. It seemed like this woman wasn't just a pretty face. No wonder people said that she was the smartest person working at a Federation bank. "You have done a really good job. The main branch has decided to promote you. From this day on, you will be the vice president of this area." When the lady was done speaking, she turned around and waved her hand. A pleasant-looking secretary immediately took a letter out of her briefcase. Bank President Li appeared somewhat displeased. He had just been reprimanding Fang Zongyuan, yet a moment later, the fella had been promoted. He would be his partner now. Although he would be a deputy, it was common knowledge that, when interacting with people with authority, one's words had to be extra flattering. Would Fang Zongyuan bear a grudge when they interacted in the future? This question couldn't be answered yet. He had criticized Fang Zongyuan right before he had gotten promoted. Could this be fate mocking him? While the fat man was going through a myriad of thoughts, Fang Zongyuan was just as stunned. However, an expression of sheer joy soon appeared on his face. He would be getting a promotion and a raise. Wasn't this something he had been yearning for day and night? He hadn't expected that he would suddenly get this lucky. Plus, there hadn't even been a good omen about it. Unless his boss was now doing this without taking credit. "Thank you, Director Huang. I, Fang Zongyuan, will not spare any effort to live up to the expectations of the main branch." Fang Zongyuan was so excited that he felt like kneeling in front of the woman. The lady was like an iceberg, both beautiful and cold. After showing him the document, she asked indifferently, "Where did Shen Yunyang head to? Why have I not seen her?" Shen Yunyang, most people were unfamiliar with the name. Only Fang Zongyuan knew that she was Luo Yunyang's mother. Director Huang, Fang Zongyuan had an awkward expression on his face. "What?" the lady asked impatiently. "Did she not come to work? Perhaps she isn't feeling well. If that is the case, then we will go visit her at her place." Bank President Zhang's lips twitched. The muscles on his face had started to tremble. He suddenly had a foreboding premonition. "No," Bank President Zhang fired her. Fang Zongyuan couldn't be bothered to hide this right now. What did you just say?" "Bank President Zhang, what reason did you have to fire the mother of a B rank elite martialist? What right did you have to fire the mother of a Rising Dragon Army elite soldier?" Assistant Huang's tone was serious as she stared at Bank President Zhang. A B rank elite Rising Dragon Army soldier. The title astonished Bank President Zhang, who stood rooted to the spot for quite some time before he eventually stammered, "Didn't Luo Yunyang, didn't he get rejected by the Rising Dragon Army?" "Mr. Luo Yunyang was accepted into the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. It was our honor to have his mother work at our bank. The main branch had already decided to transfer Shen Yunyang to the Chang'an branch, yet you fired her, so it will be your job to hire her back." Assistant Huang's voice was gentle, but there was an implicit, undeniable meaning behind her words. "If Bank President Zhang can't resolve this matter, then I will have to report it to my superiors." Beads of sweat trickled down Bank President Zhang's face. Reporting this to the main branch would be horrible. If it was reported, his future prospects would be ruined. "I will go hire her back right now. I'm going." The fat man nodded and bent his waist. He looked as though he was itching to stick his head into the crotch of his own pants. "Manager Fang, no, Brother Fang, could you come with me? I will need your outstanding talent when I speak with Madame Shen." "I should apologize, I really should." Fang Zongyuan snickered inwardly at the president's posture. He wanted to laugh at him, but he felt that he needed to show the self-restraint of a bank's vice president in front of Assistant Huang. "This is a matter of great importance," he replied right away. "We can't let Director Huang wait too long. Let's hurry and bring Madame Shen back." Assistant Huang gave a faint nod before she said dryly, "You only have 1 hour, President. If you don't succeed in 1 hour, then don't blame me for what will happen next." All right, Alright, don't worry about it, I will definitely bring Madam Shen back. Bank President Zhang kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at grains while the fat on his body jiggled. Chapter 22. Kneeling. Good news never left one's house in Donglu town, but bad news traveled several miles a minute. The news that Luo Yunyang had failed to get admitted into the Rising Dragon Army and Shen Yunyang had gotten fired from the bank traveled exceptionally fast. These news were like a sugar cane that didn't get soft after being chewed for a long time. A sugar cane that only spread like wildfire on one's saliva. However, Donglu town was still a homely town with simple, honest residents. The majority of these people felt pity for Luo Yunyang over this outcome. Luo Yunyang was still a lovable kid in their eyes after all. However, there were also some people who laughed maliciously at his fortune. Among these people were Lian Changfeng's father, Chang Darren, and his family. Chang Darren was still locked up, but the news about Luo Yunyang had been like music to his wife's ears. Ever since Chang Darren had been locked up, this insufferably arrogant woman had exercised restraint and remained quiet out of fear. Even when others had tried to provoke her, she still hadn't expressed any intention of getting revenge. However, this impossibly stupid woman now realized that everything had changed. After being silent for so many days, it was finally time that she settled the score on her husband's behalf. The Cheng family was a large clan with a lot of close relatives and friends. All it took was a single call for no less than 100 women to head over to Luo Yunyang's house and surround it. When a person of low status gets power, they never get very far. Chang Darren's wife, who had big arms and round hips, showed off the golden chain around her neck. Then, she rolled her eyes at the crowd and said, "Dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. All a rat's child knows is how to burrow. How could that little devil of a kid think he could join the Rising Dragon Army? That's like a weasel thinking it can pull a carriage. He should have known better than to call himself an elite martialist." "Elite, my *SS. Chang Darren's wife shouted abuse to her heart's content. Her relatives encouraged her as she stepped forward. Just as they were about to step into Luo Yunyang's house, 2 automobiles, which were a rare sight in Donglu town, whistled past them. A slightly older woman who wasn't able to avoid them in time nearly fell down. She was considered a powerful person in Donglu town, so she had never suffered such an injustice before. She suddenly opened her mouth and started to curse. "Don't curse blindly. Those are people we cannot afford to offend." A shrewd-looking lady stopped her. "Why do you think those cars stopped outside Luo Yunyang's house? Those are bank cars. Hee. They must be here to demand their money back. Do you think 100,000 Dayuan is so easy to get?" The women, who were engaged in a lively conversation, realized they had almost reached Luo Yunyang's house, when they suddenly saw a fat man get out of a car. His fair, delicate skin and hairstyle made the women shot envious looks at him. "I recognize him. That's the bank president in charge of our bank. He was the one who fired Shen Yunyang. If this old man has come here personally, something big must be about to happen. Perhaps they are going to seize Luo Yunyang. Hey, do you reckon what Luo Yunyang did counts as fraud?" Standing at the doorstep was a tiny figure wielding a stick that seemed too big for her small frame. Although her hands were shaking, there was determination all over her face. "None of you are welcome here. Get out. Stay away from my home." Luo Donger looked like a little tiger as she shouted at everyone and defended her own turf. This wretched girl is rather fierce. Exactly. How is she going to be married off when she gets older? Who would dare marry her, anyway? Meyer Niu would never look at this sort of wretched girl. The women's words made Luo Donger flush with anger. She was already old enough to understand what they were saying. "We don't have any ill intentions, little girl. We came over because we wish to see Madam Shen Yunyang." Bank President Zhang's splendid face was like a flower. "You are a bad person. I won't let a fat man like you inside." As Luo Donger shouted, she abruptly shut her eyes and swung the stick in her hands vigorously. Bank President Zhang, who had not expected that this young girl would really try to hit him, was caught off guard. The stick struck his fat thigh, causing him to stumble and nearly sink to his knees. "You wretched girl, you," the middle-aged man right next to him scolded her immediately. How could Bank President Zhang, who lived like a prince, suffer this sort of embarrassment? Before he could even start to suck up to him, Bank President Zhang, who had been clenching his teeth in pain, slapped him across the face. "You don't know **T. Shut up right now, little girl. I promise you I really don't have any ill intentions. I came over to invite your mother to return to work." Luo Donger tilted her head and stared blankly at the fat man in front of her. Shen Yunyang, who had heard the ruckus outside her house, came out. As soon as she saw Bank President Zhang, she said in disgust, "I no longer wish to have any relation with you whatsoever. Please don't ever return or try to interfere with our lives. Donger, come inside with Mom." Shen Yunyang beckoned for her daughter to head back inside. Bank President Zhang immediately became anxious and shot Fang Zongyuan a look. Fang Zongyuan was standing there as if he was mute. He was staring straight ahead without any intention of putting in a word for him. Damn it, the entire Fang family was full of traitors. The words he had said in front of Assistant Huang had been really touching, but now that it was time to act, the B***starred was actually acting dumb. He hadn't said anything. He had just let him humiliate himself in front of everyone else. He was just a traitor. Bank President Zhang tried to hide his face from the gazes of the watchful onlookers. After he put some thought into it, he decided that he would tolerate this and use it to his advantage. Bank President Zhang knelt down on the ground. His hands were spread out, and mucus and tears were covering his face as he said, "I was completely in the wrong, my lady. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes and start afresh. I have both young and old family members that are depending on me to care for them. If you don't forgive me, then my entire family will go hungry." The man's sobs slowly turned into mournful wails. Chang Darren's wife and the other women were dumbstruck. A respectable figure was actually kneeling on the ground and begging Shen Yunyang, the very woman that they despised. Luo Yunyang has entered the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. He is also a B rank elite. You and your daughter can live in Chang'an City, Fang Zongyuan finally said. The Rising Dragon Army's elite class, B rank elite, Chang'an City. The news felt like a series of heavy blows for Chang Darren's relatives. Their faces suddenly turned ashen. They had all rushed over excitedly to watch the Luo family's misfortune, but the Luo family hadn't crumbled. Instead, they were now standing even taller than before. Chapter 23. Heavy training, is what you are saying true? Shen Yunyang didn't dare believe her ears. Of course it's true. Fang Zongyuan smiled softly. Otherwise, why would people from the main branch want to transfer you to Chang'an City? And why would Bank President Zhang be here? His words pissed off Bank President Zhang, whose performance seemed very real. He no longer bothered wiping the mucus that flowed into his mouth. He just waited impatiently for Shen Yunyang's answer. If she wasn't willing to return to the bank, the punishment he would suffer would be much greater. Shen Yunyang didn't pay the slightest attention to Bank President Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground. Although she would never vent her anger on an innocent party, she was no pushover either. Please go back, Manager Fang. You too, Bank President Zhang. I would like to rest at home first. As she spoke, Shen Yunyang pulled along Luo Donger, who was cheering jubilantly. The two of them went inside without looking back. Madam Luo, I really have both young and old family members waiting at home. Bank President Zhang shuffled forward anxiously in the same kneeling position as he kept begging her. No one bothered him. They allowed him to kneel outside the door as tears and mucus streamed down his face for 2 hours. In the end, Shen Yunyang agreed to return just to stop people from crowding outside her house. When the matter was considered settled, Bank President Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. However, the news of his public disgrace and Luo Yunyang's situation had already spread to every corner of Donglu town. I wish Luo Yunyang was my son, every father in Donglu town said mournfully. As a result, when Luo Yunyang set foot in Donglu town again, almost everyone greeted him warmly. There were even some people that came running to his house and shared with Shen Yunyang the news of his return. All sorts of people appeared at the house's courtyard. No matter what they were thinking, they only had one motive. They wanted to validate their own presence by visiting the family's house. That night, Luo Yunyang, Shen Yulong and some other good friends gathered at a tavern in town. When they left, Luo Yunyang returned to the training classroom at school. There were still over 10 days before he would be starting training with the elite class, so he wanted to prepare to properly cultivate the Ape Dragon blueprint during this time. Luo Yunyang's fast success had created a craze around the cultivation of the Ape Dragon blueprint. However, after some students had suffered a few injuries, the craze had eventually died down. The only person studying the Ape Dragon blueprint anymore was Luo Yunyang. Principal Li had ordered all students not to disturb him. Luo Yunyang had already cultivated the third diagram of the ape dragon blueprint, so he only had 3 more left. He didn't immediately try cultivating the next diagrams. After taking a deep breath, he started to practice the 3 diagrams he had already learned: the earth-splitting devil ape, the coiling dragon formation, and the tail-swaying storm dragon move. Thanks to the nourishment of the 2 vials of body-forging medicine he had taken, Luo Yunyang's body was already in perfect condition. When he performed the earth-splitting devil ape move, all 609 muscles of his body seemed to contract with power. Every single muscle fiber was like a steel wire being tightened. According to scientists, humans had a total of 639 muscles. When Luo Yunyang used the earth-splitting devil ape move at first, the muscles he used were only 609. That had to be his own mistake. How could there be a problem with the ape dragon blueprint after all? As he considered this, Luo Yunyang made some adjustments and transferred all his attribute points to his mind attribute. When his mind was over 20 points, Luo Yunyang's perception rose to a whole new level. The snarling giant ape seemed to become at least 2 times more intelligible. The muscles that he hadn't used were the ones in the devil ape's head. Underneath the neck, below the feet, Luo Yunyang looked for his own inadequacies for at least half an hour, but ended up becoming even more puzzled. He was using 633 muscles now. He was still 6 muscles short. It wasn't that Luo Yunyang couldn't find them. They simply were not on the diagram. Was this done deliberately, or was the quality of the diagram just too poor? His 633 muscle strength was actually not bad. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yunyang would have accepted this. However, this time he wanted to find those remaining 6 muscles. Luo Yunyang kept replaying the movements of the earth-splitting devil ape move in his head. Every time he went through the movements, his mind would become extremely active. Once, twice, thrice, after who knew how long, Luo Yunyang's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately wanted to stand up, but he realized that his body was actually unable to move. All his constitution and power attribute points had been transferred to his mind. Enlightened, Luo Yunyang quickly adjusted his attributes and raised his constitution to 18. The few remaining points were split equally between his mind, power and speed. Earth-splitting devil ape. As he followed the moves he visualized in his head, Luo Yunyang leapt high in the air. Every single muscle in his body had started to vibrate, and every single muscle fiber had tightened. Boom! His fist had struck the air, yet a sound was suddenly heard. It was a sonic boom. Almost everyone in Donglu town was gazing at the sealed classroom with respect and admiration. There was currently a legendary person cultivating inside. Luo Yunyang, the true pride of Donglu town. He was a member of the Rising Dragon Army's elite class and AB rank elite who had already moved his mother to the secure city of Chang'an. In the past, Luo Yunyang had met his match in many people, but now that his luck had changed, he was like a sun shining brightly in the sky. That was how much he stood out from the masses. People could feel his power, yet they could only gaze at him from afar. Shen Yulong was the only person able to enter the classroom. This special privilege hadn't been granted by the principal, but Luo Yunyang himself. Shen Yulong smiled at the thought. This meant that he, Shen Yulong, had a better foresight than everyone else. Oh, my goodness. When Shen Yulong walked into the classroom feeling pleased with himself, he saw Luo Yunyang soar up in the air. Shen Yulong was all too familiar with this move. It was the earth-splitting devil ape move. Many young students, including Shen Yulong, had tried to practice this in the past. However, Shen Yulong remembered that when they had performed this move, they had just looked like monkeys bouncing around all over the place. As Luo Yunyang descended from his leap, Shen Yulong felt as though he was watching an ancient devil ape dash down viciously. When Luo Yunyang brandished his fists, a sonic boom formed in the air around them. Although he had completed the move, Luo Yunyang didn't even halt. As his hands flashed out, he performed the coiling dragon formation. Luo Yunyang looked like a swollen circle. Every inch of his skin that was exposed seemed to become considerably fatter. Yunyang, pay attention. The past few times that Shen Yulong had watched Luo Yunyang cultivate, he had wanted to test the durability of his skin when it puffed out. He hadn't dared to so far, though. This time, things were different. Luo Yunyang would be leaving soon, so he wouldn't get such a chance anymore. Shen Yulong picked up a wooden stick as thick as an arm and smashed it hard against Luo Yunyang's body. It was like striking old leather. Shen Yulong felt his hands shake a bit as the wooden stick flew away. Luo Yunyang's body made a resounding smacking sound. Luo Yunyang didn't show any signs of pain as he suddenly performed a flip. His head was facing down and his leg was facing up, just like a dragon rolling in the air. It was the tail-swaying storm dragon move. This was the third diagram of the ape dragon blueprint, which was supposed to train one's muscles. Although there didn't seem to be much of a difference, when one performed this move, it made people feel as if there was a dragon standing there. Luo Yunyang landed lightly and soared up once again. This time, while he was in the air, a popping sound was heard from every joint in his body. All his bones were vibrating. It was the sky-ripping violent ape move. Luo Yunyang hadn't tried this move in a long time, but after this cultivating session, his bones would become even more solid and concentrated. The vibration of his bones was the beginning of their refinement. When the vibration produced a rumble like thunder, he would know that he had mastered this skill. Luo Yunyang soared in the air and landed with a bang. The instant that he landed, he felt like steel being reshaped into a human figure and smashing hard against the ground. Based on his previous rhythm, he should have performed his next move right away, but Luo Yunyang remained taciturn for about 10 minutes before he made another move. This time, his left hand was as fast as lightning, while his right hand was as heavy as a mountain. Although this was one move, it actually included the final two diagrams. Together, they had one name. They were called the Dragon-Ape Combination Strike. The Dragon-Ape Combination Strike might look simple, but it actually trained the 5 viscera of the human body. Every time Luo Yunyang struck out, he would absorb and release big amounts of energy. Every time he struck out, his 5 viscera would get stronger. Ordinary martialists found the last diagram hard to understand, let alone use as a pretext to train their viscera. Luo Yunyang had relied on his excessive 20+ mind points to comprehend this technique. After taking a deep breath, he turned and looked at Shen Yulong. "Have you prepared everything?" "Everything is ready. If all goes well, in 3 days' time, I will be starting school at the Qishan Martial Academy." Shen Yulong was really gratified. "Thank you, Yunyang. It was nothing." Luo Yunyang waved his arms around. "Your cultivation base is decent. As long as you train properly at the Qishan Martial Academy, you will become successful." Shen Yulong hesitated for a bit before he asked, "Will the Lian family cause you trouble?" Luo Yunyang had won the recommendation spot Lian Changfeng had spent so much effort on acquiring. When it was confirmed that Luo Yunyang had gotten into the Rising Dragon Army and would no longer need that recommendation spot, the Lian family had been pleasantly surprised. This recommendation spot was just as precious after all. However, Luo Yunyang, who had returned from Chang'an City, had assigned the spot to Shen Yulong. Nobody dared object against this assignment. Luo Yunyang shrugged. "What is meant to be, will be. What isn't, will never be yours. Besides, I didn't cause the Lian family any trouble. They can blame themselves for everything. Oh, I forgot, Luo Chong has already started working at the bank. She asked me to thank you on her behalf." Shen Yulong smiled meaningfully. "Luo Chong is a good girl." Luo Yunyang smiled faintly, but didn't comment. Chapter 24. Donglu to the left, Chang'an to the right. It was Luo Yunyang who had arranged for Luo Chong to get a job at the bank. He had met Luo Chong the previous day. This maiden who had once given him solace gave him an indescribable feeling. However, those big beautiful eyes of hers seemed distant now. This sense of distance was something that only Luo Chong herself could overcome. Although becoming an elite martialist of the Rising Dragon Army seemed impressive, the existence of origin beasts made Luo Yunyang feel threatened. He didn't know how the path he had taken would unfold. Besides, the two of them were still young. Fate would decide how things would go for them. "I've got to go. I will be leaving Donglu town soon. This is my Chang'an address. If you have time, you can come visit me there." As Luo Yunyang spoke, he handed Shen Yulong a piece of paper. Shen Yulong looked at Luo Yunyang and nodded gently. The two friends would be parting soon. There were many things they wanted to say, yet they remained silent. "I'll be leaving, old friend. Don't watch me go." After Shen Yulong said this, he suddenly extended his arms and rushed over to Luo Yunyang. One of the methods fat people used to bully others was hugging. In the past, Luo Yunyang had suffered quite a bit because of this move. Although his speed was very fast now, Luo Yunyang didn't avoid it. Bang! His friend's body collided hard against Luo Yunyang's, causing the fat young man to fall down dramatically. Luo Yunyang kept standing there quietly. Shen Yulong clambered up from the ground and rubbed his arms. You are leaving, Luo Yunyang. Why didn't you give in for once? I gave in, I didn't move, I didn't use any of my strength either. Luo Yunyang grinned. Shen Yulong huffed. Alright, I better go pack my stuff. You sick monster, you are like a tank. While he watched his fat friend sway as he left, Luo Yunyang felt an indescribable sadness. From now on, they would be going their separate ways. However, given their abilities, this was the best arrangement he could make for his friend. A tank, this fella. Luo Yunyang was certain that he hadn't used any strength during their collision. If his friend had been sent flying, then that meant, as he thought about it, Luo Yunyang walked over to a weighing scale. When he stepped on it, the figure displayed made him get flabbergasted. 246 kilos. Damn, when had he become so heavy? Luo Yunyang looked down at his palms and figure, but didn't see any changes. This caused even more doubts to fill his mind. Could this be a result of cultivating the ape dragon blueprint? Perhaps the fact that his constitution had increased was the reason behind it. Or perhaps his body's density had increased. As he pondered the issue, Luo Yunyang walked to the strength measuring practice target and punched it hard. Luo Yunyang, 4,950 kilos. Outstanding. His strength was 4,950 kilos. That was 100 kilos higher than his strength after he had cultivated the 6 diagrams of the ape dragon blueprint. In the past, an increase of 100 kilos would have been an astronomical improvement for Luo Yunyang, but now it was not even worth mentioning. It seemed like he'd had the same strength the previous day. In the past, some golden deer meat and grade 6 energy bars would have been enough to make Luo Yunyang's strength increase a lot. Luo Yunyang had eaten close to 50 kilos of golden deer meat and practiced the dragon-ape combination strike. The speed at which he digested food was very astonishing, yet his strength hadn't increased. Everything had a limit. No food on the market could meet his requirements and improve his strength anymore. He would either have to wait or find high-grade dire beasts or medicine. Early in the morning, Luo Yunyang and his family got into a car driven by Fang Zongyuan. Fang Zongyuan had a meek smile on his face. He seemed to be honored to be there, yet Luo Yunyang's family looked solemn. Their life in Donglu town might have been poverty-stricken, but they had spent over 10 years there, so they were leaving some very profound memories behind. Hee, if you miss Donglu town, you can still come back and visit, Fang Zongyuan consoled Shen Yunyang softly. Shen Yunyang smiled as she stroked her daughter's pigtails. Exactly. We will return whenever we have time. The streets were cold and cheerless in the early morning, but as the car was about to leave town, familiar faces appeared before Luo Yunyang's eyes. Some of these people he had been very close to, while others were mere acquaintances, but everyone was smiling at him sincerely. Shen Yunyang bade farewell to her close neighbors, and Luo Donger said goodbye to her young friends. The car moved slowly, but it still moved forward. How great it would be if your father knew we were leaving Donglu town, Shen Yunyang sighed as Donglu town disappeared in the distance. Luo Yunyang was still looking in that direction. Although they were already quite far away, every resident was reflected clearly in his eyes. His entire mind power was currently focused on his eyes. A figure hiding behind the crowd suddenly walked forward. It had to be her. That kind, sensible, considerate, gentle maiden. When Luo Yunyang thought about how difficult it would be to ever see her again, he felt a pang of grief in his heart. Luo Yunyang was sitting in a slow-moving transportation vehicle. He didn't know whether to call it a train or a subway. It couldn't be called a train, because it was traveling underground, yet it was only 10 meters deep in the ground, so it couldn't be called a subway either. Each carriage contained at least 100 seats, but there were only about 8 passengers inside, all of them wearing the same Rising Dragon Army uniform that Luo Yunyang was. Luo Yunyang was browsing through the second-hand laptop Fang Zongyuan had helped him purchase. On the table was a photo of him with his mother and sister. This photo had been taken in their new home in Chang'an. Their 2-bedroom apartment was very clean, but its dusky atmosphere wasn't that appealing in broad daylight. You have to train for 3 years. If your results are good, you will be like dragons among humans. If they aren't good, then you will return to Chang'an City and stay there. Ha ha ha. These straightforward words echoed around the carriage. The person speaking was a young man below 20. He wasn't tall, yet he seemed as strong as a bull. According to him, he was a veteran who had already spent 1 year training in the elite class. Except for the fact that he would not reveal where the training grounds were, he hadn't hidden anything else from them. "We will be needing your help in the future, Big Brother Zhao," a soft voice said in a flattering tone. The person who had spoken was one of the 2 female soldiers in Luo Yunyang's group. She was also the most beautiful one. Although she wasn't too tall, she had a well-proportioned body and a beautiful face, so she was like a swan among a flock of chicken. She was clearly the princess of the group. The male soldier, who clearly enjoyed this sort of compliments, replied right away, "Rest assured, young sister. If anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to tell your big brother. I will make them face the consequences. If that's the case, then I would like to thank Big Brother Zhao in advance." The 2 of them burst into laughter. However, most of the others remained silent. Some of them frowned, while others pretended not to see anything. Luo Yunyang was browsing through some web images on his computer. Thanks to this second-hand computer, he had found out that computers had actually existed for a few centuries. Before the apocalypse, almost all young people his age used to have at least one computer. However, the energy crisis that had followed the apocalypse had forced the majority of the population to struggle for survival. Thus, computers had become something that only elite martialists could use. "Do you know why we are riding this train that isn't buried deep underground, yet isn't traveling above the ground either?" The male soldier was like a peacock trying his hardest to attract the beautiful girl's attention. His words caught the attention of quite a number of people. "Because right now, we are no longer in the safe zone. And this place, which is neither too high nor too deep, is the safest place to be." As Big Brother Zhao spoke, everyone's interest reached an all-time high. Some people even brought him a glass of water to please him even more. "Let me tell you all," as Big Brother Zhao was talking, a roar reverberated through the void. Suddenly, the huge train screeched loudly. Everyone sitting inside felt like they were being flung out of the window. Chapter 25. This isn't Earth, don't worry, everyone. It's just 2 dire beasts fighting. They will leave very soon. A crisp voice reverberated around the carriage as the display screens that had originally been turned off flickered on. On the display screen was a dire beast that looked like a bull with 4 horns on its head. The beast was roaring wildly. Its opponent was a 10-meter-long leopard. The leopard was like a phantom as it traveled through the air and rushed over to the bull. It was really agile. Nearly all the new soldiers watching the fight were given a big scare. They were all considered extraordinary among their companions, yet they lost their confidence before such a huge dire beast. They didn't even have the slightest confidence that they could survive such an encounter, let alone beat the beast. Boom! The 4-horned bull charged in the direction of the leopard. Its speed wasn't very fast, but it was extremely ferocious as it charged right at the leopard, hoping to smash straight into it. Just as the leopard was about to get hit, everyone watching realized that the beast had strangely disappeared and reappeared behind the 4-horned bull. When its sharp, knife-like claws slashed out, a chunk of meat weighing at least 50 kilos was torn out of the dire bull. The dire bull didn't slow down. It smashed straight into a hill, making the earth suddenly start to shake. The 4-horned dire bull roared frantically as it tried to run away. As it was running, the leopard, which kept appearing as a phantom, seemed to be playing with it and ripping out pieces of its flesh. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, as the leopard and the 4-horned dire bull disappeared in the distance, the train started moving once again. However, this time, everyone in the train had gone silent. "Quick, look," someone shrieked, pointing outside the window. Luo Yunyang followed the voice and looked out. He saw a drop of blood about the size of a pigeon's egg embedded in a piece of rock. The blood had obviously been smashed into the rock. Luo Yunyang and the others were well aware of how hard rocks were. A drop of blood couldn't leave such a trace. However, this particular drop of blood had actually smashed a hole into the rock. Dire beasts have evolved tremendously. The big man who was leading the soldiers complained. This drop of blood must weigh at least 10 kilos. How could a drop of blood weigh 10 kilos? Actually, our strength can increase through cultivation and become greater as our cell quality improves. When the big man reached this point, he laughed. You should all measure your body weight. You guys aren't that light anymore. His words made little sister Liao feign anger. Luo Yunyang nodded his head lightly. The increase of his body strength was in fact caused by the increase of his cell mass. Big Brother Zhao, what happens if that dire beast attacks us? The delicate girl asked with a pitiful expression. Don't be afraid, Martial ancestor fighters are watching our train. Although that phantom leopard might be a grade B dire beast, it can still be beheaded. Martial ancestor fighters. The new soldiers, who had originally been frightened of the phantom leopard and the four-horned dire bull, immediately got excited. To them, martial ancestors were something very distant. They couldn't believe that there were actually martial ancestors overseeing things on their train. Every single martial ancestor was extremely important for humanity. Each of them had the ability to take on grade B or higher dire beasts. As the discussion on the train was in full swing, a series of beeps were suddenly heard. After the beeps, a voice announced, "We have arrived at the Da Federation Base 7. Everyone please disembark." Although Big Brother Zhao had been chatting away animatedly, as soon as he heard the broadcasted voice, he immediately stopped what he was doing and ran out of the carriage. Although the new soldiers thought that his actions were a little strange, they were all newcomers, so none of them dared to say much as they headed out of the carriage fast. This was supposed to be the training ground of the Rising Dragon Army elite class, so Luo Yunyang thought that there would be some kind of construction there. However, when he got off the train, he realized that they were actually in an expanse of wilderness. Only a few strands of grass grew on the barren land around them. "Attention, I'm counting off," a burly man who looked like a dire beast in a camouflaged combat uniform shouted. On one side of the man's face was a deep scar that gave off a sinister vibe. 1, 2, 3, the Rising Dragon Army elite students had no problem with a simple count-off. Luo Yunyang was standing in the middle. When the count was finished, the total figure was 17. This meant that there was a total of 17 elite students from the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an headquarters. "Boys, oh, there are also some girls. Welcome to Base 7. I am responsible for taking you into the base. If you are wondering who I am, you will find out if you are able to walk away from the base alive." As he spoke, his gaze landed on Big Brother Zhao, who was standing nearby. Bragging Zhao, "I heard that you haven't made much progress in the past 6 months. If you don't work hard this term, then you will be kicked out of the elite class," he said coldly. The guy who had been leading everyone in the train appeared to shrink a little immediately. He moved back like a quail, not daring to make a sound. Following the orders of the burly man, who hadn't even revealed his name, Luo Yunyang and the others walked for at least 25 kilometers. Then, they entered a cave. The cave wasn't too deep. It was only about 500 meters, but it was barely wide enough for 2 people to fit in. This certainly didn't look like a base. "Tighten up your bodies. There will be some resistance, so everyone had better rush inside." The rough voice of the man with the sinister face echoed once more. No one knew what had happened. Suddenly, they all heard an ear-splitting shriek. 1 shriek, 2 shrieks, 3 shrieks. Although Luo Yunyang wanted to see what was going on, it was just too dark ahead. There were also others obstructing him, so he eventually gave up on the idea. When he stepped forward, he realized that there was a rock wall ahead of him. At the top of the wall was a layer of something that felt like a membrane. It was something transparent that could be sensed, yet could not be touched. There was something mysterious inside it. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate. He assumed the coiling dragon formation and rushed headfirst towards that mysterious layer. Boom! He felt an immense force press on him from all directions. This pressure came from the void. Although Luo Yunyang had already used a technique from the ape dragon blueprint, the moment he struck the layer, he felt a heavy pressure. He could feel pain from all directions. When the pain escalated, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt it dissipate again. Suddenly, a bright light had appeared in front of his eyes. Luo Yunyang took a few steps forward and reached the place where the light originated from. What he saw was a dense area full of tall trees in a huge city. The air there was so fresh that Luo Yunyang could hear the faint roars of tigers and the hooting of apes. "Welcome to Base 7. This isn't Earth," the burly man with the sinister face said with a tinge of mockery. Chapter 26. The sixth factor. This really wasn't Earth. This was a tiny space that interlinked with Earth. As the void that contained those hidden mountains and dangerous source beasts got closer to Earth, the barrier became even thinner. There were some tiny spaces of it that already overlapped with Earth. The burly man with the sinister face didn't say how many such spaces there were. Based on what he said though, the benefits of this tiny space could not be compared to any other place on Earth. This space contained an active substance that scientists had named the sixth factor. Nobody knew why it had been given such a name, but one thing was for certain. It could prevent the cells of the human body from aging. This meant that it could prolong the average person's lifespan. Just this fact alone could cause humans a lot of trouble. Even if one didn't cultivate, just spending 10 or 20 years in that place could improve their power and speed significantly. Breathe in some more. It will be good for you. Do you see that? That's the main city where Base 7 is located. The sinister man licked his lips unconsciously. It is a place with unimaginable pleasures. The sixth factor is not bad. There are actually special rooms in the main city, where the density of the sixth factor is even higher. Don't you just want to go over and take a few breaths, my friends? Luo Yunyang had already felt his body become even more active just by breathing in. Maybe if he breathed in the sixth factor a few more times. I know you guys were idols in your own world, but unfortunately, you are all trash to me. All I have to do is lift a hand to completely wipe out all you pieces of trash. In my eyes, you are no more than a bunch of newborn rats. I could kill you all as easily as it is for me to speak. When the man was done talking, all the students standing around Luo Yunyang had an ugly expression on their faces. They had been able to get accepted into the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, which meant that they were the youngest generation of elite martialists in Chang'an City. Back in their own world, everything had revolved around them. What's wrong? Can't stomach what I said? Daddy is standing right here, giving each of you a chance to beat him. I won't move, as long as you use your dirty fists to strike me down. If you manage to do it, congratulations. You will be able to enter the city and get to your rooms. There will be food and beds waiting for you. If you can't hit me, that's too bad. You will all have to sleep on the floor. The sinister man patted his bald head and chuckled. I have to tell you that the nights here are not very enjoyable. Mosquitoes and other insects have undergone a huge evolution thanks to the help of the sixth factor. Come on, you pieces of trash. Why is no one even trying anything? The man's last provocation immediately ignited the wrath of the young martialists. They were all geniuses after all. Back in their own domains, they had been pampered and fawned over. Yet here they were being called pieces of trash. This was unacceptable. A tough-looking young man who wasn't exactly handsome, but was still kind of pleasing to the eye, strode out. My name is Yang Yirui. Please guide me along, instructor. Oh, I know all about you. I heard that your physical strength has already hit 5,000 kilos. It seems like your family has been investing in you ever since you were born. Your 5,000 kilos of strength are frightening, but they are actually useless. As the sinister man was speaking, a few large men dressed casually watched Luo Yunyang and the others. Old Shu is scaring the newbies again. I think Old Shu is just perverted. These unfortunate kids have no idea what state Old Shu's martial arts skills are in. How would they even be able to touch him? They didn't try to lower their voices, so most people were able to hear what they were saying. Old Shu ignored his comrades' words. He just stared Yang Yirui in the eye and kept provoking him. Come on, you piece of trash. What are you waiting over there for? Take this. Yang Yirui looked infuriated. His eyes were bloodshot. Although he was a proud person, even a clay figure would have been unable to stand being called trash so many times. Luo Yunyang didn't notice the exact technique of his punch, but he could feel that there were 3 variations concealed in it. Dodging easily only led him into the crazy instructor's trap. This is the 8 extreme fists technique. Using this technique in front of me is like showing off in front of an expert. When he saw that the sinister man had not even flinched, Yang Yirui pressed his fist forward until it met empty air. A look of disbelief formed on his face. The sinister man hadn't even dodged, yet his fist had struck the air. The moment Yang Yirui hesitated, the man extended his hand, grabbed Yang Yirui's front lapel and lifted him up in the air. Ha ha, you piece of trash. As he spoke, he threw Yang Yirui aside. As fellow members of the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, the majority of the young martialists couldn't accept that they were weaker than someone else. They couldn't believe they had just seen their comrade be tossed on the ground. While they were still furious, there was also a trace of dread in their expressions now. I told you that you are just a pile of trash. Come on now, don't you all wish to live in the city? Come on, hit me, if you can. If you knock me down, you will get a nice place to stay and delicious food to eat. Ha ha ha, the sinister man looked more and more pleased with himself. The more pleased he looked, fewer members of the elite class stepped forward. Don't tell me that you don't have the guts. Like I said, you are all just a pile of trash. My turn. A second young man stepped forward. The martialist, who was as lean as a monkey, didn't state his name. He just attacked right away, his fists moving all over the place. Unfortunately, none of his punches landed on the sinister man. You are all show, but no substance. The man told the young martialist before he extended his arm, grabbed the skinny young man and sent him flying to the ground. 3, 4, 5, by the time 6 elite martialists had been thrown to the ground, nobody else from Luo Yunyang's group dared step forward. The quality of this group is awful. Each generation is weaker than the last. Martialists who grow up in privileged environments must at least have some kind of ability, even if their fighting spirit isn't good enough. The bunch of fit men in uniform standing on the sidelines protested in disdain. There were even some who started whistling. My turn. Luo Yunyang stepped forward slowly from the group. Chapter 27. Trying again. Luo Yunyang had been observing the sinister man's actions all along. When the man had been fighting with young Yirui, he had seen all his moves clearly in his mind. Although the man's legs hadn't moved at all, Luo Yunyang sensed that he had actually used a set of body techniques. Such a set might seem simple, but when one was evading a blow, it could be a very useful technique. By observing a few of the sinister man's movements, Luo Yunyang realized that, even if he could see through his set of body techniques, he wouldn't be able to hit that arrogant fella. However, the man's continuous, unbridled provocations made Luo Yunyang indignant. Thus, after some calculations, Luo Yunyang raised his speed all the way to 8. He could get even faster, but he felt that if he was too quick, the result would be too obvious. Whoa, whoa, finally, a man who is willing to step forward. I thought the lot of you were all little girls. Look what we have here, AB rank elite. When the sinister man looked at Luo Yunyang, he roared with laughter. I've despised high-level elites who get a head start my entire life. Kid, just because your parents gave you a good body, it doesn't mean that you are much stronger than the others. If you don't work hard, you will still be nothing more than a pumpkin. Come on, show me. Show me how much stronger you are compared to them. Luo Yunyang didn't say much else. He just asked indifferently, are you ready? Anytime, kid, let me see which part you will be able to hit. Ha ha ha. As the sinister man had said, he really didn't like high-rank elites. Luo Yunyang took a step forward and threw his fist out. He didn't use any techniques or complicated variations. When his fists moved forward, the sinister man's eyes became slightly more serious. Although he had appeared insolent at first, he was actually very careful deep down. He was considered a seasoned veteran with an experience of 100 battles after all. However, as he prepared to use his body technique, he suddenly felt a pang of pain in his body. The man was sent flying. Bang! The sinister man crashed headfirst into the ground. Instantly, a frozen expression formed on everyone's faces. The man had already tossed a few of their comrades aside, so the new elites no longer believed that they would be able to beat him. In their eyes, Luo Yunyang had been just another one of their comrades that would be defeated by the crazy instructor. However, even though Luo Yunyang's punch had included no variations whatsoever, that evil man had still been sent flying. Ha ha ha, your steel head technique isn't bad, Xu Zhang. You managed to shatter all those rocks. One of the men watching from the sidelines said mockingly. Yeah, Xu Zhang's flying pose was really cool. I forgot to bring a camera. Too bad this scene won't go down in history. The sinister man's face was red as he stood up, patted off the dust on his body and said, all right, kid. I was careless, so you won this round. Credit should be given where credit is due. Come on, hit me again. I will be ready this time around. Luo Yunyang glanced at Xu Zhang and asked calmly, what do I win if I hit you again? Ha ha ha. The men watching the scene roared with laughter once more. There are certain benefits. We don't use money to buy stuff here. We use points instead. If you strike me down again, I will give you 10,000 points. Do you know how much 10,000 points are worth? 10,000 points can get you a lot of things. Xu Zhang looked like a wolf trying to tempt a small sheep. Luo Yunyang nodded. All right, when do we start? Whenever you are ready. I will stand here and let you hit me. While Xu Zhang spoke, his body didn't move at all. His entire awareness was already at the max. Luo Yunyang threw another punch out unceremoniously. It was just as blunt as the first one, but his speed was really fast. Xu Zhang saw his fist approach, but he was sent flying before he could even react. The men watching from the sidelines no longer made fun of him. Now, they all had a grave expression on their faces. If this punch had been aimed at them, would they have been able to dodge it? Xu Zhang pulled himself off the ground, stared at Luo Yunyang and shouted, "Come and hit daddy again." 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, Luo Yunyang seemed completely unperturbed as he knocked Xu Zhang down calmly over and over again. Xu Zhang had to struggle to get up after being knocked down so many times. He no longer shouted. He was a veteran soldier in charge of training Luo Yunyang and the others. Although being knocked to the ground was disgraceful for him, he also admired this soldier for striking him down so fast without giving him any time to react. "That's awesome, brother. Choose any of the rooms on that side. The 10,000 points have already been transferred to your account. Your username is your name, and your password is your birthday." Then, Xu Zhang turned to the rest and said, "You are all the same. Is there anyone who still wants to challenge me? If there isn't, you can all rest here." Seeing Xu Zhang being knocked over repeatedly by Luo Yunyang's punches had given the elite martialists who hadn't tried some hope. A short, but astute young man stepped forward. "I want to try, instructor." Just like Luo Yunyang, the young man focused on his speed. He prepared to launch a blitzkrieg strike that would send the arrogant instructor flying. Unfortunately, Xu Zhang was able to avoid his punch while it was still well away from him. Then, he picked up the soldier and sent him flying into the ground. No one knew whether Xu Zhang had done this on purpose, but the young man had been thrown head first into the ground. Although he didn't suffer a concussion, it took quite a while before he was able to clamber to his feet. Anyone else? Xu Zhang's smile was sinister as his eyes lit up once again. "Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang." The rising dragon army soldiers watching from the sidelines chanted as they laughed. Xu Zhang didn't get angry when he heard their laughter. Instead, he said loudly, "I will treat whoever can dodge a blow from Luo Yunyang to a meal at the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace." The Evil Spirit Imperial Palace was a place newcomers didn't know about. The veteran soldiers cheered excitedly, though, apparently, this was a place they really liked. "All go." A soldier that looked like a skinny monkey immediately leapt forward. Judging by his movements, he had to be really fast. "I'm 3rd grade martial master Lin Poshan. Xu Zhang challenged me, kid. Don't blame me for beating you." Lin Poshan didn't have the tenacity of a mountain, but his agile moves as well as his level of expertise made the people that admired Luo Yunyang sigh. Xu Zhang started cursing. "How can you do this, you monkey? Damn it, what is a 3rd grade martial master like you jumping out for? This is bullying. I thought you were a man, big talker Xu. A man has to mean what he says." Lin Poshan's voice was loud and clear. "If you can't afford to lose, just admit that you aren't a man and I will turn around and walk away." Xu Zhang huffed. He was a man who cared about his dignity. How could he not keep his word when there were so many people watching? "Don't be afraid of him, Luo Yunyang. He might be a 3rd grade martial master, but he can't hit you. He will be the one getting hit. If you are able to beat him, I will give you another 10,000 points." Chapter 28. Newcomer King. The currency used there was points, so Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to give up on any opportunities to earn some. If his speed was at 8, he might not be able to take on this guy, but if he raised his speed to 15, it could be possible. Power: 5.9 speed, 15 mind, 1.8 constitution, 1. As soon as he adjusted his attributes mentally, Luo Yunyang felt his body become much lighter, despite the fact that he hadn't moved. He suddenly had the urge to fly. "Are you ready?" he asked Lin Poshan bluntly. "Ha ha, do I have to prepare to fight against you? Bragging Xu and I aren't on the same level, kid. His tortoise speed is a far cry from mine. You can start whenever you are ready. I will consider it a loss if you are even able to hit me. I can hardly wait to go to the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace." Lin Poshan shouted happily. "Ha ha ha." A few veteran soldiers joined in. Suddenly, jubilant cheers filled the silence. Xu Zhang's sinister face had turned dark. He had a foreboding feeling that he would lose this bet. Luo Yunyang, who didn't care about what was going on around him, said calmly, "Here I come then." As he spoke, he threw his fist out without using any technique. Everyone stared at him as he moved like a flash of lightning. He was so fast that they couldn't even see him move clearly. Lin Poshan, who had been confident about winning, only saw a flash before he was sent flying out of control. He just hadn't been on guard. If Lin Poshan had wanted to, he could have just shifted his body slightly and dodged Luo Yunyang's attack. However, he hadn't been able to dodge before he was sent flying dramatically. Xu Zhang was dumbstruck. Yang Yirui and the other new trainees were all flabbergasted. The veteran soldiers were just as astonished by the shocking scene before their eyes. Yang Yirui and the others hadn't expected this either, but the veteran soldiers watching from the sidelines were completely shocked by the speed of Luo Yunyang's punch. They were very familiar with Lin Poshan, so they knew all about the fella's speed. They had never imagined that a newbie like Luo Yunyang would be able to actually hit a third-grade martial instructor like Lin Poshan with one strike. They all knew that Lin Poshan's strong point was his speed. Ha ha ha, who's that person who just fell down? Oh, it's Lin Poshan. Unmovable Lin Poshan who moves like a broken mountain. Xu Zhang roared with laughter as he patted his own head with his coarse hands. Lin Poshan leapt up instantly. His face looked really ugly as he pointed at Luo Yunyang and said, "Let's go again." Luo Yunyang's gaze instinctively went to Xu Zhang, who looked delighted. Although this new kid still had a long way to go, his speed was remarkable and his fighting skills were outstanding. When he heard Lin Poshan's request, Xu Zhang laughed heartily. "No more fighting. If this goes on, Daddy will go broke." Lin Poshan beckoned at Luo Yunyang. "If you hit me again, I will give you 10,000 points." The few people that were familiar with Lin Poshan knew that he was serious. However, they also knew that Luo Yunyang would be able to hit him again. Luo Yunyang looked at Lin Poshan and nodded. The Rising Dragon Army was a place with rules, so everyone liked sparring fairly. "On your marks, go." Xu Zhang, who was also anticipating the result of the spar between Luo Yunyang and Lin Poshan eagerly, waved his hands. His tone was very serious. Luo Yunyang punched the other man straightaway once again. The instant his fist struck out, Lin Poshan leaned back awkwardly. This movement seemed really strange. The majority of the elites who had joined the Rising Dragon Army couldn't mimic Lin Poshan's movement. He looked like a bent iron panel. When Xu Zhang and the other veteran soldiers saw this, they exhaled sharply and started cheering Lin Poshan on. Lin Poshan's fighting method was basically bullying, but the sounds of exhaling stopped midway as the target suddenly landed on the ground. Damn it, that was quick. This time, Lin Poshan had landed on his back. He rubbed his butt and looked at Luo Yunyang solemnly. "Kid, your B-rank elite title was no exaggeration. We need someone with your speed at the Wind Division. You should come join us later. You will definitely have great prospects." Before Luo Yunyang could reply, Xu Zhang had already started scolding the man. "You despicable fellow. Are you trying to steal him from the Mountain Division? Luo Yunyang has been cultivating the Ape Dragon blueprint. He is a member of the Mountain Division. Don't you dare get any funny ideas. Can cultivating the Ape Dragon blueprint give one such a speed? Now that bragging Xu said this, I have to save this kid." As he spoke, Lin Poshan, who suddenly seemed to remember something, got up and ran fast in the direction of the city. His speed was amazing. Although Luo Yunyang had already raised his own speed to 15, he believed that, if he were to run, he wouldn't be able to run as fast as Lin Poshan. He was like a gust of wind. Luo Yunyang finally came up with a suitable phrase to describe Lin Poshan. "Alright, all you pieces of trash can rest over here," Xu Zhang told Yang Yirui and the others as he patted his head. "Someone will bring you food later. Luo Yunyang, follow me." Yang Yirui and the others watched enviously as Luo Yunyang and Xu Zhang walked towards the city. The density of the sixth factor was higher in the city, but the places one could live in there made them even more jealous. However, jealousy would not help them obtain any of these things. "Next time, we have to act like Luo Yunyang. I want to live in the city." Yang Yirui clenched his fists. His eyes were burning with determination. Xu Zhang found a one-bedroom apartment at the side of the city for Luo Yunyang. Although it wasn't big, it was very clean. If you want to train, you can visit the practice room. If you want to eat, just head to the dining hall. You don't have enough points to visit the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace yet," Xu Zhang said before he left. His smile was especially radiant when he mentioned the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace. Luo Yunyang put down his plain luggage and opened his second-hand laptop. He wanted to go online and tell his family that he was safe. A message suddenly appeared in front of him. He had to authenticate his identity. Luo Yunyang entered his name just like Xu Zhang had instructed him to. Luo Yunyang, B-rank elite. Provisional Mountain Division, 35,000 points. Newcomer King. Luo Yunyang's mind went blank as he looked at his status. The Provisional Mountain Division was nothing, but why was he a newcomer king? What did this mean? There was an annotation below the words. When Luo Yunyang clicked on it, an explanation appeared. The newcomer king is the strongest trainee in each Rising Dragon Army elite class. The newcomer king receives a 70% discount when purchasing goods. The title of the newcomer king is valid for 1 year. The newcomer king's elite rank is upgraded and he gets 10,000 points a month. Luo Yunyang's heart beat faster as he read this. He still didn't know how he would use these points, but a 70% discount was a great benefit. It was enough to make a normal person go crazy. Plus, he would get a minimum of 10,000 points every month. He would also keep this status for a year, and his elite rank would be upgraded by 1 rank. The benefits of being the newcomer king were great. Luo Yunyang gripped his fists tightly in excitement. No matter what happened, he could not lose the newcomer king's status. Chapter 29. Purchase. 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 Points exchange. When Luo Yunyang clicked on the words, 4 big categories appeared on the screen: cultivation techniques, medicine, weapons, and food. Almost instinctively, Luo Yunyang clicked on cultivation techniques. Heaven Splitter. Creator, martial god Luo Kai, 1 trillion points. Luo Yunyang had managed to comprehend a hint of true intent from the words martial god Luo Kai had written on the Rising Dragon Army headquarters, so he was extremely interested in the man. He had gathered a number of resources related to Luo Kai, so he knew that the strongest cultivation technique of this powerful being, who had been respected as a martial god, was the Heaven Splitter. One blow of the Heaven Splitter had once cracked open a mountain. The crevice had been at least 50 kilometers long and 500 meters wide, and it had been so deep that its bottom could not be seen. That was the reason Luo Kai had been given the title of a martial god. Now, the Heaven Splitter could actually be bought by using points. 1 trillion points seemed ridiculous. According to the rate at which he had won points that day, he would need. Luo Yunyang felt his spirits dampen. This astronomical figure was beyond ridiculous. Asura's 7 Axes. Creator, Blood Butcher Marat, 1 trillion points. Marat, who was this? As Luo Yunyang stared at what was clearly not an Eastern family name, some doubts entered his mind. Whatever. He just kept browsing. Judgment of God. Creator, unrivaled warrior Johann, 800 billion points. Johann was obviously a Western name, but the man's title made Luo Yunyang feel uneasy. Unrivaled warrior Johann. In terms of cultivation, it didn't seem like he was Luo Kai's match. What reason was there to give him the title of an unrivaled warrior? What made Luo Yunyang even more displeased though, was that below Judgment of God were a few words written in small print: 50% off in the 17 western cities. The Da Alliance had a total of 39 cities. There were 17 cities in the west, 13 in the east, and 9 cities scattered like stars in the north and the south. This was equality according to the Da Alliance's constitution. Luo Kai and the Blood Butcher's cultivation techniques had been treated equally, so why would the Judgment of God be 50% off in the 17 western cities? Luo Yunyang pondered over his accumulated experiences. He was no longer a young man that got angry easily, but he still felt somewhat unhappy. He started to browse once again. He browsed over 10 pages in a row. The dazzling array of cultivation techniques made his mouth go dry. However, their disgusting prices made his heart sink. Damn it, browsing like this didn't seem effective. Luo Yunyang was about to browse through a few more pages, when he suddenly realized that at the top of the page was the option to arrange prices from lowest to highest. He had lost a whole lot of his self-confidence for nothing. When he clicked on the option, the first name to appear before his eyes made him wonder whether his computer was broken. Heaven Splitter. Creator, martial god Luo Kai. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to click on the option to arrange the prices from lowest to highest once again, he realized that the points displayed on top were only 1,000. Not 1 trillion, but 1,000 points. What exactly was going on? When he clicked on the link, he saw the following words: Heaven Splitter, first layer, 8 mountain splitting techniques. Price: 1,000 points, martialist peak strength requirement, 15,000 kilos. His strength had to reach 15,000 kilos. Luo Yunyang's current strength was only 4,950 kilos. There was still quite a long way to go. Even if he used the attribute regulator to convert all his points to power, his distance from 15,000 kilos was still very long. However, it seemed as if this gap wasn't that big. Luo Yunyang was a little tempted. As he kept browsing, he saw that the ape dragon blueprint was the second result on the page. The ape dragon blueprint was clearly free. Why was it being sold over there? Luo Yunyang carefully scrolled to the ape dragon blueprint and saw the words written at the top. The blueprint included only diagrams 7 to 9. Note: people with ordinary constitutions are advised not to cultivate. It cost 1,000 points. 1,000 points was pretty cheap. Luo Yunyang had over 30,000 points. Now that he had seen the ape dragon blueprint diagrams 7 to 9, how could he not purchase them? His constitution was currently at 10, but he could still raise it more if that wasn't enough. Warning: the ape dragon blueprint has a high rate of injuries. Cultivators without a high constitution shouldn't practice it casually. Before Luo Yunyang could even purchase it, these bright red words appeared on the computer screen. That was not all, though. 4 pictures appeared right afterwards. They all depicted injuries suffered from cultivating the ape dragon blueprint inappropriately. There were pictures of handicapped people, people whose brains no longer functioned, and even one person who had died right away. They had all been privileged, yet one wrong choice had eventually led them to a path of no return. Luo Yunyang looked at the young martialist's images. As he muttered to himself, his gaze suddenly became resolute. Martialists had to press on bravely. Those people might not have been geniuses though, so Luo Yunyang decided to use his attribute regulator to the max. Purchase. Luo Yunyang clicked on the tiny button to purchase the blueprint. Then, the following words appeared on the computer screen: your purchase was successful. The item will be delivered in 15 minutes. A 15-minute delivery. Express delivery was really fast. As Luo Yunyang thought about this, his gaze fell on Luo Kai's Heaven Splitter again. The first volume, which included the 8 mountain splitting techniques, cost only 1,000 points. Why not purchase this as well? Even if he did not cultivate it, he could still take a look at it. But, after spending 2,000 points, Luo Yunyang browsed through the page of cultivation techniques once again. What made him desperate was that neither Asura's 7 axes nor the Judgment of God had appeared on the first 3 listings. Body technique: Alert Monkey's 7 leaps. When mastered, one can complete 7 leaps in 3 seconds. Grade: F. Cost: 10,000 points. An F-grade body technique actually cost 10,000 points. This was really shady. Luo Yunyang thought about the Heaven Splitter before glancing at this F-grade body technique again and shaking his head. He still decided to purchase it, though. The few previous body techniques he had seen wouldn't have helped him progress much, but as soon as he saw the description of the Alert Monkey's 7 leaps, Luo Yunyang felt that it was the right choice. Purchased. Now, he had both body techniques and cultivation techniques with which to train his body. It also seemed like he had a striking technique as well, although the requirement of the 8 mountain splitting techniques was a little difficult to meet. Luo Yunyang wanted to keep browsing, but his stomach suddenly rumbled. He wanted to see what kind of gourmet food there was and what sort of surprise he could give himself. When it came to eating, Luo Yunyang was starting to gradually realize that he was a gifted glutton. One could also say that he was an experimental eater. Just as he was about to switch pages, a piece of information suddenly caught his eye. Basic telekinesis cultivation. There was no creator or grade listed. There was only a price: 20,000 points. When Luo Yunyang saw the basic telekinesis cultivation, a glimmer of ecstasy flashed across his eyes. Now that he had a small understanding of his mind power, he knew that it was probably a form of telekinesis. Luo Yunyang wanted to cultivate it, but he hadn't found any practical methods. The basic telekinesis cultivation felt like rain after a prolonged period of drought. He clicked on it right away. Telekinesis was a mystery within a mystery. Only one person in 10,000 had above-average telekinetic abilities. A person who could use telekinesis as an attack was even harder to find. There was not even 1 in 10,000 telekinesis users. Thus, this skill book was useless for most people. As Luo Yunyang looked at the description, he thought back to the time before he had acquired the attribute regulator. Back then, his telekinetic abilities hadn't even existed. The description made it clear that he was the right reader for this book. There was nothing more to say. Luo Yunyang purchased it. Chapter 30. Training this way. After all these purchases, Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that he had already spent 32,000 points. This meant that he was currently only left with 3,000 points. At first, he had been a nouveau riche with 35,000 points, but in the blink of an eye he had become a pauper with only 3,000 points. In any case, he still had to eat. Luo Yunyang clicked on gourmet food, but did not look further down. He immediately clicked on the option to arrange it from cheapest to most expensive so he would not get another heart attack. Golden deer meat 50 kilos, 100 points. C-grade dire beast blood-eyed bull meat 0.5 kilos, 300 points. C-grade dire beast groundhog meat 5 kilos, 3,000 points. B-grade dire beast steel-scaled python 5 kilos, 30,000 points. At first, Luo Yunyang had thought that the basic telekinesis cultivation manual was really expensive, but now it seemed like food was way more expensive than that. How would he eat? Just as Luo Yunyang was about to purchase some golden deer meat just to get by, he realized that he actually had over 25,000 points left. To be specific, he actually had 25,400 points. This was because of the 70% discount the newcomer king received for any purchases. Ecstatic, Luo Yunyang clicked on the 5 kilos of steel-scaled python meat. If he only paid 30% of the original price, then he could actually afford it. As soon as Luo Yunyang clicked on it, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he was greeted with a breathtaking sight. A beautiful woman with unforgettable features was tilting her head and staring at him. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn waters filled with curiosity. "Why are you staring at me this way?" Although Luo Yunyang wasn't a reserved person, being stared at by such a beautiful woman made him feel a little uneasy. Who would think that the newcomer king would be embarrassed? "Oh, I just wanted to see what this group's newcomer king looked like," the girl said gently as she extended her fair hand. "This is all the stuff that you ordered. I have delivered them. All you need to do is sign for them. Oh, I forgot, these cultivation techniques all have an owner, so if you share them with others in private, you will be violating the owner's rights. You must be aware that the consequences are very serious. You are the only one who can use these cultivation techniques." Luo Yunyang hadn't thought that the cultivation techniques he had purchased would be delivered that quickly. He accepted the parcel, thanked the girl and closed the door. What an idiot. He is on a whole new level of insensitivity. The girl's soft gaze seemed to become ice cold. The girl pouted and lifted up a small mirror to look at her refined face before she mumbled to herself, "My charm hasn't decreased. Why is this guy trying to get rid of me? Is he too young? That must definitely be the case. You just wait. We shall see how long you will be able to hold out." After his recent experience with computers, Luo Yunyang had thought that all these cultivation techniques would be inside a tiny storage device. When he opened the box though, he realized that his guess had been wrong. They were actual books. Books had an ancient charm that gave people a sense of enjoyment. Luo Yunyang picked up the first book and read the words written on it, 8 Mountain Splitting Techniques, Luo Kai. Although this book was a duplicate, as Luo Yunyang read those 6 words, he could feel a firm aura reflected in his mind. When Luo Yunyang had read the 7 words at the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters, they had been so sharp that they could have shattered the skies. Now, the 6 words that were imprinted in Luo Yunyang's mind were so forceful, that it felt as if they could split both heaven and earth. As soon as he saw those 6 words, Luo Yunyang shut his eyes unconsciously and raised his mind attribute to the max. Power. 0.1 speed. 0.1 mind. 23.4 constitution. 0.1 Thanks to his formidable mind power, that blurry feeling suddenly became clear. Luo Yunyang felt like an incarnation of the earth. He was incomparably forceful. This sort of forceful enlightenment was a little worse than the way he had comprehended the words at the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters. Luo Kai's true intention was not inferior, but what Luo Yunyang was reading was a mere duplicate. The 8 mountain splitting techniques were exceptionally fierce. When used, they met force with force and pitted strength against strength. The first words made Luo Yunyang's eyes light up, but what followed made him frown. This technique required immense strength. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, then splitting a mountain would be impossible. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, they would just hurt themselves. Therefore, in order to cultivate the 8 mountain splitting techniques in the martialist realm, one had to have a strength of 15,000 kilos. They had to meet that requirement at all costs. Luo Yunyang pondered this seriously for a while and eventually decided not to read the book for the time being. Martial god Luo Kai was the #1 person in the Da Alliance, so this was definitely no joking matter. He would wait until his strength reached 15,000 kilos before making a decision. It seemed like the Da Alliance was full of strong people. Luo Yunyang set the 8 mountain splitting techniques down and flipped open another book. It was the Alert Monkey's 7 Leaps manual. Although this book was a thoroughly printed copy, it was very thin. There were only about 10 lines explaining the technique and 7 illustrations. Luo Yunyang's mind attribute was at 23.4, so when his eyes swept across the illustrations, he understood the movements depicted completely. He got up immediately. He wanted to cultivate the alert monkey's 7 leaps, but he realized that he was moving very slowly. He set his attributes back to normal right away. Power 9.9 speed, 2.2 mind, 1.8 constitution, 10 Luo Yunyang jumped around quickly. As he practiced this skill, he alternated between 3 locations in the room. According to the book, being able to jump to 3 different locations in under 10 seconds meant that he was able to cross the basic threshold. His ability to cross the basic threshold was naturally related to Luo Yunyang's amazing perception. If he hadn't been able to comprehend the true intent of the alert monkey's 7 leaps, even crossing the basic threshold would have required a certain period of cultivation. Luo Yunyang could only jump to 3 different locations because his speed was too slow. According to the manual, if one increased their speed, they would only need to practice. This was too much trouble, so Luo Yunyang decided to raise his speed attribute. He thought about it for a bit, and then used his attribute regulator to raise his speed to 10. When he used the alert monkey's 7 leaps again, he realized in astonishment that all it took was a gentle leap for him to bounce between 8 locations. This clearly exceeded the limits of the alert monkey's 7 leaps. Luo Yunyang was pleased. All he had done was follow the book's instructions and he had mastered the alert monkey's 7 leaps in no time. Pleased with himself, he patted his head and muttered, "What am I learning the alert monkey's 7 leaps for? Aren't I doing it to improve my speed and increase my attributes?" He hurriedly decreased his attributes and got ready to train from top to bottom. If he started training from the bottom, he would encounter some difficulties and experience surprises. However, if he started training from the top, he would feel like a waterfall flowing down fast without any obstructions. When he reduced his speed attribute to 6, he almost failed to create 7 after images. A problem had occurred there. When he lowered his speed to 5, he managed to move between 6 locations in under 10 seconds. His attempt was still a little disjointed, though. Once, twice, thrice, as Luo Yunyang trained, he lowered his speed attribute more and more. As a result, his alert monkey's 7 leaps technique became more and more proficient. Eventually, when Luo Yunyang lowered his speed to 3, he could still move between 7 locations in under 10 seconds. When Luo Yunyang lowered his speed attribute once again, he realized that no matter how hard he worked, the best he could do was move between 7 locations in under 10 seconds. Chapter 31. Fight first, talk later. Luo Yunyang was still determined to keep training, but unfortunately his stomach had already started rumbling with hunger. Why hadn't the steel-scaled python meat he had ordered been delivered yet? Luo Yunyang immediately turned to his computer. "Please visit the clean elegant food house to dine." As he read this line, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but stop cultivating. His hunger was really too vicious to resist. He immediately set his attributes back to normal. Power 9.9 speed, 3.3 mind, 1.8 constitution, 10. When Luo Yunyang saw his speed on the adjustment panel, he was shocked. Cultivating the alert monkey's 7 leaps had actually raised his speed attribute by 1.3 points. Even though this wasn't much, no, it was actually a lot, but he had foolishly lowered his speed to 3.0, so he had wasted all his effort. Luo Yunyang grumbled to himself as he rushed in the direction of the clean elegant food house. As he thought about the delicious steel-scaled python meat he had ordered, he immediately started salivating. He unconsciously picked up his pace. "Are you Luo Yunyang?" Before Luo Yunyang could reach the clean elegant food house, he was stopped by a group of young people. They were all dressed immaculately, and judging from their demeanor, there was probably some kind of a hierarchy among them. A young man wearing white, who gave off an untainted vibe, seemed to be the leader of the group. He didn't say anything, he just stood quietly on the side. The young man who had spoken was wearing a black pair of trousers. He had a string of pearls in his hands, and his hair was covered in something that gave him an edgy look. One glance was enough to tell that he was a show-off. Luo Yunyang didn't know them. This was his first reaction when he saw the 3 young men. He was currently famished, so he wasn't in the mood to waste any time on these fools. "What's the matter? Speak fast, if you have anything to say." Luo Yunyang didn't know them and they hadn't made a good first impression on him, so his tone was a little impatient. Luo Yunyang, this is Brother Da. You are really lucky. Brother Da thinks very highly of you. Congratulations. From now on, you will be one of us. The young man holding the string of pearls laughed heartily. Acknowledge Brother Da, and I promise that you will never suffer in your life. Besides, Brother Da will provide you with lots of benefits. Ha ha ha. Brother Da is very fussy when it comes to accepting younger brothers. Nothing was free in the world. These young men didn't seem to be up to any good. They had to be hiding something. Plus, Luo Yunyang was really hungry, so he didn't want to waste any more time talking to them. He didn't answer. He just headed in the direction of the clean elegant food house right away. Hey, Luo Yunyang, you should be more tactful in the future. Don't FC King ignore us, unless you want to suffer the consequences. The title of the newcomer king was given to the wrong person. This title belonged to Brother Da. Have you heard of the Billion Financial Group? Brother Da is the heir to the Billion Financial Group. His old man can send you to the heavens with a snap of his fingers. He could also send you tumbling to hell as easily. You better learn to appreciate politeness, damn you. The young man holding the string of pearls got really angry when Luo Yunyang did not even give him a passing glance. He pointed at Luo Yunyang haughtily. The young man in the white clothes did not react, but a tiny hint of impatience flashed across his eyes. Luo Yunyang had never heard of the Billion Financial Group, but he understood the young men's intentions. It turned out that they were after the title of the newcomer king. Luo Yunyang might not have cared about any other glorious title, but this particular title was one that he wasn't willing to relinquish. A 70% discount was a gargantuan benefit for him. Nobody would be able to snatch away his newcomer king title. These guys had said a lot, but all they had actually wanted was to get the title of the newcomer king for themselves. Aren't you guys from Chang'an? Luo Yunyang asked the young man in white. The look of impatience on the young man's face let his subordinates know that he was extremely displeased. We are from Modu. Have you heard of Modu? It's the #1 city among the 13 eastern cities. Now, be a nice boy and apologize to Brother Da. Brother Da is broad-minded. He doesn't have the limited amount of knowledge someone like you does. Modu, which was the #1 city among the 13 eastern cities, was considered the economic center of the East. However, this wasn't something that could sway Luo Yunyang. Are you guys unhappy because I became the newcomer king? He asked indifferently. The clean young man frowned slightly and glanced at the young man holding the string of pearls wordlessly. The young man in the black trousers, who was afraid of the young man in white, huffed. I heard that you are very fast, Luo Yunyang. You think that just because you are fast, you can be called the newcomer king? Come on, I will just stand here and let you hit me. Let's see whether you can even touch me. If you can't hit me, then you better hand over the newcomer king title obediently. This position isn't something a poor fella like you can occupy. As the young man in the black trousers spoke, Luo Yunyang raised his speed to 7 and used the alert monkey's 7 leaps in under 3 seconds. Slapping noises that sounded like firecrackers rang out in quick succession, fading away even faster. Then, a figure appeared about 10 meters away from the group of young men. The young man in the black trousers was holding his face. Although he had been prepared, Luo Yunyang's speed had been so fast that he hadn't even had any time to react. Luo Yunyang's slaps had just landed all over his face. Brother Da, he dared hit me. The young man in the black trousers complained, feeling completely humiliated. Before he could even finish his words, he froze. Even Brother Da, who he worshipped so much, was holding his face tightly in his hand. There was an obvious handprint on his flawless face. You actually dared hit me. The young man in white had apparently never suffered such a humiliation before. He had always thought that the whole world revolved around him. You were asking for it. Luo Yunyang replied rudely with a grin. If you can't accept it, you can try me again. The young man in white wanted to rush over to him, but he was held back tightly by his younger brothers. None of them had seen clearly how Luo Yunyang had done this, but they knew that if they kept fighting, the outcome would be unfortunate. This isn't over, Luo Yunyang. Brother Da exclaimed as he was dragged away. He paid an inevitable price for these words. His flawless white face was slapped hard once again. There were 2 overlapping slap marks on his face now. Chapter 32. The Howling Ape Roaring Dragon Technique. Different people would give different answers when asked how much 5 kilos of meat were worth. However, all these answers would probably fall within a set range. Luo Yunyang was somewhat flabbergasted as he stared at the plate of meat in front of him. It was steel-scaled python meat that cost 3,000 points per 0.5 kilos, but thanks to his newcomer king privileges, he had only spent 9,000 points for 5 kilos. Is this 5 kilos of steel-scaled python meat? Luo Yunyang asked, pointing at the walnut-sized piece of meat on the plate. The waitress working at the clean elegant food house seemed young and sweet. She blinked her lively eyes, which looked as if they could speak. That's right, this is 5 kilos of steel-scaled python meat. The quality of steel-scaled python meat is substantial. This meat is worth its weight in gold. The server said gently. We still wouldn't suggest that you eat this yet. Luo Yunyang grabbed his chopsticks and picked up the walnut-sized chunk of meat. He suddenly noticed that his chopsticks were being weighed down by it. He now understood what the waitress was talking about. Do you know how big a steel-scaled python is? When Luo Yunyang placed the piece of meat in his mouth, he felt a delicious tenderness. He chewed a few times before swallowing the piece of meat entirely. Sir, the way you eat, the waitress couldn't suppress her smile when she saw Luo Yunyang's table manners. Ha ha ha, you should get a laxative when you go home, brother. This is not how you eat steel-scaled python meat. A dark-skinned man in military attire beamed at Luo Yunyang. Then, he used a small knife to cut a piece of meat about the size of a green bean and proceeded to examine it slowly. On his plate was also a piece of steel-scaled python meat. Sir, a steel-scaled python's body has an average radius of about 1 to 1.5 meters and is about 20 meters long. The waitress said softly as she fought back a smile. As the piece of steel-scaled python entered his stomach, Luo Yunyang felt his stomach become heavier. This was different than the heat he had experienced when he had eaten golden deer meat. Steel-scaled python meat felt like a lump of steel. Sir, there is a drugstore in the area. Just turn left at the exit. The young waitress told Luo Yunyang kindly as he left. Luo Yunyang thought that his constitution was decent, but he still felt a little ill on the way back. His cultivation base had already reached martialist standards, and his internal organs felt like steel. However, he still couldn't seem to digest the steel-scaled python meat. Should he purchase some laxatives? Luo Yunyang returned to his residence and started cultivating the ape dragon blueprint right away. Although his one-bedroom apartment was quite spacious, when he used it to cultivate, the space seemed rather tight. Luo Yunyang had to put up with this, though. He immediately performed the earth-splitting devil ape move, the coiling dragon formation, the tail-swaying storm dragon move, the sky-ripping violent ape move, and the dragon ape combination strike. Luo Yunyang used these techniques, which he was already proficient at, in quick succession. Every time he used one of them, he felt a surging heat in his stomach. Warmth flowed through his 5 viscera, muscles, bones, skin and flesh. After this influx of heat, Luo Yunyang felt that, even though he hadn't strengthened his skin, flesh, muscles and bones in the past few days, his strength had still improved significantly. However, the steel-scaled python meat in his stomach still felt like a lump. It didn't seem to have undergone any changes. This couldn't carry on. If it did, he didn't know how long he would be able to keep cultivating for. Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the ape dragon blueprint he had just bought. When he turned over the cover, he was greeted by these solemn words written in blood-red ink, only for A-grade constitution and above. Were there constitution grades? Luo Yunyang didn't understand this, but according to the Da Alliance's rules, A-grade was the best. Who knew how many more privileges A-rank elites had compared to B-rank elites? Did he have an A-grade constitution? His constitution was already at 10, but if that wasn't enough, he could still make some adjustments. He could raise his constitution even higher. Luo Yunyang flipped to the next page, where a diagram was displayed. Even though it wasn't big, the ape and the dragon on it were extremely distinct. The ape was howling, while the dragon was roaring softly. The ape howls 9 times as the dragon roars soundlessly. The ape and the dragon roar in sync. The moon trembles, and the sun collapses. There was even a chant below the diagram. Luo Yunyang read it out loud conscientiously, although he had no way of actually understanding its meaning. When he realized he was unable to comprehend it, he increased his mind attribute. The usefulness of the attribute regulator was evident once again. As Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to the max, the diagram with the dragon and the ape and a chant of about 100 words were etched deep in his mind. Luo Yunyang's eyes were shut for half an hour before they flickered open again. Then, he adjusted his attributes once more. Power, 0.1 speed, 0.1 mind, 1 Constitution, 23.8. After he adjusted his constitution, Luo Yunyang felt that his body was a lot more stable than it was before. Ah! A soft roar came out of Luo Yunyang's mouth. Meanwhile, a gentle sound that shook his whole body came from his stomach. It was the howling ape roaring dragon technique. An ape's howl came from his mouth, while a dragon's roar came from his belly. Although the two pitches weren't high, when they were combined in Luo Yunyang's body, they created a tremendous resonance. His skin, flesh, muscles, bones and 5 viscera started vibrating. Luo Yunyang's body seemed about to crumble apart. His muscles and flesh were being torn apart, his bones and tendons felt as if they were snapping, and his 5 viscera felt like they were on fire. His body acted as though it was possessed by raging demons. The pain was beyond unbearable. No wonder most people were not supposed to cultivate those 3 diagrams. This had to be the reason why. Luo Yunyang adjusted his mind attribute even further. He removed all his excess mind points and transferred them to his constitution, leaving only 0.1 points for his basic bodily functions. When his mind attribute decreased, that painful feeling became weaker. The resonance produced by the howling ape roaring dragon technique didn't subside, but Luo Yunyang was able to endure the pain better. After who knew how long, the sound of the howling ape roaring dragon technique finally stopped. Luo Yunyang, who felt like his body no longer belonged to him, set all his attributes back to normal. He didn't even look at the figures on the attribute regulator in his mind. He just reset it. When he was done, he felt as if his body was covered by a thick layer of something. It wasn't comfortable. In fact, when he thought about it, Luo Yunyang felt his body automatically start to tremble. Suddenly, his layer of thick skin began shedding off and his clothes started disintegrating. It was lucky that he was in a single room. His skin was spotlessly clean and jade smooth. Luo Yunyang would help his mother with work from time to time, so his skin was usually clean. However, it could not be considered spotless by any means. Luo Yunyang felt that these words weren't good enough to describe the state of his skin right now. Could he be shedding his mortal body or exchanging his bones? According to the computer, if a martialist with a corporeal body wanted to shed his mortal body or exchange his bones, he would need divine medicine made of an S-grade dire beast's heart and blood in order to do so. He had only cultivated the 7th diagram of the ape dragon blueprint, yet he had already achieved this. Chapter 33. Cultivation not advised. Luo Yunyang immediately took a bath and selected a relaxing outfit out of the clothes his mother had prepared from him. Then, he opened the attribute regulator panel in his mind. Power, 15 speed, 4.0 mind, 2.0 constitution, 16. He noticed some minor improvement to his mind and speed. His strength had also increased by 2,500 kilos, and his constitution had reached 16. This meant that Luo Yunyang's total attribute points had already risen to 37. If all these points were converted into power, Luo Yunyang's strength would actually be over 18,500 kilos. One only needed a strength of 5,000 kilos to become a junior martial master. Luo Yunyang had already met the requirements of a primary martial master. If martialists were humanity's elite, then martial masters were the cornerstone of humanity's elite. Although martialists had an important status and were widely respected, only martial masters had the power to decide someone else's fate in the Da Alliance. After cultivating the 7th diagram of the ape dragon blueprint, Luo Yunyang had crossed that threshold and become a martial master. Suddenly, an urgent knocking sound was heard on his door. Luo Yunyang pondered it for a second before opening the door. Xu Zhang was standing outside looking anxious. He looked like a door god standing there. You ordered the ape dragon blueprint? Xu Zhang asked loudly, grabbing Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang was confused by Xu Zhang's reaction, he thought there was no need to hide this, so he told him the truth. Yeah, I have been cultivating the ape dragon blueprint for a long time, so when I saw it online, I ordered it to take a look. Damn it, you kids are all wet behind the ears. Did you know that 10 years ago hot-headed young martialists like you became vegetables by cultivating the last 3 diagrams of the ape dragon blueprint? Have you started cultivating them yet? As Xu Zhang reprimanded Luo Yunyang, his voice was full of concern. Luo Yunyang wanted to tell Xu Zhang that he had already started cultivating them, but Xu Zhang interrupted him by saying, I must be crazy. If you had really tried, you wouldn't be standing here. Alright, give me that book for safekeeping. Xu Zhang suddenly slapped the top of his own head hard. No, according to the regulations of the Da Alliance, only you can keep these items. What a headache. I have to warn you, you can only use the first 6 diagrams of the ape dragon blueprint. You better remember this. You are not to try to cultivate the others. You kids might not know this, but when the ape dragon blueprint first started circulating, many people met a tragic end by trying to cultivate it. In the end, when martial god Luo Kai and some other top-tier martialists tested it out, they found out that only the first 6 diagrams can be cultivated. The remaining ones are taboo. Damn it, if it were up to me, the remaining 3 diagrams would be destroyed to save young men like you the trouble. When Xu Zhang was done, Luo Yunyang decided to tell him everything. He already had his own ideas. How are things with you? Isn't being the newcomer king great? Let's see what you have here. The 8 mountain splitting techniques, the ape dragon blueprint, and basic telekinesis cultivation. A newborn calf who isn't scared of tigers. Ha ha, Xu Zhang's sinister face seemed slightly mocking. You even tried to eat steel-scaled python meat. Did you just take a laxative? Ha ha, kid, I think you should stick to useful stuff like the alert monkey's 7 leaps. Let me tell you, being the newcomer king is no fun. You will have to face some challenges soon. Xu Zhang had appeared and disappeared like the wind. He had come over and left hastily. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He didn't find it surprising that Xu Zhang knew what he had bought. He was in charge of his team after all. Plus, the fact that Xu Zhang had rushed over out of concern for Luo Yunyang had made a good impression on him. Luo Yunyang had already cultivated the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, so he would cultivate the 2 remaining diagrams next. When he flipped past the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, he saw a picture of a violent ape facing the sky and sucking in a breath. It was the moon-swallowing devil ape. Compared to the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, the moon-swallowing devil ape required way less action. He just had to keep the essence of the moon in his mind and train until his divine self was born. Compared to the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, the chants of this diagram were longer and every line was more profound. Even though Luo Yunyang was quite intelligent, when he looked at this chant, he felt kind of stupid. This diagram must absolutely not be cultivated. Most people who tried to cultivate it froze to death. The bright red words below the chant looked huge. As Luo Yunyang raised his mind to 35, read the chant and use the moon-swallowing devil ape, a hint of comprehension slowly appeared in his mind. This technique used a means of absorption to swallow the moon's essence. When the moonlight shone down from the sky, although the energy contained within it mostly dissipated, there was still quite a lot left. What sort of cultivation technique was the ape dragon blueprint exactly? According to the Da Alliance's explanation concerning cultivation, martialists that cultivated to the max and swallowed divine sources, thus forming a source core in their own bodies, could advance rank and become martial masters. Based on the Da Alliance's cultivation techniques, there wasn't a need for the moon-swallowing devil ape technique. Luo Yunyang didn't start cultivating immediately. Instead, he kept flipping through the pages of the book until he saw the diagram of a sky dragon swallowing a sun before his eyes. The sun-devouring golden dragon, retrieve the yang of the sun, which is its purest energy. When you gather enough, you will be able to burn the heavens. There were no warnings at the bottom of the page. Although it seemed safe, Luo Yunyang knew why there were no warnings. If one were to forcibly cultivate the first 2 diagrams, they would already be dead, so there wouldn't be a need for a warning next to this diagram. To cultivate, or not to cultivate, Luo Yunyang decided to take things slowly. Although the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique had helped him make great progress in his cultivation base, he had only cultivated it once. The remaining 2 diagrams were really dangerous, so he would wait until later to begin cultivating them. Luo Yunyang used the 8 mountain splitting techniques. Although his strength was sufficient, this room was certainly not suitable for cultivating. When he picked up the basic telekinesis cultivation, he saw the same red letters inside. Martialists without a strong enough mind power are advised against forced cultivation. This could easily lead to permanent brain damage. The warning was gentle, yet intimidating. Now that his mind attribute was at 35, Luo Yunyang didn't feel like an imbecile. He looked through basic telekinesis once and realized he could understand it somewhat. Basic telekinesis cultivation seemed quite easy to him. As a matter of fact, it was basically just repeatedly grinding his own mind power. The cultivation was divided into 2 phases. The first phase was when it was hard to move objects with one's mind power, while the second phase was when one could move objects with their mind. Considering that his mind attribute was at 35, Luo Yunyang chose to start training from phase 2. This phase was the fastest one after all. Chapter 34. The Heir of a King. When it came to basic telekinesis cultivation, Luo Yunyang was more interested in the disarming technique and the flying technique. When one's telekinetic abilities reached a certain point, they could be used to envelope their body and create a flying effect. Flying was something almost everyone wished they could do. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether his 35-point mind attribute was enough to allow him to fly, but he immediately tried enveloping his entire body with his telekinetic powers. According to the requirements of levitation, Luo Yunyang had to slowly urge his body to float. As he urged it, he felt his body slowly rise off the floor. After at least half an hour, Luo Yunyang had finally managed to levitate about a meter above the floor. From a martialist's perspective, 1 meter wasn't much. He was still flying, though. When he was done, he felt a heavy weariness in his head. Crash! Luo Yunyang fell on the floor. He suddenly felt as if he was on the verge of collapsing. Did this count as learning how to fly? His head hurt as Luo Yunyang clambered into bed and followed the methods shown in basic telekinesis cultivation to train his mind power. According to the introduction to telekinesis, geniuses needed 3 days to learn the basics and at least a month to successfully go through the threshold of basic telekinesis cultivation. However, Luo Yunyang had already crossed this threshold in an instant. Cultivating telekinesis left him feeling extremely tranquil. As he lay on his bed, he was neither awake nor asleep. He just felt extremely comfortable. Luo Yunyang's communication device suddenly started ringing. Xu Zong's loud snarling could be heard through his watch. Luo Yunyang, the sun is already up. Hurry up and get to the drill ground. Luo Yunyang was wide awake. When he bent down and glanced at his communication device, the time was already 8:30 a.m. Xu Zhang had told him that the first session of the elite class would start at 8:30 a.m. Without further ado, Luo Yunyang rushed towards the outskirts of the city. Although he hadn't raised his speed, he still arrived at the drill ground outside the city in no time. When he got there, he saw that there were over 100 boys and girls standing around. Something was not right. Everyone was wearing Rising Dragon Army uniforms. Luo Yunyang had gotten distracted during his cultivation the previous day, so he was still wearing the clothes his mother had prepared for him. This is our newcomer king. What a disgrace. A gloomy voice rang out when Luo Yunyang ran over. Luo Yunyang traced its source and realized that the voice belonged to a slim middle-aged man. The man was also wearing a Rising Dragon Army uniform. Although he stood up as straight as a javelin, when one looked at him, they couldn't help but get the chills. Xu Zhang rubbed his bald scalp. He seemed to want to speak, but in the end he decided to keep his mouth shut. Xu Zhang was only a supporting character this time. He and a few men with the same epaulets on their shoulders were just escorting a tall elderly man with silver hair. The old man had a golden star epaulette on his shoulders. When he saw Luo Yunyang, he shook his head lightly and said dully, "Is coming late to your first class and not wearing your military uniform a result of becoming the newcomer king?" It was because he had overslept after cultivating. "Sir, I think the newcomer king should be a role model for all of us, not the black sheep of the herd." A young man with handsome features and an air of haughtiness proclaimed loudly as he strode forward. The moment he spoke, a chorus of voices echoed, "Right, the newcomer king should be a role model. This person doesn't have the bearing of a role model. Is this sort of person even fit to be the newcomer king?" Luo Yunyang was not happy to meet this fellow or listen to his implicit words. He clearly doesn't think I should be the newcomer king. After enjoying the special 70% discount on all his purchases, Luo Yunyang had come to think of the newcomer king title as his exclusive property. He certainly wasn't about to be polite to someone who was coveting it. "Sir, I have experienced the privileges of being the newcomer king, and I feel that being a little late and not wearing a uniform should be among those privileges. After all, the newcomer king has to stand out from scum who just run their mouths. Whoever is offended by this is free to challenge me." The martialist with the gloomy voice, who had only been watching from the sidelines, flashed Luo Yunyang a cold grin when he heard his words. When the other class members heard his shameless proclamation, they were left speechless. He had to be very arrogant to call them scum without the slightest bit of hesitation. Scum. This was the word Luo Yunyang had used to address them. Immediately, a number of people started roaring angrily. "You are the one who is scum, Luo Yunyang. I'm not happy that you got the newcomer king title. I was planning on challenging you in 1 month, but after your reckless words, I might as well get rid of you right now." I, Jin Boshin, am officially challenging you. If you can take 3 blows from me, I will concede that you are the newcomer king. The elderly man standing in the middle smiled faintly. He nodded his head and said, a good newcomer king should stand out. If you can hold on to your newcomer king status, the 2 requests you made today will be granted. Sir, Guan Wanli is requesting to challenge the newcomer king. Please approve his request. The first person to step forward wasn't the young man with the handsome features who had spoken first, but a rather tall, bulky martialist. He stood at least 2 meters tall and gave off a powerful vibe. I know who you are, Guan Wanli. All right, permission granted. The elderly military man smiled at Guan Wanli. Don't disgrace your grandfather. Don't worry, sir. As he spoke, Guan Wanli approached Luo Yunyang. I know that you are fast, but being fast doesn't mean that you are invincible. My family passes down the unbreakable golden clock skill from generation to generation. I will just stand here and let you hit me. If you can't make me fall in 3 moves, you will hand over your newcomer king title. Guan Wanli said straightforwardly. Luo Yunyang's face broke into a grin. He knew that Guan Wanli seemed to be at a disadvantage, but this was actually a strategic move. The strong always bullied the weak. Alright, Luo Yunyang knew what Guan Wanli was trying to do, but he feigned ignorance and smiled in acceptance. Xu Zhang frowned. He wanted to say something, but the elderly military man shot him a look that shut him up. Let's begin, a military officer standing next to Xu Zhang said. Guan Wanli strode over to Luo Yunyang. As he took a deep breath, a crackling sound was heard from his body. Luo Yunyang thought that Guan Wanli's face seemed to have a faint metallic luster to it. Unbreakable golden clock level 3. Seems like this old Guan really has such a successor. The elderly military man lamented. Chapter 35. An extraordinary person. When Xu Zhang heard his superior's words, his heart tightened. He could finally determine what sort of person Guan Wanli was. Besides the Flame Emperor and the other 3 men that made up the 4 generals, there were also 8 honorary delegates in the Rising Dragon army. Although they didn't sound as great compared to the generals, the cultivation base of the honorary delegates could even be higher than the generals. Out of the 8 honorary delegates, the one who ranked second had the best reputation, as he was the only one that had dared go head-to-head against an A-grade dire beast. According to the legends, the intensity of his body was comparable to a level 9 titanium gold alloy. Luo Yunyang would now be facing this man's grandson. How was this possible? Given Luo Yunyang's speed, if the 2 of them fought, there was a possibility that he might not lose. However, the 3 blows he had agreed to put him at a disadvantage. Guan Wanli might seem like a straightforward person, but the tall, strong man was actually very meticulous. I'm ready, Luo Yunyang. Come at me whenever you want. Luo Yunyang's strength was currently at 7,500 kilos, so a single punch had to send this fellow flying. Luo Yunyang made some mental calculations before walking over to Guan Wanli. He didn't use any techniques. He just punched Guan Wanli's shoulder hard. Luo Yunyang used all his available strength. The instant he threw that punch, a sonic boom was generated. Everyone's gaze turned to him. There is no best writer in the world and there is certainly no second best fighter. The elite martialists who had come from Chang'an with Luo Yunyang had seen his previous performance and were already in awe of him. However, the people gathered there were talented individuals and geniuses scouted out by the Rising Dragon army in all 13 cities of the East. Each of them was proud and aspired to reach the top. The fact that Luo Yunyang had won the title of the newcomer king had made all these people wonder one thing: why that fella instead of me? Boom! The instant Luo Yunyang's fist struck Guan Wanli's body, a strong vibration took over his body. When this strong vibration came into contact with Luo Yunyang's body, it vanished completely. Before cultivating the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, Luo Yunyang had trained his skin, flesh, muscles, bones and 5 viscera by cultivating the first 6 diagrams of the Ape Dragon blueprint. He had seen huge improvements in the process. However, each part of his body fought its own battle. Ever since he had cultivated the 7th diagram of the Ape Dragon blueprint, Luo Yunyang had felt as if his skin, flesh, muscles, bones and 5 viscera had been harmonized perfectly. In the past, he had felt like a sum of parts put together, but now he had become an assembled, well-oiled machine. Bang! Guan Wanli landed on the ground heavily. Little cracks appeared on the drill ground, which was made of some unknown material. Xu Zhang, who had already noticed the variations in Luo Yunyang's punch, was elated. Damn it! This fella always does the unexpected. It seems like his strength has increased once again. This kid could use a source to create a source core within his body. He had already reached the level of a martial master. The rising dragon army officer with the cold voice seemed puzzled as he looked over at the elderly military man. The elderly man appeared calm. It seemed as if he hadn't watched what had just occurred. Guan Wanli clambered up from the ground and smiled at Luo Yunyang gracefully. Your strength exceeded my imagination. What, he's actually unscathed? A fellow student exclaimed. Yes, Luo Yunyang's punch was very strong. If that was me, I wouldn't even be able to stand up. Damn it, is that fella even human? Luo Yunyang frowned slightly. He had already used all his strength, yet this fella had actually been able to resist it. If that was your full strength, I suggest that you give up. You have no way of breaking my unbreakable golden clock. Guan Wanli was calm. His absolute confidence in himself made him look as if he was afraid that Luo Yunyang would get hurt. This fella was just too cocky. He had an arrogance that generated from within. Luo Yunyang muttered to himself and raised his mind attribute by 10 points. Naturally, his constitution was reduced in the process. Although the distance between Luo Yunyang and Guan Wanli remained the same, his perception of Guan Wanli was clearer now. When his punch had struck Guan Wanli earlier, all his force had been dispersed throughout every part of his opponent's body. This meant that when Luo Yunyang's fist had struck Guan Wanli's shoulder, his 7,500 kilo strength had been split evenly between Guan Wanli's entire body. Are you sure you want to try again? Luo Yunyang asked Guan Wanli. Guan Wanli nodded. I want the title of the newcomer king as a present for my grandfather's 80th birthday. Luo Yunyang did not say anything else. He racked his brains in an effort to comprehend some of the profound true intent of the 8 mountain splitting techniques. He had browsed through that book the previous night. Boom. Luo Yunyang didn't strike very fast this time around, but when his fist moved, Guan Wanli was smashed hard against the ground. No one was concerned by this punch, as his previous punch had also smashed Guan Wanli into the ground. Call for help, the elderly man said as he strode over to Guan Wanli and slapped his chest. Guan Wanli spat out a mouthful of blood as he gasped for air. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten really hurt. Guan Wanli told the elderly man gratefully. The elderly man waved his hands around. No matter how good you think you are, there will always be someone better. Kid, your combat strength might come from techniques passed down from your grandfather, but when you are facing such a crushing strength, resourcefulness is. Suddenly, he looked at Luo Yunyang and said, you are very young, yet you can actually comprehend some profound true intent. Not bad, profound true intent. Although this sort of true intent didn't increase one's strength much, when it was used on a person, it made them feel as if they were getting smashed by a huge boulder. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Luo Yunyang smiled at the elderly man. My surname is Lu, and I'm the chief instructor of Base 7. You can call me Instructor Lu, the elderly man said in a low voice. Then, he turned to the group of Rising Dragon Army elite martialists. Guan Wanli has fallen. Do any of you still wish to challenge this young man? The spar between Luo Yunyang and Guan Wanli had been short. Luo Yunyang had only dished out 2 punches, but the strength of these punches along with the rumors circulating about him made most people shrink back. Although there were many confident individuals among them, their self-confidence had been built on the basis of their strength. For example, when Brother Da and the other martialists from Modu saw the current situation, they decided not to act hastily. They had already been beaten by Luo Yunyang once after all. Chapter 36. Ancient Weapons. Everyone, it is not every day that we can challenge the newcomer king. Even if we fail, we should still try and note the difference between us. The handsome young man egged on his comrades, who appeared frightened now. His words might have sounded very encouraging, but Luo Yunyang could guess the man's malicious intentions. He wanted to use the others to wear Luo Yunyang down and then step in when the situation seemed more favorable. Although Luo Yunyang saw through the vile man's intentions, he didn't expose him. However, he didn't give him a chance to retreat either. What our fellow student is saying makes sense. Come on, you can have this opportunity first, he said. The handsome young man, who had been trying his utmost to trick the others, hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would actually set his sights on him first. Damn it, this hadn't been part of the plan. Although he was extremely displeased, he didn't want to seem like a coward before the others, so all he could do was step forward. I've been using swords all along. I wonder if we can use swords to spar. What do you think, Chief Instructor Lu? A tall blonde girl asked Chief Instructor Lu as she stepped forward. Use swords. Swords were weapons. Luo Yunyang had never chosen a weapon before, so using swords to spar was a little unexpected. Chief Instructor Lu nodded. Go ahead. The disciple of the 6 melding swords, Sun Miao Miao, is challenging the newcomer king. The 6 melding swords, the unbreakable golden clock. When Luo Yunyang thought about his match with Guan Wanli, he recalled an article he had read while browsing online on his computer. The apocalypse had caused the majority of organisms on Earth to evolve, humans included. As a result, the average human's lifespan had increased, the human body had become stronger, and antiques that had been handed down from generation to generation had caused miraculous discoveries. The article had not gone into too much detail, but it seemed like what it had said was true. Bring it on then. Luo Yunyang felt eager to face an opponent who was proficient in handling weapons for the first time. My 6 melding sword skill is only at a basic level, so I am unable to control the intensity of my moves. Please forgive me if I injure you accidentally. Sun Miao Miao's words sounded reasonable and courteous, but there was also an evident hint of arrogance in her voice. Sun Miao Miao's sword didn't disappoint the onlookers. The moment her blade was unsheathed, Sun Miao Miao was bathed in a silvery light. There was a rod in Luo Yunyang's hands. This alloy rod was his weapon of choice. However, when he saw the ripples created by the sword, Luo Yunyang froze for a moment. This was the first time he was experiencing this sort of battle. In the blink of an eye, his movements were bound by the ripples. The blade moved back and forth under the silvery light, as if it was wrapping itself around Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang waved around the rod in his hands as he tried to fend off those omnipresent ripples. Although he managed to block quite a number of ripples, most of them eluded the rod and stabbed in his direction. Each sword ripple made Luo Yunyang feel weary and flustered. Sun Miao Miao had confidence in her sword. She had trained many years and, according to her master, her swordsmanship had already reached an accomplished level. She had entered the Rising Dragon Army to honor her master's old friend and to obtain a special grade source fluid from the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. The intrinsic nature of a source fluid was essential for the path of a martialist. Every year, only up to 100 special grade source fluids were produced within the entire Da Alliance. As one of the 8 armies of the East, the Rising Dragon Army got 1 special grade source fluid. The person who could obtain this could only come from the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. The recipient of the special grade source fluid was traditionally the newcomer king. Therefore, she had to get the title of the newcomer king through any means. Based on what she saw, although Luo Yunyang was strong, he was still too clumsy with weapons. Her 6 melding swords would deal with him fast. The start was just as Sun Miao Miao had predicted. Her relentless swordsmanship made Luo Yunyang lose his calm composure. However, although he was clearly flustered, every time her sword was about to strike him, the short rod in his hand would obstruct her attack. Sun Miao Miao was vexed and sullen. She used the 6 melding horizontal strikes, the 6 return to 1, the pointing south striking north move, and the fallen autumn leaves. The moves of the 6 melding swords were quicker and more urgent, but Luo Yunyang, who was still bathed in the silvery light, calmed down. He suddenly remembered that, when he had fought against the Rising Dragon Army soldiers, he had increased his constitution and mind. Now, he began to take note of Sun Miao Miao's sword trajectories. Eventually, he even started to predict her next moves, as well as where she would strike. By the time Sun Miao Miao had performed each of her moves twice, they had all been deeply etched in Luo Yunyang's mind. Chief Instructor Lu's face broke into a faint smile. This was a smile of certainty. Stop playing around, kid. The lady is going to be weeping in anger soon. Luo Yunyang was about to confirm what he had learned by observing the swordplay of the 6 melding swords, when he suddenly heard Chief Instructor Lu's words. He decided to use the alert monkey's 7 leaps instead. Although Sun Miao Miao was a determined lady, when she heard Chief Instructor Lu's tone, she became anxious. Without hesitation, she unleashed the strongest technique of the 6 melding swords, the 6 melding horizontal strikes. This move was laden with a heavy killing intent. However, the moment she used it, she realized in surprise that Luo Yunyang had actually disappeared. By the time she came back to her senses, her arm had taken a heavy hit and her long sword had fallen from her hand. The match was over. Sun Miao Miao had actually lost. Even though she needed the title of the Rising Dragon Army's newcomer king, she had been completely defeated. She had lost without a chance of fighting back. Both Guan Wanli and Sun Miaomiao had been reputable geniuses in their own cities. In fact, even martialists from other big cities had heard of them. However, the two of them had stepped in to challenge Luo Yunyang and failed to follow through. Brother Yunyang is great, he really deserves to be Chang'an's leader, a skinny young man exclaimed excitedly. Even more voices followed his exclamation. Yang Yirui and the others joined in the banter. Anybody else who still wants to challenge him? Step forward if you do. You are all talk, just come on and try. Although the young martialists from other big cities were unhappy with this unbridled attitude, they sensibly chose to remain silent. After watching his performance, they had realized that they were unable to take on Luo Yunyang. Chapter 37. Unresigned, yet incapable, Chief Instructor, the newcomer king the first have selected isn't too bad, right? Xu Zhang rubbed the back of his head, feeling a little silly. Your judgment was quite accurate. Luo Yunyang isn't bad, ha ha, just groom him well. Chief Instructor Lu lamented, perhaps we might not lose at the next 8 army meet. Xu Zhang, who had looked proud, became dispirited as soon as he heard about the 8 army meet. Luo Yunyang kept an eye on the handsome young man. He had a dark expression on his face, but he didn't seem like he had any intention of stepping forward. The fella had decided to hide now. So much for his big talk. The newcomer king could be challenged, but it seemed like he couldn't challenge others himself. Even if he did, the other party could choose to turn down the challenge. Luo Yunyang was feeling good as he walked up to Guan Wanli and proclaimed loudly, "Do you accept me as the newcomer king now?" Guan Wanli had not expected that Luo Yunyang would actually ask this. He had already gotten the damned spotlight. Why did he have to make him bow down before him? He was just too shameless. Although he was cursing deep down, the pain in his shoulder hadn't disappeared yet as he nodded hastily. Yes, I do, thanks. Luo Yunyang nodded his head and then approached Sun Miaomiao quickly. What about you? Do you accept me? Yes. Sun Miaomiao shot a sharp, murderous look at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was like a whirlwind. After walking around for a bit, he suddenly appeared at the handsome young man's side and sneered, "Do you accept me as the newcomer king?" The handsome young man, whose name was Bai Yuming, reassured himself that revenge was a dish best served cold. He would get his chance in the future. However, he hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would pull this particular trick. If Luo Yunyang challenged him, he was already prepared to decline the challenge. Luo Yunyang's latest performance had been really dazzling, so if he turned down the challenge, nobody would say anything. However, Luo Yunyang's arrogant manner baffled him. He just didn't know what to do. He couldn't bring himself to say that he did, but he couldn't say no either, as that would mean that he was challenging Luo Yunyang. The young man, who had opened his mouth to humiliate Luo Yunyang, had a cold glint in his eyes. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw Xu Zhang chuckle as he watched him. Does this mean that you don't accept me? Alright, all brothers admire men like you. Come on, let's have a good match now. Luo Yunyang said bluntly when he saw the handsome young man's reluctance to answer. Bai Yuming was no fool. He could see Luo Yunyang's delighted expression as he stubbornly refused to speak. This meant that he would surely be at a disadvantage. Bai Yuming could only clench his teeth and mutter, "I accept you." As the words came out of his mouth, he felt as if there were tears streaming down his cheeks. Luo Yunyang cheekily pointed to his ear and said, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. You obviously can't accept my title, so let's have a round." Bai Yuming's fists were clenched tightly. He knew what Luo Yunyang was trying to do. He was just shamelessly infuriating him so he would take the bait. Bai Yuming tried to resist Luo Yunyang's shameless behavior, but he clearly lacked the strength to do so. "I said that I accept you," Bai Yuming shouted. As he shouted, he silently muttered to himself. No matter the size of the dragon, a hero had to know when to bow and submit. Hengxin had been forced to crawl between people's legs as a form of humiliation. This wasn't that bad in comparison. He would still take revenge for this humiliation, though. Oh, okay, you should have said so earlier. The way you were bouncing around so fast made me think you were a powerful person. The Rising Dragon Army members that were on Bai Yuming's side remained quiet. They didn't dare voice any objections now. They were just glad that Luo Yunyang did not ask each of them the same question. All Luo Yunyang did was clasp his hands behind his back and walk calmly to position number 1. When he had arrived without a uniform, most people had thought that he was dressed appropriately for this environment. However, now Luo Yunyang stood out like a flag. Kids, I know that you were all privileged geniuses in your own hometowns. You must think that you are very impressive, but you aren't that important in the Rising Dragon army. After the apocalypse humanity faced, everyone is dispensable. As Chief Instructor Lu spoke, he suddenly leapt in the air. A pair of dark violet wings emerged on his back. The violet wings kept Chief Instructor Lu suspended in midair. Everyone watching thought that he looked like a deity. Boom! Purple fist-shaped shadows suddenly blasted out of Chief Instructor Lu's fists. The instant these shadows shot out, they swelled until they were 10 meters in diameter and blasted hard against the military drill ground about 100 meters away. The earth shook. A crater about 20 meters wide and 3 meters deep appeared before Luo Yunyang and the others. The attack shook Luo Yunyang's world. When he saw it, he suddenly felt insignificant. Only when you have reached a cultivation base like mine, you will be considered powerful enough to go up against a low-grade dire beast. I'm looking forward to that day. Chief Instructor Lu's wings shook. He looked like a comet as he flew over to the most central area of the city. Both the veterans, who had spent quite some time at Base 7, and the newbies were dumbstruck. The scene that had unfolded before them was unbelievable. Luo Yunyang just couldn't believe it. After he had defeated all the other newcomers of the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, he had been feeling slightly smug. However, now that he had watched Chief Instructor Lu crack open the earth with one attack, he felt like he had said too much. He still had a long way to go. Ha ha, see this, kids. This is the power of a top-notch martialist. Xu Zhang lectured them as he rubbed his bald head. These are the sort of pillars humanity needs. If you wish to become someone like Chief Instructor Lu, then you have to put in the same amount of hard work that Chief Instructor Lu did. I know that the majority of you have cultivation bases that are already close to first-rate martialists. If you get a vial of source fluid, you will be able to produce a source core and become martial masters. However, if you were all given a vial of source fluid, only 1 person out of 5 would be able to become a martial master. You might be geniuses, but I have seen enough geniuses fail before. 3 months from now, the Da Alliance will hand out the source fluid. If you wish to be among those who will receive it and advance to martial masters, then you better train your bodies conscientiously. The stronger your body is, the higher your chances of success will be. The higher your cultivation base is, the more you will progress with the source fluid. There are all sorts of resources at the base, but you will need points if you wish to obtain all of them. Points, get it? What is important right now is that you get enough points to improve your cultivation base. Chapter 38. One more, please points. All these people, who had fantasized about getting into the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, receiving the best grooming and eating and drinking well, hadn't expected that they would still need points in order to do these things. Ha ha, it's almost time to eat. I have already prepared a big buffet. Points can be exchanged for fragrant blood-burst mutton, deep-sea dragonfish soup, and fruit from the wilderness of Sanshan. All these are delicacies that would make anyone salivate. You can also order food. I have already linked all your communication devices to our base's internet. You can order anything you want. Xu Zhang's words were very provocative. Even Luo Yunyang could feel himself get hungry as he heard him. He switched on his communication device quickly and saw all sorts of delicacies listed on it. For example, he could see the steel-scaled python mu eat he had tried, as well as high-grade food, such as divine electric eel soup. Half a kilo of A-grade dire beast meat cost 10,000 points. Luo Yunyang was somewhat interested in seafood, but after smacking his lips a little, he ultimately decided to select something that cost less points. His remaining points were slightly less than 20,000. After he had made a decision, he was only left with 10,000 points. Sun Miao Miao, Guan Wanli and the others had forlorn expressions on their faces as they looked at the screens of their communication devices. They seemed to be having difficulty making a choice. Base 7 was really fast. Soon, a few men in spotlessly white chef attire walked over with a dining car and unfolded an at least 10-meter-long table. The pure white tablecloth and silver plates looked as if they belonged at a banquet held in an ancient western castle. There were golden plates, silver cutlery, the whole setup was unbelievably luxurious. These people, who could become elite martialists of the Rising Dragon Army, had all been considered geniuses back in their own clans, so they were already used to such treatment. However, they still couldn't help swallowing when they saw the dazzling array of delicacies on the table. This is a grade 6 Saturn peach. I've only ever tried it once. Someone gave one to my grandmother as a present for her 100th birthday. They cost 500,000 Daewon each. Whoa, this is steel-scaled python meat. I had a soup with some when I was young. My grandpa had put a lot of effort just to buy 1 kilo. It wasn't enough for all of us to eat, so we had to boil it in a soup and share it. Xu Zhang grabbed a grade 6 Saturn peach and took a bite. Damn it, I just hate this sort of table arrangement. It's much more fun to eat and drink without table manners. Who cares about etiquette? Daddy is no royal. Why should I be restricted by all these rules? When the long white table was filled with food, a second man in greasy-looking clothes walked over and dropped the large barrel he had been carrying on the ground. Time to eat. Luo Yunyang looked at the large bucket and realized that its contents seemed very familiar. It was full of grade 1 energy bars. Back in Donglu town, even normal students had not enjoyed having these energy bars. How could the Rising Dragon Army elites be presented with them? This is our basic food. Guan Wanli asked suspiciously, voicing his displeasure clearly. What's wrong, kids? How can you expect to eat all the good stuff without spending any points? Don't even think about it. Whoever doesn't have any points to exchange can only eat this sort of food to survive. As Xu Zhang spoke, he grabbed a golden deer thigh and took a big bite. In the end, all the proud elites took a black energy bar each. As they swallowed their energy bars with difficulty, another small dining car was pushed over and 2 young female attendants stepped forward. They took out a small folding table and laid a green tablecloth over it. Mr. Luo Yunyang, your cumin savage beef steak, sweet and sour deep river gobbler, and grade 7 flat peach have been delivered. We wish you a pleasant meal, one of the female attendants said with a smile when the table was set. Sun Miao Miao and the others could only stare enviously at Luo Yunyang as they held on to their energy bars. The cumin savage beef steak seemed as big as a palm, but it was actually really thin. The gobbler was about a foot long. It did not look bad, but Luo Yunyang knew that this was only a D-grade dire beast. The most expensive part of his meal was the grade 7 flat peach, which normally cost 23,000 points. Although Luo Yunyang had his newcomer king privileges, it had still cost him close to 7,000 points. Luo Yunyang didn't use a knife. Instead, he picked up the palm-sized beef steak with his chopsticks and devoured it in one gulp. Then, he enjoyed the gobbler fish slowly. Its flavor was just right. In a short amount of time, all that was left on the plate were fish bones. Did you know that half the energy of the gobbler fish is contained within its bones? You might not be able to digest it, though. As Xu Zhang spoke, he bit into the dire beast bone he was holding in his hand and shut his eyes. Bones were more nourishing than meat. Luo Yunyang stared at the fish bones and muttered something to himself before he stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. The flesh of the gobbler fish had been fresh, tender and full of fat, but when the bones entered his mouth, Luo Yunyang felt as if he was eating an iron strip. Crack, 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 Luo Yunyang's teeth started chewing the bones quickly, as if he was eating some fruit candy. He devoured them all really fast. The 2 attendants, who had been about to remind Luo Yunyang of something, stared dumbfounded at the fair, gentle-looking young man. This fellow was really fierce. As soon as the fish bones were in his belly, Luo Yunyang felt his stomach become heavy. He did not unleash the howling ape roaring dragon technique right away. Instead, he hastily stuffed the grade 7 Saturn peach in his mouth. Delicious. This was one of the finest delicacies in the world. This sort of thing belonged in heaven. How could such a thing even exist in the human world? In the blink of an eye, the grade 7 peach had vanished into Luo Yunyang's belly. Luo Yunyang suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh. He had eaten just like Zhu Baji. He had devoured the food without even tasting it. As soon as the grade 7 Saturn peach entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt heat bubbling up within him. The fish bones that had felt like steel strips and the beef quickly started to dissolve in his belly and turn into energy. The grade 7 Saturn peach actually had this sort of use. Are there any more Saturn peaches? Luo Yunyang asked softly, looking at the attendants. There are, but according to scientific estimations, even the greatest martial masters can only have 1 per month. Having any more would have no effect whatsoever. As Luo Yunyang reflected on the aftertaste of the grade 7 Saturn peach, he felt the urge to find out exactly what a grade 7 Saturn peach tasted like. This was really delicious. One more, please, Luo Yunyang said loudly, waving his hands around. Chapter 39. The Ardent Sun Group, are you certain that you want another one? Let me remind you that it doesn't have any other use. It will be no different than a normal peach. The attendants repeatedly tried to talk Luo Yunyang out of it, but he waved them off. I just ate too fast and forgot to experience it properly. This time, I will eat slowly to savor it. Even though the grade 7 Saturn peach had been delicious, there was a more important reason why Luo Yunyang was willing to spend money on another one. He believed that points were not that difficult to obtain. Sun Miao Miao and the others felt a wave of jealousy as they watched him. Luo Yunyang was just like them. How could he be able to eat 2 grade 7 Saturn peaches, when the rest of them could only have grade 1 energy bars? This kid is very determined. He wants to have 2 grade 7 Saturn peaches worth 20,000 points in one go. Old Shu sure admires you. Xu Zhang cupped his hands in Luo Yunyang's direction as he thought about how amazing this kid was. Luo Yunyang accepted his envious look without any reservations. He thought that he had to really seem like a glutton. Points were earned with effort, not by saving up bit by bit. Soon, yet another dining car was pushed over and a silver plate with a grade 7 Saturn peach about the size of a palm was handed over to him. When Luo Yunyang took the grade 7 Saturn peach, he wanted to put it straight into his mouth. However, he took slow individual bites to savor the fruit. Ha ha ha, see the benefits of points now, kids. If you want to eat well, dress well and learn good techniques, then you have to fight to earn more points. You can find them in the forest in front of you. D-grade dire beasts are worth 100 points, C-grade dire beasts are worth 1000 points, and B-grade dire beasts are worth 10 million points. Don't even think about A-grade dire beasts. Xu Zhang told the recruits loudly as he rubbed his bald head. Oh, I forgot, the Rising Dragon Army provides you kids with free titanium alloy weapons. You can go collect them. You will only receive these weapons for free once. Don't listen to him blindly. There are also other methods for you to obtain points. You could harvest high-grade medicinal items, the gloomy-looking man who had spoken about Luo Yunyang said as he stood up. Plus, the first 2.5 kilometers of the forest are part of the safe zone. There are only D-grade dire beasts there. It's best that you restrict your activities to the safe zones. Xu Zhang and the others, who had eaten and drunk to satisfaction, got up to leave. Most of the recruits found Xu Zhang's manners annoying. He used a metal toothpick to pick his teeth while he patted his belly and said, "Damn, that was really satisfying." Luo Yunyang had never thought about fighting dire beasts before, but considering the threat that source beasts posed and the power they possessed to destroy the earth, he understood that he and the other humans that lived in Chang'an City had no other choice. They had to fight if they wanted to survive. You are the pride of Chang'an City, big brother. Yang Yirui told Luo Yunyang as he walked up to him. The elites from the Chang'an General Headquarters have discussed this and we hope that you can lead us. Yang Yirui's words made Luo Yunyang freeze for a second. As he looked at Yang Yirui's sincere expression and the other 10 people from the Rising Dragon Army, he understood what they meant. They wanted to lean against the big tree that was Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't think there was anything wrong with how the others felt, so he nodded. All right, from this day on, we will help each other. Brother Yunyang, since we are your followers, I think we should have a bright, resounding name. How does Yunyang Group sound? Yang Yirui looked at Luo Yunyang expectantly. Yunyang Group sounded like a decent name. Luo Yunyang thought about it and replied, let's call ourselves the Ardent Sun Group. The Ardent Sun Group would have a total of 17 members, including Luo Yunyang. Every single one of the elites from the Chang'an Rising Dragon Army General Headquarters joined the group. Luo Yunyang appointed Yang Yirui as deputy. He knew what he was doing, so he appointed the enthusiastic Yang Yirui to help him manage everything and save him the trouble. Luo Yunyang's main interest remained cultivation. The benefits of being in the Ardent Sun Group became evident quickly. Big brother Yunyang, these are the weapons provided by the base. I have picked up a set for each person. You can try them out and see if any are suitable, a clever-looking young man named Chen Yang said. It was rumored that his father owned a big company in Chang'an City. Luo Yunyang didn't ask what kind of company. He saw swords, spears, knives, there was a total of 18 types of weapons, every single one of them sharp. After pondering it for a bit, Luo Yunyang picked out a knife with a thick handle. Although he didn't know any knife techniques yet, he decided that he rather liked knives. Big brother Yunyang, before I came here, I learned a set of decent knife techniques called the 5 tiger breaking knives. The secret manual is here. If you have time, you can take a look at it. As he spoke, Chen Yang handed Luo Yunyang the knife manual. 5 tiger breaking knives. Luo Yunyang remembered coming across this when he had been browsing cultivation techniques online. It had cost over 2,000 points. Luo Yunyang could have used his own points to purchase it, but since this was a gift from his younger brother, he would be able to save some points. Plus, Luo Yunyang believed that accepting this offer would make the clever-looking young man happy. Thank you, little brother Yang. When I read it, we can study the techniques together. As Luo Yunyang had expected, when he accepted the manual, Chen Yang smiled even wider. Thank you, brother Luo. Please guide me along more in the future. As the two of them were talking, Qin Feifei walked over and said, everything has been tidied up, brother Yunyang. Do you need anything else? Qin Feifei was the girl who had been trying to make a good impression on the way to the base. As soon as the Ardent Sun group had been established, she had insisted on cleaning Luo Yunyang's room. Although Luo Yunyang had his reservations about the girl's zeal, he eventually accepted her offer. Oh, Feifei, I will clean up my room by myself in the future. You are the leader of the Ardent Sun group. The group will be counting on you in the future, so all your efforts should be focused on cultivation. I can take care of small matters like this. Qin Feifei seemed to undertake this task willingly. She had already said this much, so Luo Yunyang didn't think it would be polite to turn her down again. He just nodded his head without another word. Luo Yunyang might have seemed young, but he had his own principles when it came to conducting himself in society. Every person led their own individual life, but one had to be accepting of other people's opinions and thoughts in order to get along with them. Big brother Yunyang, everyone is ready to go earn points. Do you think we should go tomorrow? Luo Yunyang's deputy, Yang Yirui, asked as he ran over. Their need to earn points was natural. Wasn't that the purpose of the group, anyway? Plus, Luo Yunyang himself also needed points. Let's work together first. In the future, we will allocate points according to our individual contribution. Of course, we will still have to make sure that all the brothers that head out are able to get the basic amount of points necessary for our survival. Although Luo Yunyang didn't want to put too much effort into managing the Ardent Sun group, he felt that these important matters needed to be addressed right away. After coming up with a general outline, Luo Yunyang let Chen Yang and the others leave so that he could start cultivating. The source fluid would be handed out in 3 months. Chapter 40. Soaring Tiger Beheading. Even with a source fluid, one might still not be able to become a martial master. Whether one was able to become a martial master or not ultimately came down to each individual's base. Luo Yunyang wasted no time. He began cultivating the ape dragon blueprint right away. As soon as he cultivated the first 7 diagrams, he felt his body become even stronger. Power: 15.5 speed, 4.0 mind, 2.0 constitution, 16.3 a 0.3 increase in his constitution and a 0.5 increase in his power meant that his strength had increased by 250 kilos. It seemed like the food he had consumed in his cultivation of the ape dragon blueprint had been less efficient that day. After a short break, Luo Yunyang took out the manual of the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques. Thanks to his raised mind attribute, he realized that these knife techniques weren't that difficult. According to the manual, there was a total of 18 movements divided into 3 levels. There was level 1, Mastery, which was when the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques could be used fully, level 2, Initiation, which was when each knife killed with 1 strike, just like a tiger, and level 3, also known as Completion, which was like 5 tigers descending from the mountains and hunting down their prey. Luo Yunyang had already grasped the essence of the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques and become proficient at them. By nighttime, he had cultivated this set of techniques and reached the initiation level. Every time he struck, his knife sounded like the hiss of a tiger. After a while, Luo Yunyang used the basic telekinesis cultivation technique again to refine his mind power. While he cultivated, he realized that his telekinetic abilities could coordinate very well with one of the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques, the soaring tiger beheading. Luo Yunyang pressed on bravely. The instant he used the soaring tiger beheading, his knife would be sent flying. This was possibly the most destructive move out of the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques. If the soaring tiger beheading failed, it would result in the loss of his weapon. However, if he raised his mind attribute to 30 or higher, Luo Yunyang could use telekinesis to make the knife that had been sent flying return to him quickly. The moment that the knife left his hand and his opponent dodged it, his opponent would immediately relax. However, the knife would only circle around and return with an even greater force. Although they were living in a crack between worlds, the next morning, Luo Yunyang and the others saw the same old sun that they saw on Earth dawn on the horizon. However, for some unknown reason, its ultraviolet rays were filtered there, so they actually appeared really mild. Big brother Yunyang, everyone is here. Yang Yirui and the others, who were all in their Rising Dragon Army uniforms, were already wielding their weapons. This would be the first operation of the Ardent Sun group. As the group's leader, Luo Yunyang couldn't stay behind. He gazed at the 17 elite martialists from the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters and said, "Move out." Yang Yirui shook his head. He had addressed Luo Yunyang in the hopes that he would say a few words to the gathered group members. He hadn't expected that their leader would ask them to head out straight away. Before they entered the luxuriant forest, Luo Yunyang and the others walked past a series of underground bunkers and cement tunnels that formed a defensive perimeter. This defensive perimeter was at least 5 kilometers wide. Luo Yunyang saw many different types of weapons around. However, when he and the others passed through the perimeter, the officer in charge of these weapons told them somewhat sorrowfully that these weapons had no effect on B-grade or more powerful dire beasts. 5 kilos of B-grade or higher grade dire beast flesh were only around the size of a walnut. The flesh was tougher than iron and breaking through its skin was really difficult. Weapons aside, most people were becoming more and more powerless against dire beasts. "We will be relying on you in the future," the old officer with the white hair said somewhat pessimistically as he bid Luo Yunyang and the others farewell. Based on the man's resolute expression, Luo Yunyang could tell that he was a veteran. His pessimistic words moved almost all their hearts. "Are source beasts really that fearsome, big brother Yunyang?" asked Chen Yang in a grave tone. Luo Yunyang didn't understand much about source beasts, but if B-grade dire beasts were that powerful, then source beasts would be. The group, which had been in high spirits so far, went silent. Luo Yunyang lifted his hand to signal to the people behind him. He had already raised his mind attribute to 10 before they had set off. Thanks to his mental capabilities, everything within a 5-kilometer radius seemed to be reflected in his mind. Plop! Luo Yunyang's hand moved as his blade fell, slicing a meter-long poisonous black snake in half. Yang Yirui and the others hadn't even had time to understand what was going on. The meter-long snake had already been beheaded. "This is a D-grade level 3 dire beast," Chen Yang exclaimed. "It's a black ring snake. They are usually found in areas at least 15 kilometers away from the base." How could this? They had just entered the forest, yet they had already encountered a D-grade dire beast. Although it was only a level 3 dire beast, if it hadn't been for Luo Yunyang's timely intervention, the consequences might have been unthinkable. Black ring snakes are adept at sneak attacks. I've heard that many people have been injured by them. Some have even been killed. Someone please help. Someone help. Before Chen Yang had even finished his words, a loud voice was heard shouting. The lung-bursting shouts seemed to be coming from 100 meters away. When they heard them, Yang Yirui and the others got a little panicky. They couldn't help but look at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang quickly raised his mind attribute to 15. Although this decision would cause his constitution and power to drop, his perceptiveness would increase even more. "Come on, let's take a look." Qin Feifei and the other girl looked at Luo Yunyang with even more admiration now. He was their main pillar of support. After a 3-minute walk, they reached the area where the cries originated from. A young man around 14 or 15 was waving a long sword frantically in his hands, fending off a dire beast that looked like a meter-long alligator. The dire beast moved as fast as the wind. Its body seemed to be made of metal, so even though the young man's sword had struck it numerous times, there was not a single scratch on it. Near the young man was another young man in a Rising Dragon Army uniform, who was lying on the ground. He didn't seem to be in good shape. "It's brother Xietian," Yang Yirui told Luo Yunyang when he saw the young man. Luo Yunyang didn't know who Xietian was, but he had to be a Rising Dragon Army elite martialist from another region. When he looked at him, he didn't seem like he had a big chance of fending for himself. "Big brother Yunyang, this is a D-grade level 1 mountain gator. Its entire body is as tough as iron. If you want to take it on, the best way would be to gouge its eyes out. Yang Yirui muttered. Luo Yunyang nodded. Although he didn't know Xie Tian, now that he had come across this situation, he couldn't just ignore it. Suddenly, the mountain gator leapt in the air, widened its jaws and aimed a bite at Xie Tian's head. If Xie Tian was bitten, he would die. As soon as he saw this, Luo Yunyang brandished the long knife in his hand and headed for the mountain gator with a mountain-splitting snake beheading move. Chapter 41. An empty-handed return. The mountain gator fell heavily on the ground, but it hadn't been cut in half, as Luo Yunyang had imagined it would. However, it did have a big cut on it now. Big brother Yunyang is really formidable. Qin Feifei walked over and started sucking up to him. Having a rather pretty girl cheer him on didn't please Luo Yunyang. He thought it was a pity that he hadn't chopped that mountain gator into two. He hadn't expected that it would actually be so sturdy. Just as he was about to finish the deed, Yang Yirui and the others rushed over with all sorts of weapons. The mountain gator was dead in no time. Yunyang, my brother was bitten by a snake. Please save him, please. Xie Tian ran over to Luo Yunyang's side, almost going down on his knees. Brother Xie Di had turned jet black from head to toe. If critical care wasn't administered, he would most definitely die. Have we brought any viper serum? Luo Yunyang asked Yang Yirui. Yang Yirui shook his head. They didn't have any equipment right now, so they naturally didn't have any viper serum, let alone an antidote for black ring snake venom. I've heard that snake bile has anti-venom properties, Qin Feifei reminded them in a hushed voice. Oh, no, I should have killed that snake instead of letting it run away. Xie Tian was on the verge of tears. Watching his own brother die in front of him and being powerless to do anything to stop it was very painful for him. As he wallowed in despair, Xie Tian watched Cheng Yong lift the body of a snake at least twice as big as the one that had sneaked up on them and attacked his brother. 15 minutes later, the two brothers stood in front of Luo Yunyang. You are our benefactor, big brother Luo. From now on, the two of us will be members of the Ardent Sun Group. If you want to send us on any errands, we will always be brave and loyal to you. As he saw the expressions on their faces, Luo Yunyang scratched his head and thought to himself. I should formulate some guidelines for the Ardent Sun Group. We can't just accept anybody into our ranks. Fortunately, the two brothers seemed very loyal. Luo Yunyang hesitated a bit, but he ultimately decided to let them join the group for the time being. Just as Xu Zhang and the other instructors had said, there were only D-grade dire beasts in the first 50 kilometers of the forest. Anyone who was able to become a Rising Dragon Army elite martialist had to have some tricks up their sleeves. Even the weak-looking Qin Feifei was extraordinarily good at sword wielding. At first, Luo Yunyang had taken the lead, but after beheading some D-grade dire beasts with one strike, he no longer found the task interesting. Thanks to his extraordinary mind power, he was able to discover dire beasts ahead of time. Then, he let Yang Yirui dispatch the most suitable underlings, who would work together and massacre the low-level dire beasts. In a day, they had pushed past the 100-kilometer mark. Sunset was ending. It was already close to nightfall. As they faced the bright scarlet sunset, some young members of the group grieved over the passing of spring. Meanwhile, Xu Zhang was wondering where they were. It has already been 3 days. Is that bunch of kids coming back yet? A Rising Dragon Army officer with handsome features asked as he walked up to Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang shook his head. Not yet. When they return, I am going to have to give them a long lecture. I think there aren't any set rules about that. They don't have to return within a fixed time frame, the younger man said softly. Sun Miao Miao, Guan Wanli and the others all returned within a day, but they are so brazen that they have been gone 3 days. We haven't even gotten a glimpse of them. Is it true that they formed a group called the Ardent Sun Group? Little Luo Yunyang sure doesn't know his own limits. He really has no idea. If there are too many people though, there will be enough points to go around if they hunt beasts. The handsome officer didn't comment. He just chuckled. The Ardent Sun Group, how interesting. As the two men chatted, Sun Miao Miao and Guan Wanli stood shoulder to shoulder on top of the city wall on the edge of the base. By now, the two of them had already started to distinguish themselves from the others. However, no matter how much better they were than the majority, there was still a large mountain in front of them that they were incapable of climbing. How many points have you obtained? Guan Wanli asked the girl bluntly. Sun Miao Miao frowned, but she still answered, not much. Only 3,000 points. I was lucky. I managed to kill a D-grade level 1 dire beast. Sun Meow Meow added calmly. She didn't seem to be proud of it. A D grade level 1 dire beast was worth about 800 points, which was much more than what a D grade level 3 beast was worth. You probably have the most points of this round, Guan Wanli complimented her. Nothing is set in stone yet. That person has yet to return. Although Sun Meow Meow didn't say the person's name, Guan Wanli knew very well how strong that person was. Luo Yunyang. This was the name the two of them instinctively recalled whenever they made an accomplishment. His name produced a stifling feeling in their hearts whenever they heard it. He might be able to hunt quite a few beasts, but he took too many people with him. Did you know that the Ardent Sun group has 17 members? He can't keep everyone's points for himself. If he dares to do such a thing, nobody will believe him ever again. Guan Wanli added confidently. Sun Meow Meow nodded her head. She felt an eager anticipation. Perhaps one day she would beat Luo Yunyang. The two of them got lost in their own thoughts, falling into a short silence. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Guan Wanli's face. Look, he has returned empty-handed. His words were laced with ecstasy. Yang Yirui and Xie Tian had appeared, but besides the weapons in their hands, the two of them didn't appear to be carrying anything else. Guan Wanli and Sun Meow Meow's bags had been stuffed full of essential essences and parts of various dire beasts when they had returned. Even though they had not brought everything back, they had still had some difficulty moving that load. Luo Yunyang's group included quite a number of people, so if the front two were empty-handed, then those behind wouldn't be carrying much either. Guan Wanli and Sun Meow Meow's eyes met. They both could see a hint of joy in the other person's eyes. Xu Zong's bald face seemed to shine when he saw Yang Yirui and Xie Tian. However, his expression quickly became desperate. The two of them were empty-handed. This wasn't a good sign. A series of bestial shrieks caused the originally open Base 7 city gates to close, as over 100 soldiers rushed over to the city walls. However, when the beast that had made those sounds emerged from the forest, they realized that it was actually 10 giant gold-colored deer, each one carrying countless packages on its back. On the noses of the deer were ropes. Chapter 42. Clouds of followers. Is that golden deer? How did they manage to hunt so many golden deer? Sun Meow Meow's voice was trembling as she spoke. Golden deer were D-grade dire beasts, but the value of a golden deer wasn't low because of its exquisite taste. There were over 10 golden deer, each one worth 1,000 points. This meant that every member of the Ardent Sun group must have earned enough points for their basic needs. I'm afraid that the items in those packages must be even more valuable. Guan Wanli said sourly. The soldiers in charge of welcoming the hunting party stepped forward. When they noticed the golden deer that were strung together, they laughed heartily. Very good, very good. The condition of these golden deer is great. Even their blood is still warm. They are worth 1,000 points apiece. The soldiers were really indulgent. Based on what Sun Meow Meow and Guan Wanli could see, 1,000 points per deer was a really generous price. Suddenly, a rather smart-looking young man stepped forward from the Ardent Sun group and proclaimed loudly, "Sir, you have to take a closer look. These are golden deer, living, breathing golden deer. If these things were moved to Chang'an, most rich people would pay millions of Dayuan for a cup of fresh deer blood. Besides, golden deer can be bred." The young man's explanation was reasonable, so the soldiers in charge of allocating points were convinced. In the end, they bought the deer for 1,100 points apiece. Wow, that's a mountain gator cut in two. How savage. Damn it, they actually fought a green blaze wolf. That's a C-grade level 3 dire beast. This sort of green blaze wolf can usually only be handled by martial masters. It really is a green blaze wolf. When the corpse of a huge wolf about 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long was dragged over, even Guan Wanli and the others gasped in admiration. A green blaze wolf could spit out green flames. Although it could only spit out these flames 3 times, this ability in combination with its speed classified these creatures into the ranks of C-grade dire beasts. Only martial masters could handle these kind of creatures. When they heard the soldiers' sighs of admiration, the members of the Ardent Sun group looked at Luo Yunyang reverently. When they had first encountered the green blaze wolf, their first thought had been to run. However, Luo Yunyang had met the beast head-on. His combat ability, astonishing speed, and knife techniques that produced whistling sounds had ultimately killed the green blaze wolf. The heap of black ringed snakes and all sorts of other D-grade dire beasts gave a huge shock to all the other elites watching. It's a total of 153,200 points. The soldier in charge of receiving the goods exclaimed after making some speedy calculations. 153,200 points. The astronomical figure was a huge blow for the elites who had only obtained around 3,000 points. They couldn't help but shoot covetous glances at the Ardent Sun group. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. They had toiled for 3 days straight, so they certainly deserved those points. Afterwards, the points would be distributed between Yang Yirui and the others according to how much each person had contributed. I think that the reason our hunt was so productive was our leader. Without him, the appearance of the green blaze wolf alone would have resulted in many casualties. I suggest that our leader gets 80,000 points. Yang Yirui spoke up, sharing his thoughts with everyone. 80,000 points was over half of the total sum. I agree. Me too. Given our leader's contribution, I feel that 80,000 is too little. Have you heard that Luo Yunyang has already earned 80,000 points? Damn it, 80,000 points. He is the newcomer king. How can we even be compared to him? Actually, I didn't think that he deserved the title of the newcomer king at first, but now that I have seen how many points he earned, we can't even compare to him. His subordinates alone can make anyone jealous. Even those that were only assisting and got the smallest sum of points, such as Qin Feifei, earned 4,000 points. It's my treat today. Everyone can eat to their heart's content. Before he could finish speaking, 7 or 8 young students bounced down on the bed of the room, which was about 10 square meters big. You actually bought golden deer meat, old Wei. This is too much. Have you given up on life? One of the young martialists said loudly, grabbing a large piece of stewed meat. If you feel sorry for old Wei, then try eating less. You make a lot of noise and eat too much. The young martialists had gotten really excited over the golden deer meat. Although they had all obtained some points for themselves, these points were necessary to live in the city, learn cultivation techniques, and so on. It felt like they were using a cup of water to put out the fire in a burning house. It was just too little. Don't worry, everyone, I'm treating you all, so each of you ought to have their fill. As Old Wei spoke, he opened another takeaway bag and looked at the greasy meat inside. Traditional beef. Ha ha ha, just eat as much as you please. He received a rain of curses in response. Traditional beef didn't contain the same amount of energy that dire beast meat contained after all. That was why it was very cheap. Did something good happen to you, Old Wei? The young man who had spoken first asked again. I guess you could say that. Let me tell you then, I joined the Ardent Sun group. Old Wei said enthusiastically. As soon as they heard this, the group of young men, who had been eating and drinking merrily, froze. Are you running a fever? The young man, who had stuffed his mouth full of meat, asked suspiciously. Doesn't the Ardent Sun group only accept people from Chang'an City into its ranks? Those are just rumors. Based on what I know, anyone can join, as long as they are able to abide by the group's rules. Old Wei waved his hands around. I just talked to Big Brother Yang Yirui. Starting tomorrow, I will be a member of the Ardent Sun group. Can we really join them? Of course, it's true. Otherwise, why would I be willing to spend my points to treat you to a celebratory meal? The young men, who had been stuffing their mouths with meat frantically, disappeared like a gust of wind. Old Wei chuckled and cursed at the same time. There is more than enough time. You can finish your meat before you leave. He was helpless, though. The others, who weren't in the mood to listen to him, zoomed off as if they were running for their lives. Old Wei shook his head. He just wanted to enjoy the gourmet food he had bought slowly. However, when he glanced down, he realized that only a few shreds of meat were left in the takeaway bags. Damn it, they finished all my meat and ran off to join the Ardent Sun group. Over the course of one night, the number of the Ardent Sun group's members exploded from less than 20 to over 100. There were over 100 elite martialists in the group now. In the blink of an eye, the Ardent Sun group had already occupied half the class. Its expansion speed had increased exactly as Luo Yunyang had anticipated. Luckily, Luo Yunyang didn't have to put too much effort into managing things. What he needed to do right now was increase his own strength as much as possible as fast as he could. He had to practice the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques, the ape dragon blueprint and the basic telekinesis cultivation. When Luo Yunyang was not busy obtaining points, most of his effort was focused on training. In 1 month's time, he had cultivated the howling ape roaring dragon technique, which had caused him a lot of pain, to a level where he didn't need to raise his constitution anymore. Chapter 43, The Martial Master from District 2 Boom. The location of the 100-meter-long cultivation room wasn't that good, but Luo Yunyang was the only one in it. Luo Yunyang was able to occupy such a large cultivation room by himself partly because he had spent points on it, but more importantly, because he was the leader of the Ardent Sun group. Although newcomers weren't given cultivation rooms, the others would still rather squeeze than disturb Luo Yunyang. As his fist was lifted high and collided with the target, the figure 10,000 appeared on the practice target. When he saw the figure, Luo Yunyang nodded lightly. He hadn't started cultivating the 8 mountain splitting techniques yet, because he wanted to get stronger first. Cultivating the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique had made his power reach 20 points. Power, 20 speed, 4.0 mind, 2.5 constitution, 19. Luo Yunyang wasn't satisfied with the figures shown on the attribute regulator. There hadn't been any significant improvement during his past 1 month of cultivation. Perhaps I ought to cultivate the 8th and 9th diagrams of the Ape Dragon blueprint. A series of hurried knocks interrupted his train of thought. What's up? Luo Yunyang opened the door and saw Chen Yong and Qin Feifei. These two were so close to Luo Yunyang amid the Ardent Sun group that they would often express his will. Big brother Yunyang, we have a problem. An elite from a previous group broke the vice president's arm. Chen Yong said in a rush. The person left a message saying that if we don't transfer 300,000 points to his account, he will keep attacking us until the Ardent Sun group is disbanded. Qin Feifei's face went so red that she almost choked. Big brother Yunyang, Yirui is miserable. Young Yirui had been managing the Ardent Sun group all along and handling all matters meticulously. In most members' eyes, he was actually Luo Yunyang's representative. Thanks to the Ardent Sun group, Luo Yunyang had claimed the best resources of this new batch of students. If he didn't handle this matter properly, the cohesiveness of the Ardent Sun group would be at risk. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. Come on, let's go take a look. The place where Yang Yirui had gotten beaten up wasn't too far from where Luo Yunyang had been cultivating. Yang Yirui was currently lying on the ground and his entire body was shivering. Big brother Yunyang is here. Our leader has come. The other members of the Ardent Sun group that were around Yang Yirui moved out of the way to create a path. They all considered Luo Yunyang the pillar of the group. Yang Yirui was lying on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost's. When Luo Yunyang's finger touched Yang Yirui's arm, a gust of cold chi circulated from Yang Yirui's body. Only a martial master that had successfully coagulated a source core could have this sort of attributes. Everyone's goal, including Luo Yunyang's, was to become a martial master. The person who had beaten up Yang Yirui was one. Big brother Yunyang, the culprit is a martial master. We can't afford to offend him. I think that, perhaps we should give in to his demands. Although Yang Yirui was indignant, he still remained cool-headed. Luo Yunyang frowned. Then, he turned and asked Chen Yong, who was right behind him, how do we expel this sort of cold chi? The best method would be to use medicine with fire properties. However, a vial of fire medicine costs 100,000 points. Chen Yong furrowed his brows. If we don't expel this cold chi, Big brother Yirui will have to suffer for 10 days. Then purchase it with my points. Luo Yunyang ordered without the slightest bit of hesitation. His decision had an immeasurable effect. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel reverence and admiration. In their eyes, this was exactly how a leader should behave. Do you know the person who did this? Luo Yunyang asked as he watched Yang Yirui shiver. It was Bai Yushui. I heard that he is an expert that made the top 20 of the previous elite class, Chen Yong answered with a gloomy expression on his face. Some students are kicked out of every elite class. If we aren't able to advance to martial masters, we will be kicked out as well. A martial master who had made the top 20 of the previous elite class. This information was like a mountain that crushed the hopes of many members of the Ardent Sun group. They were angry that Yang Yirui had been beaten up, but they were also scared of the abilities that martial master possessed. We have already reached out to Instructor Shu, brother Yunyang. He said that they generally do not get involved in the disputes between students. As long as there is no disability or loss of life, they do not step in. Luo Yunyang looked at Yang Yirui, who appeared as if he wanted to say something. Luo Yunyang waved his hands gently and said, "A few of you follow me to District 2. Luo Yunyang and the others were in District 1, which was at the outermost area of the base. District 2 was further inside. Anyone who was able to live in District 2 was at least a martial master. The previous batch of students had camped in District 2. You shouldn't act impulsively, Big Brother Yunyang. Yan Yirui said anxiously. Luo Yunyang waved him off. There wouldn't be a need for the Ardent Sun group if I didn't do anything when one of you was hurt this bad. Let's go. As Luo Yunyang spoke, he gestured at Chen Yang. Carry Yang Yirui and come with me to District 2. We'll find Bai Yushui. Chen Yang's heroic spirit was reignited when he saw Luo Yunyang's determined expression. Let's go. If we can't beat him alone, then the entire Ardent Sun group will go. I won't return until Bai Yushui has been taught a lesson. Let's all go. Nobody should be able to get away with bullying a member of the Ardent Sun group so easily. We are all going. Let's fight for justice. All 100 young martialists were moved by their leader. To them, challenging a martial master was a risk, but if Luo Yunyang had gone ahead without even looking back, how could they hesitate? Perhaps all they had needed was for their leader to step forward and say a few words to encourage them. Their hearts were full of loyalty as they lifted Yang Yirui up and headed in the direction of District 2 in a grandiose fashion. Nothing that happened at Base 7 could be kept a secret from Chief Instructor Lu, who was currently standing before a huge screen. A faint smile appeared on his face as he watched the group of fired-up young martialists. Luo Yunyang is no coward. Not bad, except this time, he might be the one who ends up suffering. Xu Zhang rubbed his head as he exclaimed loudly, our base doesn't allow gang fights. A piece of jade that isn't cut or polished cannot be turned into anything useful. Everything has gone too smoothly for this kid ever since he came to the base. Taking a few knocks might be good for him, Chief Instructor Lu said calmly. Bai Yuming, who had been hiding in a corner, spoke into his communication device in a hushed tone. Uncle, Luo Yunyang is bringing a bunch of people to look for you. They would really dare. All right then, I just cultivated a new set of fist techniques. Using them as practice targets wouldn't be a bad idea. Chapter 44. The first gang fight in history. A single person could act bravely, but when over 100 people did the same, it was a majestic sight. Although Sun Miao Miao had a rather tall stature, she was currently standing there without saying a word, staring at the young man at the front of the group. There was a ripple in that blank gaze of hers. It seemed as if there was some warmth on her ice-cold face. When he saw Sun Miao Miao standing there looking pensive, Guan Wanli felt a sour feeling in his heart. He was kind of unhappy. The woman that he adored seemed to like Luo Yunyang. Do you want to join them as well? Guan Wanli asked her in a hushed voice as he walked up to her. Sun Miao Miao nodded her head faintly, but didn't say anything. Even though the guy adored her, she had always treated him coldly. To be honest, I also feel like joining them. I actually feel the impulse to entrust Luo Yunyang with my life. Guan Wanli shook his head before he added, however, my common sense is telling me that this impulse is wrong. Sun Miao Miao didn't comment. All logic aside, she seemed to be destined to do something she would fail at. She still had to do it, though. Guan Wanli took a deep breath and said, challenges are not prohibited amid the elite class, but ganging up and attacking someone is definitely not allowed. Plus, Luo Yunyang and the others are soon going to be humiliated. This speculation didn't sound very pleasing to Sun Miao Miao, who replied without even glancing back at him, even if they are humiliated, this is still much more impressive than turning away a challenge. Guan Wanli, who felt a little embarrassed, didn't say anything else. District 2 had a much denser sixth factor composition than the rest of the base. The air in that place actually felt kind of moist. Stop training and come watch the action, pretty. Ha ha, a bunch of little kids have come to District 2 looking for a gang fight. A competent, beautiful short-haired woman said. Her remarks had been offhand. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, across from a woman in black. The black attire accentuated the woman's beauty. The woman opened her eyes slowly and huffed. The competent woman, who was very familiar with her, knew exactly what she meant, but she wasn't scared. Come on, let's go. You aren't going to find a husband if you keep cultivating in this frost. You should find some other pleasures in life. The competent woman stood up and grabbed her friend's hands. I heard that this is the first time a gang fight has ever taken place ever since Base 7 was established. The Ardent Sun Group, their name isn't bad. I like it. If this little kid emerges victorious, I wouldn't mind having an explosive affair with him. The woman in black seemed unfazed by her short-haired friend's words. It would have been strange if she hadn't said that. The woman in black allowed her friend to pull her out of the practice room without a fight. As the two of them walked out, quite a few other people came out of their respective rooms. Although they were from different places, every single one of them looked tough. Zhang Zongyuan, didn't you see what Lao Niang is doing? The short-haired woman shouted when she saw a young man. The young man couldn't help shuddering when he heard her. Then, he forced a smile and answered, "Pardon my poor eyesight, great aunt. I didn't see you there. Act more like a man, will ya?" The short-haired woman said as her tender palms slapped the young man's shoulders. Zhang Zongyuan wasn't fat, he actually seemed to be very fit. However, the instant he saw her palm descend, he felt the urge to dodge. In the end, he didn't. He just needed to coordinate with her. Bang! Zhang Zongyuan's face was full of grief as he was dropped to the ground. The short-haired woman snickered. "Ha ha, my apologies. I used too much strength." The woman in black didn't say anything. When Zhang Zongyuan glanced at her carefully, there was a hint of despair in his eyes. "Where's Bai Yu?" The short-haired woman's tone was mischievous. "He headed over to Cross Street. He always says the atmosphere there is more lively." Zhang Zongyuan said with a hint of disdain. "That fella only knows how to bully kids. The Ardent Sun group is really reckless. They actually dared to come over to District 2 looking for a gang fight." "Hee hee," said a tall, sturdy man who looked like a giant. He glanced at the competent woman before greeting her. "Hi, Sister Shaw. You have become even more muscular since the last time I saw you. I'm worried that you won't be able to find a wife in the future." The woman's words made the tall, sturdy man feel like throwing himself straight into a wall. However, the robust man adapted to the circumstances and kept his mouth shut. In a few minutes, they reached the second floor of the Western restaurant, which overlooked Cross Street. A young man was leaning languidly against a telephone pole. He had a slim face, and there was a toothpick in his mouth. "This fella looks more and more like a dead fish. Someone will make a stew out of him someday." The competent woman suddenly looked up and pointed. "I never expected that cultivation fanatic to show up here." The cultivation fanatic was a mild, gentle-looking young man with wild eyes. He glanced at the competent woman and looked away. "Don't provoke him, you can't match his power." The woman in black held back her short-haired friend. "If I hadn't been feeling unwell during these past few days, I wouldn't have lost to him and dropped to third place. Either way, I am going to save some of my dignity next time." The woman in black shook her head, but did not say anything else. "They are here," someone blurted out. Suddenly, a mob of over 100 juvenile-looking young martialists came marching over. Walking at the front was a young man with delicate features. "Whoa, he sure is my type. Everyone loves this kind of man." The competent woman giggled as she watched the young man at the front of the group. She suddenly realized the young man had coincidentally glanced in her direction. "This bunch of kids is really stubborn. They seem really fun compared to us. How did we not think of the fun methods the Ardent Sun group employs? It's not that we didn't think of them. We just found them too childish." Suddenly, Luo Yunyang and the others also noticed the young man leaning against the lamp post. Someone from the group, who had seen Yang Yirui get beaten up, exclaimed, "That's Bai Yushui. Big brother Yunyang, that is Bai Yushui." Although they knew how formidable Bai Yushui was, there were over 100 of them, so their morale was really high. Some of them were itching for a fight. Chapter 45. Hot temper and fists. As they were speaking, the sound of synchronized footsteps was heard and several hundred soldiers in identical kits came rushing over, wielding submachine guns. The soldiers stood on either side of them. Although they didn't say anything, their jet black gun muzzles gave off a dangerous vibe. Hot weapons like these particular submachine guns might have slowly become ineffective against D-grade or higher dire beasts, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a use for them anymore. Luo Yunyang and the other martialists didn't have any chance of resisting so many submachine guns. Rioting is prohibited in Base 7. Anyone who defies the army will be shot. A stern-looking officer who gave off an ice-cold vibe said frostily. A lot of people could feel an intense killing intent radiating from him. This sort of killing intent made them feel unable to resist. "Does the base not care that a senior martialist injured one of us for no rhyme or reason?" Chen Yong blurted out as he stepped forward. "Yeah, he injured one of us for no apparent reason. The base has to give us an explanation." The officer snorted. Although the pitch of his voice wasn't high, his tone seemed to conceal a terrifying, intimidating power. "Swapping pointers is commonplace here," the officer said coldly. "Getting beaten up only means that you are weaker than your opponent." His words infuriated the young members of the Ardent Sun group even more. Swapping pointers wasn't prohibited, but what would a high-rank martialist bully a new recruit for? We don't accept this, someone shouted. Yeah, we don't accept the Basie's explanation. Unsatisfied voices started ringing out once again. The Rising Dragon elite members on the second floor looked incomparably calm. I'm afraid that this rule is set by the capital. Even if you can't accept it, there isn't anything you can do about it. Back when we were bullied, all we could do was swallow our anger. Hee, they are really young and inexperienced. The officer didn't get angry when they argued, but his tone became even icier. It's your right to not accept my explanation. I can hit you until you accept it, though. A grim look had suddenly appeared on his face. His gun muzzle, which had originally been pointing to the ground, was now pointed at the members of the Ardent Sun group. Young people were all the same. Although they were all clenching their fists tightly, when they saw the muzzle of his gun, they didn't dare make any rash sounds. Bai Yushui, who looked like he was watching a show, threw the toothpick in his hands aside and chuckled. Don't you just get all angry and aggrieved, ha ha ha, you all have to abide by the rules here. Then he turned to Yang Yirui and said, I will be breaking your other arm next time. As for the rest of you hot-blooded guys, all you have is your hot temper. Now, get out of my sight. As soon as he was finished, Bai Yushui broke into a grin and fixed his own hair leisurely. Chen Yang, Qin Feifei, as well as other people like Sun Miao Miao, who weren't in the Ardent Sun group, were vexed. They felt as if they had been crushed under a large boulder. They were unable to even breathe properly. We also have our fists. Luo Yunyang stepped forward and pointed at Bai Yushui. Let's fight for a round. Just you and I. Luo Yunyang's words were like a breath of fresh air for Qin Feifei, who had been feeling dejected. Although she was delighted, her heart soon filled with worry. She felt her breathing become hurried, and her beautiful face flushed as she stared at the young man in front of her. She would be willing to die for this young man, if she could. Yang Yirui, Chen Yang, Xie Tian and the others were all watching Luo Yunyang closely. The disappointment they had felt in their hearts had suddenly vanished completely. Besides their hot temper, they also had their fists. Sun Miao Miao, who had been standing some distance away observing the situation, suddenly walked over to the group. Her expression was one of firm resolution. Besides their hot temper, they also had their fists. These words had struck a blow in Sun Miao Miao's cold heart, which was now burning up. Her face flushed with a bright radiance. She felt that she should be standing with that group. Only then she would be able to live according to her own principles. A wave of silence swept across the second floor. The martial masters, who had at first been watching them for fun, were now looking at them silently. Besides their hot temper, they also had their fists. Ha ha, this little kid actually challenged Bai Yu. Whoa, I'm starting to like him even more. If he wins, I will become his girlfriend. The competent woman said dramatically. The woman in black shook her head gently. I'm afraid you won't get such a chance. There is simply no way he will emerge victorious. It's not like you can't understand the difference between a martial master and a martialist. Back inside the control room of Base 7, Chief Instructor Lu slapped his palm hard against the table. A faint smile appeared on his face as he watched the scene on the screen. Besides their hot temper, they also had their fists. Very well, this fella doesn't think things through before he acts. Although he is very fast, Bai Yu is still a third-grade martial master. Xu Zhang rubbed his bald head before he added, some people say that Bai Yushui has almost reached the level of a second-grade martial master. Xu Zhang was only a third-grade martial master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have served as an instructor for Luo Yunyang and the other new students. In fact, Xu Zhang could have been eliminated from the previous group of elite martialists, so even he would have been defeated if he fought against Bai Yushui. However, Luo Yunyang wanted to challenge Bai Yushui. He is not afraid of losing and he has the courage to face such a martialist with a defiant spirit. This time, the A-grade source fluid will be handed to Luo Yunyang. Chief Instructor Lu's words were firm and resolute. Although the others around him had their own opinions, when they heard what Chief Instructor Lu had said, they didn't object. Only Luo Yunyang qualified to receive this A-grade source fluid after all. Ha ha ha, did you say you wanna challenge me? Oh my, this is just too funny. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Bai Yushui threw his head back and roared with laughter. I will accept your challenge, though. This time, you will suffer a bigger loss. You will have to earn 200,000 points every month, instead of 100,000 points. This is the price you will have to pay for challenging me. Bai Yushui's words infuriated Yang Yirui and the others even more. Only if all of them combined their power, would they be able to earn about 200,000 points. If you beat me, the points will be given to you. What if you lose, though? Luo Yunyang retorted coldly as he took a deep breath. Lose? How could I lose? Bai Yushui said confidently. Chapter 46. The mysterious frost source power. Luo Yunyang stared at Bai Yushui as he said with a hint of sarcasm, I thought the stakes here were equal, but it seems like you want gain without pain. If you don't have the guts to do this, then why don't you just scram? Bai Yushui's face turned dark right away. Someone on the second floor said dully, even though we are only older by a couple of years, I have to say that I already feel outdated. How could he be able to utter such shameless words so vehemently? It sounds like Bai Yushui doesn't have any guts. Ha ha, I expected nothing less from the leader of the Ardent Sun group. His skin is really thick. Old Bai looks terrified. Ha ha ha, if a kid scares you, then why bother hanging around here? The short-haired competent woman laughed heartily. This is exactly my type of guy. His skin is thick, and his words are slick. He sounds so pompous and righteous. He is really anxious to make his mark. Ha ha ha, what a joke, Bai Yushui said. He had already taken out a purple ginseng. The value of this purple ginseng is 1 million points. Several of us had to strive to obtain it. Didn't you want a bet? Alright, if I lose, you can have this. The purple ginseng, which was as thick as a fist, looked like a little human-shaped figurine. As Luo Yunyang looked at it, he could sense the huge amount of sixth factor it contained. As soon as the purple ginseng made an appearance, the sixth factor rapidly converged on it. Don't you have fists, kid? Come on, let's see if your fists are strong than my frost palm. Bai Yushui said cockily as he threw the purple ginseng onto a table. Bai Yumming stood in a corner, watching his heroic uncle expectantly. Luo Yunyang was going to get thrashed, and he was just going to enjoy the show. Luo Yunyang glanced at the purple ginseng and muttered something to himself before throwing a Nanshan punch in Bai Yushui's direction. He hadn't used his attribute regulator for this move. He wanted to see what sort of difference there was between him and a martial master in terms of strength. Good hit, Bai Yushui roared with laughter. He didn't make a fist. Instead, he just brandished his palm over at Luo Yunyang. The instant their fist and palm collided in the void, Luo Yunyang felt cold chi penetrate his arm. Suddenly, traces of light blue ice started forming on his arm. Martial masters possess source cores, Big Brother Yunyang, so their power can be supplemented with all sorts of attributes. You will lose if you meet their force with force, Chen Yang shouted. Unfortunately, he had shouted a little too late. Luo Yunyang felt as if his arm was being pricked by needles. He shook his left arm vigorously in an effort to drive away the frost, but it didn't have much of an effect. Thus, he decided to use the earth-splitting devil ape move. Luo Yunyang leapt in the air and struck down with his arms. As all the muscles in his body vibrated, the icy feeling dissipated by half. When their fist and palm had collided, Bai Yushui had been pushed back 2 steps, despite the fact that his power had an ice attribute. It was this ice attribute that had caused his strength to increase to 7,500 kilos. However, the strength in Luo Yunyang's fists made him feel as though he had been hit by a mountain. Luo Yunyang was really strong. It was a pity that he didn't have a source core. How could Luo Yunyang hope to compete against him with only that much strength? The victor has already been decided. What's the point of continuing? We only got to watch 1 round. The young martialist sitting beside the window got up to leave. They thought that the result of the match had already been decided, so there was nothing left to see there. The lady in black frowned. She seemed a little disappointed. Judging by her expression, it seemed like she hadn't expected much more from this sparring match. Chief Instructor Lu shook his head and sighed. These tactics aren't bad, take my palm too, kid. Bai Yushui was somewhat furious that he had been pushed back. He had wanted to oppress this newbie successfully, yet although he had the upper hand now, the young man's punch had still forced him 2 steps back. To him, this sort of action was a form of humiliation. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work quickly. He had already realized that, although he was better than the average student, fighting a martial master would be really difficult. The only thing he could do was adjust his attributes. He would definitely be able to strike Bai Yushui if his power reached a certain level, but he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand if Bai Yushui used his frost palms. Using his speed was the only way to make up for their difference in strength. Luo Yunyang quickly adjusted his attributes. Power: 20 speed, 15 mind, 2.5 constitution. 8 Luo Yunyang was able to fully unleash the alert monkey's 7 leaps with a speed attribute of 4 points. Now that his speed had been raised to 15, he was already 4 times faster than he normally was. Luo Yunyang didn't believe that Bai Yushui would be able to catch up with him. The speed that Bai Yushui brandished his palms at was astonishing. All he wanted was to smash Luo Yunyang against the ground with one palm and prove that he was superior. As he aimed his palms at him though, Luo Yunyang leapt lightly and disappeared from view. Where is he? Don't tell me that one of Bai Yushui's palms. A few of the elite martialists that had entered the base started cracking jokes. Before they could even finish speaking, they were all stunned. Luo Yunyang had already appeared behind Bai Yushui. Bai Yushui was the one in danger now. By the time they cried out in alarm, Luo Yunyang's fists had already smashed hard into Bai Yushui's shoulder. Bai Yushui had never expected to be struck from behind while he was in control of the situation. His frost palms suddenly blasted forward. Although traces of white qi appeared on his palms, Bai Yushui was pushed forward into a doggy position. The sight shocked the spectators. How is this possible? How can that young man be so fast? Even Chief Instructor Lu was astonished. How could the alert monkey's 7 leaps be performed that fast? He's already rotated through 7 positions in less than a second. Not bad. Xu Zhang laughed secretly at the sight of Bai Yushui clambering up. Even though his job as the new group's instructor would end after a while, having a talented martialist like Luo Yunyang train under him would be amazing. Awesome. The young members of the Ardent Sun group started singing Luo Yunyang's praises. They were all looking at Luo Yunyang as if he were some sort of hero. Chapter 47. Having a strong body, Bai Yushui, what a disgrace. A cold voice came from the second floor. The person who had spoken was a young martialist in a dark green Rising Dragon Army uniform. As soon as the young man spoke, Bai Yushui's expression changed and his face flushed in something that looked like fear. His fear for this young man seemed to come from deep inside. This young man was no stranger. He was the group's second-in-rank expert, Lin Changjian. He was the person Bai Yushui feared the most. Do you have a death wish, kid? Bai Yushui frantically leapt up and pushed his palm against the ground hard before he flew into the air. His move looked cool and casual. It was a body technique known as the Flipping Earth Dragon. The moment he used this move, lots of senior students shouted out. Despite what had happened, they still supported Bai Yushui. They were all members of the same upper elite class after all. This kid is still trying to show off. Doesn't he know that pretentious people get struck by lightning? The short-haired woman's words were as sharp as a knife. Her friend in black didn't say anything. She just looked up with a faint smile. Suddenly, everyone witnessed an astonishing sight. When one performed the Flipping Earth Dragon, they flipped their entire body before landing on the ground. However, the instant Bai Yushui flipped his body, a foot stomped hard against his chest and kicked him to the ground. Bang! Bai Yushui looked like a fish out of water as he smashed against the ground. He found the right opportunity to do this. Chief Instructor Lu clapped his hands together. His posture was excellent. All the upper elite class members watching from the second floor had expressions of unimaginable shock on their faces. Bai Yushui had used the Flipping Earth Dragon move in an effort to regain some of his dignity, yet he had been trampled down instead. How unlucky could he be? Bai Yuming, who had been the one to ask Bai Yushui to do this, felt the impulse to smash his head against the wall. His uncle's cultivation base was very high. How the hell had things turned out this way? Awesome! The members of the Ardent Sun group were cheering jubilantly. Even Yang Yirui, who had had his arm broken, was applauding loudly. It seemed as if all the pain in his body had vanished. Bai Yushui, who was still on the floor, seemed to be on the verge of exploding. This was the first time he had been beaten into a doggy position by a young man with an inferior cultivation base. His dignity had hit rock bottom. He had decided to use an extremely cool move to regain some of his dignity, yet he had been trampled down by that guy instead. 1 defeat was forgivable, but 2, that was unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Bai Yushui hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Although Luo Yunyang's strength made him feel uncomfortable, he possessed the power of a source core, so the pain in his body had already been reduced to half. Bai Yushui, who felt both humiliated and angry, didn't say anything else. Instead, he slowly stood up and charged straight at Luo Yunyang like a crazy tiger. Watch my fists. Bai Yushui opened and closed his frost palms. Although they could not hurt people from a distance, when his power converged on his palms, a white fog started to appear in a 3-meter radius from him. As this white fog rose up, frost started to form in the air and drift down. Finally, the fired-up young martialists truly got to see how formidable a martial master was. As they imagined the consequences of being enveloped by this frost, each of them couldn't help but worry for Luo Yunyang. This is no ordinary frost. It is the result of a convergence of frost power. Any martialist without a source power to protect them would slow down and become enveloped in this frost until they freeze. Guan Wanli, who had walked over to Sun Miao Miao's side, said softly. The two of them came from similar backgrounds, so Sun Miao Miao knew just as much as Guan Wanli did. Thus, she knew exactly what Guan Wanli meant. Although what he said was true, Sun Miao Miao didn't want to listen to him at this crucial moment. Luo Yunyang's speed hasn't been reduced. Sun Miao Miao retorted, as if she was holding a grudge against him. When he noticed Sun Miao Miao's expression, Guan Wanli didn't try to explain. Instead, his own expression became even grimmer. Luo Yunyang will not be able to hold on for much longer. His speed will only become slower and slower amid that frost, Lin Changjian said indifferently from the second floor. Although the competent woman didn't like Lin Changjian, she didn't question his words. This was unfortunately a fact that could not be disputed. Watch my palm, Bai Yushui shouted. He looked like a fish jumping up and smashing hard in Luo Yunyang's direction. His palms transformed into 3 shadows in the air. This move exceeded the limits of a martialist like Luo Yunyang. By the time his palms struck out, a silhouette was already flying down. Some people sighed when they saw it. It was over. This farce of a match between a low-level and a high-level student was over. Although Luo Yunyang's hot-bloodedness had impressed many people, there were things that could not be accomplished just by having a hot temper. Quite a number of people were finding this difficult to bear. However, cries of alarm suddenly rang out once again. It's Bai Yushui. Bai Yushui. The person who had fallen on the ground once again was Bai Yushui. This was the 3rd time. Although this was a sparring match with a low-class student, he had been thrown to the ground thrice. This was really embarrassing. I knew that our leader would not be defeated. Chen Yang roared with laughter. Qin Feifei and Sun Miao Miao clasped each other's hands tightly. It seemed that these two had already become sisters. You are trash. If you can't even beat a martialist, what the hell are you still doing in our elite class? Why don't you go back to raising pigs? Lin Changfeng's voice sounded like a snarl. Other students from the upper class started hurling abuse at Bai Yushui as well. Their cultivation bases were higher than his, so they didn't feel any pressure as they cursed at him. Trash, trash, trash. Bai Yushui's face was bright red as he stared at the person in front of him. Although Luo Yunyang's face appeared to have some traces of frost on it, his expression was as calm as it had been before. Shouldn't your speed have been affected by my frost chi? How can you be even faster than before? Although Luo Yunyang's entire body was chilly, whenever he cultivated the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 7th diagram, his body worked like a well-oiled machine. The frost chi was indeed unpleasant, but it didn't pose too much of an obstacle. I have a strong body. When he was done speaking, Luo Yunyang flashed a smile. He was grinning just like a kid. Chapter 48. Sky of Icy Rain. This explanation nearly made Bai Yushui puke blood. Strong body, my ass. You are FC King trying to deceive me. Bai Yushui suddenly bellowed towards the 2nd floor, give me a bottle of water. Both the martialists on the 2nd floor and the bunch of young martialists from Luo Yunyang's group went blank. Do you really want to drink water right now? Do you think there is a half-time break during this fight? However, someone who understood what Bai Yushui wanted to do threw a bottle down. Aren't you fast, Luo Yunyang? I just don't believe that you could possibly be faster than my Sky of Icy Rain. Bai Yushui appeared really confident as he held on to the bottle. As he was speaking, he threw the bottle into the air abruptly, looked at his palms and launched a strike. By the time it flew out, the water had already turned azure blue. Luo Yunyang felt an immense danger looming as he saw numerous beads of blue ice rush towards him like a sky full of icy rain. Although a bottle of water wasn't much, the amount of ice beads it could form was over 1,000. The beads covered the entire sky. A cold penetrating chi was contained within each bead. If these beads struck the body of a mere martialist, it would lead to a calamity with no hope of reprieve. The sky was full of ice beads by now. Ha ha ha. Bai Yushui's face was extremely pale. He had already exhausted the source energy within his body. Right now, it would not even take a martial master or a martialist to defeat him. Even an ordinary strong person could have knocked him down with one punch. He would need to rest for a period of time after he returned home. However, he was delighted to ultimately win this sparring match, even if the experience had been both mentally and physically exhausting. He would need to lie in bed for at least a week, but luckily, that repulsive kid was going to be enveloped by countless ice beads. The people on the second floor were totally silent. The majority was not able to handle the sky of icy rain, but resisting it head-on wasn't too difficult. One should never overestimate one's capabilities. Everyone around knew exactly who he was talking about. The competent beautiful woman shook her head and took a step back. I thought we would get to see a good show, but it all came down to strength in the end. Strength has always been the deciding factor. The lady in black said calmly, as if she was talking about the most mundane of things. Suddenly, the sky of icy rain descended. The clanking sound that was produced as the beads struck wasn't pleasing to hear. Some ice beads shattered, but there were also some that penetrated the path, which was partly made of steel. "Where is he?" someone suddenly cried out in surprise. The person they were looking at wasn't Bai Yushui. They were concerned about Luo Yunyang, who should have been hit by countless ice beads by now, yet Luo Yunyang had disappeared without a trace. Bai Yushui's smug smile froze on his face. The onlookers thought it was strange. The sky full of ice beads had enveloped the kid, yet there was no trace of him. Could he have vanished into thin air? The lady in black stared at the empty space as she muttered to herself, "How is that possible? Yeah, how is that possible? How could someone just vanish into thin air?" Everyone was stunned, when a silhouette suddenly flew down from the eaves of the second floor and a huge foot stomped hard against Bai Yushui. Bai Yushui watched as Luo Yunyang's foot appeared out of thin air and rapidly became larger as he descended, until it was right before his face. What he wanted to do was dodge it quickly. However, the previous move he had used had exhausted his strength and his entire body. Dodging quickly was impossible. Even the simplest movement seemed extremely difficult to him right now. Bang! When Luo Yunyang's foot crashed hard into Bai Yushui's face, Bai Yushui felt as if his face was being smashed by a huge steel plate. It was so painful. Bai Yushui's body had improved tremendously when he had used the source core and become a martial master. If it hadn't, Luo Yunyang's foot might have obliterated him completely. Bai Yushui was smashed against the ground in front of everyone. Luo Yunyang's foot was pressing down hard on his face. Bang! Luo Yunyang lifted his leg up and launched a chop kick at Bai Yushui's arm. This time, he didn't show any mercy. Everyone heard a cracking sound as the kick broke Bai Yushui's arm. By now, the number of people observing Bai Yushui's misfortune was considerably smaller. The majority of the onlookers had watched Luo Yunyang's descent from the second floor. Given the condition of their bodies, getting onto the second floor would be a piece of cake for them. However, being able to appear above the second floor in an instant amid Bai Yushui's ice attack was something most people couldn't do. Chief Instructor Lu's eyes were shining. Although this would have been an easy feat for him, the person in question was a young man who hadn't formed a source core yet. How fast did he need to be to do that? If he formed a source core, then his speed would become even quicker. So quick, that, as I've said, Chief Instructor, this kid's speed is exactly what the Wind Division needs. What do you think? Will you let him join the Wind Division? A skinny Rising Dragon Army officer suggested rather hurriedly. He had just finished his sentence, when a hoarse voice said, "Stop that damn bullshit. This kid has been cultivating the Ape Dragon blueprint. He belongs to the Mountain Division. If you dare poach Daddy's men, Monkey Ling, Daddy will kill you." The moment this was said, the entire control room became lively. The skinny man didn't take this lying down. Instead, he turned to face the other officer, who looked like a giant bear. "I'm so scared. Come on, old bear. Let's see if you can kill me." The two of them took turns hurling insults at each other. The onlookers didn't try to intervene. Instead, they took delight in the situation. "Enough. If you two say another word, you will spend a month on Mountain Pass number 1. As soon as Chief Instructor Lu said this, the entire room grew quiet. The officers that had been making a ruckus lowered their heads. "Play the scene once more. Slow it down 10 times. Chief Instructor Lu commanded. The moment when Bai Yushui had made his move appeared on the screen. However, This time it was 10 times slower. Everything on the screen seemed to crawl. Even an ordinary person could see the ice beads form and fly out clearly. The sky full of ice beads was so beautiful to watch at this speed, it was almost heartbreaking. Luo Yunyang flew up in the air amid this beautiful setting. Although the image was already 10 times slower, his movements were as quick as they had been earlier. His speed was faster than the normal speed of an ordinary martialist. Chapter 49. Why should we? This kid has the natural talent of a member of the Wind Division. The officer who looked like a skinny monkey argued indignantly. The other officer, who was called Old Bear, stared at him fiercely. Although he wasn't pleased, he couldn't deny that what the other man had said made sense. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the scene cut to Luo Yunyang lifting Bai Yushui up with one hand and smashing him hard against the ground. His throw had a Herculean might to it. Stop, stop right there. The elites watching from the second-floor balcony and the officers that had come to maintain the order shouted. Bai Yushui was dizzy as he lay quietly on the ground, looking as if he were dead. Why are you still hitting him when he is in this state? Do you have to be so vicious? An upper-class elite in a uniform said coldly. As soon as he said this, everyone else joined in the heckling. There were even some people that shouted loudly, "This kid is too vicious. We have to kick him out of the Rising Dragon Army." Luo Yunyang stared at those people with a sneer. What would have become of me if I had been hit by those ice beads? You say that I am vicious, yet my brother, who didn't do anything to provoke Bai Yushui, had his arm broken for no apparent reason. Why should the lower class pay 100,000 points in taxes every month? Why don't you stand up for justice? Who are you to call me vicious? Your words are nothing but farts. Luo Yunyang's blunt words made the upper-class elite who had initiated the heckling blush. Well said, big brother Yunyang. The fella who bullied us for no reason should be beaten. He clearly wanted to do this for laughs, yet now he is shamelessly waving the big flag of righteousness. All it takes is one look to tell that he isn't a good person. The members of the Ardent Sun group were delighted to vent the frustration and anger in their hearts loudly. They no longer had to remain silent. Well spoken, indeed. You aren't my equal yet, so I will wait until you have formed a source core before I teach you a lesson, an indifferent voice said dryly from an open second-floor window. A man was looking out of the window as if everyone else was beneath him. His name was Lin Changjian. He met the gaze of Luo Yunyang and the other members of the Ardent Sun group before he closed the window casually. When they made eye contact, some people shuddered unconsciously. A few martialists with inferior cultivation bases felt afraid when their eyes met. That is Lin Changjian. You have to be careful with him, the officer in charge of maintaining the order told Luo Yunyang softly. Lin Changjian. Luo Yunyang muttered the name to himself silently. As soon as Lin Changjian closed the window, the upper-class students stopped moving. They were all looking at Luo Yunyang as though he was a dead man. As Bai Yushui was dragged away for treatment, the purple gold ginseng full of sixth factor landed in Luo Yunyang's hands. Thank you, big brother Yunyang. Yang Yirui said as he struggled over to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang patted Yang Yirui's shoulder. It was something I had to do. I have to protect you guys. You have to have the best medicine when you visit the hospital. Use my points. As soon as he said this, Luo Yunyang turned to head back to his own residence. As he was leaving, all the members of the Ardent Sun group moved silently to the sides and created a path for their leader. Their eyes were full of adoration as they watched Luo Yunyang leave. Luo Yunyang had already become the backbone of the entire Ardent Sun group. Back on the second floor, the short-haired woman's eyes were gleaming as she mumbled, if only the sun was setting, or there was a light. Drizzle in the background, this would have been brilliant. He is totally my type. You better give some thought to that little lover of yours. Although getting challenged by Lin Changjian is a huge honor, you are aware that there are also consequences, the woman in black replied dryly. A look of worry appeared in the short-haired woman's eyes. Even she could not beat Lin Changjian. When he returned to his place, Luo Yunyang felt his whole body go limp. In order to avoid those ice beads, he'd had to adjust his speed to the max, which was 35 points. This amount of attribute points made Luo Yunyang extremely quick. However, after a while, his entire body became weaker. He now felt a sort of tearing pain all over his body. Was this a result of overloading? When Luo Yunyang took a deep breath, his gaze landed on the purple ginseng. It was a purple gold ginseng containing huge amounts of sixth factor that cost 1 million points. As he thought about what he could buy with that amount of points and looked at the ginseng, whose smell gave one a comfortable feeling, Luo Yunyang realized that making a decision would be very difficult. One bite. He would just have one bite. Luo Yunyang was a glutton, so all reason was eventually replaced by his urge to eat. He picked the purple gold ginseng up and took a big bite. When the bite of ginseng entered his mouth, Luo Yunyang felt an intense heat rise in his body. Everything suddenly started to boil over. In an instant, he felt as if every inch of his muscles was moving. Luo Yunyang took a couple more bites and swallowed the entire ginseng without hesitation. Once the purple gold ginseng was in his belly, the heat became even more intense. Luo Yunyang felt as if there was a powerful current surging through his entire body. He immediately used the seventh diagram of the ape dragon blueprint, the howling ape roaring dragon move. Although he would still make progress every time he cultivated the ape dragon blueprint lately, this progress was becoming smaller and smaller. However, when the energy of the purple gold ginseng entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt as if the rate he was used to was changing. His bones were changing, his muscles were tightening, and his 5 viscera were becoming stronger, but most importantly, he felt every single cell in his body become even more powerful. The purple gold ginseng was good stuff. Power: 26 speed, 5 mind, 3 constitution, 22. The figures displayed on the attribute regulator made Luo Yunyang's eyes shine particularly bright. During the past few days, his attributes had been rising much slower, yet all it had taken was one purple gold ginseng to boost them up to this level. The total sum of his attributes was now 58. It had increased by over 10 attribute points. That goddamn purple gold ginseng had lived up to its reputation. As soon as he had arrived at the Rising Dragon Army headquarters, Luo Yunyang had started to understand a lot more about items and cultivation. The further one walked on the martial path, the harder it became. Based on his current constitution, even if he was given a vial of grade 2 body forging medicine, it would be very difficult to improve his strength. Although Luo Yunyang had been consuming C-grade and higher grades of dire beast meat every day, their use had been becoming less effective ever since the first time. Chapter 50. The 9 grades of source cores, 251 kilos. Luo Yunyang stepped on the weighing scale in his room. His face turned darker when he saw the figure displayed on it. He could be considered slender now, yet his weight had increased rapidly while he hadn't been paying attention. There were many reasonable explanations for this increase. One of them was a post that stated that humanity's strongest fighter, martial god Luo Kai, had actually weighed 50,000 kilos. When Luo Yunyang had first seen that post, he had considered it a joke. However, now that he saw his own weight reach the standards of a fat person, all he could do was shake his head. Suddenly, a light knocking sound was heard. Luo Yunyang's mind attribute had already reached 3, so the sound felt extremely loud to him. It was 3 martialists, including Chen Yang. Come on in. The door is unlocked. Chen Yang, Qin Feifei and Sun Miaomiao walked in. Luo Yunyang didn't find it strange that Chen Yang and Qin Feifei were there, but Sun Miaomiao's appearance was somewhat unexpected. Sun Miaomiao wasn't a member of the Ardent Sun group after all. Big brother Yunyang, Sister Sun says that she wishes to join the Ardent Sun group. Qin Feifei was beaming as she spoke. Welcoming new members to the Ardent Sun group was a common occurrence for Qin Feifei and the others, especially after Luo Yunyang had defeated a member of the upper class and expanded the influence of the Ardent Sun group. Sun Miaomiao was different, though. She was publicly acknowledged as a martialist only inferior to Luo Yunyang. In the past, many people had approached her and invited her to join the Ardent Sun group, but Sun Miaomiao had declined politely. It was a surprise that she had now volunteered to join the group without an invitation. This was already considered a huge upgrade for the entire Ardent Sun group. Welcome. Luo Yunyang glanced at her quickly before he extended his hand. Sun Miaomiao met his gaze and nodded. Please guide me along in the future, Big Brother Yunyang. Big Brother Yunyang, this is Old Yang's medicine list. Chen Yang handed Luo Yunyang a list as he spoke. When Old Yang was beaten up, you stepped forward and fought for him, although this was already difficult enough. We have discussed this and we feel that we cannot let you fork out your points after everything you have already done. Thus, we will all pay for his medical bills. When he saw the solemn look on Chen Yang's face, Luo Yunyang nodded. All right then, let's have it your way. Big Brother Yunyang, I would like to remind you to prepare yourself mentally. Lin Changjian is not someone to mess with. He was the previous elite group's second in rank. Plus, I heard that the source core he awakened was a grade 3 dark source core. Sun Miao Miao added in a grave tone. Luo Yunyang froze momentarily. This was the first time he had heard about source core grades. According to the Da Alliance's science institution, the source cores awakened by martialists can be divided in 9 grades. The power contained within each different source core is not the same, and the rate at which they can be cultivated is also different. Sun Miao Miao explained everything meticulously. Grade 1, Grade 2 and Grade 3 source cores are considered upper grade. There are very few of these source cores in the world, though. I've heard that the cultivation rate of the 3 upper grade source cores is twice as fast as that of Grade 4, Grade 5 and Grade 6 source cores and 3 times faster than Grade 7, Grade 8 and Grade 9 source cores. There are no more than 4 or 5 individuals with upper grade source cores in Base 7. Sun Miao Miao had a determined expression in her eyes. I only entered Base 7 to obtain an upper grade source core. If you are able to awake a Grade 2 source core, perhaps you might be able to match Lin Chengzhen's power 3 months from now. If you only awake a Grade 3 source core, then you might end up being humiliated. Sun Miao Miao's words made Chen Yong and Qin Feifei feel uncomfortable. The two of them had felt really uneasy under Lin Chengzhen's gaze. Lin Chengzhen was like a huge mountain crushing their spirit. How could anyone actually be that powerful? The stronger a person's body is, the stronger the source core they awaken will be. Sun Miao Miao added, a source fluid is even more important than a strong constitution. The Rising Dragon Army allocates 1 vial of A-grade source fluid, 10 vials of B-grade source fluid, and 30 vials of C-grade source fluid. All the remaining martialists get D-grade source fluid. The higher the grade of the source fluid is, the stronger the awakened source core will be. As soon as she said this, Sun Miao Miao left. Qin Feifei and Chen Yong wanted to share Luo Yunyang's worries, but they didn't know what to say. As Luo Yunyang pondered his past week in the elite class, he felt that he should be the one to receive the A-grade source fluid. Would he be able to awaken a Grade 2 source core, though? He knew that his strength wasn't weak, but how strong was he compared to other strong young martialists that could cultivate martial god Luo Kai's 8 mountain-splitting techniques? He had to improve his cultivation base without delay. Luo Yunyang was sitting cross-legged before the table as he pondered his strategy. During this period of cultivation, he had slowly come to realize that the most effective way to improve his cultivation base would be by cultivating techniques with all sorts of medicine. Grade 3 body forging medicine costs 100 million points. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the astronomical figure. He used his shabby computer to browse the web and search for a purple gold ginseng. The effectiveness of the purple gold ginseng wasn't bad. 1.3 million points. It seemed like what Bai Yushui had said was true. Although the sum was much less than 100 million points, 1.3 million points wasn't a small sum either. Even if Luo Yunyang sold himself, he still wouldn't be able to obtain 1.3 million points. However, if Bai Yushui and the others could gather it, then he could too. With this idea in mind, Luo Yunyang performed a quick search on the web and found a map with instructions on these sort of goods. It was a precise map that identified herbs full of the 6th factor. The black fleeceflower root is a grade 9 power herb valued at 100,000 points. Guardian, black star ape. Gathering it is not advised, unless the search party contains at least 3 martial masters. The gold bodhi is a grade 6 power herb valued at 1 million points. Guardian, white jade gem elephant. You can try to steal it if you think you are quick enough, as long as you don't get discovered. The purple gold ginseng is a grade 6 power herb valued at 1 million points. Guardian, purple gold dragon python. Although the purple gold dragon python's domain is underground and there is plenty of purple gold ginseng, the probability of one losing their life is 50%. Luo Yunyang was dazzled by the number of power herbs. Among them was a grade 3 power herb called 9-leaved phoenix grass, which was worth about 200 million points. Its guardian and means of escape were unknown, as was everything else about it. According to the person who had made this map, basically everyone who had tried to obtain it had died. The map cost 3,000 points, which was rather cheap. This was an item that could be reused after all. Luo Yunyang went online and purchased it without hesitation. In an hour, the map had already been delivered. Chapter 51. Martial Master, Martial Master. The map wasn't too big. It only encompassed an area of 500 kilometers. Coincidentally, The starting point of the map was the region Luo Yunyang and the other new students had gone to hunt. This meant that the region shown on the map was suitable for martial masters or higher-rank martialists. Was Luo Yunyang a martial master? His strength had already reached the standards of a martial master, and his methods weren't lacking either, so by the time he had skimmed through the map quickly, he had already set his mind on this idea. After paying a visit to Yang Yirui, who was recuperating at his own residence, and informing Chen Yang and the others, Luo Yunyang packed up the equipment he had purchased and headed out of the base gates. He had a knife, a foldable bow, 36 arrows, a few energy bars and some medicine. You must be heading out to hunt, kid. Luo Yunyang had barely stepped out of the gates when he saw Xu Zhang walk over. You must be really great if you were able to defeat Bai Yushui. As he spoke, Xu Zhang handed Luo Yunyang a chest badge. Take a look at this. It's a martial master medal. This medal, in combination with your strength, will make ladies stop you when you walk down the main streets of Chang'an City. Xu Zhang rubbed his bald head and proclaimed loudly, to think that, all those years back, I was just as handsome and talented. Ha ha, everyone had been besotted with me. Besotted, sure they were. Luo Yunyang rather liked Xu Zhang, but he found his narcissism funny. He accepted the chest badge. I thought that one needed an awakened source core to be able to become a martial master. Why are you kids so inflexible? Sure, that's the most ordinary method, but the Rising Dragon Army pays more attention to performance. Xu Zhang patted his head. If you are able to beat a martial master, then you can become one as well. It's as simple as that. Keep this safe. You have to treat me to a drink later. Oh, I forgot. Stay away from that Lin Changjian kid in the future. He's a total lunatic. Xu Zhang laughed heartily. You know what, kid? You might just be the youngest martial master to ever exist at Base 7. Do you even know how many young martialists there are here? Ha ha ha. Xu Zhang laughed as he left. When Luo Yunyang placed the badge on his chest, almost all the soldiers guarding the place looked over at him in admiration. A martial master, everyone was very clear on what those two words represented. Luo Yunyang had just stepped out of the city, when a series of beeps were heard from his communication device. When he opened it, he heard a sweet voice. Respected Martial Master Luo Yunyang, the flag bank of the Da Alliance is at your service. We wish you all the best. We have already issued a platinum card for you. Please come and collect it when you have time. Your credit limit is 10 million Dayuan. The flag bank was possibly the largest bank in the Da Alliance. In comparison to it, the bank that his mother worked at was a sorry excuse of a bank. Luo Yunyang had never applied for an account there. How had he become a VIP member of the bank just like that? Plus, they had readily provided him with a 10 million credit limit. How had all this happened? As Luo Yunyang pondered over it, another message was sent. Respected Martial Master Luo Yunyang, Da Alliance Rapid Gem Automobiles is at your service. We wish you all the best. In view of your contribution to the Da Alliance, our company will provide you with a Rapid Gem Q9 transportation vehicle. You are welcome to collect it anytime you wish. A Rapid Gem automobile. He got a free ride. This was great. The Da Alliance had certain restrictions concerning vehicles in its main cities. One had to spend a huge amount of money to purchase an automobile, yet Rapid Gem Automobiles had actually given him one for free. This treatment isn't bad. Respected Martial Master Luo Yunyang, this is the Da Alliance Striking Glow Hotel chain. You have become a platinum member of our establishment. We wish you all the best. Respected Martial Master Luo Yunyang, this is the Da Entertainment Era Company. The celebrities under our banner wish you all the best. At first, Luo Yunyang was elated. All these large companies seemed to be in a rush to come up with all sorts of fancy ways to win him over. However, soon, Luo Yunyang got fed up. He was sick and tired of listening to all those advertisements. Why did his communication device still have this sort of function? Congratulations on becoming a martial master, little brother Yunyang. If you are free, come visit your big sis at the Royal Forest Military. I'd love to chat. GTN. At least this message was from someone he knew. The communication device in his hands had actually been a gift from her. After 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang finally heard something that he was interested in. It was a message from Zhu Yan. Good job, kid. I knew all along that you were no ordinary person. Damn it, you became a martial master a little too fast. Sister Qianqin told me to pass on the message that she has found a few potential partners for you. Don't forget to visit when you return to Chang'an. Although Zhu Yan's message was a little long, it made Luo Yunyang smile. This fella's message was actually heartfelt. When he entered the forest, Luo Yunyang turned off the communication device's message function. He usually did not even receive one message in 2 weeks, yet now he had received countless messages in a short period of time. How irritating. As he thought about the people he knew, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but think about his mother and little sister. He hadn't heard their familiar voices through the device, so he was wondering how they were doing. Considering their social status, they couldn't own a communication device. Now that he had become a martial master though, he wondered whether he would be able to solve this problem. Luo Yunyang suddenly felt a little homesick. He had only left home a few days ago, yet he felt like he had been away for a long time. I hope everything is okay back home. While Luo Yunyang was distracted, a jet black silhouette dashed towards him like lightning. By the time Luo Yunyang sensed it, it had already bit into his arm. Ah! When it heard this sound, the jet black silhouette retreated. The moment it did, Luo Yunyang's fist smashed hard into it. It was a black ring snake, or rather a black ring snake that had been mashed into a pulp. Luo Yunyang knew all about black ring snakes, so he instinctively looked down at his arm. If he got hurt now, then he would suffer a loss before he had even headed into battle. His arm was smooth, but the area where he had been bitten by the black ring snake felt a little sore. Although it felt as if something had knocked into it, his skin was intact. Black ring snakes had very sharp teeth. Although the black ring snake that had just bitten Luo Yunyang was a small one, he still couldn't underestimate its power. Fortunately, it had not been able to leave a mark. Had Luo Yunyang's body become that tough? As Luo Yunyang stared at his glossy arm, he thought about the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 7th diagram. Could the cultivation of the Ape Dragon Blueprint have made his body stronger? Chapter 52. The narrow path of an enemy. Luo Yunyang didn't bother taking the corpse of the black ring snake. It was only worth 100 points, so he wasn't interested in it. This wasn't the city district after all. As he moved on, Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to 10 and his constitution to 30. This way, his defense would improve, and his sensitivity to his surroundings would increase substantially. Ever since the incident with the Ardent Sun Group in Yongyirui, the newcomers had been striving to obtain points even more passionately. As he walked on, Luo Yunyang came across small teams of 2 and 3. Joining a team with too many people wasn't effective. Not only would the team members not be able to hunt much, but there was also the possibility that their prey would flee in another direction. Greetings, Big Brother Yunyang. Have you come to gather points? How about we go together? I am Luo Xiaoming, Big Brother Yunyang. I come from the ancient city of Jinling. Do you have the time to join us? Luo Yunyang smiled and politely turned down their kind invitations. These people would not be able to help out with the things he wanted to hunt, and there might even be a possibility of extreme danger. How could Luo Yunyang take them along when he knew this? Did you see the martial master badge on Big Brother Yunyang's chest? He has already become a martial master. He defeated Bai Yushui, so of course he would become a master. Don't tell me you didn't know that Bai Yushui was a martial master. I heard that Big Brother Yunyang doesn't have a girlfriend. I wonder what sort of girls he likes. These discussions took place after Luo Yunyang left. However, Luo Yunyang's mind was really strong right now, so even though the girls of the Ardent Sun Group were whispering, he could still hear them clearly. Luckily for him, the closer he got to the fringes of the D-grade Dire Beast region, the less people he came across. When he reached the border of the C-grade Dire Beast region, he no longer came across any Ardent Sun Group members. He had already consumed a purple gold ginseng once, so eating one again might not have that great of an effect. Luo Yunyang's target was the gold bodai. In theory, the effects of this herb weren't that different from the purple gold ginsengs. Plus, the guidelines on the map said that if one thought they were fast enough, they could try to gather it. His speed was something that Luo Yunyang had always been proud of. As he walked through the D-grade Dire Beast region, he came across some D-grade Dire Beasts from time to time. However, when he stepped into the C-grade Dire Beast region, he realized there were a lot less Dire Beasts around. He suddenly heard a faint rustling sound about 30 meters ahead. It had to be a Dire Beast. Luo Yunyang controlled his speed as he inched his way in the direction of the sound carefully. What he saw was a 4-meter-long bright red snake as thick as an arm. The scarlet-scaled python was a C-grade dire beast with frightening strength that could spit out poisonous flames. However, its liver was very valuable. A scarlet-scaled python's liver could be exchanged for 2,000 points, which was twice as much as a normal C-grade dire beast's value. If this had been a while back, Luo Yunyang might have hunted down the scarlet-scaled python, but now he wasn't really that interested. Luo Yunyang raised his speed slightly and slipped soundlessly past it. The snake didn't even notice him. When the sun set and night fell, Luo Yunyang finally reached the place where the gold bodhi grew. However, he unfortunately wasn't ready to steal it. His movements throughout the entire day had left him exhausted, so he chose a big tree and leapt on a large branch gently. The grade 7 energy bar that Luo Yunyang had bought tasted ordinary, but it contained lots of calories, which helped replenish his strength quickly. As he sat on the tree branch, Luo Yunyang quietly pondered over his plan for the next day. Suddenly, mosquitoes the size of a baby's fingers came from the forest. There were so many of them that they seemed to cover the sky and hide the ground. What big mosquitoes! Luo Yunyang had originally thought that the mosquitoes outside Base 7, which were the size of soybeans, were already big enough, but those actually paled in comparison to these. The big mosquitoes, the powerful wild beasts, the shrinking size of the moon and the poisonous fog kept restricting the areas where humans could live. Even the use of weapons, which humans had been relying the most on, was becoming less and less effective. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but shudder as he thought about this issue. Although humanity was becoming stronger, humans weren't improving as quickly as all these common organisms. Mosquitoes had already become extremely big. If they really came and covered the sky, Luo Yunyang shouldn't be thinking about this right now, as there was a more pressing issue to take care of. He had forgotten to bring along a repellent. When he sensed that the mosquitoes were about to surround him, Luo Yunyang sighed miserably. Was he really going to let all these mosquitoes bite him? As he looked at the spot where the black-ringed snake had tried to bite him, Luo Yunyang felt somewhat confident. Such a big number of mosquitoes was a nauseating sight, but what else could be done? Actually, his mind power had reached a total of 58 points, so pushing away those mosquitoes shouldn't be a problem for him. Luo Yunyang immediately adjusted his attributes, saving a small portion of points for his constitution, power and speed before raising his mind to 55. He was instantly able to perceive everything within a 50-meter radius clearly. The buzzing sound of the mosquitoes was particularly annoying. Luo Yunyang used his imagination and mind power to create a mental barrier around his body. Suddenly, the mosquitoes rushing towards him seemed to lose their target. They split up in different directions and started drifting away into the forest. Let's rest here for a bit, big brother Changjan. The forest is much more dangerous at night than it is during the day. A voice suddenly rang out. It sounded as if it was right next to Luo Yunyang's ear. Okay, let's take a break. Gathering the gold bodhi is no easy task. We will need all our strength. Lin Changjan answered. We are lucky that big brother Changjan is helping out this time. If it was just a few of us, the gold bodhi wouldn't be as easy to obtain, someone said flatteringly. That's right, the last time big brother Changjan wasn't here, we felt powerless and incompetent. Now everything is different. Thanks to big brother Changjan's speed, the white jade gem elephant is not going to be a problem. Big brother Changjan, this is Firefox meat from the evil spirit Imperial Palace. Try some. Luo Yunyang could see Lin Changjan and the others in his mind. It was a group of 4 martialists led by Lin Changjan. Although there was no campfire, they had lit some sort of incense that warded off mosquitoes coming from every direction. Bai Yushui is a fool. To think that he couldn't even defeat a junior that had yet to awaken a source core. Someone grumbled as they chatted. I didn't even get any points for obtaining the purple gold ginseng. Yeah, what an idiot. That purple gold ginseng didn't even belong to him completely. If he hadn't been lying in bed unable to get up, I wouldn't have let him off as easily. Lin Changjan snorted. Although it is true that Bai Yushui is an idiot, we should still not underestimate Luo Yunyang. I will give the newcomer king a chance. I will wait for him to awaken his source core before I kick his butt. Some people should only exist to serve others. Chapter 53. The crazy mosquitoes. Lin Changjan's haughtiness made the other 3 martialists flatter him even more. One of them even said, Big brother Changjan, I could deal with a kid 1 grade below us who has yet to awaken a source core. There is no need for you to do it personally. Lin Changjan nodded his head lightly, but didn't say anything. He clearly didn't take Luo Yunyang seriously. Luo Yunyang was very displeased. Just as he was about to explode from anger, he suddenly felt a little sick. What was happening? He hadn't sustained any attacks, so why was he feeling unwell? It felt as if his entire body had used up all its strength in a short period of time. His constitution had to be too low to support his mind power, which was really strong right now. Similar incidents had occurred before, but back then, when he had used his power to the max, he had adjusted his attributes back as soon as possible, so the change hadn't been that evident. When his constitution was raised to 10, his mind dropped to 45. As soon as this adjustment was finished, Luo Yunyang felt his earlier unease disappear. He took a deep breath and reminded himself to be more careful when adjusting his body's attributes in the future, so he would not make this sort of unexpected mistake again. Damn it, Lin Changjian has to be punished for his pretentiousness. However, there was no way that Luo Yunyang would defeat him, even if he went over. Plus, they were in the middle of the C-grade dire beast territory, so it would be difficult to receive assistance from the base. Many elite martialists lost their lives in this wilderness every year. If these four harbored any evil intentions concerning him, even if Luo Yunyang eventually managed to escape, he probably wouldn't do so unscathed. He was still unwilling to give up just like that, though. The mosquitoes, which were the size of a baby's fingers, made Luo Yunyang's eyes light up. He used his mind power to cover a bunch of mosquitoes that were flying in circles around him. As soon as the mosquitoes were enveloped, they all seemed to forget how to move. Luo Yunyang used his mind power to prompt the mosquitoes to rush towards Lin Changjian and the others. Big brother Changjian, I actually believe that our group's #1 spot should have been yours all along. The only time you lost was when you went easy on the fairer sex. Do you think big brother Changjian is as inconsiderate as you are? In my opinion, although their flattery was over the top, Lin Changjian seemed to enjoy it. As the few of them were talking happily, a swarm of mosquitoes suddenly descended on them. There were at least 1,000 mosquitoes, so as they descended, it seemed as though they were everywhere. The fella who had been speaking felt at least 10 mosquitoes fly into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed them, he used all his strength to retch the mosquitoes out. Unfortunately, it was easy to eat something, but hard to vomit it out. He was still trying to retch while Lin Changjian and the others were frantically swatting at the mosquitoes that had come rushing over. Although the mosquitoes hadn't done much damage, getting bitten still wasn't a pleasant experience. Their palms danced around as the mosquitoes scattered in all directions. Except Lin Changjian, each of the other 3 martialists had about 8 bumps all over their faces. Damn it, where did all these mosquitoes come from? The fella who had been trying to retch asked. He seemed thoroughly annoyed. The other 2 were just as furious. Although these blood-sucking mosquitoes hadn't posed much of a threat to them, they were still somewhat irritated. Could someone be doing this to annoy us? One of the martialists, who had large bumps on his eyelids, asked. Why don't you try controlling them? Lin Changjian was clearly unhappy. Although he had driven the mosquitoes away as soon as they had come rushing over, he still looked sullen. The 4 of them remained quiet for a bit before someone eventually broke the silence. Perhaps our mosquito repellent is defective. That's possible. The 4 martialists racked their brains, but were unable to figure out what was going on. All they could do was shut their eyes helplessly and rest. Luo Yunyang, who had been monitoring their activities, felt slightly displeased when he realized that Lin Changjian hadn't even gotten bitten once. However, he didn't urge the mosquitoes over again. Instead, he waited until the men had closed their eyes to rest before he sent them over once more. In that big forest, the sound of the grass moving in the wind was a very common noise. The buzzing of the mosquitoes was very soft, yet this time, Luo Yunyang had prepared over 1,000 mosquitoes for Lin Changjian and the others. The blanket of mosquitoes instantly woke up the 3 martialists, who had fallen into a deep slumber. Lin Changjian's anger bubbled up when he saw the mosquitoes. He immediately unsheathed the long sword strapped to his back. The azure blue light rays of his sword created a curtain of light midair. The mosquitoes within the light's range fell one after the other. The other upper-class martialists, who had been swatting mosquitoes like crazy, suddenly decided to use all their strength. In an instant, the mosquitoes surrounding them started to escape frantically in all directions. Lin Changjian slapped one of the upper-class students across the face. In the blink of an eye, the student's cheek started to swell. Big brother Changjian, why did you hit me? Take a look at the mosquito repellent that you bought. When you buy stuff, You should get the good kind. Is this how you repay me? Lin Changjian was unable to restrain his anger. The upper-class student who had been hit was really proud, yet as he listened to Lin Changjian's snarling words, he didn't dare make a squeak. Firstly, he was afraid of Lin Changjian, and secondly, he had indeed done something wrong when he had purchased that mosquito repellent. He was supposed to purchase special grade repellent, but he had bought A grade repellent instead. I might not have bought the best kind of repellent, but this one had the best ratings. Besides, everyone says that this type of repellent is very effective. Lin Changjian had initially slapped this fella just to vent, but as he listened to his younger brother admit his mistake, the rage in his heart was reignited. Lin Changjian had always been very vain, so he couldn't stand having a large bump on his face because of a mosquito bite. No, this was just utter humiliation. You won't go to sleep tonight. As long as there are mosquitoes around, you will stay up and swat them away. Lin Changjian said darkly. Although his younger brother felt aggrieved, he didn't dare disobey. Okay. After they applied mosquito repellent randomly, Lin Changjian and the other two martialists went back to sleep. Although they felt uncomfortable because of the mosquito bites, they were still martialists, so it didn't take them long to fall asleep. The younger brother who had been assigned to keep watch kept his eyes wide open in the beginning, afraid that mosquitoes would come rushing over again. However, after he had been keeping watch for quite a long time, he realized that, thanks to the mosquito repellent, there were no more mosquitoes heading over. The mosquito repellent was effective after all. What exactly had happened then? Unless this sort of mosquito repellent was split into different categories. As he silently cursed Lin Changjian for being picky, the young martialist drifted off to sleep. Luo Yunyang kept an eye on Lin Changjian's party as he cultivated the basic telekinesis cultivation techniques. When he sensed that Lin Changjian and the others had all fallen asleep, his mind power took control of a mosquito that had been flying about frantically. This time, he sent only one mosquito at a time. He was afraid that sending a whole bunch would arouse Lin Changjian and the others' suspicions. When mosquitoes flew, they would normally produce a buzzing sound. However, under the effect of Luo Yunyang's mind power, the mosquito didn't make any noise. As it got close to Lin Changjian, the mosquito extended its mouthpiece and stung the man on the forehead. However, the skin on his forehead was too hard, so the mosquito wasn't able to pierce it. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but feel anxious for the mosquito as he increased the mind power surrounding it. Although he could not feel it, if someone had been watching, they would have been able to see a silvery shine on the mosquito's mouthpiece. Arg! An earth-shattering shout came out of Lin Changjian's mouth. As he shouted, the others saw a large bump form on his forehead. The bright red lump was nauseating. That damn mosquito! As soon as the mosquito had accomplished its mission, Luo Yunyang retracted whatever mind power he had used on it, so Lin Changjian caught the mosquito that had given him that large bite easily. Arg! As Lin Changjian pulverized the mosquito, his own blood spurted all over his head. He was furious as he stared maliciously at the younger brother who had been supposed to stand guard and drive away the mosquitoes. Big brother Changjian, you really can't blame me. I was really. The younger brother had an ominous feeling as he looked at the large bump on Lin Changjian's forehead and tried to explain himself as if his life depended on it. FCK, why don't you go and die? Lin Changjian raged as he sent the younger brother flying with a kick. Chapter 54. Secret Deeds and Names. Daylight broke. The mosquitoes that had wreaked havoc the entire night seemed to have spent all their energy and happily returned to their lairs. The swelling on Lin Changjian's forehead hadn't subsided much, though. Any mosquito enhanced by Luo Yunyang's mind power was several times more ferocious than an ordinary mosquito. The protruding bump on his forehead and his bloodshot eyes made Lin Changjian seem extremely unapproachable. Lin Changjian had the air of a demented person. Have some water, big brother Changjian. The younger brother, who had been beaten until his face had swollen up, handed Lin Changjian some water respectfully. Lin Changjian snorted coldly, but accepted the water. As he drank, he instructed the others, "We will go gather the gold booty later on. Scrawny, you are the fastest one, so you will be responsible for attracting the attention of the white jade gem elephant." Got it. Although the guy called Scrawny seemed rather unwilling, he didn't dare say no. He just nodded his head vigorously as he said, "Leave this to me, brother Changjian. You just have to run when the time comes. Old Chin and I will create a diversion so that the white jade gem elephant does not return quickly." Lin Changjian's ruthless gaze landed on the unfortunate soul who had given him the water. "As for you, you better hurry and gather the gold Bodhi. Remember, you will only have 1 minute. If you don't collect at least 8 gold Bodhis under 1 minute, you will suffer the consequences. The unfortunate man knew that gathering the gold Bodhi was the most difficult job, as the white jade gem elephant could return at any time. In the past, this task had always been assigned to someone else. However, this time Lin Changjian had assigned it to him. Don't worry, big brother Changjian. I can guarantee that I will accomplish this mission. Although the skinny man seemed a little unwilling, all he could do was clench his teeth and accept it. All right, move out, Lin Changjian proclaimed loudly as he drained the last drops of his water. Luo Yunyang had used his high mind attribute to hear Lin Changjian's plan, so Lin Changjian hadn't discovered him. The white jade gem elephant wasn't too far away, so 30 minutes later, they were already able to see the gold Bodhi. The gold Bodhi was like a dazzling jewel tree that stood slightly over 3 meters tall. Its trunk seemed to be made of gold, and luxuriant dark green leaves that looked like jadeite covered its crown densely. The entire thing looked like an umbrella made of precious gemstones. Over 30 gold-colored Bodhi fruit were hanging between the tree's leaves. Although he was still some distance away, Luo Yunyang could already sense the 6-factor contained within that jeweled tree by using his mind attribute. Under the tree, a huge pure white elephant that stood over 2 meters tall was pacing around. The white jade gem elephant was a top-tier C-grade dire beast with astonishing stamina that could shoot out blasts of air as a way of attacking. People who had managed to escape the white jade gem elephant had shared their experiences with others. If one tried to run away from the beast, they should not run in a straight line. If one ran straight ahead, they were doomed. Anyone who ran in a straight path got hit by the elephant's air blasts. Big brother Changjian, Chief Instructor Lu is really powerful. Why doesn't he just kill the white jade gem elephant outright and move the gold Bodhi tree to the base? The younger brother who would act as bait asked. Do you think Chief Instructor Lu doesn't want to raise this whole forest to the ground? There are A-grade dire beasts in the deep recesses of this forest, you idiot. If someone as strong as Chief Instructor Lu doesn't make a move, the A-grade dire beasts won't either. If Chief Instructor Lu attacks them, then the dire beasts will retaliate. Lin Changjian's gaze was meaningful. There are even S-grade dire beasts in this tiny space. We are only in the outer boundaries of the forest right now. Scrawny's expression changed. For people like them, S-grade dire beasts only existed in television and books. They had never expected that the deep recesses of this luxuriant forest actually contained such formidable existences. I thought this tiny space wasn't very dangerous, big brother Changjian, another one of the brothers said. I do not know much myself, but I have heard that the space barrier is becoming increasingly unstable. I'm sure I don't have to explain what would happen if those colossal source beasts broke through the barrier. When that time comes, only the best of the best will be able to survive. What we have to do in the meantime is get stronger. Although Luo Yunyang didn't like Lin Changjian much, deep down he agreed with his words. Everything was futile, only power was absolute. You should get over there. Be quiet and don't make any unnecessary movements. Wait until the white jade gem elephant is lured away before you. Lin Changjian gestured towards the unfortunate younger brother who had been forced to stand guard overnight as he instructed him. The younger brother nodded his head tragically. This wasn't a simple or easy task after all. As he silently and carefully inched his way towards the gold Bodhi tree, a bird flying in the sky suddenly dove down head first and struck him. The younger brother couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Everything had happened too suddenly. His cry startled the white jade gem elephant, who in a flash turned into a white blur and charged in a straight line towards Lin Changjian and the others. When Lin Changjian heard the cry, he realized that things were not looking good. He didn't even stop to think before he turned around and started running. Luo Yunyang, who had already used his mind power to accomplish his goal, adjusted his attributes quickly and raised his speed to 45. Out of his remaining 13 attribute points, 10 were added to his constitution, 2 to his mind and the last one to his power. Luo Yunyang moved like a flash of lightning. It took him less than 10 seconds to cover a distance of a few hundred meters. The gold-colored Bodhi fruits were only about the size of a fist, so even though he had to hold on to his bag, Luo Yunyang was still able to gather them relatively quickly. In the blink of an eye, all the gold Bodhi fruits were in his bag. As soon as he accomplished that, Luo Yunyang started to dash frantically in the opposite direction. The white jade gem elephant won't stray too far away from the Bodhi tree. It will stop chasing us after 3 kilometers at the most. Although Lin Changjian was extremely annoyed by his younger brother, who kept screwing up, he stifled his anger and tried to encourage his comrades. The white jade gem elephant appeared to have some sort of reaction when Lin Changjian mentioned the Bodhi tree. The beast turned its head and looked in the direction of the tree. The shimmering gold tree trunk and the glossy green leaves were still there, but the golden fruit had vanished. The intelligence of a B-grade dire beast was not inferior to the average humans. As soon as it realized what was going on, the white jade gem elephant went crazy. It jumped to the conclusion that Luo Yunyang was in cahoots with Lin Changjian and the others and immediately started trumpeting angrily and charging relentlessly towards Lin Changjian's group. Chapter 55. The moon-swallowing devil ape move. Boom. 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 The cannon-like trunk of the white jade gem elephant shot out ripples of air. Any trees that were struck by the elephant's blast snapped in half. Lin Changjian was the strongest among the 4, so the white jade gem elephant paid the most attention to him. Waves of air blasts were continuously sprayed in all directions. Crash! A falling tree nearly smashed into Lin Changjian. Lin Changjian was able to dodge the trunk, but he was unable to evade the tree's branches. A tree branch swept across his face, leaving lines of blood in its wake. Big brother Changjian, the beast has already chased us really far. Why is it still pursuing us this relentlessly? One of the younger brothers said as he panted in an effort to keep up his speed. Lin Changjian was just as desperate. He could sense that there was something strange about this situation. Let's split up and flee. If that doesn't work, then we'll return to the base. Damn it, we wasted our efforts this time around. Luo Yunyang didn't have any time to pay attention to the group's tragic state. He didn't stop anywhere inside the C-grade dire beast area as he ran fast towards the D-grade dire beast area. He was moving extremely quick in a different direction, so he soon put a huge distance between him and Lin Changjian's party, who were busy fleeing for their lives. There was nothing in the D-grade dire beast area that could pose a threat to Luo Yunyang, so he decided to hide under a thick tree in the forest and inspect the gold Bodhi. The gold Bodhi contained a similar amount of 6th factor with the purple gold ginseng. As he inspected the dazzling golden fruit, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but eat one ravenously. The taste of the 6th factor was incomparably sweet. As soon as the gold Bodhi entered his mouth, Luo Yunyang felt a wave of heat form in his stomach. This region was not dangerous, so Luo Yunyang used the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 7th diagram, the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, to absorb the energy contained within the gold Bodhis. He no longer needed to lower his mind attribute when he used the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique. Thanks to the technique's vibrations, the surging heat dispersed throughout Luo Yunyang's body. However, when Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator in his mind, he found out that his attributes hadn't improved much. Power, 26.5 speed, 5.1 mind, 3.1 constitution, 22.3. Luo Yunyang was extremely disappointed. The sum of his attributes had only increased a little. This was the gold Bodhi. It was supposed to work the same way as the purple gold ginseng. Should he have waited until he had obtained the source fluid and formed a source core before he made even greater progress? Did he really have no way of increasing his strength until it reached the basic level required to cultivate the 8 mountain splitting techniques? He could use the attribute regulator to cultivate the 8 mountain splitting techniques, but if he did, how would he be able to cultivate martial god Luo Kai's heaven splitter? As he pondered this, Luo Yunyang's gaze suddenly became resolute. If a precious object like the gold Bodhi could not help him progress much, then he could only rely on the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 8th and 9th diagram. If someone had been able to create those 2 diagrams, then he would surely be able to cultivate them. Keep the essence of the moon in your mind and train with it until your divine self is born. Luo Yunyang looked at the diagram of the moon-swallowing devil ape as he silently recited this chant. As he chanted, a trace of comprehension appeared in his mind. Comprehending the moon-swallowing devil ape move wasn't difficult. The difficult part was withstanding the cold sensation the moon-swallowing devil ape brought with it. When Luo Yunyang pondered it, he was able to think of a safer method to do it. The most crucial factor in withstanding cultivation techniques was one's constitution. Luo Yunyang could reduce his power, mind and speed to the levels of an ordinary person and increase his constitution as much as he could. Power, 1 speed, 1 mind, 1 constitution, 54. As soon as he completed the adjustments, Luo Yunyang felt full of vigor. He suddenly felt as though he could travel hundreds of miles. Would cultivating there be safe? Luo Yunyang's eyes darted around before he eventually decided to cultivate the moon-swallowing devil ape move there. He had already cleared the area around him once, so he had thoroughly gotten rid of some possible hazards. Plus, if he returned to the base and a strange phenomenon occurred as a result of the moon-swallowing devil ape, Xu Zhang would stop him out of concern for his safety. The sun was shining intensely overhead. Although it was separated by the space barrier, the sun's energy still shone true. This was the best time and place to cultivate the moon-swallowing devil ape. Besides, practicing before the real moonlight came out would be beneficial. As Luo Yunyang recited the moon-swallowing devil ape chant silently, he rotated both his arms and legs like the colossal ape who swallowed the moon and gobbled up the essence of the sun. Bang! Just as Luo Yunyang thought that his posture was proper, he suddenly felt a shiny round moon appear in his mind. The round moon was as cold and desolate as a jade plate. The instant that it appeared far away, a beam of pure white light shot towards him. Wasn't the moon affected when the world experienced a period of upheaval and great changes? Didn't people only get to see a deficient moon then? Could there still be a bright round moon? That was impossible. The luster of this bright moon was many times brighter than any photographs of the moon before the cataclysm. However, this wasn't something Luo Yunyang could investigate right now. When that pure cold beam of light struck and entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt as if he had been placed inside an ice cube. That dense eerie chill made him feel as though his soul was going to freeze up. This was the moon-swallowing devil ape move. No wonder ordinary people were prohibited from cultivating this diagram. Would Luo Yunyang die while doing something he was supposed to be proficient in? No, I cannot die. I have too many dreams that I have yet to realize. I don't want to die, nor can I afford to. If I die, what will happen to my mother and little sister? Thus, Luo Yunyang tried his utmost to endure and resist. He was aware that he couldn't let himself be obliterated by this biting cold, so he decided to adjust his attributes by doubling his mind attribute. The 2 extra mind attribute points shook his consciousness for a tiny bit before the soul-freezing pain pushed him to the verge of exploding. The frigid sensation was like a snake hiding beneath his skin, sinking its fangs into his bones and staying there. Ice-cold tendrils slowly crawled up his body inch by inch. A moment later, Luo Yunyang felt as if every cell in his body had been thoroughly invaded by the bitter cold. He immediately increased his mind attribute. As his mind increased, his constitution decreased. The more Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute, the more unbearable the pain became. However, unless he wanted to die, the only thing he could do was keep raising his mind attribute. Luo Yunyang increased it repeatedly. After an indefinite amount of time, the frigid sensation started to slowly fade away. However, a trace of that sensation remained in Luo Yunyang's body. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't see or feel the cold sensation, he could still sense its existence. The moment the cold sensation vanished, Luo Yunyang stood up quickly. He didn't feel any unease in his body anymore. However, all the cells in his body felt crammed with an immense vitality he had never experienced before. Chapter 56. The first mountain-cutting strike. An immense pang of hunger interrupted Luo Yunyang's train of thought. He grabbed a gold bodhi and stuffed it in his mouth without hesitation. Luo Yunyang didn't dare eat too many gold bodhis, as each one was worth 1 million points. However, as he devoured the gold bodhi, he realized that he simply couldn't stop himself. 1, 2, 3, when over 10 gold bodhis were in his stomach, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had just stepped out of hell. Being hungry was just too unpleasant. In the past, Luo Yunyang would have used the howling ape roaring dragon technique to absorb the energy of the gold bodhi, yet now he felt as if his own stomach had become a giant blender. In just 15 minutes, all the gold bodhis had already been broken down. It was lucky that Luo Yunyang had collected the gold bodhis. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator with a sigh and reset his attributes back to normal before studying the panel seriously. Power: 33 speed, 8 mind, 4 constitution, 35. Luo Yunyang's power had always been the highest, yet this time, his constitution had risen to 35. What exactly was this moonlight that he had absorbed? Could refining it have made such a huge impact on his attributes? There also seemed to be some sort of energy left behind in the Dantian position of his body. As Luo Yunyang pondered this, he quickly raised his mind attribute to 40. Unfortunately, he regretted this adjustment as soon as it was completed. Luo Yunyang's growling stomach made him feel as though he was on the verge of crumbling. What was happening to him? He had already eaten a bunch of gold bodi, when he suddenly caught sight of a golden deer in the distance. Golden deer meat isn't bad. After an hour, all that was left of the golden deer, which weighed over 100 kilos, was its bones. Luo Yunyang was sweating profusely as he sat on the ground. However, he still hadn't eaten his fill. He was actually sweating from hunger. When the golden deer entered his belly, it didn't seem to have any effect. Luo Yunyang started eating the gold bodies ravenously. His stomach only felt better after he had devoured all the gold bodies on that tree. His power suddenly hit 33, which meant that his strength was sufficient for him to start cultivating the 8 mountain splitting techniques. Luo Yunyang brought along the manual of the 8 mountain splitting techniques and the last 3 diagrams of the ape dragon blueprint wherever he went. Now that he met the strength requirements of the 8 mountain splitting techniques, he could finally flip open the manual he had resolved to only cultivate when he was ready. When he saw Luo Kai's handwriting, which was as sharp as a sword, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Although these words didn't contain Luo Kai's true intent, Luo Yunyang was still able to gain quite a lot from them. When one cuts mountains and splits apart peaks, power converges. One force soars the sky, and another force cuts the mountains. When 8 forces gather, mountains and rivers open. The beginning of the 8 mountain splitting techniques was the main outline of the manual. The contents of the main outline were not written in Luo Kai's handwriting, but in a standard computer font. This made Luo Yunyang extremely disappointed. He read the main outline of the 8 mountain splitting techniques quietly and then shut his eyes. His mind had already reached 4, so if he saw anything, he would be able to remember it clearly. The 8 mountain splitting techniques were a total of 8 layers of concealed force. Without a strength of 15,000 kilos, one would simply not be able to generate that concealed force. Using the mountain splitting techniques forcefully could easily hurt one's vital force and result in serious injuries. If the force was excessive, it could even lead to total paralysis. Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to 50 to comprehend the content of the main outline faster. Although he had not started cultivating the 8 mountain splitting techniques yet, he sensed that if he could put the incisive true intent he had comprehended at the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters to use here, everything would go even smoother. First mountain cutting strike. The contents of the first diagram were very simple, but the main outline of the 8 mountain splitting techniques made practicing this strike very difficult. Luo Yunyang's IQ had already surpassed the majority of other humans in the world, so as soon as he studied it, he became proficient in every single movement of the first mountain cutting strike. When he gathered his strength, he unleashed the first mountain cutting strike the way he envisioned it. Luo Yunyang felt that almost all his movements were accurate, yet the strike he threw out didn't generate the concealed force. His strength was still the same it had been before. Was his harmonization wrong, or was his comprehension false? After meticulously going over the manual of the 8 mountain splitting techniques a few more times, Luo Yunyang threw another first mountain cutting strike. Seems like some concealed force has already been generated. No, the concealed force had already appeared, but it hadn't blended in with my fists. As a result, the strength of this strike didn't increase. Instead, it decreased the strength of his body by a considerable amount. I have to practice it again. Wrong, still wrong, there is something slightly wrong here. These thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's head as he kept brandishing his fists like an untiring machine. Finally, as the last rays of the scorching sun fell, Luo Yunyang's fist struck the trunk of a fir tree about as thick as a human's waist. Boom! As the huge tree fell to the ground, a hint of rapt ecstasy appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Mission accomplished. He had finally managed to cultivate the first layer of concealed force. Luo Yunyang stared at his own fists. There were no traces of injury on them, but when the blood-red rays of the setting sun shone down on his fists, they looked like a blood-red gemstone. When Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the horizontally cut tree stump, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. A layer of ice crystals had appeared where the tree stump had been cut. When his palm touched the layer of crystals, Luo Yunyang felt an intimate feeling in his heart. It was like he and those ice crystals were close comrades. As he thought about it, some cold chi appeared within Luo Yunyang's palm. It was the 46th source core. His strength actually had an attribute now. According to the Da Alliance's theory, the only way of allowing one's strength to possess different sorts of attributes was by taking source fluid and awakening the source core within one's body. Luo Yunyang had just cultivated the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 8 diagram, also known as the Moon-Swallowing Devil Ape, which had allowed his strength to acquire an ice attribute. Did this mean that there had already been a source core within his body? What sort of grade and level was this cultivated source core at? Luo Yunyang muttered to himself as he brandished his fist again and performed the first mountain-cutting strike once more. The instant he launched that strike, his power converged, yet it did not gather right away in his arms. Instead, it converged and surged out of his dantian and into his arm. Boom! When his fist struck the air, the temperature in a 3-meter radius suddenly dropped by over 20 degrees. He was finally a martial master. He had truly stepped into the realm of a martial master. Chapter 57. A-grade source fluid. Luo Yunyang was so delighted that he felt like jumping up in joy. Although Xuan Zhang had handed over to him a martial master badge, a martial master that had yet to awaken a source core was no real martial master. The deficient moon gradually rose up into the void. As he faced it, Luo Yunyang used the moon-swallowing devil ape move once again. The instant he used it, he felt a cold energy descend from the heavens, just like the previous time. Thanks to his prior experience, Luo Yunyang was prepared this time around. However, the moment this frigid energy entered his body, the cold flow within him rapidly converged with the frigid cold that had entered. Luo Yunyang was not able to see it, but he could sense the cold energy within his dantian, which had expanded once again. Unfortunately, he didn't know exactly what grade his source core was. Although the cold energy that had flowed into his source core wasn't entirely docile, it was still milder than when it had first entered his body. 1 round, 2 round, 3 rounds, the cold energy kept circulating in Luo Yunyang's body. Every time it did, Luo Yunyang felt as if his skin and flesh experienced a bout of frigidness. By the time the cold energy had been completely absorbed, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. Luo Yunyang could feel every cell in his skin and flesh fill with vitality, which quickly resulted in a new sensation. Hunger. I didn't die of hunger in my previous life, did I? Luo Yunyang thought to himself as he brought out the remaining gold bodies and ate them all in the blink of an eye. Their taste was not bad. As Luo Yunyang was lamenting over the flavor of the gold bodi, back in District 2, Lin Changjian was lying in bed with one leg propped up in a cast as he berated his underlings. Have you found the gold bodies yet? That damn piece of sh*t actually dared to steal all the gold bodies right in front of us. I have to catch him. When I catch him, I will break every bone in his body. Every single one. Throwing a tantrum wouldn't solve the problem, though. It actually made Lin Changjian's expression become even more sinister. His cultivation base had been the highest, so the white jade gem elephant had focused on him. Although he had employed many methods and even a few life-saving treasures, his leg had still been broken by those air blasts. Was this series of unfortunate events just a coincidence? Lin Changjian was no fool. He had been thinking a lot about this ever since they had escaped and gotten increasingly suspicious, so he had sent someone to secretly sneak below the gold bodhi tree and check it out. It turned out that he was right. All the gold bodhis on the tree had vanished. The white jade gem elephant, which seemed to have become even crazier, had gone on a rampage in the forest and started fighting with other beasts of the same species. Eating multiple gold bodhis would have no effect on anyone, so Lin Changjian decided to investigate if anyone had come to the base and tried to trade gold bodhis in exchange for points. The moment he found someone trading in gold bodhis, he would get revenge. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, in the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed, yet there was no trace of those gold bodhis. 2 months later, Lin Changjian had gone back to normal. However, his inner fury was burning stronger than ever. Many people got scared when they saw Lin Changjian's expression. The competent beautiful woman thought Lin Changjian would turn into a mad dog soon. Of course, only upper-class martialists had noticed this. Lower-class martialists were focused on another issue. Our leader hasn't come back yet, a robust-looking Yang Yirui said. His voice was fraught with worry. Luo Yunyang had entered the forest to cultivate 2 months ago. According to the experiences of previous senior martialists, one needed to spend about 20 days tops before they had to return to replenish their equipment or take care of other things. Yang Yirui, Qin Feifei, Chen Yang and other core members of the Ardent Sun Group were all fidgety. Although the Ardent Sun Group was considered very powerful among the new group of students, Luo Yunyang was its soul. Where has our leader gone to? Chen Yang said in a hushed voice. The people who hunt in the forest said that they haven't seen him. I even asked the upper-class martialists, but no one has seen our leader. Sun Miao Miao looked at everyone's gloomy faces as she mumbled, "You guys don't need to worry. Our leader will be fine." "Do you have any news on our leader, big sister Miao Miao?" Qin Feifei asked somewhat excitedly. "No, that's just my gut feeling," Sun Miao Miao replied frankly. Her reasoning sounded impressive, but it was actually nothing but a hunch. Although no one doubted Sun Miao Miao's gut feeling, they weren't completely persuaded either. It has already been over 2 months. The source fluid will be arriving in a few days. If our leader misses this round of source fluid, then, Qin Feifei's voice suddenly broke, as if she was about to start crying. Back in the core district's command center, Chief Instructor Lu wasn't very happy either. He was pointing at Xu Zhang as if he wanted to split his head apart. "You bastard, didn't I tell you to watch him? Where is he now?" Xu Zhang rubbed his bald head. He looked like a woman getting reprimanded by her mother-in-law. He didn't dare retort in any way as Chief Instructor Lu scolded him. "He is the Rising Dragon Army's best sapling. The newcomer king has not returned in 2 months. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" As he spoke, Chief Instructor Lu struck the table with his fists. Xu Zhang was burning with anxiety. He had already employed all sorts of means to search for Luo Yunyang, yet there had been no trace of him. "Chief Instructor, there's a telegram for you." A young man in civilian attire walked in briskly and handed him a telegram. When Chief Instructor Lu saw the words "Top Secret" printed on the cover, he had to suppress his rage. He read the telegram solemnly. Suddenly, Chief Instructor Lu slammed his palms hard against the table and bellowed at the young man, "Are you sure you didn't interpret this telegram wrong? I have verified it 3 times, sir." Although the young man was trembling under Chief Instructor's pressure, he still managed to suppress his fear and answer resolutely. The others, who had originally just been watching Chief Instructor Lu scold Xu Zhang, walked over one after the other. Although Chief Instructor Lu's temper was irascible, his targets would usually be people that held military posts. He would normally be more polite with young men in civilian posts. "What's wrong, sir?" someone asked in a hushed tone. "Damn those bastards at the military headquarters. What right do they have to expropriate the Rising Dragon Army's A-grade source fluid? They are unbelievable." As Chief Instructor said this, streaks of purple thunder started flickering around him. Chapter 58. Fight. 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 "You have to calm down, sir. Our facilities and equipment have cost a lot. If you break them, we wouldn't be able to contact the outside world," said a slim middle-aged man. Although he looked handsome and refined, his presence was as sharp as a knife. When Chief Instructor Lu saw the man, his original fury subsided a bit. He took a deep breath before he fumed, "I'm just being bitter. We are all part of the 8 armies of the East. We all defend the Da Alliance. Why are they treating the Rising Dragon Army this way?" Chief Instructor Lu's words caused a lot of similar reactions. All the men present were part of the Rising Dragon Army, so they naturally didn't like being treated with discrimination. "Let's not discuss this now. What are we going to do?" the slim middle-aged man said indifferently. "The Atlas Army has produced 7 geniuses and claims that each one is more exceptional than the other. They don't have enough A-grade source fluid, so the military headquarters decided to transfer A-grade source fluid to the most talented martialists. That seems reasonable." The slim middle-aged man spoke extremely calmly, as though he was speaking about something totally irrelevant. However, anyone who was familiar with him knew that, the calmer he appeared, the more furious he was deep down. "The Alta's army is the headquarters, favorite child. They get to pick outstanding martialists and huge advantages first. They even got to pick their base first," a middle-aged officer added. "Whenever there is an emergency though, it is always the Rising Dragon Army that gets selected first. The Rising Dragon Army is like a stepchild treated differently than a biological child. I may not be talented, but I still have to advise the commander not to concede on this matter." "Yes, we can't concede," Xu Zhang bellowed. "I awakened a grade 3 source core back in the day, but I only got to use the lowest quality of source fluid. Damn it, what right do they have to do this? If we accept this now, they will walk all over us and sh*t on us. We can't just swallow our anger and suffer in silence." Chief Instructor Lu still hadn't said anything, when the slim middle-aged man replied, "So what then? Do we fight?" "Fight." Even though these were just words, when they were uttered by the middle-aged man, everyone suddenly went silent. It was as if they all had something clamped around their necks. "Fight, fight, fight." The military personnel of the Da Alliance was practically prepared to face death head-on every single day. No one knew when the space barrier would crumble after all. When that happened though, they would have to face those colossal source beasts. Just the thought of those source beasts, which were as big as mountains, was enough to fill anyone with immense dread. However, the constant pressure of dying also kept the army's values and might extremely high. If there were any disputes regarding resources, the various armies would just fight it out. Although fighting might sound like a very straightforward method, the Rising Dragon Army didn't consider it a very sensible choice. The Rising Dragon Army had already lost too many times, so it had practically become the underdog. Of course, there were many reasons and aspects that had resulted in this. For example, Base 7 couldn't be compared to the other army bases. The Atlas Army base oversaw the divine capital and had access to vast resources. Plus, Base 1 possessed a top-notch solution that could improve the bodies of younger generations, so they were able to attract exceptional martialists. All these conditions had helped the Atlas Army win all the time. The other armies could only lower their heads before the Atlas Army. Were they really going to initiate such a humiliating fight? Let's fight. Xu Zhang patted his own head. We are all men of the Rising Dragon Army. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's fight. The Rising Dragon Army could lose, but we aren't scared. Let's fight. The Rising Dragon Army has to press forward courageously. The entire room had stirred up in no time. Numerous shouts rang out in the command center as countless pairs of determined eyes turned to look at Chief Instructor Lu. A faint smile appeared on his face as he watched his subordinates growl like a group of bears. All his men should have this kind of valor. However, when the time to go into battle came, it wouldn't be these men fighting, but the younger generation. Would they be able to do it? Let's fight. Chief Instructor Lu suddenly thought of someone. There was only one person who made him feel at ease. A howling sound was suddenly heard. It hadn't come from Xu Zhang or his comrades, but from the vast forest facing Base 7. Damn it, is that black Lin ape going insane? He keeps howling like crazy every day. I can't even go to sleep anymore. FCK, if it dares approach the base, I will bombard it to death. As Xu Zhang cursed loudly, his face became even more sinister. The other officers in the command center didn't utter a single word. They weren't afraid of a black Lin ape. It was only a C-grade dire beast after all. The black Lin ape is guarding that jade peach tree. What's wrong with it this time? The slim middle-aged man asked in confusion. Could someone have messed up its nest? Impossible. The black Lin ape is extremely fast. Plus, it is a formidable fighter. We wouldn't be able to deal with it, even if we went ourselves, let alone if we sent those young fellas. Xu Zhang patted his head before he added, besides, Yi Chen is in seclusion and Lin Changjian is still recuperating. Ha ha, Xu Zhang had started to dislike Lin Changjian ever since he had challenged Luo Yunyang. Reminiscing Lin Changjian's unfortunate experience made him extremely happy. When he noticed Xu Zhang's delight over Lin Changjian's misfortune, Chief Instructor Lu pointed at him. Don't treat others like jokes. You better hurry up and improve your abilities, because if a day comes when Luo Yunyang and the others surpass you, you will leave without delay, return to the city and lead a peaceful life. You can't treat me this way, sir. Xu Zhang grew worried when he heard this. Chief Instructor Lu, who suddenly seemed to realize something, said, I have an assignment for you, Xu Zhang. Go find Luo Yunyang, immediately. Got it. The armies could communicate through the internet, so Base 7's challenge was answered in no time. The reply of the Atlas Army was a single aggressive word, fight. Listed under this word was a set of rules. This wouldn't be a simple competition. The two armies' source fluid allocations would be written down on a small tablet and placed among groups of dire beasts. Then, the members of the respective elite classes would head out and fight over them. Chief Instructor Lu's face turned green when he read these rules. Although they appeared fair, the motive behind them was obvious. The Atlas Army wanted to move a step forward and squeeze the Rising Dragon Army dry of any source fluid. Among the Atlas Army's elites were 7 martialists at the peak of their abilities. They were called the Atlas, 7 Pillars, and an individual at the apex had even proclaimed that they would become the pillars of the Da Alliance in the future. Although Luo Yunyang was a member of the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, Chief Instructor Lu could see that he still had a lot of flaws. The flaw that gave him a headache was Luo Yunyang's lack of actual combat experience. Plus, he didn't come from a big clan, nor was his family supported by a rich corporation, so his cultivation conditions hadn't been very good growing up. The hope of coming out victorious under this sort of circumstances was too slim. However, now that the bow had been stretched taut, there was no reason not to fire. If they chose to withdraw, then the entire Rising Dragon army would become a laughing stock. Chapter 59. The Sky-High 7 Pillars. Have you found Luo Yunyang yet? Chief Instructor Lu asked Xu Zhang. He seemed ready to explode. Xu Zhang looked like a startled rabbit as he nearly jumped up in fear. He knew that Chief Instructor Lu was deeply worried, so he replied cautiously, "I'm in the process of finding him." Time and tide wait for no man. Chief Instructor Lu raised a hand and violently smacked the top of Xu Zhang's head. "Get out of my sight and get back to searching." Xu Zhang hurried out of the command center without another word. The entire base's soldiers followed Chief Instructor Lu's orders and moved out to locate Luo Yunyang's whereabouts. Even though they searched the C-grade and D-grade Dire Beast regions multiple times, they still didn't find a trace of Luo Yunyang. Some elites from the upper class also joined the search, but they still weren't able to find him. "Chief Instructor Lu, we discovered some roasted Dire Beast bones. They seem to be a few days old. They must be Luo Yunyang's doing." Xu Zhang shivered with trepidation as he reported the news softly to Chief Instructor Lu. Chief Instructor Lu didn't say anything. He just handed Xu Zhang a file. Although Xu Zhang looked uncivilized, he was actually a rather meticulous person. As he went through the file quickly, his expression slowly changed. The Royal Forest Military, the Grand Sky Corps and the others wish to participate in this fight. It will become a mass brawl between the younger generation of the 8 armies of the East. As he muttered to himself, Xu Zhang's heart filled with shock, which was quickly replaced by a sense of unease. He was the person in charge of the elite class, which included Luo Yunyang and the others, so he knew the level of those martialists really well. Although Sun Miaomiao and Guan Wanli could be considered decent, he wasn't too confident that they could match up to the top elites of the Grand Sky Corps and the Royal Forest Military. Where had this damned Luo Yunyang run off to? I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The Rising Dragon Army's elite class has been beaten for years. Even if we equip the students with everything we've got, they will still not be able to reach the standards of the Sky-High Military and the other top 3 armies. This is just a trivial matter. Our chief commander never wished to blow it out of proportion, so we have always put up with it. However, you should also know that people outside have started to rank the 8 armies. Do you know what our rank is? Xu Zhang didn't really know, but given Chief Instructor Lu's mood, even if he had known, he wouldn't have dared say it out loud. We rank 7th. Does this seem acceptable to you? We are tied with the Dancing Phoenix Corps at 7th place. When he mentioned the tie and the Dancing Phoenix Corps, Chief Instructor Lu's entire body started shaking with rage. How's training that bunch of kids going? Chief Instructor Lu asked, turning his gaze to Xu Zhang. They are all training hard. I even got several veteran soldiers to act as sparring partners for them. Every single one of them has improved exceptionally. I have selected 20 of them. You can take a look at them. Xu Zhang hastily took out a file and handed it to Chief Instructor Lu. When Chief Instructor Lu took the name list, he saw that the first name on it was Luo Yunyang's. Right below him were Guan Wanli, Sun Miaomiao, Yang Yirui and some others. These 20 are all good young saplings, but Luo Yunyang hasn't been found yet. If he isn't able to make it in time to participate, then you'll have to pick a substitute. Their abilities and strength might have experienced significant improvement, but the most crucial point is actual combat. Do you understand that? Chief Instructor Lu waved a hand around as he proclaimed, let them use whatever resources we have at the base. If any treasures that can improve their abilities cost points, let them have them on credit. Xu Zhang had been at base 7 for a long time, but this was the first time he had encountered such circumstances. He knew that this issue had made all the big shots show their true colors, which had subsequently resulted in the current situation. The Rising Dragon Army's training was now in full swing. When the members of the elite class had found out about the reason behind this, their hearts had been set ablaze. They were all elite martialists. Why should they let their top-grade source fluids be given away? They wanted to reclaim those source fluids by using their bare hands. Yang Yirui, Chen Yang, Qin Feifei and the others were all extremely hardworking. Qin Feifei and Cheng Yang had already broken through the standards of a Class 2 martialist, yet among the group, which was working its ass off, was also someone who was extremely pessimistic. Guan Wanli, Although he was the most serious about cultivation and the one who sweated the most when they trained, he had sort of resigned himself to fate. Once, during a conversation with Sun Miao Miao, he told her, "I actually tried to enroll at the Sky High Military in the past. I could still enter it, given my abilities. Do you know why I didn't join them, though? Because I was afraid that if I did, I wouldn't even be a Chen Yong there." Guan Wanli didn't think highly of Chen Yong. "While I was going through the Sky High Military's assessment, I came across Lei Qi, who managed to reach 17,000 kilos of force with a single punch. According to a number of people, that wasn't even his actual strength." Lei Qi. Sun Miao Miao frowned when she heard that name. She had heard of Lei Qi before. Lei Qi only ranked third among the Sky High's 7 pillars. Guan Wanli added, "Is there still no news of our leader?" Qin Feifei asked Yang Yirui, her face fraught with worry. "If he doesn't come back soon, then it will be difficult to stop the Ardent Sun group from disbanding. Bai Yuming is really vile. He says that our leader overestimated himself and ended up in the belly of some dire beast. He is still trying to encourage a bunch of fellas to form the White Cloud group." Although Yang Yirui was tall and rough-looking, he also had a delicate side to him, so he was kind of an expert at appeasing others. Of course, when it came to girls, this skill was even more useful. Feifei, nasty people like him are just opportunists who go wherever the wind blows. Why would you lower yourself to his level? Our leader is the person I respect the most in the entire class. He wouldn't have trouble dealing with any kind of problem. You must remember who our leader is. He is the newcomer king. You are experienced, knowledgeable and exceptionally intelligent. It's not worthwhile to get mad at such a brainless fool." A faint smile appeared on Qin Feifei's face. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound was heard. "We have to gather up. Hurry." Qin Feifei and Yang Yirui had already spent over 2 months training with the elite class, so they knew the rules. If they were late, they would get punished and they would have to face Xu Zong's foul mouth, which was more than enough to make one crumble. The two of them rushed frantically towards the drill ground. Quite a lot of people had already gathered there. If one looked around the drill ground, they would think that it was filled with all sorts of stars. Chief Instructor Lu, a few deputy chief instructors, and a few other figures of authority they were not very familiar with were there. Each of them was standing on the drill ground as straight as a pillar. Strength report. Xu Zhang had an expression that Qin Feifei and the others were not familiar with. His rough, hooligan-like grin had become solemn and respectful. 1, 2, 3, reporting, Chief Instructor. The Rising Dragon Army Elite Class, total members are 146. There are 145 present. Luo Yunyang is absent. Xu Zong's report was powerful and resonating. Chapter 60. The shouts of youths. An expression of slight disappointment was etched on Chief Instructor Lu's face. The majority of the members of the elite class had similar looks of disappointment on their faces. Every single one of them was aware of the magnitude of the test they were about to take. They really needed Luo Yunyang for this sort of test. Announce the name list. Gun Wanli, Sun Miao Miao, Yang Yirui, Bai Yuming, and Zhao Buj. When the last name was announced, most people turned to look at a feeble-looking young man. This was Zhao Buj, a young man who came from an ordinary family living outside the main cities. He hadn't made much of a name for himself ever since he had entered the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, but during those few days of training, he had distinguished himself from the crowd. "Why isn't there any news about our leader yet?" Zhao Buj asked Xu Zhang solemnly instead of showing any delight. Xu Zhang, who understood what Zhao Buj meant, rubbed his head out of habit. He suddenly heard a cough. This was a reminder from Chief Instructor Lu. No, perhaps it was a warning. "We have yet to find Luo Yunyang, but time is of the essence, so we have to hurry and get to Zipping Lake as soon as possible. Listen up, everyone, this matter concerns both the glory of the Rising Dragon Army and your ability to become martial masters. If we end up obtaining very little source fluid, then the majority of you will not be able to receive any source fluid at all." Xu Zhang took a deep breath. "You should all be very aware of the consequences of not having any source fluid. None of you will be able to become a martial master. You won't even have to wait till next year. The majority of you will have to leave with your tails between your legs." Got it? Most of the students' expressions turned grave. Could Luo Yunyang have heard the news and hidden intentionally because he was too afraid of losing? A voice blurted out. The person who had spoken was a member of the elite class. As he said these words, his entire body trembled. He had still uttered them, though. The moment he did, Bai Yuming's loud voice was heard. Chief Instructor Lu, everyone, I feel that there is a high possibility that this is the case. If he's not hiding intentionally, then why aren't we able to find him? I suggest revoking his status as a member of the Rising Dragon Army's elite class. A hint of loathing appeared in Chief Instructor Lu's eyes. However, a slim officer standing next to him said dully, when you put it this way, it actually makes sense. How can a newcomer king not follow orders and leave without a warning for such a long time? That's outrageous. The student's words resulted in a few scattered comments. Suddenly, Chief Instructor Lu's expression turned much colder. Luo Yunyang would never act like a coward. Qin Feifei retorted loudly. She was the first to step forward. Do not talk nonsense, unless you have proof. He hasn't appeared in a long time. If he isn't hiding, then maybe he's dead. Bai Yuming guffawed without restraint. He had originally had a rather favorable opinion of Qin Feifei. He had thought that this maiden had a unique personality and he would one day get to know her personally. She was the prettiest maiden in this elite class after all. However, after a while, he had been really disappointed. Qin Feifei had joined Luo Yunyang's group and he realized that she seemed to stick very close to Luo Yunyang. Plus, she actually ignored Bai Yuming's very existence. Or was that her simply being ice cold? Stop it with your nonsense. How could Big Brother Yunyang die? Qin Feifei's face had turned red. If he isn't dead, then he must be hiding. Otherwise, why don't you get him to come out? Chief Instructor Lu is still waiting. Bai Yuming felt very pleased as he said this. Luo Yunyang can't come. Let's see what else you will say now. However, as he was feeling pleased with himself, he realized that the dull expression on Xu Zong's face had become lively. What's up with him? Could he have finally realized that I am a rare genius that only appears once in every 100 years? Does he want to bow down before me? Goosebumps erupted all over Bai Yuming's body at the thought as he started to ponder how he would respond to Xu Zong's statement. Actually, Bai Yuming was very ordinary, but he was also farsighted. Before he could even finish preparing what to say, he realized in shock that Xu Zong and the others were staring into the distance with their eyes blazing. Luo Yunyang. It's Luo Yunyang. He has finally returned. Luo Yunyang. Where the hell have you been? I went almost crazy trying to locate you. You bastard. You nearly put me in an early grave. Xu Zong was like a whirlwind as he took a big stride forward and shot towards Luo Yunyang. He hadn't even reached him, but his spittle had already started flying. Luo Yunyang's face was dirty, and his hair was messy. No, this didn't seem like an accurate description. His clothes were worn apart and shabby, but his face was fair, and his skin looked really delicate. His level of exquisiteness seemed to surpass even that of a fair maiden. As Xu Zong dashed over, Luo Yunyang moved like a demon and appeared behind Xu Zong's back. Xu Zong's spittle hit the ground. That damn forest didn't have any signal. Luo Yunyang looked at Xu Zong innocently. Didn't you say that we were supposed to have 2 months of free activities? Xu Zong rubbed his head. He didn't know what to say. Show off. I did say that, but you can't go 2 months without meeting me. Ha ha, are you guys distributing? Source fluid, I hope I'm not late. When he noticed the number of eyes fixed on him, Luo Yunyang's heart felt a little weak. However, he still maintained his sweet, naive appearance. Sometimes, acting dumb was very effective. The looks he received in return weren't what he had expected. What exactly was going on? He had just spoken the truth. Why was everyone staring at him as though they had just seen a ghost? Xu Zong quickly solved the problem by informing Luo Yunyang about the current situation. By the time he reached the last part, his spittle was flying all over the place as he snarled, Luo Yunyang, are you mad? Are you angry? I'm not angry. Luo Yunyang was actually able to keep his cool. Xu Zong felt his knees weaken. He was on the verge of going insane from anger, yet this boy didn't even show any feeling. He looked as if this did not affect him, although he was displeased deep down. Xu Zong still spoke to Luo Yunyang like a senior speaking to a junior. Don't you feel any loyalty? This isn't a big deal. All we have to do is get it back. Is this worth making your voice hoarse over? Luo Yunyang patted Xu Zong's shoulders nonchalantly when he was finished. He's making so much sense that I'm actually speechless. Alright, Luo Yunyang, return to the ranks. Time is of the essence. We have to hurry to Zipping Lake. Oh, I forgot. If you need any weapons, inform Xu Zong as soon as possible, Chief Instructor Lu said with a faint smile. Although Luo Yunyang had arrived a little late, his attitude had made Chief Instructor Lu feel a little more at ease. They would just get it back. What was the point of getting angry, when they could just take it back? This was the true character of a man, although it felt like a conventional cliché. Big brother Yunyang, I can rest easier with you here. Zhao Buj, who was the one who had filled in the last spot, automatically withdrew from the team of 20. Luo Yunyang patted Zhao Buj's shoulder as he said, that won't do. You still have to fight alongside me. Deserting the army is forbidden. If we have to push someone out, let's just take out Bai Yuming. When Bai Yuming, who had gotten extremely worried by Luo Yunyang's sudden appearance, heard Luo Yunyang try to exclude him so brazenly, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost hurt. He had no way out. He couldn't afford to offend Luo Yunyang after all. He had improved considerably during the past few days, but facing Luo Yunyang was still a huge step. Luo Yunyang had actually stripped him of his qualifications without saying anything. How could this be? This was not just a duty, it was also a sort of honor. Plus, he would be able to obtain vast amounts of Rising Dragon Army resources for free. Let's not go overboard, Luo Yunyang. I relied on my own strength and abilities to get this spot. Who are you to revoke my right to it? When Bai Yuming had said his piece, he felt much calmer. He believed that by saying this, he would be able to hold on to his spot. Chief Instructor Lu, Boss Shu, there isn't any rule about not attacking our own during the battle, right? I really hope that I won't carelessly injure my fellow comrade. That would be just too tragic. Luo Yunyang folded his arms and flashed a bright grin at Bai Yuming. Bai Yuming's face flushed. He pointed at Luo Yunyang as he said loudly, stop bullying me like this. There are always ups and downs in life. A lot of things change in time. Everyone's eyes ultimately landed on Chief Instructor Lu. He would get the final say on this matter after all. Chief Instructor Lu watched Luo Yunyang as he muttered something to himself. Then, he ordered expressionlessly, Bai Yuming will stay at the base to train. Chapter 61, Chasing Sun and Accompanying Moon. Luo Yunyang was sitting quietly in his seat on Flying Craft No. 9, gently caressing the saber in his hand. Bloody Scar, the two unadorned words, which were carved on the back of the saber, made it appear especially dignified. However, as the owner of the saber, Luo Yunyang knew very well that it hadn't been around for a long time. It was actually only 1 month old. This saber had been made using the latest manufactured No. 13 titanium gold alloy in the most advanced manufacturing techniques. One would have to exchange 20 million points for it, as its degree of sharpness could let a martialist easily break through the defenses of a D-grade dire beast. Luo Yunyang hadn't spent a single point on the Bloody Scar, though. Chief Instructor Lu had let him pick anything he wanted from the armory. He had also said that, if Luo Yunyang was able to help the Rising Dragon Army obtain an A-grade source fluid, he would personally fork out the points for this saber as a reward. Although the quality of the other participants' weapons wasn't that different from Luo Yunyang's Bloody Scar, the promise they had been given was the same. Aside from the Bloody Scar, there were 2 more knives around the length of a palm in Luo Yunyang's hands. Although these small knives seemed like mere toys, the cold chi they emitted would give anyone chills. The knives were called Chasing Sun and Accompanying Moon. They were also weapons forged from No. 13 titanium gold alloy. The weapons forged out of this alloy were considered the sturdiest that the Da Alliance could forge. Inside Base 7, the marked price of the Bloody Scar was 20 million points. The price of these 2 knives was much lower, though. They cost only 1 million points. This meant that their cost was only 1/10 of the cost of the Bloody Scar. This was not because they weren't important, but because the bodies of dire beasts kept getting bigger and bigger as their grades advanced. Thus, the usefulness of throwing knives at them gradually declined. When Luo Yunyang had picked out these 2 knives, nobody had said anything. The kid's performance had been so amazing, that Xu Zhang wouldn't have objected even if Luo Yunyang had picked his own knife. The sounds of muffled explosions jolted awake Luo Yunyang, breaking his train of thought. Luo Yunyang looked up at the overhead display screen and saw 3 silver fighter planes firing away frantically. Their target was a gold-colored eagle at least 2 meters long, with a wingspan of more than 4 meters. The gold-colored eagle seemed to be flying as fast as the fighter planes. When it brandished its wings, numerous sky-blue knife-like objects were shot at the fighters. Several armor-piercing missiles landed on the body of the humongous eagle, but no blood was spilled. Only the sound of metallic collisions could be heard. Do you see that, kids? That is a special type of B-grade flying dire beast. It's called the golden winged eagle. If you come across this sort of thing in the future, your best option would be to flee as soon as possible. Don't even dream of tangling with it. The difference between its speed and yours is too big. It is because of the existence of such things that the Da Alliance basically relies on land transportation. Xu Zhang rubbed his bald head as he lamented bitterly. Unfortunately, being on dry land right now isn't safe either. Being on dry land wasn't safe, the skies weren't safe, and traveling by sea was even more treacherous. Fortunately, the commotion with the golden winged eagle was resolved quickly. As soon as it realized that they weren't easy pickings, the eagle left hastily. The fighter planes, which seemed to come out on top this time, got into formation again, surrounding the vehicle Luo Yunyang and the others were in. Luo Yunyang and the others were able to see the marks and dents on the frames of the fighter planes through the LCD screen. Although these dents didn't amount to much of a damage, the aesthetics of the fighter planes were affected greatly. Damn it, that's 3 billion Dayuan. Xu Zhang smacked his lips as he muttered to himself, his heart aching faintly. 3 billion Dayuan wasn't a small sum. Everyone's eyes immediately landed on Xu Zhang. The expenses of this flight alone are 3 billion Dayuan. If you guys don't work hard, then you will be letting the Rising Dragon army down. The remaining journey went smoothly. Half an hour later, their plane started to descend towards a vast airfield situated in a city. This small city belonged to one of the 13 cities of the East, Quanxi, but wasn't very conspicuous in the Da Alliance. Starlight was currently converging on it. The eyes of the entire Da Alliance were fixed on this place. Chief Instructor Lu has already given you orders, kids. Rest well until tomorrow. No one is to stir any trouble. In 2 days' time, if you are able to obtain a share of source fluid, you will be given 5 days off. Then you can all visit Quanxi properly. Xu Zhang rubbed his bald head as he kept encouraging them. This time, our goal is to get a portion of A-grade source fluid. You must all bring one back for Daddy. I don't care if you have to piss blood to achieve it. Although he was addressing everyone, Xu Zhang sought out Luo Yunyang with his eyes. Luo Yunyang could see Xu Zhang's expectations in his gaze. He smiled, but didn't say anything. We are about to land. Soon, our brothers from the Rising Dragon Army Quanxi General Headquarters will be picking us up. Later, you will be treated to a good meal. As Xu Zhang kept talking incessantly, Luo Yunyang realized that the fella actually had great potential for becoming a public speaker. Luo Yunyang silently cursed Xu Zhang before he shut his eyes and waited quietly for the plane to land. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, the plane didn't land. Xu Zhang, who had been continuously rousing everyone's morale, suddenly frowned. What's going on? Another half hour later, an announcement was finally made. Everyone heard Chief Instructor Lu's voice from the first-class cabin at the front of the aircraft. Reporting, Officer. Ground Control transmitted a message saying that the Sky High Military's transportation craft is about to land. They asked us to wait for the time being. A deep, mellow voice with a tiny hint of resentment said through the display screen. The Sky High Military's transportation craft was about to arrive, so they had made the Rising Dragon Army's representatives wait in the air. Xu Zhang, Luo Yunyang and the other elites couldn't help but burn with rage. When were these instructions transmitted? Chief Instructor Lu's voice was heard once again. Half an hour ago, sir. The Sky High Military's transportation craft has yet to arrive. Land, Chief Instructor Lu said indifferently. But, sir, according to the Da Alliance's regulations, we have to listen to the ground control's orders. If we land hastily, then, although the hesitant man really wanted to land, after thinking things through, he tried to warn Chief Instructor Lu against it. Land. Chief Instructor Lu's tone was darker. As he said this word, Luo Yunyang felt the plane rapidly start to descend. Suddenly, a plane shot out of the clouds and rushed down to the ground. Dazzling golden rays seemed to reflect off of it under the sunlight. Chapter 62, Golden Body Fluid. The two planes were practically side by side. As they descended, a warning echoed throughout the entire cabin. This is the Da Alliance's aviation headquarters. The Rising Dragon Army transportation craft has to ascend. Immediately. This is an order. This is an order. This was repeated thrice in a solemn tone. As the warning was broadcast, no sound was heard inside the entire transportation craft. Almost everyone was clenching their fists tightly. Ascend. Chief Instructor Lu's voice was heard again. This time, his tone was furious. The golden plane did not descend in a straight line. Instead, It drew a large circle in the air as it landed. The circle was actually a smiley face. Half an hour later, a voice from the command center was heard once again in the Rising Dragon Army's transportation craft. This time, they were allowed to land. Xu Zhang walked over to Luo Yunyang, looking somewhat agitated. Kid, if you are able to obtain a share of A-grade source fluid, Daddy will treat you to a meal at the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace. Although Luo Yunyang had already been at Base 7 for quite a while, he didn't know anything about the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace or what sort of place it was exactly. What sort of place is the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace? Luo Yunyang asked suspiciously. When he heard what he said, Xu Zhang turned around. As soon as he saw Luo Yunyang's curious expression, he felt like he was going to puke. What's up with you people? You clearly know that all instructions must be followed. If the two transportation crafts had collided, which one of you would have taken responsibility? A sturdy man immaculately dressed in a suit roared angrily at Luo Yunyang and the others as they disembarked from the plane. I would. Chief Instructor Lu stepped forward without waiting for the man to finish speaking. The man was left speechless when he noticed the general star on Chief Instructor Lu's shoulders. He clicked his tongue in disapproval before he turned around to leave. Although Chief Instructor Lu's reply had helped them vent some of their frustration, Luo Yunyang and the others still felt angry. An old man in a Rising Dragon Army uniform led a group of Rising Dragon Army officers over to them. He had a tall, large frame that gave off an intimidating vibe. When he saw Chief Instructor Lu, the old man laughed heartily. Don't bicker with them over such a trivial matter, old Lu. All you have to do is teach them a lesson when you get a chance in the future. Come on, I have already prepared the place. Let this bunch of babies get some rest and save their strength to show the Rising Dragon Army's might. Chief Instructor Lu shook his head. It might be a trivial matter, but it is too damn distressing. The tall old man cleared his throat, but didn't say anything else. He clearly wasn't pleased either. If Chief Instructor Lu lost face, then all of them did. Chief Instructor Lu, if I am able to obtain all the A-grade source fluid, then that bunch of bastards from the sky-high military won't dare be as arrogant again. Luo Yunyang looked at Chief Instructor Lu calmly. The tall old man stared at Luo Yunyang in astonishment. His expression was filled with admiration. Although the newcomer was like a newborn calf that had said it didn't fear a tiger, this sort of spirit was needed in the Rising Dragon Army. His courage was commendable. If this generation of Rising Dragon Army martialists didn't want to initiate a battle, then he would be sorely disappointed. Good kid, you must be Luo Yunyang. Your way of thinking isn't bad, but you don't have to obtain all the A-grade source fluid. If you obtain one portion of A-grade source fluid, you can pick anything you want from my treasury. Hurry up and thank Commander Eagle King. Chief Instructor Lu said loudly. The old man called Eagle King laughed heartily. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I won't keep my word? The old fella seemed a little unhappy when he noticed that Luo Yunyang hadn't reacted to his promise. If you are able to obtain the golden body fluid that belongs to the sky-high military, I will let you ask for anything. If you like my granddaughter, I will give you her hand in marriage. As he looked at the Eagle King's tall, muscular body, an image of a masculine woman with large arms and fists appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. I would like to politely turn down that offer. There were very few people that were interested in the Eagle King's promises, yet almost everyone was gazing at the Eagle King intently. Is that true, Eagle? Did the sky-high military actually bring out their golden body fluid? Chief Instructor Lu's voice trembled slightly. Xu Zhang and the others, who knew what the golden body fluid was, looked shocked. This piece of news was clearly completely unexpected. According to them, this is merely a way to put more incentive to this fight, but their real intentions are clear as a day. The sky-high's 7 pillars, which include Yaoni, are so powerful that, even if all the 7 armies tried their best, they still wouldn't be able to seize the golden body fluid. The Eagle King had a determined expression on his face. What is the golden body fluid? Luo Yunyang couldn't help but ask when he noticed the Eagle King's manner. Although the apocalypse caused some huge calamities, it also brought about some great strokes of luck, the Eagle King said as he gazed into the distance. A golden fluid was found beneath the statue of a Buddha at the roof of the world. If one rubs the golden body fluid all over their body before using source fluid, they become impervious to swords and guns, and the basic quality of their body increases substantially. The Eagle King muttered something to himself before he said, "We even performed a test. It is very difficult for armor-piercing rounds to pierce the skin of someone who has applied golden body fluid. Golden body fluid has this sort of use as well. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed. This made him think back to the time when he had kept failing to make a breakthrough. The only problem is that the quantity of the golden body fluid is too small. The amount produced in 3 years can only fill 1 bottle. The sky-high military is the strongest out of the 8 armies, so the produced golden body fluid has always been kept there. As the Eagle King explained this, 2 army vehicles with the Rising Dragon Army insignia drove over. Luo Yunyang and the others followed Xu Zhang into one of the vehicles. In 15 minutes, they arrived at some military barracks that covered at least several hundred acres. Important things have to be reported thrice, kids. You better behave well and stay here. Whoever dares to run out and have fun will get their legs broken when we get back. Xu Zhang snarled at them as soon as Chief Instructor Lu and the Eagle King left. Luo Yunyang and the others, who had long gotten used to Xu Zhang's temper, smiled at him without any fear. Luo Yunyang suddenly received a notification on his communication device. When he glanced at it, he saw that GTN was calling him. When he answered the call, he heard GTN say, "Are you here yet, Yunyang? If you are free, come visit the Royal Forest Military and make some new friends." Chapter 63. Gigolo GTN, who was very beautiful, also had a very pleasant voice. Chen Yang and everyone else's eyes were filled with respect. Their leader certainly deserved his position of power. All sorts of girls liked him. He had barely arrived at the Rising Dragon Army's barracks, yet he had already been invited over by a beautiful girl from the Royal Forest Military. Xu Zhang's face turned slightly darker. He had just ordered these kids to be obedient and stay put, when this son of AB*TCH received an invitation from a beautiful girl. How could Xu Zhang rest easy now? "Thank you, big sister G. I shall head over in a bit. Where are you staying?" Luo Yunyang liked GTN, so now that both of them were in this small town, he couldn't turn down an invitation to meet her. "We are staying at the barracks just beside yours. Come over." GTN chuckled. "It just so happens that the sky-high military's elite martialists are here as well." Luo Yunyang hung up and looked at Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang waved his arms around and said, "You are too much trouble, you little bastard. Go on then. Oh, I forgot, you must remember to return early and you are absolutely not allowed to spend the night out." Before Xu Zhang could finish speaking, Chen Yang and the others burst into laughter. They all had knowing looks in their eyes. Luo Yunyang felt slightly embarrassed by Xu Zhang's joke. He really didn't have such an intention, so he just headed out of the encampment with a laugh. As GTN had said, the Royal Forest Military's barracks were just next door. When he stepped out through their own barracks, Luo Yunyang saw GTN standing beside the door in her Royal Forest Military uniform. The girl was tall and fair. Although her looks weren't especially outstanding, when people saw her, they thought that she looked fresh and neat. "Hello, Yunyang, you have gotten even more handsome since the last time we met. If I knew that this would happen, I would have persuaded you to join the Royal Forest Military no matter what." GTN teased him as she checked him out. "She's flirting with me." Luo Yunyang was a little embarrassed. When she noticed, GTN smiled. "Let's go. The Royal Forest Military's elite class members are inside. There might be a few among them who are even stronger than you." Yun Lei sure is. Although he might be arrogant and proud of his own abilities, he has the goods to back that pride up. If you make a couple of friends, perhaps you might get a chance to work together during the competition. As she said this, GTN turned and headed into the barracks. Luo Yunyang followed her helplessly. As he entered, he saw about 10 young martialists who seemed to be heading out. GTN's face changed when she saw them. She had just opened her mouth to speak, when the young man at the front said indifferently, "We have a matter to attend to, Instructor G. We will be heading out for a bit. This must be the person you wanted me to meet. I will look out for him." Although the young man's appearance was ordinary, the way he held his head high made him seem superior to everybody else. GTN found herself in an embarrassing predicament. She had invited Luo Yunyang over, yet these people were making her feel uncomfortable. Luo Yunyang patted GTN's arm as he said nonchalantly, "These must be the people you asked me to take care of, big sister GTN. I'm not looking down on the Royal Forest Military or anything, but it seems like any Tom, Dick or Harry can enter your elite class." Hee hee. The young man's expression immediately turned ugly. His eyes were now blazing with rage. "You must be crazy, kid. I'm not even interested in touching you. Lei Qi from the Sky High's 7 Pillars has already said that he won't let a single person from the Rising Dragon Army onto the island. Young Lei sucked in a deep breath as he chuckled. This time, the Rising Dragon Army will stay off the island and cry. We were originally going to give you a portion of D-grade source fluid, but it seems like that is no longer necessary. As soon as he had finished his words, the young man swaggered off. The others followed suit, striding past Luo Yunyang with their heads high, their chests out, and their noses in the air. Instructor Ji, the Sky High's 7 Pillars have invited over elites from the 8 armies of the East. Young Lei received an invitation, so we will be going over to join the fun, a young girl who had a good relationship with GTN told her softly. GTN looked on helplessly as the group of martialists left. Her face was full of disappointment. She had put in a lot of effort, yet the outcome wasn't what she had expected. She hadn't even been able to help. She smiled weakly at Luo Yunyang as she said helplessly, "Don't get mad at Yun Lei. His family owns the Yun clan financial group, so he has received the best grooming from a very young age. It is said that the Yun family still uses ancient prescriptions and all sorts of dire beast blood to strengthen their bodies. He really is very strong. He had already beaten a martial master before he even entered the Royal Forest military." A moment ago, Luo Yunyang had reached a conclusion about Yun Lei, so he felt very confident in himself. When he noticed GTN's guilt-ridden demeanor, Luo Yunyang tried to console her nonchalantly. "I'm not weak either. I know you are very strong too. I just wanted to introduce you to a few people. I never expected things to turn out this way. How about I take you shopping to make this up to you?" GTN looked at Luo Yunyang dejectedly. She looked like a sad maiden trembling in fear. Shopping. Luo Yunyang was speechless. Back when he had lived in Donglu town, there had been no places to shop at, and ever since he had arrived at Base 7, he hadn't had any free time to go shopping. However, now he would go shopping with a pretty and understanding lady. Buying something for his mother and little sister wouldn't be a bad idea. As he thought about it, he nodded his head in delight. "Alright, shopping sounds like a great idea. Except, I don't have any money." This was the truth. Before he had joined the elite class, he had left all his money at home. He had only used points ever since. "That's alright, just let me pay for you." GTN flashed him a crafty smile. Luo Yunyang found being broke somewhat embarrassing, especially when a 40-year-old woman saw GTN take out money to pay for his purchase. The woman grabbed GTN's hand and whispered in her ear, "Be careful, girl. Don't let him fool you. Gigolos don't have any good intentions." Although Luo Yunyang hadn't increased his mind attribute, it still surpassed the average person's, so despite the fact that the older woman had tried to lower her voice, he had still heard every word she'd said. "Damn you, how have I become a gigolo? Give Big Sis a smile, pretty boy." GTN was holding a large bucket of popcorn in her hands as she teased him. Luo Yunyang's expression darkened. He instantly raised his mind attribute to 20 and stared straight at GTN. At first, GTN only felt that Luo Yunyang's gaze was especially bright, but she suddenly felt herself being attracted to him. She felt an impulse to throw herself into the boy's embrace. Luo Yunyang was about 8 years younger than her. How could she have such dirty thoughts? When Luo Yunyang turned away his gaze, GTN reproached herself in embarrassment. "Let's keep shopping, pretty boy." Chapter 64. Reaching the 5-kilometer bridge. Extra large bags, small bags. Luo Yunyang was about to drown in bags. He was staggering a little as he walked forward while carrying all these bags. He had bought food, clothes, and all sorts of other products. GTN must have done this on purpose. When they had visited a supermarket, she had swept nearly half the products on display into their cart. When they parted ways, GTN laughed her head off comically. "What are you guys doing?" As Luo Yunyang charged straight into the courtyard like a tank, he realized that all the participants of the competition were gathered there. They seemed to be discussing something. They all turned their gazes on him when he came in. "Big brother Yunyang, let me help." Zhao Buj, Chen Yong and the others immediately rushed over to help Luo Yunyang. "Wow, she even bought him underwear. How touching," Chen Yong teased. Luo Yunyang's face flushed red when he saw the undergarments with the cartoon designs hidden at the bottom of a big bag. How could that foxy girl do such a thing? He couldn't allow Chen Yong to keep talking nonsense, so he quickly adjusted his mind attribute to 40 and stared at him. Chen Yong felt a stifling sensation. "Bring everything inside." Chen Yong, who was shaking inwardly, didn't have any intention of teasing Luo Yunyang anymore. He just carried all the bags inside like a good boy. You came at just the right time. 10 outstanding martialists were selected at the 7 Armies Hero Gathering. Did you hear about it? Xu Zhang slammed his hand hard against the table. Damn them, we are a part of the 8 armies of the East, yet no one informed the Rising Dragon Army. Luo Yunyang and the others belong to the youngest generation of the Rising Dragon Army, yet the Sky High military hadn't invited the Rising Dragon Army to the Hero Gathering. This made Xu Zhang extremely furious. Chief Instructor Lu and the Eagle King were frowning deeply as they sat in a quiet room. The Da governor has been backed into a corner. The Sky High military has always been powerful, yet now they want to recommend a pro-Sky High person for the Da Eastern Parliament. The Eagle King said solemnly. The Rising Dragon Army has to persist. The Sky High military is using this opportunity to establish its authority among the 8 armies. Those who obey it rise, those who oppose it die. We have to obtain at least 1 A-grade source fluid, no matter what. This isn't just about the Rising Dragon Army's prestige. It will also determine whether the Rising Dragon Army will continue to exist. Do you have any plans up your sleeve, old Lu? Chief Instructor Lu remained silent. He had always lived at Base 7 and trained the Rising Dragon Army elites. He hadn't expected the circumstances in the Divine Capital to be so grim. It won't be long before the Source Beasts break through the space barrier. They said that all their efforts would go into preparing for the war, yet here we are. Chief Instructor Lu stopped speaking. The Eagle King snorted, but he didn't say anything either. The person most likely to obtain an A-grade source fluid is Luo Yunyang. Chief Instructor Lu's voice didn't sound very certain. He definitely has the ability, but he has a humble family background and his combat ability is inferior. He was able to deal with old Guan's grandson easily, but the people he will be facing this time are really strong. The Eagle King's majestic demeanor became dejected. He shook his head as he said, I have only one worry right now. The Sky High military built a 5-kilometer bridge. If their people defend the bridge's entrance, not a single person will be able to cross it. If that happens, we will lose a lot of face. Furthermore, I fear that the other 6 armies won't dare provoke them. I met with some fellas from the Royal Forest Military and the Grand Sky Corps recently, in the hopes that they would be able to help. Those fellas just don't care. Chief Instructor Lu knew that the Eagle King was the most dignified among the Rising Dragon Army's 4 great generals. If he had stooped so low as to ask others for help, then the situation had to be really dire. Let's try our hardest. Zipping Lake had a perimeter of 50 kilometers. At its deepest point, the water was at least 50 meters deep. Before the apocalypse, this area had been a tourist hotspot, but afterwards, all sorts of mutated dire beasts had begun to appear inside the lake's waters. Most ordinary fish species had already died, so the place was uninhabitable by normal humans. Right in the middle of Zipping Lake was an island. The area of this island was only 1 square kilometer. In the past, there had been only a few D-grade dire beasts on the island, yet now the Sky High military had transported over 10,000 D-grade and C-grade dire beasts. The inscribed cards of the source fluids were on the bodies of those dire beasts. Ha ha, a long bridge over a calm lake. A scenic sight indeed. If they were able to build such a long bridge in 3 days, then the Sky High military must indeed be extraordinary. There was a pre-apocalyptic terrace on top of a small hill on the eastern side of the lake. The terrace, which was quite large, had been constructed to mark out this scenic spot back before the apocalypse. That old scenic spot had already become a place that man and beast would have trouble getting close to. The terrace had been cleaned, and a huge electronic screen had been placed on its northern side. Over 1,000 men in all sorts of military uniforms were standing on the terrace, taking up more than half its space. Right at the heart of this terrace were 8 old military men with grizzled white hair and bright eyes. Although their sizes differed, they all gave off an oppressing aura. The one who was speaking was a fat man, whose round shape gave the impression that his entire body was made of fat. However, the man's most distinguishing features were the 2 gold stars on his shoulders and the words, Sky High, on his shoulder emblems. He was the Sky High military's general. The fat man's words made many others echo his thoughts. In no time, the atmosphere all around him had livened up. The Eagle King, who was the Rising Dragon Army's representative, stood beside the fat man. His expression was grave and stern, so it seemed incompatible with the atmosphere around him. The younger generation is our true hope. Everyone in the sky-high military has taken it upon themselves to groom the most talented martialists. As a crisis gets ever closer, we should all have a general stand and use our most precious resources on elite martialists instead of follow outdated conventions. The fat man's sharp words sounded reasonable, but everyone present knew that he was an old fox. Who knew what his real intentions were? Maybe he just wanted to snatch the Rising Dragon Army's benefits under the pretext of grooming elite martialists. This matter didn't concern the others, who just acted dumb. No one wanted to take a stance over this. The Eagle King groaned coldly, but he didn't say anything. When the fat man heard his groan, he chuckled. You don't have to feel indignant, old eagle. We will get to see the difference between a horse and a mule later. This round has been the fairest one ever. The sky-high military has selflessly placed a portion of golden body fluid on that island. The Eagle King was itching to slap the fat man across the face, but if he didn't hold himself back, he would lose his status and become a laughing stock. The fat man's cultivation base was not any weaker than his, so if he acted now, he would put the Rising Dragon Army at a disadvantage. Ha ha, that bunch of kids has been storing up their strength. Stop standing here and bragging. Let's start already, an old man with a gloomy expression said in an icy tone. The fat man, who seemed a little afraid of the gloomy old man, laughed immediately. If my old brother has asked me to start, how can I not follow his orders? As he spoke, his gaze landed on the group of 20 martialists in sky-high military uniforms. The man felt pleased. When he glanced at a delicate young man, of average height, the smile on his face became even brighter. I hereby announce the start of the source fluid competition. The old man didn't deliberately raise his voice, yet everyone around could feel a boundless power reverberating as he spoke. These words had barely left the old man's mouth, when a silhouette suddenly darted towards the bridge. When the fat man saw the rushing silhouette, he shook his head with a sigh. These young kids are really ignorant. Why are they so impatient? Ha ha, this will be good entertainment for everyone. The fat man soon choked on his next words. He was shocked to find out that the young man who had rushed out wasn't someone from the sky-high 7 pillars, as he had expected. Hadn't they said that they would obstruct the Rising Dragon Army's people at the bridge's entrance and not let a single one pass through? Why weren't they doing anything? Had they all turned into a bunch of ostriches? The person seemed to be from the Rising Dragon Army. A hint of regret flashed across the old man's eyes when he saw that silhouette rush out. It was too close to the bridge's entrance. Even if Little Mo chased him personally, he wouldn't be able to catch up to him in time. Rising Dragon Army people are really quick. Ha ha, he is leaping around like a rabbit as if he has received information beforehand. The fat old man, who was an extremely shrewd person, was adept at turning a bad situation into a good one. If he couldn't stop the martialist, then he would have to embarrass the Eagle King. Although the Eagle King felt that acting beforehand was slightly dishonorable, if the martialist was able to make it onto the island, the Rising Dragon Army would win the lottery. This sure was better than no one being able to set foot on the island. By the time the Eagle King was about to speak, the silhouette had already stopped. Now he could see the person who had been the fastest clearly. It was the Rising Dragon Army's greatest hope, Luo Yunyang. Why did he stop? Why isn't he hurrying onto the island? We won't have a hope of obtaining some A-grade source fluid otherwise. Ha ha ha, if you wish to pass, you need to ask for my grace. Non-conformers who think they have guts will get slaughtered. The instant Luo Yunyang reached the bridge, he looked up at the sky and roared with laughter. Anyone who isn't good-looking or has an inferior cultivation base must hurry up and leave. Your mother is calling for you to go home and drink your milk. Being ugly and having an inferior cultivation base were two completely different things. Nobody knew whether to laugh or cry when Luo Yunyang lumped the two together. When the 8 powerhouses watching heard Luo Yunyang's proclamation, they glanced at each other with stupefied expressions. This was wrong. Why was the Rising Dragon Army reciting the sky-high military's lines? Chapter 65. You shall not pass. Xu Zhang stared in shock at Luo Yunyang, who was standing at the bridge's entrance, and almost shouted abuse at him. You son of a b*tch. How dare you act all pretentious here? Why aren't you rushing over and snatching an A-grade source fluid? That is jolly well what we are supposed to do. If you crash through this bridge and get one, I will call you daddy from now on. However, Luo Yunyang, who never followed the rules, didn't act as expected. He just stood confidently on the bridge and scolded the sky-high military kids. To be honest, Xu Zhang was delighted over Luo Yunyang's arrogance and savagery. Just the previous night, he had imagined holding the bridge himself and pushing back 10,000 enemies. People were unable to bear such a provocation. All that it took was a small spark to start a fire. Unfortunately, these impractical ideas had been mere fantasies for a while. However, Luo Yunyang had actually, how could he have acted so straightforwardly? Xu Zhang's good mood made the kid's smiling face seem especially pleasing. Chief Instructor Lu felt as carefree as a rebellious young man venting at his parents. He felt gratified, yet also a little worried about this kid. The risk was too big. If any problems came up, then he would become a big laughing stock. However, he couldn't deny that Luo Yunyang was really straightforward. Jitian used her hands to cover her lips as she giggled. Just a while back, she had tried her best to persuade Yunlei to help Luo Yunyang. She had thought that Luo Yunyang was a good person. She hadn't expected that he would pull this off as soon as the competition started. Yunlei's face lit up, and the sides of his mouth curled upwards. "It seems like you aren't a good judge of character, instructor," he said bluntly. "If he acts this way, everyone will crush him." Everyone's gazes were fixed on Luo Yunyang. The fat old man from the sky-high military roared with laughter. "Where did you get this dunce, Eagle King? Ha ha ha, I used to think that the Rising Dragon army lacked a sense of humor, but it seems like I might have been too prejudiced." The eagle kind didn't utter a word. He didn't understand Luo Yunyang's abilities. Although he currently gave off the vibe of an immovable rock, he didn't believe that Luo Yunyang would be able to stand steadily on that bridge. "Someone is being a pain, big brother," a tall, sturdy young man told the feeble-looking young man next to him with a smile. They were all important, powerful martialists from the sky-high military. Together, they were the sky-high 7 pillars. The feeble-looking young man smiled indifferently. Stealing this spot can be considered a counterattack. Anything they do is nothing more than a useless struggle. I shall slap that kid to the ground. Then, we won't let a single one of them pass," the tall young man said, already heading in the direction of the bridge. "This would be like slaughtering a chicken with a butcher's cleaver. Don't worry about this trivial matter. Let your little brother handle it." As the owner of this voice spoke, he had already become a streak of lightning in the air and charged straight ahead. The moment he acted, the chubby old man smiled. If this skinny young man made a move, he would surely be able to get rid of that troublemaking fella. Hee, I didn't know that people from the Rising Dragon army could talk this big. Now, try telling me whether I can cross or not. The skinny young man stopped not too far away from Luo Yunyang and grinned at him. As he spoke, his entire body was like a drawn bow ready to fire a sharp arrow at any given time. "You shall not pass," Luo Yunyang said confidently. "Whether I can pass or not isn't for you to say," the young man said as he exerted strength in his legs and rushed towards Luo Yunyang like a whirlwind. Only the word, fast, could be used to describe his speed. This is the sky-high 7 pillars 7th in rank, Quan Tiano. His speed ranks 2nd among the 7 pillars. It's only inferior to one other person's, someone who knew the slim young man muttered softly. Although only 4 sky-high martialists had managed to make the top 10 outstanding martialists, nobody would dare look down on the remaining 3. Every single one of them had their own unique abilities after all. Quan Tiano was so fast that he seemed like he was going to cross the bridge in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Quan Tiano had already stepped onto the 5-kilometer bridge and passed the 100-meter mark, when he felt that he should probably stop, turn around and tell the others that he had pulled a successful prank. However, the instant he turned his head, the smile on his face froze. The scene before him made him feel scared. A heavy fist approached him and hit him like lightning. Quan Tiano felt as if his face had been smashed by a huge steel plate. He didn't have any time to react before he was sent flying backwards on the long bridge. As soon as he got his bearings, he felt a vice-like hand grip him and lift him up. How disgraceful. He had disgraced himself completely. Quan Tiano tried to think of a way to struggle out of this disgraceful situation. Unfortunately, he realized that even budging was too difficult. Whenever he tried to struggle a little, the huge hands clutching his neck would constrict and prevent him from breathing. He was going to suffocate. Who is this kid? He isn't very good looking. I was lucky I was careful. Otherwise, I would have fallen into the lake and become turtle food. Luo Yunyang said loudly as he carried Quan Tiano. Nice. The Eagle King slapped his palms together. When Quan Tiano had first opened his mouth, the Eagle King's palms had started to sweat. Luo Yunyang had been bragging a lot, yet if he wasn't able to stop the first martialist, then he sure wouldn't be able to do anything about the ones that would follow. Being able to stop Quan Tiano was not something that most people could do. Although Chief Instructor Lu had told him that Luo Yunyang was very fast, would he really be quicker than Quan Tiano? Now, it seemed like he had been worrying unnecessarily. If Luo Yunyang's speed surpassed Quan Tiano's, then even if he found himself at a disadvantage later on, it wouldn't be a big one. The fat man from the sky-high military, who had been beaming earlier, had frozen up. He had wanted to establish his army's authority and isolate the rising dragon army, and in order to do so, he had wanted everything to be perfect. Thus, he hadn't spared any effort or manpower in creating this 5-kilometer bridge at the last moment. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected that not only would they be unable to stop the rising dragon army, but they would actually receive a counter-blow instead. Quan Tiano now looked like a dead monkey. The fat man dreaded that most people would view them as a joke from now on. Chapter 66. Striking one's ears with both fists. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you fast? Let's see you stop me. A booming voice that sounded like a thunderclap was heard as a big-sized young man stepped forward towards the 5-kilometer bridge. Lei Qi, Lei Qi, Lei Qi. A series of cheers immediately came from the sky-high military. There were even a few people who started chanting the young man's name. The martialist, who ranked third among the sky-high 7 pillars, was also one of the top 10 outstanding martialists. Many people turned to watch him as he stepped out. When Lei Qi walked forward, the old fat man from the sky-high military smiled once again. He had faith in Lei Qi. Although his speed couldn't be compared to Luo Yunyang's, his most important quality was his strength. Crossing the 5-kilometer bridge wouldn't be a problem for him. Lei Qi turned to look at the instructor in charge of the sky-high military's elite class. His gaze was full of discontent. The instructor felt insulted. Everyone in the sky-high military considered the rising dragon army and their newcomer king insignificant. How good of a cultivation base could someone from a humble family background have? They hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would actually be able to fly so high that fast. He had indeed soared up to the heavens with just one leap. Based on the way he had defeated Quan Tiano, no matter what they said, it still wouldn't change the fact that the sky-high 7 pillars had suffered a defeat. Show no mercy, the instructor muttered the instant Lei Qi met his gaze. Lei Qi nodded. His pace wasn't quick, yet as he walked forward, the earth beneath his feet started to tremble. Guan Wanli's eyes filled with fear when he saw Lei Qi. Back when he had been going through the sky-high military's assessment, he had met Lei Qi, whose strength had left a lasting impression on him. Lei Qi's current strength is at least 20,000 kilos. Guan Wanli told Sun Miao Miao. If our leader fights him with his speed, he definitely won't be at a disadvantage. Stopping him from advancing won't be easy, though. Sun Miao Miao gripped her long sword tightly. She came from a martial arts sect, so her knowledge of martial skills could be considered vast. Strength and speed were both important components of martial skills, so one couldn't tell which of the two was more useful. Under normal circumstances, the fastest martialists would usually have an advantage. If it had been Lei Qi standing guard on the 5-kilometer bridge, Luo Yunyang would have just slipped past him. However, this time the roles were reversed. Lei Qi was like a tank, while Luo Yunyang was like a bullet. Although a bullet was fast enough to strike a tank, it would be a little difficult for it to stop its advancement. Although that was what Sun Miao Miao was thinking silently, she didn't feel like listening to Guan Wanli, who was right next to her. Why did it feel like he was taking delight in Luo Yunyang's predicament? Let's see you stop me, boy. Lei Qi pointed at Luo Yunyang as he said icily, I won't walk fast, so you'll have time to come up with something. Lei Qi's self-assured manner pissed many people off. Luo Yunyang estimated Lei Qi's strength and muttered something to himself before he raised his speed attribute to 35. Lei Qi had barely finished speaking, when he felt a gust blow over. 2 intercrossing slap marks suddenly appeared on his face. He threw a punch out by relying on his own awareness, but unfortunately, the moment he tried to strike, the blur had already disappeared completely. Don't you have the guts to fight me alone, boy? Lei Qin, who had acted all confident about winning right before getting slapped across the face, looked very displeased. He should have already shed that rage of his. He was a sky-high military elite martialist after all. However, receiving this sort of ferocious beating made him feel especially sullen. Kill, kill, kill. Lei Qi snarled manically. However, Luo Yunyang's speed far surpassed his. Luo Yunyang used the alert monkey's 7 leaps to slap Lei Qi on the face 20 times in 1 second. Rush over, rush over, someone roared at Lei Qi. Lei Qi was going crazy. He had originally thought that the moment he stepped forward, he would charge straight at his opponent, clear anything and everything in his path, and cross the 5-kilometer bridge. He hadn't imagined that this shameless fellow would actually be that agile. This martialist aggravated him. Luo Yunyang was aware that he couldn't compete with him in terms of strength, so he had attacked his face instead. 1 slap had made Lei Qi angry, 2 slaps had made him furious, but over 10 slaps on the face had made him overflow with rage. He knew that regardless of whether he would be able to cross that long bridge, he would still become notorious far and wide. This sort of outcome naturally didn't suit his liking. Rush forward, keep pushing forward while you protect your head with your hands. A voice from the sky-high military's ranks said. The person who had shouted was a young man around 17. Compared to the calm boy, he was clearly more soldier-like. He was the sky-high 7 pillars second in rank and the second out of the top 10 outstanding martialists. His name was Shi Haoyuan. When he heard him, Lei Qi calmed down immediately and quickly raised his arms to his face and waved them around. Then, he charged forward like a raging bull. Being able to pressure the third in rank among the sky-high 7 pillars to this degree was already a glorious enough achievement. A number of people had faint smiles on their faces as they looked at the Eagle King. They might not have thought much of the Rising Dragon Army, but the Rising Dragon Army's performance had sprouted thoughts of uniting to take on the sky-high military in their minds. Even if they were the best among the top 3 armies, they still shouldn't be allowed to bully others as they wished. Lei Qi, actually, the move I am the most proficient at isn't the alert monkey's 7 leaps, but a set of techniques called the clothing-losing celestial being. Are you sure you want to protect your face? Luo Yunyang's calm voice resounded across the huge tranquil lake. Lei Qi, who looked like a charging bull, stopped in his tracks and just stood there in a daze. Shameless, someone shouted. Some other martialists from the sky-high military started shouting abuse at him. Who was this Luo Yunyang? This was clearly a threat addressed at Lei Qi. This sort of threat was indeed the most dangerous kind. Lei Qi's hands could protect his face, but if he focused all his effort on his face, what would happen next? What an immoral kid, a female military officer who appeared to be in her 40s remarked with a smile. She was a commander from the Dancing Phoenix Corps that looked young for her age. After this reprimand, she looked at the Eagle King and said, "It seems like you people really know how to nurture young martialists, Old Eagle." The Eagle King's expression turned a little awkward when he heard this. He had always liked bluntness. If he couldn't accept something, then he would just settle it with a fight. However, this rascal Luo Yunyang was behaving really, actually, his refreshing behavior made him feel as if he had vented all his frustration. Chapter 67. Gravity Locks, ha ha. I didn't train him, it was old Lu who did. This kid is pretty good, but he is a little naughty. The fat old man was no longer an image of calmness. If he hadn't been afraid of losing his status, he would have rushed over to the smug Eagle King and rained curses down on him. Damn it, how could his subordinate just be considered naughty? He was downright evil. What was this clothing-losing celestial being technique? How dare he have the nerve to name this technique after celestial beings? If celestial beings knew that he was humiliating them this way, they would have jumped down from the sky. The 8 armies are the cornerstones of our nation, Eagle King. Your subordinate is not abiding by the military creed, though. Just thinking about this makes me really disappointed. I think that this sort of martialist should be punished. The Eagle King, who was secretly wishing that he could marry off his own granddaughter to Luo Yunyang, could not even think about punishing him. When he heard this, he stared the man straight in the eye without hesitation and said, "This is a competition among kids. Why should we interfere? I think you said so yourself earlier, old man." The fat old man was left speechless. He was not afraid of the Eagle King, but he had indeed said that old people shouldn't interfere in this fight between kids. He had only said this because he had wanted the entire Rising Dragon Army to be stopped at the head of the 5-kilometer bridge, with no way of crossing it. He had just wanted the Rising Dragon Army to suffer in silence without any way of voicing any complaints, yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. This kind of felt like shooting himself in the foot. "I want to kneel down before him," Chen Yang roared with laughter. I have been admiring leader Luo right from the start, but I admire him so much more right now. The majority of the Rising Dragon Army personnel were at least somewhat angry at the oppression of the sky-high military. However, it was a custom among the 8 armies of the East to let one's strength do the talking. Whatever fury they felt was of no use. Still, things were different now. Luo Yunyang's methods had helped them vent their pent-up frustration, which had been particularly refreshing. Luo Yunyang stood calmly not too far away from the bridge with a cheeky grin on his face. Lei Qi, whose posture indicated that he was about to charge over, felt somewhat embarrassed. He believed that he would be able to cross the bridge without any problems if he relied on his speed. As long as he guarded his face, there shouldn't be an issue. What would he do if that despicable fellow actually made the move he had threatened him with, though? He really wasn't confident that he could safeguard himself. That mother **CKER. Come back, a voice shouted just as Lei Qi was about to fall apart. The voice was gentle, yet its tone was unquestionable. When he heard it, Lei Qi almost felt tears streaming down his cheeks. He was finally spared. He wouldn't have to face that abominable man. He was simply a demon. How could he treat him this way? If he got his hands on him one day, he would. Lei Qi cursed silently as he walked dejectedly in the direction of the sky-high military. Deep down he knew that his part in this round's fight over the source fluids had ended before it had even started. Perhaps he still had some hope of receiving A-grade source fluid, but Lei Qi had no idea how long it would take for him to regain the face he had lost that day. A martialist stepped forward from the group. His pace wasn't quick, but his movements were graceful and natural. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 5-kilometer bridge. Your speed isn't bad, but it won't be any use against me. How about this? I will give you one chance. If you are able to cross this 5-kilometer bridge against my defense, I will give you an A-grade source fluid. The feeble-looking young man was smiling gently. His tone was mild, but he had a self-confidence that no ordinary person could hope to have. Naturally, this self-confidence stemmed mostly from his abilities. The gaze of the female officer of the Dancing Phoenix Corps was full of admiration as she watched the young man. Although she was disgusted by the sky-high military's actions, her disgust didn't hinder her admiration for the martialist. Someone with close ties to the Eagle King told him softly, "Your kid's luck is about to end, old eagle. I think it would be best to quit while you're ahead. Take the initiative and end it." A trace of hesitation flickered across the Eagle King's eyes. When he looked at Chief Instructor Lu though, he saw an expression of unwavering determination on his face. The Eagle King nodded his head. Luo Yunyang had already strived to get to this point. The Rising Dragon Army might have won, but if Luo Yunyang lost under these circumstances, they would still lose everything. As Luo Yunyang watched that young man stole forward, he had an inkling that this martialist was really strong. The more he thought about it, the more his inner fighting spirit increased. He really needed an equal opponent, so that he could determine how strong he actually was. "Are you unwilling to submit?" As the young man spoke, he gently removed 4 black objects from his arms and legs. When the onlookers noticed the black objects, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Gravity locks." Gravity locks used an advanced magnetic force to create a gravitational field. Based on the Da Alliance's latest technology, the strongest gravitational field that gravity locks could create was 2,500 kilograms of gravitational force. However, the cost of obtaining these sort of gravity locks was especially high. A pair of gravity locks cost over 100 million Daewon. Even if someone had that much money though, they still might not be able to buy them. If that young man had dismantled 2 sets of gravity locks from his body, then he must have been moving inside a gravitational field of 5,000 kilograms of force all along. Quan Tiano was left dumbstruck by the sight. He had always been bitter that this young man's speed had exceeded his own. When he saw the gravity locks that amounted to 5,000 kilograms of force, he finally realized how big the difference between them was. Luo Yunyang felt his head ache when he saw the gravity locks get placed on the floor. He watched the young man, who had been smiling all the while, do some calculations in his head. This time, he had met a true genius. What would he do? Should he just let it be? If he did, both his own dignity and the entire Rising Dragon armies would go down the drain. He most likely would not be a match for this young man's speed, though. As he thought about it, Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator and raised his speed to 80. Luo Yunyang's other attributes changed as a result. Power, 8 speed, 80 mind, 4 Constitution, 7 Luo Yunyang suddenly felt as if he could float. His gaze landed on that young man's body once more. Let's try this. The young man found Luo Yunyang's reaction somewhat unexpected. As he looked at his calm expression, he could sense that Luo Yunyang was slightly different now. How so exactly, he could not say. As the head of the sky-high 7 pillars though, he was very proud. He believed that any changes on Luo Yunyang's part shouldn't matter to him. Luo Yunyang would never be able to escape from his grasp and cross the bridge. Since you refuse to give up until all hope is gone, I shall give you this chance. As soon as the young man finished his sentence, he took a light leap and suddenly reached the center of the bridge. His expression was as calm as ever. Bring it on. Luo Yunyang nodded before he exerted force with his legs, soared up and charged forward. Chapter 68. A soaked garb isn't afraid of a spring rain, is that Ni Yongsan? Xu Zhang rubbed his head as he muttered to himself. Although he wasn't a member of this elite class, even he had heard of the reputation behind that name. This was the #1 martialist among the youngest generation of the 8 armies. That meant that he was the equivalent of the newcomer king of the newcomer kings of all 8 armies. Although Xu Zhang was superior compared to Ni Yongsan, he feared that Luo Yunyang would really be defeated this time around. Just as Xu Zhang started feeling vexed, he suddenly heard a soft gasp next to him. As soon as he heard it, he saw Ni Yongsan soar in the air. When he blinked, he saw a black dot flash by extremely fast. It only took a few bounces for it to reach the 1/3 mark of the 5-kilometer bridge. Then, the black dot stopped. Xu Zhang suddenly saw what the black dot really was. How was this possible? The Eagle King and the others, who could see even more clearly, were just as startled by the sight before them. How had Luo Yunyang done this? The Eagle King and the others had all believed that Ni Yongsan would emerge victorious, not just because of his title, but because of the gravity locks he had removed from his body. A gravitational force of 5,000 kilograms was no laughing matter, yet Luo Yunyang had just stopped 1/3 of the way along the bridge. This meant that Ni Yongsan had not managed to stop him from crossing. Both Quan Tiano and the fat old man were flabbergasted. This outcome had been completely unexpected. How is this possible? He hasn't even awakened a source core yet. How can he be that fast? Said the fat old man. He realized that, no matter how much effort he made right now, it would be very difficult to reverse this situation. Things had already spiraled out of control. This savage kid couldn't be underestimated any longer. The fat man's doubts were immediately endorsed by many others. What use was there to agreeing with his thoughts, though? Luo Yunyang had already crossed the long bridge. Well done. A sparkle was shining in Jitian's eyes. The haze enveloping her heart dispersed, so she finally felt comfortable and able to breathe, despite her infatuation. Young Lei, who was standing next to her, didn't utter a single word. Our leader is mighty. Our leader is mighty. The members of the Rising Dragon Army's elite class cheered jubilantly. Even Sun Miao Miao, who had been shocked by the scene, threw her ladylike image out the window and joined Zhao Buj and the others in cheering Luo Yunyang on. I know I have lost, but how are you able to be that fast? Ni Yongsan asked calmly. Luo Yunyang glanced at Ni Yongsan as he thought to himself, I can't do it myself, but daddy has an attribute regulator. Defeating you was a necessity. I just am. Although Luo Yunyang realized that he'd had an unfair advantage in this contest, he quickly pushed this thought to the back of his head. You can have one of the A-grade source fluids inside. As he spoke, Ni Yongsan strolled calmly towards the 5-kilometer bridge. As they heard his words, quite a number of sky-high military officials had unsightly expressions on their faces. This time, they had used quite a lot of resources to teach the Rising Dragon Army an unforgettable lesson. As Luo Yunyang stepped forward, most of the sky-high military personnel felt dejected. One of the A-grade source fluids they had viewed as their own exclusive property had to be given to him. What the hell was going on? He's just a one-trick pony. The fat old man's tone was unresigned. You got lucky, old eagle. To think that you could actually acquire such a freak. You should know that such talent ultimately ends up being flawed. The Eagle King didn't retort. He was a victor right now, so there was no need for him to waste his breath. All he wanted to do was maintain that feeling. You want to crash your way through me? Luo Yunyang's body obstructed the path on the bridge. Ni Yongsan's expression didn't change when he realized that Luo Yunyang was blocking his way. Your speed was unexpected, but trying to stop me is impossible. If you don't believe me, then try attacking me. The self-confident Ni Yongsan wasn't unlikable, but as a member of the Rising Dragon Army, what Luo Yunyang wanted the most wasn't an A-grade source fluid. What he wanted was to save the Rising Dragon Army's dignity. As Ni Yongsan was speaking, a bird appeared and flew past the side of his body. Ni Yongsan's hands didn't budge, only his body did. When his body swayed faintly, the flying bird, which was at least a foot long, suddenly seemed to get trapped in the air. It now could only fly in circles around his body. It's the soaked garb technique. The Eagle King exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this. When he heard the name of the technique, Xu Zhang felt his forehead break out in sweat. He had tried to practice this technique and wasted a lot of Daewon on buying manuals about it, yet he had discovered that he didn't have the aptitude for it. Sometimes, he even doubted whether there was anyone who could master the soaked garb technique. However, as he watched that bird fly in circles around Ni Yongsan, Xu Zhang realized that the soaked garb technique wasn't just hot air. Although he was proud, Xu Zhang knew that, if he had to face the soaked garb technique, he would suffer a tragic defeat. Luo Yunyang was better than Ni Yongsan speed-wise, but if he thought that he would defeat Ni Yongsan the same way that he had Lei Qi, he was wrong. Even though Luo Yunyang was fast, when his fists came close to Ni Yongsan, they would pose no threat to him. A soaked garb isn't afraid of a spring rain. Sun Miao Miao sighed in disappointment as she watched the bird flap its wings furiously. The Sky High's number 1 pillar is mighty and formidable. The young Sky High military martialists shouted. Their expressions were full of pride as they looked at the Rising Dragon Army. Although Luo Yunyang was quick, the difference between him and Ni Yongsan was too vast. There was no way he could defeat Ni Yongsan, let alone try to hit him. The echoing cheers perked up the Sky High military's declining spirits. Even a number of officers from the other 6 armies exclaimed in admiration as they watched Ni Yongsan. This move of yours is called the soaked garb technique. Luo Yunyang felt some admiration for Ni Yongsan's shrewdness. In the blink of an eye, the young man had totally wiped out any advantage Luo Yunyang had acquired just by using this move. Regardless of how Luo Yunyang was going to deal with this, or whether he was going to be suppressed from all directions, the moment Ni Yongsan showed his mastery, he established himself as the youngest generation's best martialist. Although the Sky High military seemed to have lost this competition, this would make others fear them again. This was certainly not what Luo Yunyang wanted. Not bad, this is indeed the soaked garb technique, Ni Yongsan said as calmly as ever. If you work hard, you will probably be able to master it. What would be the use? If I wished to, I could just split this with one blow. Luo Yunyang replied flatly. Chapter 69. The third mountain breaking strike. Ni Yongsan didn't get angry over Luo Yunyang's disdain. He believed that anybody who was able to become a newcomer king was definitely not stupid. If Luo Yunyang was so pretentious, he would definitely have the ability and confidence to back up his carelessness. However, no one else in the Sky High military could stand him. What did he think he was doing? Was he looking down on Ni's soaked garb technique? His talent at talking big is overwhelming. Why doesn't the Rising Dragon Army change its name to Bragging Dragon Army? He is just talking nonsense. Who could break the soaked garb technique with one blow? Does he think that, just because his family name is Luo, he is martial god Luo Kai? Although the youngest generation of the Rising Dragon Army felt somewhat nervous, they still supported Luo Yunyang. Their leader never talked nonsense. If he dared to say something, then he would surely be able to do it. Big brother Yunyang has always made good on his word. This is just the soaked garb technique. What's so great about it? If he says that he can break it, then he most definitely will. Said Chen Yong, who never thought things through before he spoke. Sun Miao Miao and Guan Wanli both remained silent. Although the two of them also had the intention of striking back, they both came from influential family sects, so they understood too well how formidable the soaked garb technique was. If one had to face the soaked garb technique, their best option would be to hide as far away as possible. Meanwhile, the Eagle Kings and Chief Instructor Lu's eyes met. The two of them knew just as well how immensely powerful the soaked garb technique was. Although Luo Yunyang was strong enough, if he had to face the soaked garb technique, things wouldn't look that optimistic for him. I will show him my forceful eagle claw technique when we get back. We shall see how wild he will be once he refines it and is able to slice gold and split rocks, the Eagle King said solemnly as he watched Luo Yunyang. The forceful eagle claw technique. The Eagle King's promise astonished Chief Instructor Lu. Although the forceful eagle claw technique sounded ordinary, ever since the emergence of the sixth factor, the techniques might had become even stronger. If one became a martial master, the might of the forceful eagle clawed technique became even more dynamic. Just as the Eagle King had said, when he used it, he could even split a huge boulder in two. If the Eagle King had actually promised to impart his forceful eagle claw technique to Luo Yunyang, then he had to think very highly of him. Luo Yunyang met the Eagle King's solemn gaze before he turned to Ni Yongsan and proclaimed, "There's more than just the soaked garb technique in the world. Today, I shall show you how I can break the soaked garb technique." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang brandished his fists and smashed them hard at Ni Yongsan. Ni Yongsan, who didn't underestimate Luo Yunyang, used the soaked garb technique to create an immense attractive force around him while Luo Yunyang was still speaking. That way, if Luo Yunyang's fists approached, he would be able to use the fastest method available to nullify his force. However, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes when Luo Yunyang attacked. This move was too simple. Using this move to break his soaked garb technique was ridiculous. However, as Luo Yunyang brandished his fists, Lei Qi, who had expected Luo Yunyang to make a fool of himself, gasped in shock. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He could recognize this move. Yun Lei's eyes were also fixed on Luo Yunyang. As the Royal Forest Military's #1 martialist, Yun Lei was just as arrogant, yet he currently couldn't bring himself to feel the slightest bit of pride. Luo Yunyang's performance was simply too breathtaking. It was so surprising that it seemed almost unreal. As Luo Yunyang's fist was aimed at Ni Yongsan, a mocking grin appeared on his face. How can Ni Yongsan's soaked garb technique be broken by a simple strike like that? He is just too naive. The sides of his mouth curled upwards as he thought about it, yet he didn't say anything. There were many people in the world that could talk, but very few that knew when to stay silent. He was a shrewd thinker himself, so he knew that he needed to keep watching. However, just as Luo Yunyang's fist was about to be stopped and thrown aside, someone suddenly muttered, "It's the third mountain breaking strike." What's the third mountain breaking strike? He didn't understand. By the time Yun Lei started feeling anxious, Ni Yongsan had already been struck by Luo Yunyang's fist and sent flying back. Ni Yongsan didn't land on the 5-kilometer bridge. Instead, he fell in Zipping Lake, which was right below the bridge. The strike wasn't supposed to hit him. Ni Yongsan had been using the soaked garb technique after all. Why had he been sent flying? According to the theory behind the soaked garb technique, it should have been Luo Yunyang that, these are the 8 mountain splitting techniques. He's actually using the 8 mountain splitting techniques. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in shock. When he heard about the 8 mountain splitting techniques, Yun Lei finally reacted. All talented martialists dreamed of using the 8 mountain splitting techniques, inheriting the mantle of the martial god and becoming the new #1 martialist under the heavens. How many people had had this sort of dream? How many people had spent points on the 8 mountain splitting techniques, but ultimately didn't have any use for them whatsoever? If one couldn't conform to the aspects of the 8 mountain splitting techniques, then it was very difficult to cultivate them. It was said that anyone who was able to cultivate the 8 mountain splitting techniques could be considered an informal disciple of the martial god. Luo Yunyang, whose advantage was his speed, had actually just used the 8 mountain splitting techniques. Yun Lei and the others found this unbelievable. Even Xu Zhang rubbed his bald head in astonishment. How can this kid be so impressive? Xu Zhang mumbled. He had known all along that Luo Yunyang stood out from the crowd, but only now did he realize how many abilities this kid had. Those were the 8 mountain splitting techniques indeed. Practically the instant Ni Yongsan started to fall towards the lake, the fat old man standing in the middle leapt up. A pair of wings made of green rays appeared behind his back as he rushed in the direction of Zipping Lake. Meanwhile, over 10 sky-high military members rushed hastily towards the lake. Although Ni Yongsan had already been defeated, his important role in the sky-high military was indisputable, so his comrades couldn't just look on helplessly or let anything happen to him. The Eagle King chuckled and pointed at Chief Instructor Lu. "You are becoming even more and more unconventional, old Lu." Chief Instructor Lu was very puzzled. He knew that the Eagle King had been shocked by Luo Yunyang's performance, but he didn't know how to explain it either. Could he tell the Eagle King that this son of AB** teaches abilities and standards were entirely his own and had nothing to do with him? I better just forget about it. GTN's heart was filled with complicated feelings. Was this really the same young man who had gone shopping with her a few days ago? Chapter 70. A bridge built by the sky-high military splash. The thoroughly drenched Ni Yongsan was carried out by the fat old man. His features were so ghastly that it was obvious that he was seriously hurt. A few men in military doctor attire rushed over, holding all sorts of syringes in their hands. Use number 1 treatment medicine. The fat old man looked at the syringe in the hands of a 30-something military doctor as he howled exasperatedly. Most people wouldn't know what using number 1 treatment medicine signified, but the military doctors knew. A military doctor, who was obviously the leader of the medical team, said softly, "Number 1 treatment medicine is very rare. There are rules from the top about it. It can only be administered, damn you. Stop talking rubbish, just hurry up and use it. If he feels even a little unwell, I will slaughter all you pieces of trash." The fat old man, who had been full of smiles earlier, now emitted the aura of an ancient dire beast. The medical staff started trembling uncontrollably. In the end, they took a golden syringe out of a tightly sealed box. It was not the syringe itself that was gold, but the liquid medicine inside it. As soon as the needle pricked his arm, Ni Yongsan looked much better. However, he still needed someone to support him before he could stand straight again. Besides fury, there was also a trace of admiration in the look he shot Luo Yunyang. He already knew what methods he had used to defeat him after all. Your attack was really vicious, kid. All 8 armies have the same origin and roots. If you actually dared to use such a vicious attack, then you must be a really vicious person. The old man was gnashing his teeth as he stared at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang hadn't even said anything, when the Eagle King came to his rescue. "Can't stand losing, you pig. If you are a sore loser, then just scram," he said coldly. "Same origin and roots, you say? Did you just remember this? Why have you been so vicious to the Rising Dragon Army then? The Rising Dragon Army is not to be messed with, but if you are really itching for a spanking, then let's fight for a round." The appearance of the Eagle King helped Luo Yunyang relax. Although he had used a cheat earlier, he didn't feel capable of beating the fat old man given his current abilities. The fat old man looked furious as he watched the Eagle King, who was itching for a fight. Although he was proud, he knew that he was a little weaker compared to the Eagle King. "I will report this to our commander." The fat old man rolled up his sleeves before he added, "I won't let this matter go." "Great, I am also prepared to report everything to our commander. We have to reward Luo Yunyang properly after all." The Eagle King suddenly raised his voice. "I have a granddaughter, kid. You can meet her whenever you have time." How straightforward of him. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't someone who was easily embarrassed, he really didn't know how to reply. The fact that everyone's eyes were on him didn't make things any easier. "Ha ha, he is always free. You can summon him whenever you want." Luo Yunyang's instructor, Xu Zhang, quickly stepped forward and replied before Luo Yunyang could even open his mouth. "All right, then, we'll meet. Then, I will just say that our temperaments are incompatible." Luo Yunyang's raised mind attribute made his thoughts on certain things much more comprehensive. "Are you looking for a husband for your granddaughter, Old Eagle, or are you here to conduct the A-grade source fluid competition? If you keep acting this way, we won't play with you anymore." A short, skinny old man shouted at the Eagle King impolitely. The Eagle King gave a hearty laugh. "I'm just really happy. Let's continue, then. The 5-kilometer bridge is still here, and it's a bridge you people built personally. I think that you should let some more of your men cross it." The fat old man's face looked like a swollen eggplant. His strongest weapon had been Ni Yongsan. He hadn't expected that, the moment Ni Yongsan walked forward, he would be mowed down straightaway by Luo Yunyang. If this went on, the outcome would definitely not be good for the sky-high military. Now that the situation had already reached this point though, he could no longer refuse to fight if he didn't wish to. He stared at Luo Yunyang, who was still guarding the bridge, before he glanced at the second in rank of the sky-high 7 pillars. The handsome young man had been itching to give this a try earlier, but when the fat old man looked at him now, he actually tried to hide. Although he was willing to fight for the sky-high military, under these circumstances, he really didn't have the confidence to defeat Luo Yunyang. The fat old man shook his head faintly. He understood what the young man was thinking, but he didn't approve of his choice. Although wise men knew when to submit, the fat old man couldn't help but feel disappointed deep down about the way the young man was handling the situation. If he lost his courage whenever he had to face a strong opponent, then how could he hope to accomplish any amazing feats? "Why don't I have a go?" Lei Qi said softly when he saw that the fat old man was having difficulty deciding. Although his words were bold, deep inside he felt as though he had swallowed 25 mice and 100 claws were currently scratching at his heart. Ha ha, the sky-high military has already fought quite a number of rounds at this competition. I think it's time we let the other armies have a go. Otherwise, people might accuse us of being overbearing. Although the fat old man let out a laugh, his expression was somewhat awkward. Nobody listened to his words. Everyone present were old and wily people who knew how to play this game. Although the fat old man's smile was dazzling, each of the young martialists who had been selected among the top 10 outstanding martialists looked prudent. Luo Yunyang had just unleashed the third mountain breaking strike of the 8 mountain splitting techniques after all. The 8 mountain splitting techniques included a total of 8 moves. Each move's name was more or less the same. The first mountain cutting strike, the second mountain splitting strike, the third mountain breaking strike, the 8th mountain shattering strike. Back when martial god Luo Kai had revealed the 8 mountain splitting techniques to the public, many people had advised him to come up with pleasant names. If the honorable martial god found this too troublesome, they would help him come up with the best names for these techniques. In the end, Luo Kai had rejected their suggestion and insisted on the original names. Although the names of the 8 mountain splitting techniques might have sounded tasteless, the difference between each of them was very clear. The first mountain cutting strike could form a layer of concealed force, the second mountain splitting strike could form 2 layers of concealed force, the third mountain breaking strike could form 3 layers of concealed force, and so on. Very often, the concealed force exceeded plain force. Although the third mountain breaking strike that Luo Yunyang had performed had appeared simple, the force it contained had scared everyone. Otherwise, Ni Yongsan, who had used the soaked garb technique, wouldn't have coughed up blood and fallen into the lake. If one's opponent possessed such frightening speed and a mastery of the third form of the 8 mountain splitting techniques, no one with a brain would even consider stepping forward. Ha ha ha, if no one is volunteering, then I think we could just end the competition. The Eagle King clapped his hands together happily. Chapter 71. Luo Yunyang's value. According to a saying, very few people were willing to brave the snow to deliver charcoal, but many people were willing to add flowers to a brocade. The Eagle King's reputation among the other military leaders had never been bad, but now that he had the one-man army that was Luo Yunyang in his arsenal, his position became much higher. What do you suggest, Old Eagle? I guess we should listen to you. Ha ha ha, an old man like you wouldn't let us suffer, Eagle. You are fair and reasonable, so you will find a way for everyone to benefit. Flattering voices kept talking. Everyone was trying to suck up to the Eagle King as much as they could. Even the fat old man snorted, "You are a reasonable man, Old Eagle. You shouldn't forget your identity." The Eagle King chuckled and said, "If that's the case, then I will let Luo Yunyang open the path and let the other elites in. The golden body fluid and 2A grade source fluids will still belong to the Rising Dragon Army." What the FCK? A few fellows who had been busy complimenting the Eagle King now stared daggers at him, as if he had just killed their parents. One of them, who had just addressed the Eagle King as a fellow brother moments ago, suddenly exclaimed bluntly, "I always thought that you were rather reasonable. I never expected that you could be this treacherous. You are a reasonable man, Old Eagle. How could you become this greedy? This is a real disappointment." The Eagle King smiled, but didn't reply. "Now, the entire situation is in my hands. You can talk all you want, but you're just wasting your breath." As he thought about it, the Eagle King pointed a finger at Luo Yunyang and proclaimed, "Everyone will get an opportunity. As long as you defeat him, you can let your own elite martialists inside to search for the golden body fluid." The fat old man's face twitched. The golden body fluid was the sky-high military's property. They had only brought it as a mere joke. It was supposed to be just for laughs. They had just wanted to make a bigger deal out of this affair and watch the Rising Dragon Army receive an embarrassing blow. However, as it turned out, they had gone out for wool and come home shorn. "No complaints from me," the officer in charge of the Royal Forest Military said before laughing faintly. Hee, it wasn't our golden body fluid in the first place, anyway." This particular military leader didn't speak much normally, but this time his words delivered a sick burn. When the fat old man heard this, he felt like weeping. Yes, the Royal Forest Military led the way, and the other military leaders parroted their approval. The golden body fluid wasn't theirs after all. If their own martialists had faced Luo Yunyang, they most likely wouldn't have succeeded. Why would they make things difficult for themselves? I accept, but Luo Yunyang has already obtained some golden body fluid and 2 A-grade source fluids, so he should not take part in the fight on the island. The fat old man proclaimed loudly after muttering to himself for a bit. That's right, Luo Yunyang cannot participate. He has already accomplished his mission and then some, so he should get to rest. The Royal Forest Military's officer, who had been on their side just moments ago, now betrayed the Eagle King without a second thought. A determined look flashed across the Eagle King's face. He was about to decline, when Chief Instructor Lu spoke up. All right, I'd rather that everyone is happy together rather than alone. We accept these conditions. All right, it's a deal, the fat man said, glancing over at Luo Yunyang. Why, old Lu? The Eagle King asked in a hushed voice as he walked quickly to Chief Instructor Lu's side. We have already accomplished our mission and then some. Our new primary objective isn't to acquire more A-grade source fluids, but to foster our relationship with the other armies. If we let Luo Yunyang onto the island, given his abilities, I fear that he would just be robbing the others. As Chief Instructor Lu spoke, he looked over at Luo Yunyang's delicate features. He couldn't be certain that the kid would really do such a thing. The Eagle King turned to look at Luo Yunyang in astonishment. He suddenly thought about everything Luo Yunyang had just done. Ha ha ha, is that the kid's hobby? Good, very good, I like it. After the decision of the military leaders, Luo Yunyang turned from a participating elite martialist into a spectator on the viewing terrace. He naturally couldn't sit with the various military leaders, so all he could do was stand aside and chat with GTN, who had approached him voluntarily. As a young powerhouse that had swept aside all competition, Luo Yunyang was undoubtedly the most prominent person there. Numerous eyes were fixed on him in no time. Damn it, that kid is actually really popular. That fox isn't someone to be trifled with either, though. Xu Zhang shook his head gently as he watched Luo Yunyang and GTN chat happily. How did you get so fast, Luo Yunyang? Do you have a girlfriend? Just tell big sister, if you don't have one, how about I find you one from the Royal Forest Military? Luo Yunyang's eyes twinkled as he faced GTN's astute interrogation. He realized that she was trying to trap him in a roundabout way. His guileless reactions made GTN act even more exaggeratedly and coquettishly. She had to admit that this carefree-looking fellow actually had a high IQ. Every time she asked him a substantial question, he would act all naive and distracted, just like a curled-up hedgehog that wouldn't budge. No matter how hard one tried to poke it, this made GTN feel a rush of excitement. Her mind was completely distracted. 3 hours later, the elite martialists from the 8 armies started to return. Although all the military leaders present held positions of considerable significance, there were looks of apprehension on their faces as they watched their martialists return. A-grade source fluid was really important. Although not everyone who used A-grade source fluid was able to become a grandmaster, people that became grandmasters generally used A-grade source fluid. No one could doubt this. The first martialist to rush over was a tall, hot-blooded young man. As soon as he appeared, someone went over to meet him. How was it? I have obtained a B-grade source fluid, sir. Although the young man replied respectfully, his face was alight with delight. Although B-grade source fluid wasn't as powerful as A-grade source fluid, it still made lots of people envious. The person who had asked patted the young man on the back and said, "Good. B-grade source fluid, C-grade source fluid, D-grade source fluid." A continuous stream of martialists reported their own achievements to their superiors. "Young Lei, what kind of source fluid did you get?" The old man from the Royal Forest Military asked solemnly when Young Lei and a bunch of other Royal Forest martialists walked over. Young Lei was the Royal Forest Military's newcomer king, so their military leader was the most concerned about him. "You have to call the shots, sir. We originally obtained an A-grade source fluid, but it was snatched away by the sky-high 7 pillars." Young Lei hadn't opened his mouth. The person speaking was a girl standing next to him. Young Lei's eyes were blazing with anger. He had fought really hard to kill a C-grade dire beast, yet on his way back he had been intercepted by the sky-high military. The old man from the Royal Forest Military stared angrily in the direction of the fat man from the sky-high military. The fat old man, who pretended that he didn't notice his angry glances, was laughing calmly. Chapter 72. Returning home, you went all out and kissed other people's smelly feet yesterday, only to act like stupid pigs and get slaughtered today. Someone said softly on the quiet bridgehead. The words spoken were really vicious. Young Lei and the others wanted to beat up the person making these sarcastic remarks, but when they saw the sky-high military's leader standing next to that person, all they could do was swallow their anger and act dumb. Chief Instructor Lu and the Eagle King were just as apprehensive. Although Luo Yunyang had made them proud, other people were also important. How was it? The two men asked quickly when Guan Wanli, Sun Miao Miao and the others walked over. Guan Wanli was taciturn, but Sun Miao Miao said softly, "We managed to obtain an A-grade source fluid." Chief Instructor Lu and the Eagle King glanced at each other in shock. In their opinion, although Sun Miao Miao and Guan Wanli were decent martialists, they only had the ability to obtain B-grade source fluid. Their cultivation bases were lacking after all. It's all thanks to Leader Luo's might. While we were trying to seize the A-grade source fluid, practically nobody dared to try and snatch it from us. When Sun Miao Miao killed the steel-backed gray monkey and grabbed the A-grade source fluid tag, there were at least 3 other teams around us. Yang Yirui seemed to be in high spirits. They only looked over at us and gave up right away. Forcibly stealing wasn't prohibited during the source fluid contest on the island in the center of the lake. The Rising Dragon army had always been weak, so it usually was an easy target for looting. However, no teams had dared attack the Rising Dragon army this time, as the young martialists didn't want to provoke Luo Yunyang. Eventually, the last elite martialist walked back by crossing the 5-kilometer bridge and the competition on the island ended. All 8 armies of the East had reaped some rewards, especially the sky-high military's 7 pillars, who had fiercely obtained 6 A-grade source fluids. However, while some people were pleased, there were also some that were disappointed. The Royal Forest Military's team hadn't obtained a single A-grade source fluid this time, so it was really frustrated. Of course, the biggest winner was naturally the Rising Dragon Army, who had obtained 3 A-grade source fluids and the golden body fluid that had originally belonged to the sky-high military. The golden body fluid was at least 10 to 100 times more important than any A-grade source fluid. Ha ha ha, let's get plastered today, shall we? You kids don't have to hold back. Just eat and drink to your heart's content. It's my treat, the Eagle King proclaimed boldly, waving his arm around. As he spoke, he grabbed Luo Yunyang and said, "Come to my house tomorrow, kid. I will share my forceful eagle claw technique with you. You can also meet my granddaughter at the same time. She isn't bad at all." Luo Yunyang remained silent. He felt a faint anticipation about learning the Eagle King's forceful eagle claw technique, but he didn't really want to meet his granddaughter. "You don't have the time to teach Luo Yunyang your technique. We have to quickly extract the golden body fluid in the next few days." Chief Instructor Lu came to the rescue. "You guys can have the next few days off. The training you will undergo when you return will be the toughest one yet, so make sure to have fun to your heart's content." Although visiting Quancheng and having fun for 5 days sounded really nice, Luo Yunyang had missed his mother and little sister. He had already been away from home for 3 months. He wondered how they were doing in Chang'an and if they were well. "Chief Instructor Lu, I would like to return to Chang'an for a visit," Luo Yunyang said resolutely as he faced Chief Instructor Lu. Chief Instructor Lu, who understood Luo Yunyang's intentions, chuckled. "All right, then I will make arrangements to take you back to Chang'an. Get some rest back at home. When the time comes, I will have Xu Zhang pick you up." Luo Yunyang nodded and thanked him. Sun Miao Miao and the others watched Luo Yunyang enviously. There were many among them who wanted to go home too, but they knew that this sort of privilege wasn't something they could hope to experience. Luo Yunyang was able to receive this kind of preferential treatment because he had earned it with his own strength. Traffic was currently restricted and travel between bases was challenging, so a plane ticket from Quancheng to Chang'an was extremely hard to obtain. Chang'an was like a steel fortress. When he returned to Chang'an once again, Luo Yunyang felt slightly indisposed. Although he could adapt to life in this big city, the air there was very different compared to the air at Base 7. His acute senses allowed him to detect the presence of the 6th factor in Chang'an's air. However, the amount of 6th factor there was pathetic. "Luo Yunyang, this is District 23. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have already made a request regarding your family's house, so you will be able to move soon." Qin Yuming eyed the young boy before her curiously. He was an A-rank elite after all. As a Rising Dragon Army logistical staff member, Qin Yuming knew clearly what an A-rank elite martialist signified. Although she was also an elite martialist, she was only an F-rank elite. Her status allowed her to live in Chang'an without worrying about food or accommodation, but moving up was an unrealistic expectation for her. She had seen many A-rank elites at the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters, but they had usually been at least 30 years old. They had all made a steady progress and relied on their own hard work to climb up the ladder. However, it was evident that the young man before her had relied on his innate talent. The future accomplishments of someone like him couldn't be underestimated. "Thank you, Sister Qin. I will have to trouble you some more in the future," Luo Yunyang told Qin Yuming, who was sitting in the driver's seat in a Rising Dragon Army uniform. When he had gotten off the plane at Chang'an, Qin Yuming had been there to fetch him. Luo Yunyang had a favorable impression of this sweet-tempered, pretty lady, who had been very helpful. "There's no need to thank me. I'm just doing my job." Qin Yuming treated others really well. She had clearly been waiting for Luo Yunyang, yet the way she acted made it seem like she owed Luo Yunyang a favor. "Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. If I didn't have to pick you up, who knows what I would be busy doing. I certainly wouldn't have been as relaxed as I am now," she said with a warm smile. Luo Yunyang waved goodbye at Qin Yuming and headed home. His family was currently staying at Sub-District 16. Luo Yunyang opened the door to his family's house under the watchful eyes of the Sub-District's guard. His mother had sent him the key after he had left for Base 7. The old-fashioned padlock and mottled door betrayed how old the 36-story building really was. Luo Yunyang unlocked the door and pushed it open gently before heading in. Although there was no one at home, the familiar items in the house gave Luo Yunyang a sense of incomparable warmth. There was a large ragdoll lying on the couch, a needlework basket on the tiny coffee table, and a family portrait hanging on the wall. It was a portrait of him, his mother, and little sister. Luo Yunyang stared at the photograph. Although he was wearing his Rising Dragon Army uniform in the picture, he seemed younger and inexperienced compared to how he was now. Luo Yunyang languidly headed over to the couch and lay down. His body and soul felt completely relaxed in this tiny one-bedroom apartment. Chapter 73. A Relative Power, 41 Speed, 8 Mind, 5 Constitution, 45. Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator panel. He was extremely dissatisfied with his current state. Compared to his speed in the past, he wasn't making much progress anymore. Actually, there was some progress. His power and constitution were still increasing sluggishly, but Luo Yunyang felt as if he had reached a hurdle. Thanks to his speed, he had eaten quite a lot of gold bodies, purple gold ginseng and other similar herbs while he had been in the forest, but these things were no longer effective. Even if he consumed a purple gold ginseng, it would be nothing more than a high-quality food that wouldn't improve his cultivation base significantly. This felt just like constitution-strengthening medicine, which could only be used once and did not have any further effects afterwards. Cultivating the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 9th diagram should have had unimaginable results, yet when Luo Yunyang recalled the time he had spent in the forest outside Base 7, he felt a lingering fear. When he had tried to forcibly absorb a blazing ray of the sun, his entire body had turned bright red and nearly combusted into flames. Just thinking about it made him feel a sense of trepidation. That blazing ray had caused him to hover between life and death. If it hadn't been for the cold chi that his body had accumulated thanks to the moon-swallowing devil ape move, he might have turned into a pile of ash in that forest. The terror he had felt had been all too real. Due to that close brush with death, Luo Yunyang had decided to stop cultivating the Ape Dragon Blueprint's 9th diagram. It was just too dangerous. He was now the backbone of his family, so he couldn't afford to die. The previous few diagrams of the Ape Dragon Blueprint no longer yielded much of a result for him, so after a short rest at home, he started to cultivate the 7th and 8th diagrams of the Ape Dragon Blueprint, the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique and the Moon Swallowing Devil Ape move. If he didn't get any other cultivation-related tasks, Luo Yunyang would just cultivate these 2 diagrams, especially the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, as he didn't need much space to refine the muscles and 5 viscera within his body. Although his progress while cultivating the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique was very little, he still persisted. He knew that, if he wanted his future path to be smoother, he would need a solid foundation. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time passed quickly. By the time Luo Yunyang finished practicing the Howling Ape Roaring Dragon technique, it was already dark. There was a total of 24 households on each level of this block, but the majority of them didn't have very good lighting. The lighting in Luo Yunyang's house was even worse. "Stop jumping around, Donger. Just hurry up and get changed." You will be coming with me to your great-uncle's birthday party later. Although they were still quite some distance away, Luo Yunyang could hear his mother's voice distinctly. Although he was usually less flustered when he increased his mind attribute, this time he just couldn't wait. He opened the door impatiently and smiled as he rushed to greet them. His mother, who was in her bank uniform, and his little sister, who was wearing a long flowery skirt, were heading up the stairs. Big brother, I've missed you so much. Luo Donger looked pleasantly surprised as she rushed over with her pigtails waving in the air. Shen Yunyang had been in a good mood lately, so her young-looking face was glowing with a warm radiance. Just the previous day, she had dreamt about seeing her beloved son, and now her son was actually standing right in front of her. A sweet, warm feeling of longing concern surged through her heart as a tender reliance made her eyes well up with tears. My son, when did you return? She scanned her son from head to toe, unable to hide the surprise on her face. I got back this afternoon. You were both at work and school, so I just rested at home. This time, I have 5 days off, Luo Yunyang replied as he helped Luo Donger take off her backpack. Shen Yunyang rubbed her hands together. Good, then we'll spend more time at home in the next few days. It just so happens that today is your great-uncle's birthday. Let's go attend his birthday party together. Great-uncle, Luo Yunyang, who didn't recall his family having any relatives in Donglu town, shot a quizzical look at Shen Yunyang. He's your grandmother's younger brother. Our families had lost contact ever since the apocalypse, Shen Yunyang replied. I thought that their entire family had died during the apocalypse, so I hadn't expected to see my cousin at the bank. When I recognized his name, we talked about your great-uncle and I found out about their family's situation. So many years have passed ever since. Luo Yunyang didn't know much about the concept of relatives, but as he heard his mother talk, he could sense that she did really care about this relative. Reuniting with old relatives is a good thing. Perhaps we might even be able to meet some other relatives. Luo Yunyang said compliantly. Shen Yunyang nodded. Go change into some new clothes. I have already bought a birthday present, so we can leave straight away. The sun had already set by the time they set off, but the street lights hadn't been turned on yet. From time to time, other people would call out to Shen Yunyang and she would smile and make some small talk with a few parents. As Shen Yunyang introduced her son to everyone she met, her smile was especially dazzling. Can we really move to the Chunfengli sub-district, big brother? All the houses there are bungalows. I heard that the smallest one is at least 100 square meters. How fun, big brother. How about I don't go to school tomorrow and you take me out to play? I heard my classmates say that there are many fun things to do there, but mom never takes me. Luo Donger bounced up and down like a lively little bird. The news her brother had brought upon his return had made her really excited. Shen Yunyang gazed at her son dotingly. Son, you don't have to feel pressured. The place we are living at is already good enough. She knew all about the Chunfengli sub-district, as the bank's president actually lived there. This was something that he often bragged about. That sub-district was really big, and the people who were able to live there had a high social status. That area was actually a symbol of their status. The paperwork is almost done already. Luo Yunyang replied with a laugh. Shen Yunyang remained speechless for some time. Although her son was young, it was evident that he had already become the pillar of his family. Shen Yunyang unconsciously watched her son with a mother's pride. As long as he was by her side, she would always stand proud. Nothing would make her unhappy. A hotel with splendid gold and jade decorations suddenly appeared before Luo Yunyang's eyes. The sign, which said, Golden Dragon Scale Hotel and Restaurant, was a sight to behold. Luo Yunyang smiled slightly when he saw those words. Chen Yang had mentioned that the Golden Dragon Scale Hotel and Restaurant was his family's business. Luo Yunyang hadn't expected that the first meal he would have after his return would be at the family business of a fellow he had taken under his wing. Hello, are you here for the birthday party? An immaculately dressed waiter asked them softly. Yes, we are here to celebrate Uncle's birthday. Shen Yunyang waved the present in her hands with a smile. The waiter led Luo Yunyang and his family into the hotel. Luo Yunyang noticed that many cars were already parked outside the hotel. Most of them were luxury cars made by Rapid Gem Automobiles. The people that stepped out of those cars had an elite air about them. It seemed like their great-uncle's family was doing really well in Chang'an City. Chapter 74, Seizing Opportunities. Director Wang from the River Creek Corporation personally wishes the old master a happy birthday and offers him a jade guanyin statuette as a present. Vice Director Chen from the Long Castle Financial Group wishes the old master happiness as immense as the East Sea. May he live for a long time. Here's a nephrite gemstone as a present. The wife of Vice Head Researcher Ma from the Luo Research Institute has come on behalf of her husband and presented the old master with a vial of muscle-strengthening medicine. Young people in gorgeous clothes were indulging in a life of luxury. The lives that people led in this world were irrational. Whenever ordinary people witnessed this, they felt as if they had been invited to partake in a huge feast with exotic delicacies, good wine and beautiful women. Everyone was immaculately dressed and walking with a relaxed gait. People with grease on their lips let out satisfied belches. They would all get luxurious marble gravestones when they died, so they would never be forgotten. There were also some people in this world who didn't seem to have come from a woman's womb. They actually looked like they had escaped from prison. Their exhausting, helpless, isolated lives had racked their brains and strained their senses. To these people, life was a catastrophe and a sin. Every single one of the people coming and going seemed to live in extravagance. Luo Yunyang and his family seemed out of place among them. "Are you here to offer old Master Ling your wishes, ma'am?" A man who appeared to be in charge asked Shen Yunying hesitantly. Although Shen Yunying had already been living in Chang'an City for some time and was no longer her old ignorant, inexperienced self, when she was faced with this sort of questions, she felt unable to relax. What did you say? Who's old Master Ling? My uncle's family name isn't Ling." Shen Yunying stammered. Suddenly, a female server walked over quickly and whispered something in the manager's ear. Although she was whispering, Luo Yunyang could hear everything she said clearly. "They have been invited to the birthday reception of that new family, sir." The manager frowned before he pointed to a small side door inside the hotel. "Your party is over there." As soon as he was done, he looked away. Shen Yunying, who felt a little embarrassed, pulled her son away quickly. "Let's go. I think I made a mistake." Luo Yunyang was very displeased with the manager's attitude. If his mother hadn't been in a hurry to get to the birthday party, he would have given the manager a piece of his mind. Luo Yunyang memorized the manager's face. When he got back, he would use his communication device to contact Shen Yong. "Yunying, over here." A middle-aged man in his 40s with some strands of white hair beckoned at Shen Yunying from the side door. Shen Yunying pulled Luo Donger over quickly as she said, "We nearly went to the wrong party, brother. This is your uncle, Donger. Call him uncle." Luo Donger complied sweetly. The man laughed in reply before he turned his attention to Luo Yunyang. "This is my son, Yunyang. He just got back, so I brought him along." Shen Yunying hugged her son around the shoulders as she introduced him. The man's eyebrows furrowed for a second before he said, Good, just in time. The old master loves lively parties." Luo Yunyang entered the narrow room before he realized that his uncle was frowning again. Over 40 people were already gathered in that rather small room. Although there were 2 tables arranged in the center of the room, some younger kids had to remain standing. The old man, who had to be his great-uncle, seemed to be in his 80s. Although he was really old, he still seemed to be full of vigor. When he saw Shen Yunying, he laughed heartily. "Your cousin wanted to flaunt his wealth by making a reservation here. An important family is also having a birthday reception today, so we have to make everyone suffer a little by squeezing in here." Luo Yunyang instantly liked this old man. The old master sized Luo Yunyang up before he said with a laugh, "Do you have a girlfriend yet, Yunyang?" "No." Luo Yunyang suddenly felt many eyes turn to him. Although he didn't feel bothered, thanks to his high mind attribute, he still felt his heart tighten a little. "Oh, you have to seize every opportunity. You could get a few girlfriends. Ha ha, back in the day, your great-uncle threw his nets everywhere and caught a lot of fish." When he heard his great-uncle's harmless joke, Luo Yunyang started to relax. Although the room was crammed, the atmosphere inside it was harmonious. "I heard my aunt say that you joined the army, Yunyang. Although the army is good, I think it's just too dangerous. You should go to university instead. University life is amazing." A slightly good-looking young man snickered. He was a male cousin of Luo Yunyang's. Through his cousin's words, Luo Yunyang found out that he was his great-uncle's oldest grandson. His name was Mu Junsheng, and he was currently a university student in Chang'an. Their conversation was basically an incessant chatter between young men. As Luo Yunyang listened, he realized that his life was worlds apart from his cousins. Source beasts are getting closer and closer. Will we be able to stop colossal source beasts the size of mountains? It's clearly an impossible task. There are so many tomorrows, but if you keep putting off everything for tomorrow, nothing ever gets accomplished. That's why we should just be happy while we can and enjoy life to the fullest. I have quite a number of schoolmates who like soldiers. When I get back, I will introduce some beautiful girls to you. Luo Yunyang was dumbstruck as he listened to Mu Junsheng's fallacious reasoning. Mu Junsheng didn't have the slightest trace of fighting spirit, yet the logic behind his words didn't seem disagreeable either. Perhaps it was normal for a young man in his prime to be thinking this way. Luo Yunyang had seen source beasts, so he knew that they were immensely powerful. If someone who had experienced this felt extremely apprehensive about facing a source beast, it made sense that Mu Junsheng would be even more so. Luo Yunyang quickly blended in among the clamor and conversations around him. People kept talking about daily trifles at an unhurried pace. Luo Yunyang slowly realized that something was wrong. They had all been seated for half an hour already. Why hadn't there been any indication that the food was about to be served? Although his great-uncle's two sons were chatting and joking around with their relatives, the worry on their faces couldn't be concealed. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open and a tall, sturdy man entered and said loudly, "Everyone shut up. Don't you realize that you are disturbing other people? We are already being generous enough by allowing you to hold your birthday reception here. Don't you have any sense of shame? If I hear any more noise, I will throw the lot of you out." A little kid who had been playing happily suddenly started crying out of shock. The man reached out exasperatedly in an effort to grab the kid by the collar. Mu Junsheng's father, who was standing by the kid's side, immediately stopped him. "He is just a kid, you are FC King asking for it." The man swung his palms at Mu Junsheng's father without another word. Everyone watched as the man's palm descended before someone else's hand grabbed it. Before the thick-set man could speak, Luo Yunyang had already started to exert force with his hand. Crack! A crisp sound was heard as the vicious man's arm twisted and snapped. The acute pain made the man shriek like a pig being slaughtered. What's going on? In an instant, over 10 people had come rushing in. Among them was someone with a martial master badge pinned on his chest. "Big Brother Li, he hit me." The vicious man took advantage of this opportunity to strike first. My hand is broken." Chapter 75, Insolence. The martial master's gaze landed on Luo Yunyang. "Take him away. Do not disturb our honored guest's meal," he grunted coldly. 2 men suddenly rushed over. In their eyes, Luo Yunyang was just a worm they could torment as they pleased. Luo Yunyang was displeased with the way that vicious man had acted, as well as those people's attitude. Even the men who rushed in didn't seem like nice fellas. In the blink of an eye, the 5 men who had rushed in were tossed out one after the other. Luo Yunyang's movements were really quick, so the whole process was over in an instant. The martial master watched Luo Yunyang's clean moves in astonishment. He hadn't expected someone with such skills to exist among these insignificant beings. "That's some skill, but following your impulse is a bad thing, kid. You have no idea who you have offended." As he spoke, the martial master snickered and said something into his communication device. The second eldest son of the Mu family was a cool-headed person who had seen the entire world. Given the circumstances, he realized that things weren't looking good and hurried over. "This entire matter is our fault, sir. We will leave right away. Please forgive him, he is still very young and inexperienced," he said politely. As he spoke, he pulled Luo Yunyang over and said, "Hurry up and apologize to this gentleman." Luo Yunyang knew that he was doing this for his own good, but he had his own principles. Perhaps the person celebrating his birthday was really influential, but Luo Yunyang's background wasn't shabby either. "Are you begging for forgiveness now? Too late. If young people don't get a little roughed up, they'll never know right from wrong." As the martial master spoke, 2 young men walked in. As soon as they entered, they asked the martial master, "Who is causing trouble here, old Li?" "It's him. He was hitting people." Old Li pointed at Luo Yunyang. "It's the old master's birthday today, so I'll have to trouble you too." Piece of cake. One of the pimply-faced teenagers rushed over at Luo Yunyang. "We are from the Da Alliance's Koi Guard, let's fight for a round." The Koi Guard was among the Da Alliance's 8 armies and 3 guards. Unlike the 8 armies, which took care of all sorts of dire beasts, they handled internal affairs. It was a universal truth that, When people were taken away by the Koi guard for an investigation, they would usually suffer, if not die. Luo Yunyang, who had heard loathsome things about the Koi guard, immediately used the words he had heard Chen Yong say about them. "Oh, it's a bunch of stinky fish." As he said this, he took his Rising Dragon Army chest badge out of his pocket and pinned it on his chest. Scram! The pimply-faced young man's expression changed. What the members of the Koi guard hated the most was others calling them stinky fish. However, when he saw the Rising Dragon Army insignia, his hands, which had been about to swing out, moved back. The Koi guard couldn't afford to offend the Rising Dragon Army. The martial master's expression turned slightly grim when he saw the Rising Dragon Army insignia. He could not let this go, though. His own dignity wasn't important, but the corporation's prestige just couldn't be risked. "You are a member of the Rising Dragon Army. Very well, I will let you meet your own officer then." As he spoke, the martial master picked up his communication device once again. "As people say, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I am willing to compensate you 10 million Daewon. He is still a child. Please forgive him for being immature." Mu Junsheng's father said softly after thinking silently for a bit. To the Mu family, who were small merchants, 10 million Daewon was quite a big sum, but for Luo Yunyang's sake, they were willing to generously fork out that much money. When Mr. Mu saw that the martial master wasn't tempted, he added sincerely, 20 million Daewon. 20 million Daewon was a small fortune for the martial master. This troublemaker from the Rising Dragon Army wasn't such a big problem anyway. However, when the martial master saw the dark faces of the two members of the Koi guard, he snorted. "Are you frightened now? It's too late." He picked up his communication device and said a few words. "Don't bother, uncle. I want to see what sort of officer they will bring." Luo Yunyang sneered. This kid, Mu Junsheng's father felt helpless. Although their family was quite well off, their hands were bound when it came to the family clan having a birthday reception next door. Luo Yunyang was only a kid who had just joined the Rising Dragon Army. What could he do against those influential men? He was afraid of the consequences. At the end of the day, he is just a young man full of energy. Just as he was contemplating which of his friends or acquaintances he could contact to help resolve this situation, a fat man pushed open the door and walked in. He was wearing ordinary clothes, and as soon as he made eye contact with the martial master, his eyes landed on Luo Yunyang. On Luo Yunyang's chest was a badge with the Rising Dragon Army insignia. "Who are you? Which division do you belong to? Who is your officer?" "I am the Vice Section Chief of Military Discipline Division 3, Shi Junxiang. I order you to follow me to solitary confinement, soldier." Shi Junxiang told Luo Yunyang in an overbearing manner the moment that he walked in. Luo Donger, who was standing next to her brother, started to cry. "Don't cry, Donger. It's all right," Luo Yunyang whispered, squatting down to pacify his sister. "It's nothing. It's only a dog barking. Believe your brother." Luo Yunyang had never really heard of Military Discipline Division 3. However, he had been at Base 7 for quite some time, so he understood the rules of the elite classes very well. Plus, his status in the entire Rising Dragon Army was already different. The Eagle King, who was one of the Grand Generals of the Rising Dragon Army, had guaranteed that, as long as Luo Yunyang didn't commit any outrageous atrocities, he would take responsibility for whatever happened to him. Although Chief Instructor Lu hadn't taken a verbal vow, Luo Yunyang knew that, no matter what happened, the Grand Master would not just stand aside and watch. Besides, Luo Yunyang had already become an A-rank elite. The fat man's body seemed weak, so he definitely wasn't very strong. In a place full of powerful men like the Rising Dragon Army, how important could he really be? Luo Yunyang had already made a decision. The fat man was extremely furious. Although he wasn't a big shot in Chang'an City, he relied on money, power, and other people to maintain his dignity. How could a Rising Dragon Army member actually have the audacity to call him a dog? This was simply too much. "You are FC King asking for it. I will kick you out of the Rising Dragon Army, if it's the last thing I do. Please seize this kid," the fat man instructed the martial master with a flustered face. The martial master had not expected Luo Yunyang to actually be so insolent. This was a good thing, though. If the kid infuriated the fat man, then the methods the man would employ would be even more ferocious. This was a very good outcome. Chapter 76. Can I afford to offend them? When he saw the disobedient Luo Yunyang infuriate the fat man, the martial master barked out an order to seize Luo Yunyang. Deep down, he was extremely displeased as well. He had always disliked this fat man, who acted pragmatically. He would usually nimbly worm his fat maggot-like body up whenever he saw a superior. He would just smile wholeheartedly and act all enthusiastic. However, whenever he had to deal with people of a lower status, he would immediately reveal his true colors. Do you think a martial master like me would be happy being ordered around by someone like you? No way. Just as the martial master was about to leave, the door was pushed open once again and an unhappy voice said, "The old master's birthday celebration is about to start. Why haven't you settled this matter yet?" The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. Although he appeared furious, he had a dignified demeanor as the martial master looked at him reverently. Suddenly, the lady standing beside him saw Luo Yunyang. The lady had not followed the middle-aged man in. She had just been standing outside the door, merely passing by. As soon as she saw Luo Yunyang, a look of astonishment appeared on her face and she walked over quickly. "Luo Yunyang, what are you doing here?" When Xianxia saw the lady walk in, he was shocked. However, he managed to calm down right away. "Aid Chin, do you know this man? This guy is really rude. I'm going to lock him up for 2 days and kill some of that cockiness of his." A pleased smile formed on Xianxiang's face as he said this. He had already explained his actions to the Rising Dragon army. Unfortunately, Qin Yuming, who didn't get what the fat man meant, walked over to Luo Yunyang with a smile. "I just heard what you did. Congratulations. I was just saying that I wanted your signature, but I would have to wait until you returned. I didn't expect that I would run into you here." Luo Yunyang, who could guess what Qin Yuming was talking about, didn't find it surprising that she knew about it. This wasn't a secret after all. Luo Yunyang grinned and pointed at Xianxia. "He said he wants to lock me up. Does he have that kind of authority?" "No, he doesn't." Qin Yuming glanced at Luo Yunyang before she said respectfully, "You are an A-rank elite of the Da Alliance and a first-class lieutenant colonel of the Rising Dragon army. If anyone wants to lock you up, they would need an order from one of the great generals." Qin Yuming's tone wasn't sharp, but it was very emphatic. As soon as Xianxia heard this, he started trembling uncontrollably. He turned around quickly, shock written all over his face. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Luo Yunyang was an A-rank elite. There was no shortage of elite martialists in Chang'an City. Actually, people joke that, if one threw a pebble in Chang'an and hit 10 people, 8 of them would be elite martialists. However, this number didn't include high-rank elites. In fact, there were very few A-rank and B-rank elites, especially A-rank ones, so their status was very respectable. How could this young man actually be an A-rank elite? If nothing went wrong, a young A-rank elite like him would perhaps become one of the Rising Dragon Army's generals 20 years down the road. Although he was considered a middle-ranked person in the Rising Dragon Army, the fat man was inferior compared to a martialist like him, who was destined to reach the top. Xianxia shot a resentful look at the martial master as he brought his feet together and saluted Luo Yunyang respectfully. "Lieutenant Colonel, Major Xianxia was blind. Please forgive me." The martial master and the imposing middle-aged man looked at him angrily. Meanwhile, the 2 young men from the Koi Guard turned around and left quietly. They were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. If they had struck Luo Yunyang, the consequences would have been dire. "Sir, I am Ling Tianya, Deputy CEO of the Ling Clan Corporation. I was very fortunate to be able to meet you today. My father is celebrating his 80th birthday, so I would like to invite you over to have some wine and let me play my part as a host." The middle-aged man was no ordinary person. His tone suddenly changed as he was speaking, becoming warm and friendly. Luo Yunyang watched Ling Tianya with a half-smile for a bit before he asked Qin Yuming, "Is the Ling Clan Corporation very powerful?" Qin Yuming frowned as she said softly, "They are considered one of the top 100 financial groups in Chang'an City." "Can I afford to offend them?" Luo Yunyang asked with a deadpan expression without moving. Qin Yuming and the Ling Clan Corporation had a mediocre relationship. She had only attended that celebration because a friend of a friend had passed the responsibility on to her. She was a smart person, so she could tell that Luo Yunyang was displeased based on his tone. Given the circumstances, how could Qin Yuming, who was extremely good at reading situations and facial expressions, take the wrong side? "Of course you can," she said without hesitation. Luo Yunyang nodded. "All right, listen up then. I want everyone out of this hotel in 10 minutes. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being impolite. As he said that, Luo Yunyang took out his gold-plated A-rank elite chest badge and fiddled with it. The Eagle King says that one should embrace joy and pleasure every day of their life. He told me I should indulge every once in a while. How about we have a smash at Chen Yong's hotel? Shi Junxiang's face had turned green. He knew what sort of person the Eagle King was. He was so high up the hierarchy that he was almost a god. If this sort of man actually indulged this Luo Yunyang fellow, then one could only imagine the extent of his power. Ling Tianya's expression was ugly. Luo Yunyang's words were like a hard slap across his face. However, the dazzling gold A-rank elite chest badge in Luo Yunyang's hand and the people he had just mentioned made him feel an immense pressure. One should always allow some leeway, my friend. Why? Ling Tianya hadn't finished speaking, when Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on his face. His gaze made it hard for Ling Tianya to breathe. I said 10 minutes. If you haven't left in 10 minutes, Big Sister Qin will help me call people over. Luo Yunyang giggled as he looked at Qin Yuming. The Flame Emperor has ordered me to follow your instructions. If you really need me, I will help you call people over, Qin Yuming said helplessly. Just be aware that the Flame Emperor will scold you. Luo Yunyang laughed, but said no more. Ling Tianya walked out self-confidently, although deep inside he was boiling with rage. 5 minutes later, he came back ashen-faced. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. This whole incident was really rude on our corporation's part. We will leave right away. Your expenses will be covered by my family, Ling Tianya said deferentially. When he was done speaking, he raised his hand and slapped the martial master hard across the face. The martial master didn't dare dodge. He just endured that strong slap. His future prospects had suddenly become very dim. Luo Yunyang looked around at his stunned relatives, who were staring at him flabbergasted, before he said with a laugh, I think we should go ahead and take a seat. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.